Everyone else has been transported into a maritime survival game, while others wake up to find themselves sailing out to sea in armed warships and fast boats, bustling about fishing, building bases, and plundering resources. I, Yangli, find myself standing on a sinister ghost ship. While others were basking in the sun fishing, I stood on the misty deck, lost in thought. They ate seafood for 3 days and 3 nights until they were sick of it, while I was so hungry that my stomach was practically sticking to my back, and I survived for 3 whole days by eating the wind and drinking water. Just when I thought the game was about to end, ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the Dave system. With this notification, the ghost ship began to shake violently, and its hull gradually changed, eventually transforming into a mysterious Dave. What shocked me the most was that this ship actually allowed me to grow plants on its deck. Peashooters, Ice-shrooms, Jalapenos. I could grow every single plant from Plants vs. Zombies, and they could even help me fight sea monsters and catch fish. Just as I was feeling confused, I slowly woke up and found myself lying on the deck of a ship covered with withered plants. All around me was the vast blue sea, the sun was scorching, and I could clearly feel the stinging pain of my dry, cracked skin. I swallowed, only to find my mouth dry and my stomach empty. I was so hungry, accompanied by a severe headache, as if I'd been hit by a hammer. This is the ocean. I forced myself to stand up and looked around. This is a vine boat nearly 15 meters long, its entire hull made of thick, intertwined vines. Instead of ordinary canvas, the mast is covered by a giant green leaf. The deck was covered with dark red, fertile soil squares, indicating that it must have once been covered with various plants, but now they were all withered. What was even more strange was that, despite being unmanned, the ship was still sailing steadily. I stepped into the captain's cabin, hoping to find any traces left by others. My eyes fell upon an old bookshelf, upon which lay several books soaked in seawater, their pages blurred and tangled. Only a small booklet on the desk gleamed faintly, standing out starkly. The cover bore the 4 large characters, Navigation Log. The cover was off-white, and about the size of a mobile phone. I opened the booklet. The first page listed some rules. Half of the 10 were restrictions. I shook my head, snapping back to reality. The booklet did feel really nice, though. It was as smooth and supple as a young girl's skin. I flipped through the pages, and the second page read, Dinosaur Frenzy Area, Sunny, Wind Speed Level 1. It seemed like an anchor point for our current location. Page 3 contains my personal status information, name, Yangli, status, hungry. Energy, 80/100, depending on mental state. Below 60 indicates fatigue, below May 20th result in fainting. Reason, 80 out of 100 sometimes, strength is poison, knowledge is pollution, and enhancement is corruption. Health, 90 out of 100, equivalent to HP, constitution, 5, average, agility 7, quite fast, strength, 4, weak, perception, 5, used to detect danger, spirit, 8, possibly related to magical talent. Note, the average initial stat allocation for all creatures, including humans, is 5. The specific value varies by race. Transcended sequence, none. Advanced class, none. Bloodline, none. Faction, none. Companions, none. Talent, lucky charm, Tier 1, luck and misfortune are 2 sides of the same coin, twins of fate. You are plagued by misfortune, but you never believe in fate. Your maximum luck is increased by 1. Your luck value will never fall below 1 point, and you will never be in a life or death situation. When your luck drops significantly, the reduced luck will radiate into powerful external support. Trigger cooldown, 24 hours each time you are near death. I stared at the attribute panel, my expression somewhat complicated. I subconsciously stroked my chin. The panel didn't display any luck stat. Did that mean there were hidden attributes? If I could find something or some equipment that could actively reduce luck, would I be able to keep this powerful ally permanently? Self-damaging, this talent is actually quite interesting. I flipped to the next page and surprisingly found a chat channel, divided into a world channel, a regional channel, and private chat. However, the world channel was not yet unlocked. I opened the regional channel, and the screen was filled with messages. There were over 1 billion people online, and the comments scrolled by so fast that I couldn't read a single complete sentence. It took me a while to adjust and slowly learn how to control the chat speed. I didn't say anything, but just kept scanning the chat content. My first thought was to gather information and determine how my start was different from other players. For example, do everyone's handbook have 10 rules if someone has more or fewer rules from the beginning, or even if some seemingly friendly rules are actually predatory, then that's not a simple matter. I noticed a message in the bottom right corner. Each person can only send 10 free messages per day in the channel. Any additional messages will be charged 100 Tide coins per message. I don't understand what Tide coins are either. I glanced at my balance. It was 0. It seems that saying more in the early stages comes at a price. After a while, the numerous cries for help noticeably decreased, replaced by a focused discussion about the current situation. Does your handbook also have 10 rules? Yeah, not only do they not give you a full set of god tier gear at the start, but they also give you a bunch of debuffs? Are the developers even human? The developers aren't human, otherwise they would have already collected all the hate mail. Why did the system bring so many people in? Is this really a dungeon game? Is it to build an army or to raise goo? Raising goo is great. I'm going to train the Myriad Soul banner, and you can all come and be my brothers in the banner. A tonic! I've never been a good student since I was little. I finally made it ashore, but now I'm back to square one. Did you guys notice? There's actually a newbie gift pack hidden on the ship. I drew a card, it seems pretty rare, I'm not just showing off. Immediately afterwards, someone posted a screenshot of the card, name, Neptune, infant stage, type, creature card, long-lived species, can grow, rank, legendary. Synopsis: a prodigy soaring among clouds and waves, a legend from the moment he matures, a sea dragon, the overlord of the ocean, feeding on all things. After reaching adulthood, he lives a solitary life. Only one male sea dragon will appear in a single sea area. In the card image, a small, slimy tornado with blue skin and round eyes is tucked at the feet, with its wings tucked under its armpits and barbs at the end of its tail. The regional chat exploded. Bro, sell it to me for 1 million renminbi. I love this ugly thing. Get lost, I'll offer 100 million. Seriously, wait for me. I'm going to try my luck too. I drew a resource card, 100 units of wood. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. I drew an equipment card, a combination armor. Yes, the kind you're thinking of, armor warrior. I drew a transformation card, and I can turn into a smeared monkey? Holy crap, how did I turn into a mermaid? This is a fusion card. A tail has grown out, and it's a permanent effect, I can't turn back. Can I only draw once? This gacha machine is such a rip-off, I have to spend origin dust to draw again. My eyes lit up, and I casually closed the logbook. At that very moment, the entire logbook suddenly transformed into a fragment of light, which slowly drifted away from my hand. When I looked down, I saw a four-sided prism-shaped chip on my right wrist. It looked like it had grown naturally from my skin, and I didn't feel any foreign object at all. I was taken aback at first, then a thought struck me. A virtual system interface immediately appeared in my mind. The interface was divided into 4 sections. The character backpack section displayed my 6-dimensional attribute points, and there was also a resource inventory for storing various items and materials. Fleet members, I'm all alone right now. Navigation log, this section records the date, weather, and sailing direction for each day, along with a simplified map. However, the map is shrouded in thick fog, so I can only roughly judge my distance from those unknown areas by the extent of the fog coverage. The imprint skills section lists hundreds of convenient and practical basic tool skills, such as spears, pickaxes, torches, beds, and cloth clothing, all everyday items with low technical requirements. However, they all require source dust to unlock. Once unlocked, these items can be directly crafted using the corresponding resources. But my current source dust is 0. So I can only watch those tool skills helplessly. With nothing else to show for it, I had no choice but to follow the tips from the players in the chat channel and start searching the ship. Before long, I found a rusty slot machine in a corner outside the cabin. To be honest, this machine is in such a broken state that I seriously doubt it can even function. But as soon as I touched it, the screen instantly lit up. Consume 100 units of source dust for a gacha pull? Initial gacha pull does not consume source dust. This one is free. Without hesitation, I activated my thought and confirmed. A dazzling light flashed, and a card floated before my eyes. Name: Serrated Squid's Tentacle. Type: Alienated Card. Quality: Excellent. Equipment quality classification: Original, Common, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Heroic, God-slaying weapon, Imperial arms. Description: The sawtooth squid, a deformed species of the ocean, is small in size but possesses superb hunting skills, making it a top-tier underwater assassin. Power: Deals low-level damage to monsters. When equipped, it increases strength by 2, constitution by 1, and agility by 1. Note: Unlike fusion cards, mutation cards do not permanently change body form, but multiple cards can be equipped simultaneously. My eyes narrowed. I got a high-quality card on my very first draw. It added 2 points to my strength, equivalent to almost half an adult's strength. Could it be that I have some hidden lucky attribute? Without giving it much thought, I was already eager to try out this unknown, extraordinary power. I didn't need to study how to operate it. From the moment I saw the card, it felt like there was some kind of natural connection between me and it. With a thought, the card instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged directly into my body. Ugh! A sharp pain instantly surged through my left arm. I groaned, and my vision blurred. Looking down, I saw my left hand undergoing a sudden transformation, starting from my forearm. My skin became slippery, and my 5 fingers stretched and expanded wildly, turning into 5 writhing, ferocious tentacles. Each tentacle was covered with suckers, and the edges of the suckers were embedded with sharp serrations, like some kind of deep-sea hunting machine, dancing wantonly in front of me. Ugh, this is disgusting. I forced myself to suppress the strange nausea, but gradually I discovered that these tentacles were surprisingly flexible, just like extensions of fingers, and even a single tentacle could make a precise grasping motion. They felt even more effective than my human hands. It works pretty well. With this thing at sea, my fishing efficiency is definitely not a problem. Although there are fishing rods on the boat, I dare not risk stopping the boat to see fish when the dark fog is pressing in. Fishing on a speeding boat, it sounded absurd. I rubbed my rumbling stomach and looked out at the sea. The waves were calm enough for now. There shouldn't be any sharks around, right? I'll just lie down by the side of the boat and grab a fish with my tentacles to fill my stomach. With that thought, I grabbed a harpoon, held it in my right hand, gripped the edge of the cabin with my left arm and tentacles, and slid down the rope ladder step by step to the surface of the sea. The waves churned, revealing only a thin layer beneath the surface. Below that, it was a deep, dark abyss. A scene of ecstasy for those with thalassophobia. I manipulated my tentacles to probe into the sea. As soon as it entered the water, the tentacles rapidly stretched and expanded, forming a net-like shape in just a few seconds, sweeping across the underwater area. As the boat moved forward, the net-like tentacles finally caught a sea fish. Without saying a word, I pierced the fish's belly with a fork and brought it aboard the boat. Multi-eyed sardine, seemingly ordinary, it actually has more than a dozen eyes, is nutritious, and can provide a full stomach. This hint startled me. I looked closely, and sure enough, this dead fish had more than a dozen whitish eyes, staring at me intently, seemingly with a hint of resentment. You have seen an unidentified creature. Your sanity has decreased by 5. Holy crap. Even the fish in this world are this outrageous? I've seen strange fish before, but this is really testing my mental fortitude. Hunger was real, but I had to eat the fish even though it looked ugly. I found a spot, ready to start a fire and grill the fish, but then, I was dumbfounded. Looking around, the entire boat had no kindling, no fresh water, and no fuel. Were I supposed to dismantle the boat and use it as firewood? I stubbornly searched the entire cabin again. After a thorough search, there wasn't a trace of cooking utensils like pots, stoves, fireplaces, or grills. No kitchen equipment. Could it be that no one had lived on this ship before? There were signs of life on the ship, but something about it felt strangely eerie. I decided to put those aside for now. Survival was the most important thing. When in doubt, the best course of action is to ask online friends for help. I promptly opened the chat channel. Is the guy who just won 100 units of wood still there? How about I trade you some fish for some wood? My message was barely out when it was flooded with comments from other players. Guys, I got a refrigerator blueprint card. Once I collect the materials, I can mass-produce refrigerators. Great! But what about power? I don't have a generator in my skill bar. I caught a bucket of wild instant noodles while fishing. Is that even possible? Don't even mention it, I caught a life-size doll who randomly throws their wife around. That's so inconsiderate. I'm even more outrageous. I caught a sexy pair of navy blue underwear, and the best part is, it's the style I like. I frowned. It seemed the sea fishing system here made no sense at all. It wasn't fishing, in the traditional sense. It was more like randomly drawing treasures from Doraemon's pocket. You just cast your hook and leave the rest to fate. Maybe I can fish up a lighter? Ideally, some fuel or a pot too. Anything will do, as long as it works. I glanced at the fishing rod in the corner, my hand starting to itch. Don't hesitate, just try it and you'll see. I sat at the stern, cast my fishing line into the water, and with a splash, it felt like entering another world. 2 hours later, my spoils were as follows: wood +1, stone +1, wood +1, animal hide +1, thatch +1, waha +1. Note: items caught can be scanned using chips generated from the nautical logbook and converted into resource data, which is automatically stored in a personal storage backpack bound to the sole. These items can be accessed at any time and cannot be taken away. Although I haven't caught any tinder yet, I have enough materials to start a fire. I continued fishing, making the most of every second to gather resources. At the same time, I also took the time to check the chat messages from other players. It's not difficult for one person to come up with a plan, but collective wisdom is truly efficient. Supplies on the ship are really scarce. It seems like fishing is the only option now. But what about me, the old airman, meaning someone who's not fishing at all? Airman is normal. I haven't caught anything either. Attention everyone, if you hook up any unidentified item, it's best to cut the line immediately. The fishing line is unlimited, and there's no penalty for cutting it. What's an unidentified object? I don't know, I just caught something that looked like a human figure. It was struggling violently, so I quickly cut the line. I was terrified. Take a gamble, maybe you'll turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Or you might just die instantly. Brothers, stay calm, let's play it safe and farm. I was engrossed in watching when suddenly the fishing rod lurched downwards. My heart raced, my hand gripped the rod tightly, and my right hand began to slowly reel in the line. Looking closer, below the surface, a bronze-colored box was slowly rising. A treasure chest? I was taken aback, somewhat bewildered by the overwhelmingly old-school game style. What era are we living in? How can we still see such a ridiculously lowbrow setting? Without much hesitation, I scooped it up with my tentacles. I gripped the harpoon tightly in my right hand, carefully aimed it at the crack in the treasure chest, and slowly pried it open. I was already mentally prepared to pounce at the slightest sign of trouble. Just as I was thinking this, as if by telepathy, with a whoosh, a sticky lump of flesh suddenly popped out of the treasure chest and flew straight at my face. My reaction was lightning fast. Almost without thinking, I reflexively stabbed it with the harpoon. With a splat, the harpoon pierced the flesh, splattering a stream of pale blue fluid. Screech! The monster shrieked, utterly miserable, and died instantly at my hands. Immediately afterward, a piece of information from the encyclopedia popped into my mind. Bronze mimic. Originally a shipwreck's burial goods, it was later parasitized by an uninvited guest, transforming into a disguised treasure chest floating on the sea. Opening it might bring a surprise, or it might bring a shock. This wasn't just a scare tactic. There really was danger hidden in this treasure chest. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the monster wasn't very strong. If it had actually managed to pounce on my face, I would have been badly injured, if not killed. Thinking of this, I nervously added a few more forks until I was sure it was completely cold before I opened the box to check my spoils. Inside lay 10 smooth, round seashell coins, each engraved with a pattern of 3 streams, glistening with the light of seawater. Slaying a bronze-level mimic drops 20 source dust and 1,000 tide coins. First kill of the monster unlocks the log shop feature. 10 tide coins equal 1,000 tide coins, so 1 tide coin is worth 100. But what surprised me even more was a shopping mall. You can even shop? This is huge news. I was originally thinking about how to survive like a savage on a deserted island, scavenging for resources little by little. Now that the mall is out, it has completely overturned my survival strategy. The mall represents advanced civilization. It means that we will no longer need to fight tooth and nail for a tool to start a fire, nor will we need to struggle desperately for a bite of food. The most basic survival issues are guaranteed, and the difficulty of survival is instantly reduced. I dared not waste anything, so I collected the remains of the mimic monster while opening the system interface. As a hardcore collector, I knew that even trash on this vast ocean might be useful. A new shop button appeared on the interface, and I eagerly clicked on it. The shop was divided into two sections, the system shop and the player exchange. Since it was the initial stage, everyone was penniless. The exchange only had some strangely shaped sea fish and a small amount of food, all priced ridiculously high. The system shop is similar. There's no ready-made food, only basic resources, wood, stone, steel, crystal, and some tools, such as pickaxes, axes, spears, bows and arrows, crossbows, sickles, fishing nets, fishing rods. These are likely items already unlocked in the imprint skill bar, and are being sold in limited quantities by the system to facilitate early game development. Items like pickaxes and axes, often reserved for slaves, are in the largest stock, numbering in the hundreds of millions. There are also a wide variety of other materials and items, all labeled as primitive, quality, yet priced exorbitantly. Moreover, their quantities are scarce, a drop in the ocean compared to the billions of players. I sifted through the items I could buy with less than 1,000 coins, and surprisingly, all I found were small things. After much deliberation, I first thought, what do I urgently need right now? Food, or something to start a fire. You have purchased a flint and steel. Deducting 50 tide coins, it was actually much cheaper than I expected. Thinking about it, the system produces them in bulk, so it makes sense. Looking up, the prices of everyday items skyrocketed. Furniture, sofas, sandbags, beds, counters, chimneys, all costing hundreds or even thousands of coins. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon something. Bloodthirsty sunflower seed. It possesses both energy and attack attributes, and its maturation cycle takes only 14 days. The description reads, feed it flesh and blood, and it will produce light energy crystals. When fully fed, it can also unleash a frenzied barrage of spikes to attack enemies. The evaluation was incredibly flowery. Normally an elegant energy supplier, but once they're well fed and watered, they transform into a berserker. My eyes lit up when I read it. As an agricultural student, planting is a perfect fit for my major. But when I glanced at the price, wow, 1,200 tide coins for a single seed. I could only silently look away and search for cheaper, more palatable ordinary crop seeds. Potato seeds, early maturing variety, edible. There are also corn, cherry radishes, spinach, lettuce. These are much more affordable, 5 coins per seed. I decisively bought a batch of vegetable seeds, spending 300 coins. Adapting to local conditions is a fundamental skill for every survival player. There are plenty of arable lands scattered across the ship. We can't waste them. I went closer to examine the arable plots. Each plot had a square base made of wooden planks, filled with a layer of fertile, reddish-black soil, evenly distributed. I planted the first batch of seeds on the highest platform furthest from the sea so they could absorb as much sunlight as possible. I didn't plan on large-scale planting at the beginning. It would be too much of a loss if something went wrong. Plant growth is a long process, and survival is the top priority right now. We must observe the harvest results first before deciding whether to expand the planting scale. If we can ensure food production in the arable land, we will have much more confidence in surviving at sea. I remember clearly that the system specifically warned us, all players are cursed by the land. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we'll be living on a ship for the rest of our lives. Therefore, our food sources must be sufficiently diverse. Relying solely on fish from the sea for our entire lives will inevitably lead to problems sooner or later. Alas, something terrible has happened. A wailing voice suddenly popped up in the chat channel. I had just finished a bunch of chores, cleaning the cabin and tidying up the layout. I was just about to take a breather when I casually opened the chat channel and was immediately startled by this alarming message. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly scrolled through the chat history, trying to figure out what had happened. As everyone knows, the Black Mist pursuit speed is 30 knots, but I've asked many people, and most of our initial Tier 1 ships only have a speed of 20 knots. At this rate, we'll be caught by the Black Mist very soon. Oh dear, I almost forgot. My ship's speed is also 20 knots. Is there any way to speed it up? I don't want to sit here and wait for the black fog to swallow me up. What? Your ships are all only 20 knots? My ship seems to be a special ship. The other party also posted a ship description: Flying Whaleman, Level 1, Durability 1000/1000, Capacity 600 units, Speed 30 knots. Ship skills: Stealth. The ship can only dive to the deep sea. A protective shield is generated on the hull, increasing diving speed by 30%. Deep sea mutation. After prolonged diving, the crew will be corrupted by the deep sea, their bodies will mutate, and they will transform into marine species. Holy crap, it's the Flying Dutchman. Bro, need some teammates? I'm a die-hard Pirates of the Caribbean fan. Quite a few special ships, mine is one too. Everyone, check the ship's main page, the logbook has upgrade information. We're all at level 1 right now, so our speed isn't high. Upon hearing this, I immediately opened the system interface. Sure enough, in just a short while, the system updated to include a ships section. In other words, the initial system interface was not complete, but would gradually unfold as exploration progressed. When I looked at the detailed information of my ship, my eyes almost widened. Crazy Dave, the floating backyard of a certain famous man. Tier 1, Durability 1500/1500, Speed 35 knots, Capacity 1000 units. Ship skill: Dave's Crazy Backyard. The deck is woven from humus and ancient tree roots, which can ignore soil restrictions and allow any plant to be planted directly anywhere on the ship. Photosynthetic stance: consumes energy to release a green pulse that covers the entire ship, granting plants the following buffs: growth speed +80, instantly completes planting or accelerates growth. Attack desire +50, automatic target acquisition range is increased, skill cooldown is reduced, lasts for 1 day, cooldown time is related to energy reserves. Dave's Hidden Bag: drag the remains of slain monsters into the ship's root zone to convert them into special source material, used to increase plant advancement speed and evolution reserves. There's also a very low chance of generating special plant seeds, the probability depending on the quantity and quality of the remains used. Examples include super seaweed, psychedelic mushrooms, and parasitic seeds. Materials required for upgrading to level 2, 5/100 wood, 2/30 stone, 0/10 steel, and 1 special plant fruit, 0/1. My expression was complicated for a moment. I never expected that after growing so many plants in real life, I would be able to play a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies after transmigrating to another world. The system wasn't lying to me after all. This ship was clearly tailor-made for me. I continued scrolling through the chat history and found that most people started with a blank ship, with no skills and mediocre attributes. Their speeds are generally between 10 and 30 knots, and their durability and capacity are also relatively low. They look like the most basic version. However, they require fewer materials to upgrade, only basic resources, unlike my ship, which requires finding special plant fruits. You could say each has its advantages, so it's not entirely unfair. I suspect those basic ships will likely have ways to evolve and upgrade later on, making them easier to upgrade. Brothers, here's some bad news. I've calculated that the Black Fog's edge is at most 3 days away from our main force. Nobody sleep. If you don't want to die, hurry up and gather resources to upgrade your ships to level 2. Huh! They're chasing me this fast right from the start? I haven't even seen a deserted island along the way. Where am I supposed to get materials? I've been fishing all afternoon and only managed to collect 5 units of wood. How am I supposed to play like this? My ship is going 20 knots, and the Black Fog is practically flying right behind me. Can anyone lend me some Tide coins? I'll level up first, and I'll definitely pay you back later. You want to borrow money? Do you think you can treat me like royalty? Just as the argument was getting heated, a player with the ID "See General Store" jumped in. If you get high-quality equipment from gacha pulls, you can sell it to the system to exchange for resources to upgrade your ship. However, the system's price is very low, so it's not worth it. You can sell it to me. I'll buy it for more than the system. Hey bro, how much are you bidding? I got a high-quality harpoon, but the system only gave me 1,500 coins. I'll bid 2,500. That's way higher than the system rate. Put it on the trade list quickly. I'll buy it instantly. Wow, what a nice guy. I'll go right now. Wait. I know this guy. He said he wanted to buy a piece of equipment from me, and I transferred the money to him, but he still hasn't given it to me, saying he's preparing it. So he was using my money to buy other people's equipment at low prices and then selling it back to me at a higher price. Holy crap, is this for real? This is outrageous. This is just a profiteer. Trying to make a profit on the difference you don't understand. This is called cash flow management. Aren't I helping you out? Turn around my ass! You've stolen their only starting card. How are they supposed to play afterwards? You're even more ruthless than the Black Mist. Humph. Ungrateful. All the cards you drop after you die will be mine anyway. Damn, so that's what you were planning. Let's get them. I frowned, my heart sinking. The game's barely started and people's already scheming against each other. I wonder if we players will have to cooperate to conquer the world, or be left to compete freely. Based on the system's initial, cold warning, I didn't have high hopes. So I stopped checking the chat. Although my ship wasn't a base-level vessel, its speed of 35 knots only gave me a slight lead over Black Mist. That margin for error was simply not enough. If I encounter any unexpected events, need to stop, take a detour, or land on an island along the way, I could be swallowed by the black fog at any moment. I absolutely must level up to level 2. And I need to resolve this within the next 2 days. Night fell, and the sky darkened. I remained seated at the bow. Night fishing. On the vine-covered deck, I lit a campfire, flames licking a sardine, the heat surging, yet unable to harm even the hull. I munched on some grilled fish, using the firelight to keep casting. Wood +1. Stone +1. Wood +1. 2 more hours passed. I felt the fishing rod sink, carrying a considerable weight. Looking out at the turbulent sea, I couldn't see anything underwater. But I couldn't let go of this thing no matter what. The octopus tentacles were wrapped around the mast, so I stepped on the edge of the boat and used all my strength to reel in the line. Whoosh! A shadow broke through the sea and leaped onto my deck. It stood there, soaking wet. My eyes widened, and when I looked closer, I almost stopped breathing. It was a humanoid creature resembling a water ghost, its entire body swollen, its skin rotting and covered in seaweed. Its eye sockets were even turned to mush. You have witnessed a non-human creature. Your sanity has decreased by 10. The next second, it charged at me. I didn't dare confront it head-on, so I stabbed it from a distance with my harpoon, piercing its chest. But it actually reached out to pull the harpoon out and charged forward again. I quickly manipulated the octopus tentacles to bind it tightly, securing it firmly. Fortunately, its strength was limited, and it couldn't break free. Thud! My eyes turned cold, and I aimed for its temple, swiftly pulling out the harpoon and thrusting it straight in. Rotten brain matter gushed out. But the monster wasn't quite dead yet. Dragging its severed head, it was still struggling violently. I felt nauseous, but I forced myself to pull out the harpoon and repeatedly stabbed it into the monster's vital parts. Chest, heart, leg joints, genitals, throat. It finally stopped moving after I had practically turned it into a pulp. Drowner killed, dropped 10 source dust, 20 units of wood, 10 units of stone, 2 units of iron. At the same time, the logbook also highlighted information on a new creature. The drowned one, a person who drowned in the sea, harboring resentment and unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation, rises anew with the belief of pursuing the living. Required for ship upgrade, 30/100 wood, 12/50 stone, 2/10 iron, and 1 special plant fruit, 0/1, we're one step closer to upgrading our ship. Next, I carefully tossed the corpse and the remains left by the mimic monster into the digestive pool at the bottom of the Dave's ship. Unfortunately, this was a drop in the ocean. I didn't even find a single leaf of the special plant. I tried activating the ship's built-in growth skill again. A green light wave instantly radiated across the entire ship, and the energy was immediately depleted. I stood there, pacing back and forth, when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over me. I quickly checked the system status. Energy, 40/100. Oh no! If it drops below 20, I might faint at any moment. This is too much of a grind. I'm really going to burn out. As the old saying goes, sharpening your axe doesn't delay your work. If I keep grinding away at night fishing for resources like this, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion on the boat before the dark fog even arrives. Feeling utterly exhausted, I knew I needed to rest. I took one last look at the turbulent sea, watered the seeds, dragged the remains of the drowned to the bottom of the ship as fertilizer, and finished up the remaining chores before stepping into the dilapidated captain's cabin. I didn't dare remove the octopus tentacles at all. I only felt a little safe with them beside me. The wet tentacles lay there on the side of the bed. I lay down on the wooden bed and first studied the system's basic functions, afraid of missing any crucial survival skills. Finally, I closed my eyes, preparing to rest. I had only planned to take a short nap, just to be on guard against any filth surfacing from the sea. But the moment I touched the bed, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over me like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing me. I fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time had passed. The night wind rattled against the cabin door, making a creaking sound, and the night stretched on endlessly. My breathing gradually became steady, and a soft snore escaped from my nose, but my brows were furrowed. I tossed and turned in my dream, drenched in cold sweat. I had a nightmare. In my dream, I was sailing on an unusually calm sea, the moonlight shimmering on its surface. Suddenly, a melodious and ethereal song drifted from afar. The voice was incredibly penetrating. Despite the distance, it could be heard clearly. But where could such a beautiful song come from over the vast ocean? In my dream, although I was aware of the danger, my body felt like it was being controlled, slowly moving towards the boat. Like a puppet on a string, I even considered jumping into the sea. I tried desperately to scream, but no sound came out. The next second, I really jumped into the sea. On the surface, a half-human, half-fish creature rode the waves towards me, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Then, she bit off my neck. I died. The lucky charm. Talent is active. Luck and misfortune are twins of fate. You will never be in a situation where certain death is inevitable. A true warrior never fights an unprepared battle. Even in death, one must be prepared to die. Retriggered cooldown, 24 hours. A chill ran down my spine and straight to my head, and I sat bolt upright in bed. I was covered in cold sweat, my heart was pounding in my chest, and the song from my dream seemed to still be echoing in my ears. Wait, it's not a hallucination. It's really here. I held my breath and listened intently. It's here. The song that killed me in my dream is now truly piercing through the night fog, drifting into my ears. Clearer, more alluring, and more deadly than in my dream. My body began to tremble slightly, and I even felt an urge to get closer. Fortunately, my luck-based talent gave me precious warning time through a dream. It's a siren, the sailor's nightmare from ancient texts. I swallowed hard. Although the system encyclopedia hadn't been activated yet, I was well aware of her danger. I couldn't listen. Absolutely not. I bit my tongue hard, the taste of blood filling my mouth. I remembered the legendary method to fight the sirens, making noise. My eyes scanned the cabin frantically. I'd got it. I grabbed the old iron bucket we used for grilling fish that night, swung a thick wooden stick in my right hand, and started banging it wildly. Bang, 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 bang. I stumbled onto the deck, the singing getting closer and closer, as if it were trying to drill into my eardrums. I caught a glimpse of a graceful figure half submerged in the water on the side of the ship, singing right at me. Geneva, keep singing! Sing your grandma! I roared, furiously banging on the iron bucket tightly wrapped with tentacles. Clang! Clang! A series of piercing noises shattered the enchanting melody. The beautiful singing abruptly stopped, then became sharp, filled with anger and pain. It worked. My spirits lifted, and I unleashed a torrent of energy. Bang! 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 I nearly deformed the metal bucket from all the pounding, the noise exploding in the silent night, a stark contrast to the siren's song. Her singing began to falter, and her figure thrashed anxiously across the surface of the sea. She tried to drown out the noise with a louder voice, but the allure would weaken once it was broken. I seized the opportunity, controlling my mutated tentacles, tightening them. I coiled up the heavy harpoon and hurled it with a mighty thud. Thud, straight to the forehead. Perfect. A piercing scream rang out, and the song abruptly stopped. The sea churned, then returned to calm. You have successfully slain the shallow sea singer low-level siren. Rewards, source dust plus 50, tide coins plus 1,200, wood plus 60, stone plus 30, steel plus 10. I immediately opened the system shop and purchased the Bloodthirsty Sunflower. Special reward obtained, creature card enslaved sailor, common, Log Encyclopedia Update. Low-level sirens. Low-level sirens, failed creations of the deep space whispers, a fusion of a witch's soul, a mermaid's voice, and a siren's form. They lure sailors with their bewitching songs, driving them mad and to the brink of self-destruction. Adult low-level sirens often travel in groups and have a strong sense of kinship. If a member of their tribe is killed, they will mark the killer. You have been marked by a lowly siren race. Holy crap! Are lowly sirens this uncivilized? They attack the older ones after the younger ones. What will happen to the higher ones? I really can't afford to mess with them. I was originally thinking of jumping into the sea to retrieve the corpse and feed it to Dave, hoping to get an SSR plant. But now, I don't dare. Controlling a ship at full speed or performing complex maneuvers can't be done with just willpower. You have to take the helm yourself. I rushed to the wheelhouse and started the engine at full speed. I was terrified that a swarm of sirens would swarm out from behind and tear me to pieces. Thankfully, I was finally out of danger, and only then did I begin to inspect my spoils. I hold a creature card in my hand. Name: Enslaved Sailor. Type: Creature Summoning Card. This summoned creature is 100% loyal to you. Rank: Common. Note: Mortal 1 to 10, Extraordinary 11 to 20, Hero 21 to 30, Legendary 31 to 40, King 41 to 50, Demigod 51 to 60, Lord of the Realm 61 to 70, Great Being 71 to 80, Calamity? Bonus attributes are invalid. Bonus attribute points are not free attribute points and are randomly assigned. Rank is determined by the lowest attribute. Advancing to a true rank grants special abilities. Attributes: Energy 100/100. Reason 10/100 locked. Health 100/100%. Constitution 7, Agility 8, Strength 8, Perception 3, Spirit 4, Bloodline none. Extraordinary sequence none. Class none. Talent unawakened. I examined the card closely. Its material was smooth, lightweight, and resilient, making it seem incredibly difficult to destroy. This is my second card. The attribute panel is similar to a player's, but what's with the 10 sanity points? I decided to use it immediately. A flash of light appeared, and a muscular man with a vacant stare appeared on the deck. He shook his head and knelt on one knee. "Thank you for rescuing me from that terrible song, Captain. I am at your service." "What's your name?" I asked. I forgot. His blank stare didn't seem fake. He looked like he'd been brainwashed by the sirens. "All right, I'll give you a name then. Let's call you Friday, in memory of my lost civilization. From now on, you'll be my ship's serf, crossed out, new crew member, and the task of growing vegetables will be yours," I said with a sigh. "Yes, Captain." Friday straightened his back. I looked at the resources piled up on the deck, then at the newly acquired crew member, and breathed a long sigh of relief. We'd gathered most of the materials for the ship upgrade overnight. Sailing log Day 2. Clear skies, perfect weather for an adventure. Location: Dinosaur Frenzy. Sunshine duration: 8 hours. Temperature: 18 to 24 degrees Celsius. Wind force: level 1. That night, I slept soundly, without dreaming, in a state of deep sleep. My mind and body were completely restored during this time. I glanced at my character's status bar: Energy, 100 out of 100. Reason, 100/100. Vitality, 100/100%. Constitution, 5.01. Agility, 7.02. Strength, 4.01. Perception, 6.02. Spirit, 8.03. Each of my basic attributes showed a slight increase, a result of yesterday's life-or-death struggle. This is undoubtedly a positive sign. Even without a traditional game-like leveling system, I can still steadily improve my attributes through my own efforts. Then, I spent 20 source dust to unlock 2 basic life skill imprints from the system assistant. After that, I used 1 piece of wood, 1 piece of animal hide, and 1 piece of stone to craft 2 tools of primitive quality. A crude but sharp simple stone spear, and 2 flail hammers for binding prey, were provided as a precaution. I tried one of the flail hammers on Friday, and it worked surprisingly well. As soon as it was light, Friday dutifully completed the entire workflow I had assigned the day before, watering the crops, clearing away debris, scouting for enemy positions, and taking inventory. After finishing all that, it promptly sat at the bow of the boat to begin its fishing trip. This is exactly the kind of hardworking and reliable employee I've always dreamed of. Praise the sirens! I stretched, watching the morning light spill onto the deck, my heart filled with hope. Like the seeds sown, wherever they fall, as long as the sun shines, there is a chance to survive. I strolled to the ship's wheelhouse, my gaze falling on the damp soil. Several vibrant green seedlings had sprouted from the earth, their leaves unfurling, fresh and full of life. The scent of new life wafted over me. At that moment, a deep sense of satisfaction welled up inside me. There's hope. As an agricultural and forestry apprentice with a passion for exotic plants, perhaps cultivating the sea in this strange world is the most unique solace fate has bestowed upon me. I steadied myself, reopened the chat channel, and hoped to see some valuable new information. My goodness, Magellan's voyages! I deserve a place in this new era, discovering new continents. Image. The accompanying image is an aerial view of a massive island, lush with greenery and abundant forests. Even more breathtaking, dinosaurs supposedly roamed on it. Holy crap, prehistoric creatures from over 60 million years ago. What does that even mean? An epic civilization reborn. I saw bones in museums in my past life, and now I'm seeing living ones. It's all worth it. Do you guys think these dinosaurs could actually be tamed? Maybe they could even be raised as battle pets. The system didn't mention it, how do you know? Just look at this card and you'll understand. Then, someone posted a picture of a card name, Mist Hidden Velociraptor Hatchling, type, creature card, growth potential, level, LV1, attributes, HP 1, attack 1, defense 1, speed 1, spirit 1, stamina 1. Family type, magic stealth, description, adults are 3 meters long and usually move in groups of 3 to 5. Their bodies are covered with mimicry scales that can change color to suit their environment, making them nearly invisible in fog and twilight. Evaluation. You'll first hear the sound of their claws scraping the ground, but by then it's too late. Racial skill. Miss Body has a chance to enter an invisible state in a misty environment, greatly reducing its presence. Note, each dinosaur has its own unique taming method. If the conditions are not met, taming will fail. How to tame a Raptor. Knock on its hind legs until it's stunned, feed it a Moschop's head, and then wait to tame it. Wow, this is the first taming guide revealed on the entire server. Wait, this art style, dinosaurs have skills? Isn't this Pokemon? Rebirth, taming Pokemon in the dinosaur world? Misty Velociraptor, go for it, I choose you. This page of the encyclopedia reveals a wealth of information. It almost perfectly outlines the underlying rules of the dinosaur frenzy. See, high risk hides high reward. Each dinosaur is a unique potential battle pet. But to tame them, one must solve their respective puzzles. In other words, taming dragons in this world is quite difficult, requiring players to figure it out little by little. I noticed another detail. The attribute panels for these dinosaurs only have the basic 6 attributes, while the panels for human players are much more complex. Furthermore, we don't have a level system, which is exactly the same as the system manual at the start of the game. So far, I've killed a few small sea monsters, and the system has never shown an experience bar. This means that our character's growth path is completely different from that of monsters. To become stronger, we may need to rely on equipment, special abilities, or even deeper physical modifications. But let's leave those things for later. I shook my head, pulling my mind back to reality. The Dave is still practically penniless. Its primary task is development. I used my last remaining resources to craft a fishing rod. Then I plopped down next to Friday and officially joined the fishing team. Working together, our resource efficiency doubled. Wood +1. Wood +1. Stone +1. Farmer's 3 punches +1. A transparent sea fish that looks like a ghost +1. Time passed quickly, 3 hours flew by, and the sun was already high in the sky. I've taken stock of my current resources: 95 wood, 42 stone, 12 steel, 4 animal hides, 650 tide coins, and 60 source dust. One of the truths of this world is, hard work always pays off. Unless you encounter a sea lion. I glanced at my iron thorn barrier nut. Inventory, 58 out of 100. Tisk, looks like I'll have to step it up. Just as I was about to roll up my sleeves and get back to work, the system assistant's notification suddenly sounded. Log update. Unexplored island detected within a 10 nautical mile radius, coordinates marked. An island. My eyes lit up. What did an island mean on this vast, boundless sea? It was a treasure trove of resources. Fertile soil, edible fruits and vegetables, mysterious treasures, massive amounts of basic supplies, and all sorts of otherworldly creatures, all hidden within the islands. Without hesitation, I immediately locked onto the coordinates, focused intently on maneuvering the Dave to change course and move forward at full speed. Thanks to my deep bond with the initial ship, I possess a kind of ship perception ability. As long as I hold the rudder, I can overlook the entire ship from a third-person perspective and control it with my mind to complete basic course turns. Although I can't perform very precise operations yet, for a novice like me with no sailing experience, this is undoubtedly a tremendous gift. As the voyage progressed, the outline of a magnificent island gradually emerged on the horizon. Just in case, I took out all 12 units of steel I had just collected and crafted 2 more handy tools, an iron pickaxe and an iron axe. The ship upgrade plan had to be temporarily shelved, but I needed to be fully prepared for exploring unknown and dangerous places. In my opinion, resources that could be immediately converted into combat power or survival guarantees were far more valuable than resources lying idle in the warehouse. Considering the possibility of large predatory dinosaurs on the island, I didn't let the Dave dock directly. I carefully moored the boat in a shallow bay buffered by rocks, with a section of seawater separating the hull from the beach, serving as a makeshift moat. "How's your swimming ability on Friday?" Although he was a sailor by trade, I still asked to confirm, just in case. "Yes, Captain, no problem," he replied with his usual fearless tone. "Good, soldier, follow me ashore for reconnaissance." I waved my hand. Splash! We both jumped into the sea from the ship's side almost simultaneously. But who would have thought that the moment we entered the water, the logbook's simplified map would suddenly refresh automatically. Name, Deep Skeleton Megalodon. Description, one of the top marine predators in the dinosaur-infested waters, often found in the deep sea, shipwreck areas, and around islands. Highly social, they often employ cooperative tactics to drive away large prey or surround lone sea monsters and ships. Adult individuals average approximately 25 meters in length. My heart skipped a beat, and I almost jumped out of my skin. Holy crap, sharks! I was so careless. I was caught off guard by these ruthless sharks. Sure enough, this area is fraught with danger. Even the nearshore areas close to the islands aren't safe. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw shadows rapidly approaching from beneath the surface of the sea. 3 enormous shadows, like hyenas that had smelled blood, were wagging their tails and charging toward us. Turn around and swim back to the ship now? Don't be ridiculous. According to the bestiary, this shark is highly likely to capsize the entire Dave while we're climbing the hull, resulting in total loss of life and the ship being destroyed. As long as we're alive, the ship will stay alive. If the ship is destroyed, we'll all die. We have to get them away. I hissed at Friday, my survival instincts kicking in. We swam with all our might toward the shore, away from the boats. Sure enough, the 3-headed megalodon immediately turned and gave chase. Amidst the splashing water, I frantically kicked with all my might, and finally, just as the shark's bite was about to touch me, I scrambled onto the beach in a sorry state. Immediately afterward, a system notification popped up, triggering the land curse. You have been cursed by the land. While remaining on land, your mental state will continue to be eroded, and your physical functions will steadily decline until death. Sure enough, the system used almost every means to force us players to sail the seas endlessly, like driving away locusts, preventing us from settling down in this world. I glanced back. The 3 terrifying dorsal fins were still lurking near the surface, as if ready to pounce on any prey that had fallen into the water. I wiped the seawater from my face and let out a long breath. 5 nimble tentacles swiftly grabbed the tools, my right hand gripping the stone spear tightly. Let's go, to the island. Forget about them, I decided decisively, searching along the coastline, prioritizing isolated trees and exposed rocks. Friday followed closely behind, and the 2 of us, wielding iron axes and pickaxes, began the most primitive form of labor. Clang! 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 The iron axe struck the tree trunk with a dull thud, the recoil sending a shiver down the spine of the user's hand. Although gamification mechanics like cards and logs existed here, the physical feedback in this world was frighteningly realistic. Aside from certain special abilities, it was almost indistinguishable from the real world. This was true wilderness survival. Calculations showed that a tree about 20 centimeters in diameter and 6 meters tall can produce 1 unit of standard timber. To obtain 1 unit of stone, one would need to quarry a whole rock about the size of a road divider. This has once again filled me with awe for the technology of card-based storage. The ability to compress such massive objects into portable data is truly a miracle of space technology. We proceeded cautiously along the edge of the island, avoiding the depths of the jungle as much as possible. Even so, we could still occasionally glimpse the eerie and breathtaking sights of the inland. Giant mushrooms, 3 stories high and spitting out colorful spores, scarlet carnivorous flowers as big as trucks, and unknown plants resembling towering blue-green broccoli florets. Many people are far less wary of plants than animals, but I am not. For these brightly colored plants, I maintain only one attitude: keep my distance. I didn't even want to get close to observe them. Common sense about surviving in the wild tells me that the more brightly colored and eye-catching something is, the more likely it is to carry deadly toxins, possess a strange hunting mechanism, or hide extremely strong defensive capabilities. Although plants cannot move, this very inability confines them from birth. Those that have survived natural selection to this day, and even boldly display their power, are certainly not to be trifled with. These strange plants have survived thousands of evolutions to this day, and each one of them is no pushover. If they didn't have some tricks up their sleeves, they would have been devoured long ago, leaving not even a root. Friday and I were swinging axes at a tall coconut tree. With a muffled crack, the trunk fell. Several large coconuts hanging from the tree tumbled onto the beach. One of them rolled right to my feet. Feeling thirsty, I bent down, but my hand froze in midair. Just as I was about to reach for it, I froze. A little monkey-like creature released its paws from pushing the coconut, raised its furry face, and looked at me nervously. This thing is extremely small, only about 10 centimeters tall, covered in gray fur, and has a pair of protruding ears. The most peculiar thing is that, in addition to its 2 legs, it also has 4 arms. This little thing is quite interesting. I was unusually intrigued, and the fatigue from clearing the land seemed to lessen a bit. Instead of snatching the coconut, I used my machete to split open another one, cut out a drinking spout, and carefully placed it on the sand a short distance away. Here, let my monkey king go first. The little guy paused for a moment, then cautiously leaned over, tentatively took a few sips of the sweet coconut juice, glanced at me quickly, and then buried his head in it and drank it down. After finishing our coconut juice and resting for a bit, I called Friday to get back to work. The coastline was covered with lush green grass, and occasionally we could see round, silly-looking bird heads peeking out from the grass, curiously observing Friday and me, these 2 uninvited guests. Name: dodo. Species: Aves. Description: a small, flightless bird with wings, gentle in nature, a peaceful inhabitant of a deserted island. They appear dull and clumsy, completely unsuspecting. If it weren't for the abundant vegetation, they might have long been extinct. The bird's illustrations were unremarkable. It had no companions or special skills. It certainly looked like an ordinary bird. But could such a stupid bird really exist? I approached a dodo that was pecking at grass roots with some skepticism. But it completely ignored me, not even lifting its head, and continued to munch away. Good heavens, this is too stupid. How has this thing survived until now? Although I don't know much about birds, I still expressed my respect in my own way. After removing the head and tail, it's all food. I heard this bird has dozens of times more protein than beef. I swung my axe, and the dodo fell to the ground instantly. But to my surprise, the system didn't display a kill notification, and there were no loot drops. I immediately understood. It seems not all creatures can trigger the system's reaction. Forget about the fantasy of grinding slimes in the starting village and becoming a god by piling up corpses here. Too lazy to think further, I stored the prey in my storage cart and continued working on the exciting startup project with Friday. We worked for most of the day, advancing more than 10 kilometers along the coastline. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the island, I gazed wistfully at the towering ancient trees in the distance. If I could fell just one of those giant trees, it would probably be worth a dozen units of ordinary timber, wouldn't it? But I remained rational. There were bound to be large predators lurking on the island, perhaps even giant dinosaurs tens of meters tall. With my limited abilities, if I were to encounter one, I'd probably only be good enough to be used as a seasoning. Being discovered would mean certain death. However, if we can't mess with the behemoths, surely we can handle other players? Making money with money is always faster than hard work. The accumulation of initial capital has never relied on diligent labor, but rather on exploitation. I gave a friendly smile. I opened the resource list, wood 385, stone 238, steel 0, animal hide 4, source dust 60, tide coins 650. Timber is easy to collect, just cut it down, no processing is needed. Stone is a bit more complicated. It needs to be broken into pieces and its volume controlled. A quick scan of the logs revealed that all resources had been converted into data. Thanks to the efficiency brought by the tentacles and Friday's ironclad body, we felled nearly 300 trees today. We also chiseled over 200 units of rock. The harvest was extremely bountiful. However, I don't plan to use these resources to build anything or upgrade my ship. Right now, the fastest shortcut to development isn't fishing, adventure, or even monster hunting, but trading. Taking advantage of information asymmetry to fleece players. To be honest, that player named C General Store is really something. He taught me a lesson. We'd only just transmigrated here, and everyone else was still clueless, but he was already reselling equipment. He's practically a born businessman. Just think about it. How many top-tier cards will appear in the first free card draw given by the system? Cards that are currently in use but actually incredibly valuable. If I can snag a few of them, my combat power will definitely skyrocket. Without further ado, I opened the system shop. A quick glance at the official prices. 1 unit of wood, 100 tide coins. 1 unit of stone, 150 tide coins. System bro, it's confirmed, you're the most ruthless black market merchant. I cursed through gritted teeth. Without hesitation, I immediately broke most of the wood and stone into individual units and listed them on the player auction house. How should I price them? Wood 90 tide coins per unit. Hey, 10 coins cheaper than the official price, a solid 10% discount. A rock bottom price. Stone, 135 tide coins per unit. Also a 10% discount. I refuse to believe no one will be interested. I'm not worried about selling it at all. That black mist hanging over all the players' heads is the best advertisement. Right now, everyone's rushing to upgrade their ships and escape. Who doesn't need wood and stones? Besides, islands aren't like roadside stalls. They don't just appear out of nowhere. Market supply can't keep up with demand. I've already realized it. Right now, with the black fog closing in and islands hard to find, basic resources are in the highest demand throughout the entire game. You can buy equipment later, and you can level up slowly, but if you don't upgrade your ship, you're doomed. I can already imagine the tragic scene of someone who draws a powerful artifact but has no resources to upgrade their ship, and is forced to sell it at a loss to save their life. Once everyone finds their island, they'll frantically cut down trees and mine, causing a surge in resource supply. Once they've upgraded their ships, they won't be in a panic anymore, and prices will collapse and eventually stabilize. My mind raced. So now's the golden window. The most precious time difference. Speed at this moment is equivalent to food and water, a basic necessity. Equipment is like gold and silver, a secondary need. As long as we have water and food, we can exchange them for gold and silver. This is practically the only chance to make a fortune in tide coins in the early stages. As long as you understand this principle, even a pig can fly if it's in the right place at the right time. But those who don't have a brain will only end up being suckers. What am I hesitating for? All in. Bet everything, go for the big one. As if the heavens were responding. Ding dong, ding dong. A series of trade notifications rang out. The listed supplies were instantly snapped up. My account balance skyrocketed to 76,000 tide coins. I'm rich! I exclaimed, my spirits soaring. I immediately rushed into the system shop. My target was clear, Iron Thorn Barrier Nut. I swept through the stock, 13 out of 100. My heart pounded, and my fingers flew across the keyboard. I successfully purchased it. That was close. Looks like quite a few people had the same idea as me. I tried to calm myself down. Opportunities are fleeting, I had to seize them. I immediately spent 5 points of source dust to unlock the torch imprint and made a few as backup. I specifically observed the situation on the shore. The vegetation was sparse, and even herbivorous dinosaurs were rare, let alone carnivorous dinosaurs. Using torches for illumination at night would keep the risks manageable. Keep going! Every second counts, we're racing against time. I encouraged Friday while also motivating myself. Every extra swing of the axe now means more capital in the future. Work hard, and if we ever have money, I'll get you a boss lady. Clang! Clang! The sounds of chopping and chiseling echoed once again along the shore at night, a stark contrast to the silence of the night. After an unknown amount of time, the first light of dawn finally appeared in the east. Land curse in effect. Due to your prolonged stay on land, all your attributes have decreased by 1 point. Please return to the ocean as soon as possible. My hands were trembling, aching, and numb. I had almost no strength left. Dark circles under my eyes marked my face. I slumped onto the beach, gasping for breath. Friday was a little better, but not by much. We didn't even have the energy to tally up the night's loot. I just mechanically listed all the newly acquired supplies on the auction house. Then, I took out the smoked fish I had prepared earlier from my backpack, tore it in half for Friday, and started gnawing on it myself without even bothering to chew it properly. The salty, fishy taste spread in my mouth. Although it wasn't exactly delicious, at least for now, it helped me regain some of my depleted energy. I ate the grilled fish while nervously watching the chat channel, afraid of missing any movement. At this moment, I was filled with immense inner conflict. I prayed that other players would discover the island later, even if only for a little while. The ancient poem, "I wish for cold weather so that charcoal would be cheap," seemed to come alive in my heart. But ironically, what you fear most often comes to pass. Brothers, I've encountered islands too. So many islands. This is the second time I've seen islands. Me too. It seems like after sailing a certain distance, you enter an area densely populated with islands. Brothers, don't go inland, it's too dangerous. Even a flying ant is 3 or 4 meters long. 3 or 4 meters is nothing. Have you ever seen a fish over 1,000 meters long? It was right below my boat. I was so scared I almost crashed. I envy you guys. I've been fishing and fishing for the past 2 days. I haven't even seen a shadow of an island. Looking at this information, my heart sank. The others are progressing, way faster than I expected. I immediately made a decision. I can't wait any longer. Money is most valuable right now. It must be spent and converted into combat power or potential. I immediately posted a buy request in the chat channel. Little Yang, who loves farming, buying all kinds of weapons and equipment, as well as items that can improve combat power, at high prices. Fruits or seeds of special plants would be even better. Meanwhile, I started browsing the player trading channel, flipping through pages looking for any rare items. I flipped through dozens of pages, but couldn't find a single thing that appealed to me. Until a special item appeared before them. Name, damaged matchlock gun. Description, this is a damaged matchlock gun, meticulously crafted by a master blacksmith, forged with dragon bone, and imbued with secret techniques. It is a rare work of art. This gun does not require bullets, has a 5-minute automatic reload time, a maximum magazine capacity of 3, and has a chance to misfire or jam. It can deal moderate damage to monsters. Quality, excellent. Price, 60,000 Tide coins. I was hesitating whether to make a purchase when a private message window suddenly popped up. How to train your dragon. Hey buddy, I happen to have the fruit and seeds of a special plant here. 50,000 Tide coins, fixed price. Seeds included. How about it? No haggling. The other party also attached a picture guide. Name, firecracker sunflower. Type, consumable production plant. Maturity cycle, short, 7 to 12 nautical days. Description, a sunflower variant with thick stems and large flower heads. Its flower heads do not contain ordinary seeds, but rather unstable chemical energy crystals. Once ripe, the fruit can be used as a natural explosive. Normally, its flower heads crackle like firecrackers and emit a faint sulfurous odor. It is extremely unstable and should be cultivated with caution. Skill effect: fruit storage. After ripening, it produces 3 to 9 firecracker fruits daily. After harvesting, they can be thrown like grenades, causing area of effect fire damage and knockback. Unstable characteristic: may detonate prematurely upon severe impact. Must be stored separately. Review: this guy has a fiery temper in the plant family. He stores all his passion in those heavy flower heads, just waiting for you to pick them. But don't be fooled by his usual sunny and cheerful appearance. If you dare to start a fight near him, this impatient fellow might just join the fray before you even get a chance to pick them. Most interestingly, whenever there's a thunderstorm, he excitedly crackles, mistaking lightning for one of his own kind. 50,000, that's a bit expensive. I quickly searched the trading post and confirmed that there wasn't another special plant for sale. Scarcity is capital, and this price is indeed worth it. But I still had to haggle. So, after some bargaining, we finally settled on 30,000 Tide coins. Little Yang who loves farming: sure, let's trade. How to train your dragon: great, you can come up with 30,000 coins right now, you're no ordinary guy. Let's add each other as friends. There's a limit to the number of friends in this chat, so I can contact you again if I find any good stuff. Little Yang who loves farming: sure, let's help each other and create new glories. This really is the first friend I added. I casually clicked on his profile and immediately saw his ship information. Name: Nest of Beast type, ship/biological mothership. Description: a living warship built using the remains of the ancient behemoth. Mountain-carrying turtle. As its base, incorporating beast soul totems and symbiotic creep technology. It is not a cold creation, but a floating nest on the sea, specifically designed to cultivate and control behemoths. Level 1, durability 1800/1800, capacity 2400/2400, speed 30 knots. Ship skill: Beast Nest Acceleration Field. Passive: the ship's hull emits special life energy fluctuations that greatly accelerate the growth rate of all tamed beasts on board. Effect: growth cycle shortened to 70% of normal. Beast King Domination. Through the main control beast soul totem on the bridge, the captain can amplify his will and issue precise group combat commands, such as focus fire, defense, and flanking, to friendly beasts within a certain range, achieving control as if it were his own arm. Biohazard Nest. Increases the probability of benign mutations during the hatching or growth of cubs. It can consume rare resources to force mutation induction on a single target beast. The result is random. Wow, this ship is no ordinary vessel. This thing is definitely a hidden gem. Little Yang, the farmer: bro, awesome. From now on, you raise pigs and I'll grow vegetables, and we'll dominate the maritime market together. How to train your dragon: ha ha ha. I think it's a good idea. There's an island nearby. I'll go catch some piglets and bring them aboard. Let's raise them. Having just completed the trade with How to Train Your Dragon, my attention returned to the trade interface, and my eyes lit up. The items I had previously listed for sale were completely sold out. My account balance instantly soared to an astonishing 200,000 Tide coins. That's the allure of finance. It's ranked alongside journalism and marketing as one of the 3 classic examples of leveraging resources for profit. I couldn't hide my excitement. In any market with information asymmetry and urgent demand, the ability to anticipate and act swiftly translates to astonishing profits. In some ways, this kind of trading is faster and more stable than simply fighting monsters and going on adventures. Unfortunately, such opportunities don't come every day. I only caught this one window of opportunity. For those who truly know how to trade stocks, this kind of riding the wave strategy is often the shortcut to wealth. Now that I have a large sum of money in my hands, I feel incredibly confident. I immediately went back to the product page of the item I had my eye on, and without hesitation, paid 60,000 Tide coins to buy the broken matchlock gun. Finally, I've made up for the weakness in ranged attacks. I was satisfied as I converted the equipment card into a physical object. A simple-looking matchlock gun appeared in my hand, and I casually hung it on my waist. With weapons in hand, my mindset subtly shifted. Others hoard grain, I hoard guns. Others are my granary. This thought startled me the moment it popped into my head. Evil thoughts can arise in an instant, and the starting point of human depravity often lies in the pleasure of domination. I quickly dismissed that childish fantasy of dominating the North and South Seas and unifying the giant demon kingdom. Then I spent another 10,000 Tide coins to buy 2 handy, high-quality tools from other players. Basic quality iron pickaxes and axes aren't expensive, so I specifically chose the 2 highest quality ones. It's clear that equipment with skills is more expensive, while ordinary equipment without skills is much cheaper. Name: Iron Axe Quality, Excellent Description, Durability 100/100, Damage 150%. This is a versatile tool suitable for both logging and combat, designed for efficient work. Whether chopping down trees or attacking people, it excels in both. Reduces recoil by 20% and increases the wielder's stamina recovery rate by 15%. Name: Pickaxe Quality, Excellent Description, Durability 200/200, Damage 130%. A pickaxe specifically crafted for mining ore, sturdy and durable, capable of cracking an enemy's skull when necessary. Increases the chance of one-hit rock breaker, and adds an extra 100 to the maximum durability. The Black Slave 2-piece set is complete. I nodded to myself. Although the system shop has a lot of items, they are all of basic quality. If I want equipment that can really improve efficiency and has special attributes, I still have to find it from other players. I currently have 130,000 Tide coins left. I don't plan to save any of them. I know that in this special phase of the approaching black fog and scarce resources, the purchasing power of Tide coins is at its peak. If we wait a few more days, and more people discover the island and resources are exploited on a large scale, the value of basic resources will depreciate significantly. These 130,000 coins might not even be worth half of what they are now. We must spend it as soon as possible and exchange it for usable combat power. My gaze fell on Friday, who was still silently fishing on the side of the ship, his tattered sailor uniform almost turning into a rag. If you're following me, you can't be too shabby. If word gets out, it'll damage the team's image, and how will I be the leader then? More importantly, I have a very clear understanding of my role. With the matchlock gun, my fighting style became clear. I'd lie in wait and snipe from a distance. A modern human with zero combat experience, wielding melee weapons to fight monsters hand-to-hand? Even if he wins, he's highly likely to be injured. And on this vast ocean, without any decent medical resources, infection or serious injury means certain death. Just like many carnivores in reality, they die slowly from injuries sustained while hunting. This kind of headstrong path is only traversed by protagonists with extraordinary talent and a halo, or by single-minded wild dogs. I know I don't have that kind of protagonist's fate. Let's play it safe. Have Friday put on heavy armor and tank in front, while I provide ranged support from behind. I stroked my chin, mentally rehearsing the tactics. If we run into a tough opponent, he can cover our retreat and buy me time to escape. This investment is a sure thing. With my mind made up, I reopened the trading platform and specifically searched for protective gear. After searching for a long time without finding anything suitable, just as I was about to give up, a newly refreshed message caught my eye. Name: Insect Symbiotic Exoskeleton Set Type, Bioarmor/Protection Quality, Excellent Description. This is a complete lightweight symbiotic armor set designed with biotechnology and fantasy materials. It includes 5 pieces: chest armor, boots, leggings, foot boots, and helmet. It features a biomimetic insect exoskeleton structure, with joints connected by high-strength biofibers to ensure flexibility and full coverage defense. Set effect: increases constitution by 2 points and strength by 1 point when equipped, providing the wearer with moderate defense. Set characteristics: overall defense. Upon impact, the symbiotic gel instantly hardens and transmits the impact force throughout the armor, effectively resisting blunt force and punctures. Adaptive repair: the symbiotic armor slowly absorbs the wearer's energy to repair cracks and damage on the armor's surface. Price: 100,000 Tide coins, a full set of excellent quality armor, complete with a repair function? Seeing such a set early in the game is truly rare. Generally speaking, even the best quality individual pieces like bracers or helmets have limited practical effectiveness in combat. If a player's base stats are too low, any injury could be fatal. This set, with its attribute bonuses and protective coverage, is an absolute lifesaver, and you can wear it for a long time. I took a closer look and realized why it's so cheap. The individual pieces have mediocre attributes, and no extra affixes. Unlike some boots that come with a built-in swiftness effect, which is truly practical. But in terms of cost-effectiveness, buying a set of excellent 5-piece gear with skills for 100,000 coins is incredibly worthwhile. Take it! I clicked the purchase button without hesitation. After the transaction was completed, an equipment card appeared in my hand. I pulled another card from the chip storage, one a flintlock pistol, which materialized and hung on my waist. The other, I threw directly at Friday. The card transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. The next moment, a set of grayish-brown insect bone armor emerged, unfolded, and took shape on his body as if it were alive. His entire body was completely covered, even his eyes were covered with a transparent biomembrane, protecting both his vision and his eyesight. Most importantly, I can clearly sense the connection between this equipment card and my soul. With just a thought, the enslaved sailor card and this insect symbiotic bone armor card can immediately return to my hand. According to the system's assessment, Friday isn't an independent entity, but rather my card possession. Call it bizarre or perverse, but the point is, I have complete control. In my view, armor and people alike are both forms of power. The cards are merely vessels through which I enslave this power. After the change of gear, our combat effectiveness visibly increased by a notch. Especially Friday, fully armed, standing there was like a mobile fortress. Now, at least I have some ability to protect myself. My confidence soared. It's time to do something legitimate and adventurous. Because I discovered that the prices on the exchange were changing rapidly. The price of timber had dropped to 30 coins, and stone was only 50 coins. Steel prices are relatively stable, probably because they are difficult to produce, and each unit still costs 200 coins. At this point, cutting down trees and mining stones as before is simply not worthwhile. Clearly, I wasn't the only one who discovered the lucrative path of cutting down trees and selling them. A massive influx of players landed on the island, dumping basic resources like crazy, causing supply to exceed demand and prices to collapse. Those players who possessed rare resources had long since stopped selling and were now holding back, waiting to see what would happen. The involution has begun. The era of getting rich quick by cutting down trees is over in a day, I said, shaking my head helplessly. A quick calculation reveals that today is the final deadline for those players who haven't upgraded their ships to be driven to their limits by the black fog. These people might be willing to pay any price to survive. Your balance is 30,000 Tide coins. I noticed that the exchange still does not have a channel to sell source dust, which seems to be a rare resource locked by the system. So, I quickly made a decision. I spent 10,000 to buy 50 units of steel, and then used another 20,000 to buy a batch of timber and stone at rock-bottom prices. After this buy low, sell high strategy, my resource reserves were once again abundant: 330 timber, 200 stone, 50 steel, and 10 animal hides. Adding that special fruit, it was more than enough to upgrade my ship to level 2. But now is not the time. Our goal now is to explore uncharted islands, not to go back and build ships. Intelligence and resources are the most valuable things right now. Before setting off, I spent 15 source dust to unlock the ghillie suit imprint and crafted 2 primal quality camouflage cloaks. This thing is woven from leaves and vines, specifically designed to conceal the human form. When lying in the grass, it's enough to fool even a dinosaur's crude visual system. Friday, keep quiet, follow me, I whispered, putting on my ghillie suit and taking the first step. I didn't risk venturing into the dense forest, but instead chose a path that followed the stream and offered a more open view. Both banks were lined with dense bushes and thorns, intertwined and densely packed. It reminds me of tropical swamps on Earth. Those places often harbor dangerous creatures like leeches, poisonous insects, giant snakes, venomous frogs, and crocodiles. They're damp, smelly, and fraught with danger. But in this alien world teeming with dinosaurs, what kind of monsters this ecosystem might breed, I have no idea yet. Crouching low, we carefully made our way through the soft mud of the stream, step by step, quietly advancing into the unknown depths of the island's interior. I lay prone on a steep, hilly slope, covered in grass, the sun blazing down on my back, sweat almost soaking through my clothes. Friday beside me lay there motionless, even his breathing was shallow. My gaze never left the slope below. It was a terrifying battle. A titanoboa, 2 meters thick and as large as a small mountain, was tightly coiled around an equally ferocious prehistoric crocodile. The python's body tightened continuously, its immense constricting force pressing down on its prey like an iron clamp, seemingly trying to crush the crocodile's bones inch by inch. But the crocodile was no pushover either. It opened its blood-red maw, full of serrated teeth, and bit down hard on the python's scales in the middle section, blood gushing out, almost exposing the bone. Thus, the two monsters engaged in a fierce stalemate, which dragged on for quite some time, with either gaining the upper hand. Let's rewind 2 hours. At that time, I was with Friday, cautiously exploring a relatively safe swampy area on the edge of the island. We proceeded carefully and had a decent haul, collecting quite a few unknown fruits that looked edible. What truly caught my eye was a plant that had been added to the system's encyclopedia. Name: mutant carnivorous flower. Type: automatic turret plant. Maturity period: medium, 12 to 15 sailing days. Description: a carnivorous flower variety that has undergone special mutations through life or death trials. Its corolla has evolved into an openable cannon barrel structure, capable of synthesizing a special anesthetic toxin and condensing it into homing projectiles. Skill effects: automatic target detection. Once mature, it will automatically detect enemy targets within an 80-meter range, prioritizing attacks on the most threatening units. Acid slime balls: continuously fires corrosive, anesthetic slime balls, dealing corrosive damage and inflicting paralysis upon impact, reducing movement speed by 50% for 5 seconds. Fertilizer recharge: each launch consumes soil nutrients. Insufficient fertility will reduce range and power. Review: welcome to this new member of the plant family. My goodness, it's such a dutiful sentinel. But it's also a picky eater. If you try to cheat it with cheap fertilizer, it'll sulk rather than cook. Interestingly, even though it can automatically locate enemies, it always likes to elegantly flick its flower crown before firing, as if it's on a fashion show. After seeing it, I just thought this thing was practically the turret elite of the plant world, quite interesting and unique. I immediately crafted a shovel and dug up a lot of rich, dark-colored, nutrient-rich soil to store. This stuff is a rare and excellent fertilizer on the ship. At the time, I was like a poor boy who had stumbled into a treasure trove, finding everything precious and wishing I could carry the entire fertile mudland onto the boat. We dug, collected, and hid as we went. Along the way, we encountered many enormous dinosaurs, such as Triceratops, Asclepiadidae, Pontacosaurus, giant poison frogs, Parasaurolophus. All sorts of prehistoric creatures were there. Although the log indicated that these dinosaurs could be tamed, after seeing the Pokédex variant of the misty velociraptor, with its special abilities, I dared not let my guard down. There are clearly some outliers mixed in with these dinosaurs, like a mix of primitive dinosaurs and Pokémon. Who knows, maybe that seemingly docile Parasaurolophus will suddenly unleash a hyper beam. So I kept a safe distance the whole time, observing for a while and then moving away. But now that I think about it, I was actually dancing on a knife's edge. After all, facing mutated dinosaurs that were often tens of meters tall and could unleash special abilities, even with system items, I was nothing more than an ant. Fortunately, in this world teeming with giant beasts, being small is a survival advantage. As long as we hide deep enough, the dense prehistoric vegetation can provide us with sufficient cover. We were planning to go deeper, but suddenly we heard a deafening roar ahead, like an earth dragon rolling, mixed with the mournful howls of beasts. I decisively said, "Let's go take a look." So Friday and I immediately changed direction, staying close to the ground and tiptoeing towards the source of the sound. When we reached a steep, high point, we lay down and saw the scene from the beginning. I only glanced at it, and a naive idea popped into my head: if the python and crocodile fight, I'll reap the benefits. After they've fought to the point of exhaustion, I'll give them a head massage, with my matchlock gun. Wouldn't that be perfect? To my utter surprise, this wait lasted 2 hours. My eyes were almost sore from staring, but the two guys down the slope were still struggling desperately, either willing to give up first. "Damn it, I can't wait any longer," I cursed under my breath. If this drags on, not only might the black mist catch up, but the curse's effects on land will also intensify. If my physical functions start to decline, then I'll be in serious trouble. Without further hesitation, I drew my broken matchlock gun and aimed down the slope. Through the sights, I saw the python's midsection torn apart by the crocodile, a bloody mess, almost bitten in two. The crocodile's body was also covered in bloody welts, clearly at its limit. I whispered. Following the principle of helping the weak and not the strong, let me balance things out. I held my breath, focused and aimed. I pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang, and the bullet whistled through the air. Although it missed its trajectory slightly, it accurately pierced the crocodile's eye socket. TSK, the trajectory was a bit off, but it still hit the target. Roar! The sudden, intense pain ignited the giant crocodile's survival instinct. It roared and unleashed its deadly death roll. The giant python was also driven to the brink of despair, and immediately intensified its constriction, its jaws clamping down tightly. The two monsters went completely berserk, their battle shaking the earth and sending dust billowing into the sky. The scene was like something out of a disaster movie. I no longer cared about hiding, since bullets were being replenished for free. I lay there and steadily operated the matchlock gun. It automatically reloaded 3 bullets every 5 minutes, so I waited and fired at the same time. Whenever I saw one side gain a slight advantage, I'd fire a few shots to suppress it and try to maintain a balance in the battle. The crocodile is failing? Shoot the snake. The snake is about to collapse? Support the snake. I fired with incredible urgency, afraid that either side would fall prematurely. I'm so kind. I chuckled to myself as I continued fighting. Another hour passed. But the vitality of these two behemoths was simply despair-inducing. Any ordinary dinosaur would have been riddled with holes by now, but these two were like monsters crawled out of hell. They just wouldn't die. My heart sank. These two guys must be mutated species with special bloodlines or abilities. Ordinary dinosaurs couldn't possibly be this durable. I was numb. But I had no other choice. Besides continuing to fight, I could only wait. I mechanically loaded, aimed, and fired, all the while praying that this epic struggle would end quickly. I cautiously glanced around, afraid that the noise of the fight would attract other monsters. Fortunately, the python and crocodile are likely the apex predators in this area, and for the time being, no other creatures dare to approach. But the longer it goes on, the more uncertainties arise. If all our efforts are in vain, and we end up losing our lives, that would be a huge loss. My mind is already a complete mess. Just as I was pacing anxiously in place, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in my ears. Slayed the mutated prehistoric crocodile, gained 500 origin dust, 50,000 tide coins. Slayed the mutated titan serpent, gained 500 origin dust, 50,000 tide coins. As one of the first players to slay a mutated behemoth beyond your level, you receive a special reward title, Behemoth Slayer. Behemoth Slayer. When you wear this title, all your damage against behemoth-like creatures increases by 10%. Slaying behemoths will grant you a large amount of experience points, and it also initially breaks the character level barrier, unlocking the character level system. These notification sounds were like heavenly music, exploding straight into my head. I was stunned at first, then my whole body trembled with excitement. The long wait had finally brought this incredibly generous reward. Friday, let's go! I flipped over, leaped to my feet, and slid down the hillside without a word. My back was to the ground as I slid wildly down the grassy slope, ignoring the burning pain in my buttocks from the sand and gravel. Like a cannonball, I hurtled towards the spot where the two behemoths had fallen. Those were two moving mountains of flesh. I've really struck it rich. It wasn't until I stood before those truck-sized serpentine bodies, looking up at their suffocatingly massive forms, that my legs began to tremble slightly. Sweating buckets, bro. I suppressed the excitement in my heart, quickly pulled out a storage card from my pocket, and swiftly scanned the two giant beast corpses. 2 streaks of light flashed, and the 2 enormous carcasses were thus stored in my pocket. Before I could even catch my breath, a white snake egg, about a meter tall, suddenly appeared where the giant python's corpse had been. An unexpected bonus? My eyes widened in disbelief, and I quickly threw out another card to collect the snake egg as well. Before I could even check the card information, I turned and dashed out like a shot. Run! This is no place to stay! I yelled at Friday as I ran, not daring to look back, and turned tail and ran back. A commotion was already rising from the distant primeval jungle, as other creatures were drawn by the scent of blood. It seemed that we weren't the only ones watching the battle of the giant beasts. My heart pounded as I fled desperately through the vast, primeval jungle, following the marks I had left behind on Friday. At that moment, I even felt like a wild man, running wildly through this boundless forest, across the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The trees, vines, and rocks rushed past me, but I had no interest in the scenery. Only one thought filled my mind: escape. Finally, before sunset, we managed to rush back to the shore. The megalodon sharks that had been lingering on the shore had vanished. I had just breathed a sigh of relief and was looking up into the distance when I froze. On the horizon, a faint black dividing line was slowly approaching. It was the black mist of death. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately opened the chat channel, only to be met with a chorus of wails. Damn it! The black fog has spread to the island. I haven't finished cutting down all the trees yet. Damn, there wasn't even time to explore. I just caught some crabs, picked some coconuts, and shot a few dodos off the island. Before I could even roast them, the black fog came. So unlucky. Don't be discouraged, brothers. There's still Dinosaur Island to come, and there's still a chance to develop. Friday, retreat! Let's get back to the ship. Without hesitation, I prepared to jump into the sea. But before I could take a step, a familiar squeak sound suddenly rang in my ears, making me stop in my tracks. I turned around and saw that it was the little monkey I had fed coconut juice before, standing anxiously on the shore waving its little hand at me. This little guy! I recognized it. It was the four-armed monkey I had met once before. Are you calling me? I walked over quickly, squatted down, and looked at it. Squeak! It jumped around restlessly, squeaking anxiously, as if desperately trying to tell me something. Don't rush me, I don't understand monkey language. The system doesn't have a translation function. I complained, looking at it helplessly. Taming conditions met. Tame the ape/fox? Ape fox? My mind went blank for a moment, and I was a little taken aback. For a moment, I was speechless, watching the little guy jumping around. All right then. I took a deep breath, pulled out a card, and swiped it at the creature. A flash of light, and the little monkey vanished, its tiny, lively figure appearing on the card. Taming a pet for the first time, this feeling is truly unique. But I didn't have time to think about it further. The black mist was drawing ever closer. Without hesitation, Friday and I leaped into the sea and swam vigorously towards where the Dave was docked. Behind us, the apocalyptic darkness, devouring everything, was slowly approaching. Chapter 9: Inspecting the Spoils. They happily returned to the Crazy Dave. Yamli finally breathed a sigh of relief. He maneuvered the ship's side to turn the bow around and stowed the anchor. Set sail immediately. The area around Dinosaur Island is not safe. Given that megalodon sharks are lurking around, it's hard to guarantee that even more outrageous marine monsters aren't eyeing the ships. Only by sailing at sea and constantly moving can one most likely avoid attacks from sea monsters. The Dave sailed for a long time until the island behind it was completely reduced to a small black dot. Yang Litsai brought his attention back to the present. He released the little monkey and poked its face with his finger. This elicited a series of squeaking sounds. This little thing is quite intelligent, Yang Li thought. He never imagined that the first battle pet he tamed would be such a small creature that looked like it had no strength at all. But it felt surprisingly good. It's perfectly reasonable for him to keep a small pet on his boat, which is covered with grass and cultivated plants, isn't it? The little monkey seems to really like the boat full of green leaves. Sniffing around on the ship. Strangely, Yamli did not see any illustrations of apes and foxes in the encyclopedia. The introduction page only has one name. Is it because its presence is too weak and its combat power is too weak that the system is too lazy to even record it? Haji, discrimination is wrong. After playing with the little monkey for a while, with nothing to do, Yan Li habitually opened the system shop to monitor the prices of materials in the player exchange. Currently, each unit of timber is priced at a staggering 15 Tide coins. Wow, the price has plummeted compared to the 90 Tide coins he previously listed. This basic resource data is often the most direct indicator of a player's development progress. It's definitely because the total resource reserves of the player base have increased significantly, leading to a supply exceeding demand. Therefore, the prices of goods in the market gradually stabilized. This indicates that most players have either completed their ship upgrades and successfully escaped the threat of the black fog, or it means he/she is dead. The dead have no needs. He glanced at the number of online users in the bottom left corner. Originally 1.2 billion people, in just 3 days, the number has dropped to 900 million, a sharp decrease of a quarter. Terrifying. However, Yamli quickly understood. This must be a screening mechanism. In the early stages, we screen out those who are lazy, unlucky, or unable to adapt to the environment. This confirms what the system said. You must always keep moving forward. The Dave is sailing steadily on the ocean. Yamli checked his surroundings and found no immediate danger. After checking the supplies again, it was confirmed that the ship met the upgrade requirements. So he used his mind to open the log interface in his mind. Bring up the ship upgrade menu. Upgrade requirements have been met. Should Crazy Dave be upgraded to level 2? Yamli immediately chose to upgrade. Crazy Dave seems to have been enchanted. The vines on the main body of the boat quickly extended and grew. The vines on the deck seemed to come alive, twisting and crawling, gradually spreading outwards and weaving a wider space. The entire ship was enveloped in a faint fluorescent glow. A minute later, the ship stopped changing direction and stabilized. The ship has updated its information. Crazy Dave. A famous eccentrics floating garden, Class 2, approximately 25 meters long, durability 3000/3000, speed 40 knots, capacity 2,500 units. Ship hull skills. Dave's crazy backyard. The deck is woven from humus and ancient tree roots, allowing any plant to be grown directly anywhere on the ship, regardless of soil conditions. Photosynthesis's position. Consuming sunlight energy, a green pulse is released that covers the entire ship, granting all plants on board a buff. Growth rate plus 120%, instant planting/accelerated growth. Aggression increased by 80%, automatic target acquisition range increased, skill cooldown reduced. The cooling time lasts for 1 day and is related to the amount of energy reserves. Dave's secret stash. Dragging the remains of defeated monsters into the root zone at the bottom of the ship transforms them into organic fertilizer, which can permanently increase the advancement speed and mutation probability of certain plants. Additionally, Dave will have a very low chance of randomly generating a special plant seed. The probability of seed generation depends on the quantity and quality of the monster remains used. New expansion building. Central Control Greenhouse. A greenhouse specifically designed for cultivating special plant seeds. Through this control console, you can view and adjust the status of plants throughout the ship. Increases the probability of seedling mutation and accelerates the seedling growth rate. Materials required for upgrading a ship to level 3. Timber 230/500, stone 170/300, steel 40/100, animal hide 10/1000, and fruit of any 3 special plant species, 1/3. Yamli carefully examined the ship, which had undergone a dramatic change in appearance. The blade that served as the sail was split into 2 lobes, forming a 45 degrees angled cross structure facing the bow. The original 12-meter hull was expanded to 25 meters, and the width of the ship was 6 meters. The captain's cabin is still in the center, but a small storage room has been added to the side. With a little tidying up, it can serve as a bedroom for Friday. He no longer has to sleep in the bottom of the ship's hold. At the stern, there is a large, green building resembling a greenhouse. The farm plots that were originally scattered on the deck are now neatly arranged inside the greenhouse. Yamli counted them. 1, 2, 3. There are 36 square grids. Each grid cell has a side length of approximately 60 centimeters. The vegetable seeds planted the day before yesterday have now grown strong and lush. It even produced small fruits. Yamli took out his storage card and retrieved all the fertile soil he had shoveled back from Dinosaur Island. It was all dumped onto the deck, forming a giant mound of earth. Then he took out the shovel and handed it to Friday. Spread this pile of soil evenly in those squares, don't compact it too much, then water it a little. I'm going to plant seeds later, understand? Yamli gave the order. Yes, Captain, I will do it. Friday was as loyal as ever, and went to work after receiving the order. Yanli nodded in satisfaction. What god to gear is better for having a black slave teammate? Friday is his most powerful weapon. Another day of praising the sirens. Looking at the hardworking figure on Friday, Yanli then turned his attention to the spoils of this battle. First, open the supply reserves section. Timber 230, stone 170, steel 40, animal hide 10. 1040 origin dust, 100,000 tide coins. This wave of origins is incredibly rich. According to Yanli's observation, this source dust can only be obtained by killing monsters, and it is directly bound to the logged ship and cannot be traded. It can be used to learn common life skills imprints in the system interface, draw cards from the card machine, and purchase common craft items in the system shop. In the early stages, it is obviously an extremely valuable currency. Then, he pulled out another card. Name Titanobo Egg. Type, Battle Pet / Exotic Beast / Dinosaur. Rank Extraordinary. Family Type, Ancient, Titan / Elemental, Poison. Note, Ancient Titan, gigantic in size. Elemental Poison, enhanced toxins. Description, a top predator in swampy regions, capable of remaining motionless for extended periods while waiting for prey, locking onto targets using water vibrations and heat. Solitary with a strong sense of territory, it will devour any living creature that enters its domain. A giant dinosaur egg, a fertilized egg of a prehistoric titanoboa, which can hatch into a titanoboa cub. The cub will enter its juvenile stage after 1 month of raising, and will reach a length of nearly 30 meters when it grows into adulthood. Attack Mode 1. Death Coil, attack at extremely high speed, wrap your body around your prey, apply a force strong enough to crush steel bones, and suffocate it at the same time. 2. Corrosive Breath, when enraged, it sprays a highly corrosive poisonous mist from its fangs, covering a cone-shaped area in front of it, which can damage the hull and weapons. 3. Stealth Raid, in deep waters, this technique allows for silent approach to vessels, striking the hull with the stern in an attempt to capsize the target. This is a strange beast egg, which may be raised as a war pet and become an aid for him to rob passing ships in the future. But Yanli's focus was clearly not on raising war pets. His current strength and wealth are insufficient to support him in raising such a gluttonous animal. Forcibly raising them will only worsen the already impoverished tribe's situation, compared to the unpredictable effects of raising exotic beasts. Yanli prefers to utilize the natural advantages of special ships by planting special plants to increase their combat effectiveness. Taking the plant route has many advantages: low investment cost, stable expectations, and high rate of return. It integrates functions such as assistance, protection, range combat, melee combat, and target acquisition. Its potential should not be underestimated. By cleverly combining the skills of different plants, you might be able to grow ships into impregnable fortresses later on. After making a decision in my heart, Yanli plans to convert everything he has into real power. The egg should have been valuable because of its rarity in the early stages. If you don't need it for the time being, treating it as a family heirloom will only cause it to rot in your hands. It would be better to sell it and use the proceeds to strengthen our own capabilities. He was just about to open the chat channel. Just then, the ship's logbook has published an announcement. Since most players' ships have been upgraded to level 2, the World Chat channel is now unlocked, and regional chat will be integrated into World Chat. System, this is an update. A new version is out? Yanli had reason to suspect that this was a temporary patch applied to the system. He glanced at the number of online viewers on the World channel. Good heavens! 4.2 billion! But just in time. Players on the World channel are likely to have more financial resources. To increase advertising effectiveness, they wanted to sell the python eggs for a good price. He also equipped the special title, edited a message, and sent it up. Note: automatic translation of different languages within the World channel. Giant Beast Slayer, selling Titan Python fertilized eggs. Anyone interested in raising a giant beast battle pet can purchase them from me using Tide coins. Simply message me with your offer. The highest bidder wins. If you don't have enough Tide coins, you can exchange them for equivalent equipment and items. After sending it, I added the specific information about the egg. The title font with its gold foil effect stood out prominently in the chat boxes of ordinary players. It's shiny and hot, just like a VIP player who's spent a fortune. Holy crap! That's awesome, man! While I was still miserably fishing, someone had already killed a dinosaur and gotten an egg. This game is really interesting. Haha, bro upstairs, stop being sour. I had an egg too, but it was a dodo's, and I've already roasted and eaten it. You mean a free-range chicken? I saw one too. I knocked it out with one punch, fed it a few pieces of fruit, and the system said it was tamed. Now it's just following me around. Immediately, a message came through the backstage. How to train your dragon, dude, you're awesome. You're on your way to taking off. How much do you want to sell that egg for? It turned out to be an acquaintance. Yanli pondered for a moment. This thing should be useful to dragon trainers. The beast nest was built specifically to house war beasts. Doing a favor now might come in handy later. So he responded directly. Beast Slayer, you should know the current market price. This egg is worth at least 500,000 coins, right? I'll give you a friendly price, 400,000. Want it? How to train your dragon, never mind then, never mind. Beast Slayer, you little brat, you're just messing with me. How to train your dragon. I was really out of options when I saw your message, otherwise I would have saved up to buy your egg. All my savings have gone to buying other exotic beasts and raw meat, and I'm broke now. How about you lend me some to raise for now, and I'll pay you back when I have the money. Chapter 10 Farming. Yanli ultimately rejected the dragon trainer's offer. If the cooperation between the two parties deepens and their relationship becomes strong enough, then he might agree to pay on credit first. But now is the most critical moment, and any amount of power is enough to turn the tide of life and death. He wasn't generous enough to use the spoils he risked his life to win to do favors. Just thinking about it is hilarious. He turned his attention back to the chat channel, watching my purchase request quickly disappear into the chat queue. But the background was constantly ringing with clanging and banging. He opened each of the private chat channels one by one. Dozens of people messaged him privately one after another. Among them were Chinese people as well as many foreigners. They were all heading towards that titanoboa egg. But many of them didn't immediately offer a price. Instead, they asked him how he got the egg and how he killed the dinosaur. What awards did you receive? What are some developmental shortcuts? It's like checking someone's household registration. Yanli felt a strong sense of offense. Are you polite? Yanli had absolutely no interest in replying to these people who wanted to get something for nothing. He checked the bidding information one by one, but most players were bidding around tens of thousands of Tide coins, with the highest bid being only 150,000 coins. It did not move him at all. There was no situation where a big shot threw hundreds of thousands of coins at his face. 150,000 coins is not a small amount, but it is clearly not enough to match the value of the egg. Although Yanli doesn't need the giant python egg for the time being, he would never sell it cheaply. So he thought about it. I opened the exchange and listed the python egg for sale. As for the price, he searched for behemoth eggs on other panels. I have seen eggs of various creatures such as Parasaurolophus, Moschops, Megaloceros, direwolf, saber-toothed tiger, cave lion, giant spider, megavane dragonfly, and giant ant. But they are all small to medium-sized creatures. However, no second giant creature egg has been discovered to date. This means he is now a highly sought-after commodity. Rare goods mean premium prices. But no one can say for sure how much this egg is worth. So Yanli tentatively set a price of 500,000 Tide coins. It would be even better if someone bought it. If no one buys it, he can keep lowering the price. By trying each batch one by one, you can eventually find out its actual transaction price. After all, this thing is like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Most players who have ideas don't have items of equal value to exchange for. People who can provide items of corresponding value do not have this need. Instead of spending 500,000 coins on a burdensome item that consumes a lot of resources in the early game, it's more worthwhile to exchange it for a piece of equipment that helps you survive. But Yanli has no trouble finding a job. He believes that among the vast player base, there are always some exceptionally talented players with beast-taming abilities who have this need. Just like his need for special plants. He no longer looks at chat channels. Instead, they went to the stock exchange. Perhaps it's because the system merges players from different worlds into one group. The variety of items in the player exchange is also greatly expanded. It's like uniting trading houses all over the world. Yanli has played many survival games. But in any survival game, some workbenches, machines that allow players to craft tools or process materials, are always indispensable. This can greatly reduce the time players spend on trivial matters. Extract the main storyline of the adventure. Just as he expected. In the player exchange, he found some blueprints for what seemed to be essential machines, but they were extremely expensive. A single refrigerator blueprint is worth a staggering 100,000 coins. That's outrageous. He selected some appliances that looked quite practical. Industrial ovens can bake all kinds of food, trim the ends, and cook until done. They contain dozens of times more protein than beef. Requires a generator for power. Price: 4,000 Tide coins. Industrial cooking vessel. Whether steaming food, refining pure water, or cooking special liquids, it is an essential piece of equipment on board. Requires a generator for power. Price: 5,500 Tide coins. Automatic slaughter machine. Feed and prey carcasses, and the machine will automatically slaughter them, efficiently harvesting valuable game items such as hair, keratin, hides, polymers, and raw meat. Requires a generator for power. Price: 10,000 Tide coins. Equipment repair table. Input basic materials to repair tools or weapons with reduced durability. The lower the durability, the more materials are required for repair. Requires a generator for power. Price: 20,000 Tide coins. Small wind turbines generate electricity using wind power and require no other resources. However, it's best to avoid submerging them in water, as this could cause damage. Price: 5,500 Tide coins. Equipment enchantment table. A forging stone table made from ancient runes, containing a miniature rune resonance array that can channel the energy from rare materials into equipment, giving it extraordinary properties or reshaping its essence. Function: enchantment. Consumes rare materials to add new attribute modifiers to quality equipment. Upgrade. Infuse essence to improve the equipment's base attributes or quality level. Refinement. Resets the existing attributes of equipment, with a chance to obtain a more powerful combination. Price: 25,000 Tide coins. The exchange also houses many more strange and unusual functional machines. These are probably items that players drew from gacha machines, which they don't need, so they put them on the exchange. For example, soda fountain machines, Sprite machines, hamburger machines, ice cream machines, barbecue machines. Even more, there are various game consoles. However, Yamli considered that the space for activities on the ship was currently limited. It's impossible to fit too many unimportant machines in there. So he spent only 70,000 Tide coins to purchase the above 6 practical workbenches. These machines are all likely to be used in the short term. And it's uncertain whether there will be more in the future, and the player's stock of high-quality items should have been almost sold out. There's no need to save this little bit of money and make your life unhappy. After receiving the goods, Yanli began to check the available space on the ship so that he could make room to properly place the workbench. The deck is the main area for crew activities, and being open and vulnerable to storms or other attacks, it is clearly not suitable for placing precision machinery. So he installed all 5 machines in the ship's lower cargo hold. Both sides were stuffed full. Only one path remains open for passage in the middle. Fortunately, there was no cargo to store in the lower cargo hold, so it didn't take up any space. The storage function of the logged ship replaces this need. The only exception is the wind turbine, which requires sea breeze to operate, and can only be placed at the stern of the ship to generate electricity. Captain, I've laid the soil. Would you like to check it? At this moment, Friday, having finished his work, put down his shovel and walked over to Yangli. Okay, then you go fishing now. Kind-hearted Yangli was afraid that he wouldn't find work on Friday and would get bored at sea. So they immediately assigned him the task of fishing. Yes, Captain. Then, Yang Li took out a few seeds from the log. It contained seeds of the firecracker sunflower, the bloodthirsty sunflower, the iron-thorn barrier nut, and the mutant man-eating flower. That's right, he had already bought the only 2 special plant seeds in the system shop. Despite searching the entire exchange for countless special plant seeds, Yang Li couldn't find any. It seems that these special seeds are rare and hard to come by, and players need to collect them themselves. They are probably not universal items. Without special ships to maintain the specific environment, these special plants simply cannot be cultivated normally. Most players can only watch helplessly even if they encounter it. But Crazy Dave was created precisely for this purpose. Anyone who has played Plants vs. Zombies knows that each plant has its unique function, and they are all good at fighting zombies. But on this vast ocean, they will face more than just zombies. Firecracker sunflowers can provide hand grenades and bombs. The bloodthirsty sunflower can provide light energy crystals to power ships and accelerate plant growth. Iron-thorn barrier nuts can generate shield nut walls to block cannon fire or certain ranged attacks from player ships. The mutated carnivorous plant can act as an automatic turret or an automatic sentry post, and will actively attack any unknown creatures that intrude into the ship. With it, Yang Li no longer had to worry about sleeping too soundly and being strangled to death in his sleep by a water ghost climbing onto the boat. He carefully buried the seeds in the greenhouse. A special plant occupies a plot of farmland. As for the other blank farmland grids, Yang Li adhered to the principle of not wasting any. I bought many kinds of common vegetable and crop seeds from them all, such as potato, peanut, corn, spinach, Chinese cabbage. Plant them all in the farmland. Since it's not a special plant, he will only plant one type of vegetable in each plot of farmland. Sow multiple seeds in each square for intensive planting. This makes full use of the limited soil and also facilitates Yang Li's subsequent care and management. Yang Li continued planting seeds until the entire greenhouse was filled with them. Only then was he satisfied. Those seeds, like a seed of hope, waiting for the joy of a bountiful harvest in the future. Digging and digging in the little garden, planting tiny seeds that will bloom into big flowers. Yang Li hummed a little tune. Finally, he looked at the interface information of the central greenhouse. Centralized greenhouse, grade 1, soil fertility 18,000, seedling varieties as follows. Growing environment, free from pests, suitable temperature, suitable moisture. After monitoring and checking that the seedlings were growing well, he was finally relieved. They stepped out of the greenhouse. Chapter 11, How to Train Your Dragon. Day 4 of the sailing log. Today's weather. With clear skies, it's the perfect time for fishing and casting nets. Location, Dinosaur Frenzy Sea Area. Sunshine duration, 8 hours remaining. Temperature, 15-24 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 1. Yang Li is filling buckets with seawater and pouring them into an industrial boiler to distill fresh water. After a night's voyage, the sea breeze is strong. The wind turbines have stored enough electricity. The ship is facing a severe shortage of fresh water. He called out early in the morning to ask Friday to work with him. Because the little monkey was too small, Yang Li never even considered adding it to his deck. It's fine to keep it on the boat as a decoration. They first put the titanoboa and prehistoric crocodile carcasses stored in the cards into the automatic slaughter machine. The following materials were obtained. Raw meat 580, animal hide 1200, titanoboa venom 6, fangs 2, keratin 56, crocodile skin 6. Yang Li took out a piece of raw meat. Fresh raw meat. The fresh raw meat of some giant creature can be used to fill one's stomach. It can be eaten in small amounts raw, and its satiating effect is better after being cooked, but it does not seem to have any other special effects. It was an oval-shaped, firm piece of meat, about knee length and 3 fingers wide. It must weigh over 30 kilograms. 580 pieces of raw meat would be enough for them to eat until the end of time. Yang Li threw 50 pieces of raw meat into the digestive pool at the bottom of the ship's hold, tentatively feeding them to Dave piece by piece. The result showed absolutely no tendency for special plants to grow. If we keep investing, we might lose everything. So Yang Li kept 15 pieces of python meat and crocodile meat for later use. The extra 500 pieces of raw meat were all put up for sale on the online store. The price is 200 coins per piece. Another 100,000 coins came in. Then he took out a sharp, fine axe and aimed it at a piece of meat. It was used to chop raw meat like a butcher's knife. Bang! The axe cut it into pieces of pork rib-like meat. Yanli took some sea salt left over from the distillation in the industrial cauldron and sprinkled it evenly on the pork chops. Then it was put into the industrial oven and the roasting process began. It's a pity there were no spices, chili peppers or anything like that. Yanli slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten such a crucial thing? He quickly opened the system store and bought a batch of spice seeds, including coriander, chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and garlic. When you're out and about, you can go hungry for a while, but you can't eat without spices, otherwise it's not a meal. I went into the greenhouse and removed and replaced the holes where new seedlings had already sprouted. The uprooted seedlings weren't wasted. Yanli planted them by the side of the boat. However, without the building bonus effect, it will grow very slowly. After finishing these tasks, Yanli Tsai walked up to Friday, who was fishing at the bow of the boat. My dear lad, how was your catch today? Captain, I've caught 2 multi-eyed sardines, a heart fruit, a bottle of waha, and some basic supplies. Please take a look. On Friday, he had a look on his face that seemed to be asking for praise. Since being turned into a card by the sirens, his intelligence seems to have diminished considerably. Compared to adults, their minds are actually more like those of children. At least Yanli didn't feel like he was talking to an adult. It was more like he was raising a human-shaped puppy. Yes, well done, Friday, you're a real asset to me. Yanli was generous with his verbal praise. On Friday, upon hearing praise, he immediately beamed with joy. If he were a dog, his tail would be wagging in the air by now, right? Yanli opened waha and took a sip of purified water. It's really a fine wine, refreshing and delicious. It was blown by the sea breeze all night. My dry, hoarse throat is now moist. Then he took the heart-shaped fruit out of the bucket and examined it. Heart fruit, whose heart is missing? Those that haven't died, those that haven't died. On this magical sea, even if your heart runs away, it can survive on its own. This fruit is rich in nutrients, and can slowly restore 10 energy points after consumption. At least from the outside. Its appearance truly resembles a beating heart. Through the blood vessels pulsating with the heart pump, you can even see the large cardiovascular system. Holding an unknown object reduces your sanity by 5. TSK, Yanli did some mental preparation. To survive on the high seas, waste is shameful. He forced his eyes closed. I tentatively took a bite of the heart-shaped fruit. A sweet and refreshing taste spread through my mouth. Yanli suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils brightening. Sure, this tastes a bit like a pear. Although it looks a bit ugly, it really is a kind of fruit. His mind became more active. This was the first time he had eaten food that had a restorative effect. Since it's fruit, is it possible to grow it on the ship? When he was a child, he always liked to bury the pits of peaches or apples in the soil after eating them. Perhaps they'll even pour a fresh dose of boy's urine on it. I hope that an apple tree will grow in that spot someday. But now there are faster ways to verify it. After he finished biting into the flesh of the heart-shaped fruit, he left behind a strangely shaped pit. In the fully packed greenhouse, a less important vegetable seedling compartment was removed, and the fruit pits were planted there. Centralized control greenhouse. New seedling variety, heart fruit. Estimated ripening time, 7 days. Efficient. Yanli exclaimed that it was so much fun. That really proves the old saying true. You reap what you sow. He was determined to fill the crazy Dave with plants, and collect all the special plants on the sea. The more bizarre, the better. The more awesome, the better. The farming genes that lay dormant within him were now quietly awakening. Another morning has passed. On Friday, Yanli and he took turns steering the boat, keeping it at a speed close to 40 knots and moving forward at full speed. The black fog was getting further and further away from the ship. It warms the heart of anyone who sees it. I had nothing to do in the afternoon. Yanli went fishing with Friday for a while. Players were chatting nonsense while fishing and browsing the chat channel. The extraordinary chef, brothers, I knocked out a velociraptor as the system instructed, fed it a moss chop's head, and am currently taming it. How to train your dragon. 6. How about you take my name? The unusual chef. Ugh, that wasn't easy. This bastard almost bit my leg off. Luckily, my talent is berserk, which can boost my attributes for a short time, otherwise I'd be a pile of shit by now. A picture is also attached below. Yanli click to view. A dark-skinned dinosaur with a mouthful of fangs and strong legs lay on the ground, panting heavily. Name: Common Velociraptor. Category: Dinosaurs. Rank: Mortal. Creature level: LV10. Family/relationship affiliation: None. Growth stage: Adulthood. Attributes: HP 7, Attack 6, Defense 8, Speed 8, Spirit 4, Stamina 7. Description: a small, common dinosaur, the hyena of the dinosaur world. They often hunt prey in packs. Adults are about 3 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, making them excellent errand runners. Note: dinosaurs exist in primitive species and various variant subspecies, as well as family species with entries, but the taming methods for the same type of dinosaur are consistent. Your amazing dinosaur is here? It's level 10, how come its stats are still so low? And why does it have nothing? Where are its skills? The extraordinary chef. I can't beat those with skills. One freezing breath and I'm stuck standing there. I'm the planner. Why are the stats of this level 10 dinosaur almost the same as a human's? These stats should refer to attribute points, right? If the average is 5, then level 10 would add exactly 10 attribute points. I am Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Based on my past experience playing games, this world definitely has hidden racial stats. Even if humans and dinosaurs have the same average attack power of 5, how can your skinny arms and legs compare to someone else's leg as thick as a tree? How to train your dragon, that's interesting. How about we take a look at mine? Name: Neptune. Category: Elemental Dragon. Creature level: LV1. Family type: Natural, Water, Ancient Dragon. Developmental stage: Early Childhood. Attributes: HP 7, Attack 6, Defense 6, Speed 7, Spirit 6, Stamina 7. Description: a prodigy soaring among clouds and waves, its scales shimmer with the azure luster of the deep sea and sky. Though still in its infancy, its pure ancient dragon blood already displays a power that stirs all things, a perfect prototype of the fusion of nature and dragon power. Skill characteristics: Dragon bloodline. Its blood is extremely aggressive and can be used as one of the top bloodline mutation media. After use, it has a high probability of causing benign or malignant mutations in the bloodlines of other creatures. Wings of the Wind. By flapping its wings, it summons a large tornado that deals moderate area damage to enemies in a straight line and has a high probability of knocking them back. Tidal Breath. An elemental breath that spews out a high-pressure jet of water, dealing significant water damage to a single target and having a moderate chance to inflict the wet status, which greatly increases the subsequent electric and ice damage they receive. Cloud Sea Protection. When in foggy, rainy, or other similar weather conditions, you gain a strong water element shield and a slight increase in speed. Growth Desire. The experience gained from consuming materials containing water element or dragon essence is greatly increased. What a hexagonal warrior! No, Yanli's jealousy is getting too much to handle. I am Qin Shi Huang, sending money. Holy crap, this dragon has attribute points far exceeding the average of 5 at level 1. Even among the Sea King dragons, this dragon is a true genius. I'm the planner. Level 1 depends on talent, higher levels depend on race. No doubt about it, this is inhuman luck. The extraordinary chef. Bro, Versailles already? I tamed this dragon all by myself. This is just the first grunt. Later, I'll be taming sea monsters, riding griffins, and piloting mechs. Don't know what to name it. Holy crap, there are Tyrannosaurus Rex on these islands. I saw one on the beach. It looked to be 15 meters long, equivalent to the height of a 5-story building. You try to tame it, but it'll just shut up completely. Drowning Sailor. Was it just a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why did I see a flying dragon? Yeah, you know, that kind with fleshy wings, flying around like a western lizard. Holy crap! Why is that thing flying towards my ship? How to Train Your Dragon, not a buddy. What's going on? Golden Legend explosion. His profile picture looks black. Is that a bug? Chapter 12, Prelude to the Card Draw. Yangli, as is customary. I posted a message asking for supplies and special plants. Then he quietly exited the chat interface. He gazed at the distant blue sky. Feel the slightly salty sea breeze blowing on your body. The waves on the sea are always turbulent. The navigator's journey home is always to perish at sea. This is their destiny. But Yangli was not afraid. Because this is a thrilling adventure. Those who couldn't ignite their passion had already perished in the first round of Black Fog selection. He climbed the mast and gazed into the distance from the railing. The ship was like a lone boat, sailing through the vast and boundless sea. No one knows where the destination lies. He didn't care. An island has been detected within 50 nautical miles ahead. Its coordinates have been marked. A log notification sound plays. Yangli's eyes lit up, and he climbed down the mast. The navigation range of the second-class vessels has been expanded. When it was a first-class ship, the USS Dave could only spot islands within 10 nautical miles. But now it has been expanded to 50 nautical miles. However, it was possible to encounter a second island in a short period of time. That's incredible luck. Yangli adjusted the rudder and sailed at full speed toward the marked island. However, he still needs to do some more preparations before arriving at his destination. As usual, let's go all in on the stockpiled supplies. Let's replace it with real, tangible power. 1040 origin dust, 130,000 Tide coins. This is Yangli's current savings. 40 dust points are reserved for temporarily learning some urgently needed and commonly used skills, just in case. I'm using all 1,000 dust to pull cards. This is the fastest way Yang Lin can think of to improve his own strength. He walked nervously to the card drawing machine. I prayed in my heart. You absolutely have to release a legendary gold version. It's a matter of life and death. Next year, the gacha machine will definitely be given a golden reputation if the cash prize is paid out. Would you like to spend 100 source dust to draw a card? Yes. Yanli's eyes were firm. He focused his energy in his dantian and suddenly started drawing cards. A burst of light flashed. A card was ejected. Name: Ice Coke Machine. Quality: Original. Description: a retro-style red and white beverage machine, plug and play, connected to a ship's power source. Add sugar, coca leaves, coffee beans, and water for an unlimited supply of chilled cola. Cola slightly restores stamina and boosts morale. It's pretty cool to be able to drink Coke on the high seas. But. Okay. Yanli sighed. It felt like I had fought a battle between my words and my brain, and successfully gained the right to speak. The wrinkles in his brain were licked smooth. There's still a chance, keep trying. A flash of light, and the card appears. Name: Multifunctional Entrenching Shovel. Quality: Excellent. Description: this is an entrenching tool with a sharp blade. One side can be used for chopping, while the other side has serrations. The hollow wooden handle contains a flint, fishing line, fishhook, and other miniature survival tools. You can use it to shovel dirt, saw trees, chop wood, fish, start a fire. Skill: slightly reduces stamina consumption and slightly increases digging speed. It seems pretty good. Yangli, who now lives in the province, has to carry a large bag of things every time he goes out on an adventure. Name: a dozen thick cotton socks. Description: clean and dry, it's priceless in the frigid waters. Yangli. Name: large pack of compressed biscuits. Description: filling, but the taste is unpleasant. Name: hang glider. Type: equipment. Quality: original. Description: mounted on the chest armor, it allows a wing to unfold from the back, supporting only gliding from high to low altitudes. Mastering the gliding technique requires considerable practice. It offers no defensive capabilities. Not bad. It's obviously excellent for traveling or escaping danger in certain situations. Unfortunately, it's not true flight, It requires an extremely high terrain position to function. Name: Field First Aid Kit. Quality: excellent. Description: a tightly sealed military green metal box, with its interior cleverly divided, containing highly effective hemostatic powder, can quickly coagulate wounds. Antibiotic injections, to combat infections and toxins. Pain relievers, to alleviate the inconvenience caused by severe injury. Suturing tool set: needle, thread, tweezers. Skill effect: provides a one-time critical injury treatment, far more effective than ordinary bandages, instantly restoring you from a critical state to health. This skill is ineffective after one use. Good stuff, whether it's robbery or wilderness survival, it's an essential medicine. 200 units of timber. 100 units of steel. It's a rare resource, and it seems pretty good. Name: Shadow Cloak. Type: equipment/armor. Quality: excellent. Description: the main body is woven from the combined tissues of a luminous jellyfish and a shadow squid, featuring a hood and a half-face mask. When worn, it grants +1 agility and provides a small amount of defense. Skill effect: Shadow Step. During the day, it slightly increases one's stealth, and at night, it greatly increases stealth, reducing the probability of being noticed by creatures. If discovered, the stealth effect immediately expires, and the skill effect cannot be restarted under the observation of others. Commonly known as the Old Six Set. Yamli was overjoyed. He had finally obtained a piece of equipment that he was satisfied with. Although it has a major drawback, it becomes useless equipment as soon as it's discovered. It still has a significant drawback. But it's still good for initiating attacks and ambushing. It can be useful in critical moments. One last shot all in. Name: Ecological Egg Incubator. Type: technological product. Quality: none. Description: a seemingly ordinary metal cylinder unfolds into a temperature-controlled ecological chamber with a transparent observation window upon activation. It can simulate the nesting environment of various egg types, significantly improving the hatching success rate of fertilized eggs and shortening the incubation time. It can provide preliminary monitoring of the egg's vital signs. It requires connection to a ship's power source or consumes fuel to operate. After successful hatching, there is an extremely low probability that the offspring will develop a benign mutation. I did a 10 pull and only got one piece of high-quality equipment. This drop rate. This shows just how incredibly lucky that dragon tamer was to draw a legendary battle pet on their first try. As for the remaining 130,000 Tide coins, Yamli went to the player exchange and, as usual, searched for gold. No more treasures were found that slipped through the net. Even most of the top-tier equipment is listed for sale for tens of thousands of coins. The finest one is nowhere to be found. Even if it appears, it will be bought by other players immediately. It seems the surviving players have all become smarter. The amount of Tide coins accumulating on the market is increasing, but high-quality equipment remains scarce. The number of equipment that is used, stockpiled, or worn out is far greater than the actual equipment output. The prices of all quality equipment are steadily increasing every day. Players who have spare cash don't mind hoarding more. They then resell it at a higher price. Just like the past when everyone was speculating on real estate. In this booming market, as long as you acquire enough equipment, you're guaranteed to make a profit. Yamli was also a little tempted, but this was a bit like stock trading, with an element of gambling. Since that's the case, let's not worry about it anymore. Yamli changed into the shadow cloak. He had a matchlock gun tucked into his waistband. Its left hand transformed into the tentacles of a serrated squid. He collected all the supplies he had just drawn into the logged ship and carried it with him. And then greeted as Friday. "Stop fishing for now, come with me to the island later." "Yes, Captain." On Friday, he put on that full coverage insect symbiotic bony armor. Its mouth and nose were covered by armor, and the response was a buzzing sound. Crazy Dave cut through the waves and plunged headlong into the storm. The sea breeze carried a salty, fishy smell. The wind made the sails flutter loudly. Soon, the outline of a crescent-shaped island appeared ahead. Yamli stood far away in front of the ship's rudder, waiting to approach the island. Soon, The ships sailed to the inward curving side of Crescent Island. Following the same method as before, they found a reef outlet that was still some distance from the shore to anchor. This way, if there is any danger, they can immediately start the boat and escape. Instead of staying close to the shore, where the boat's draft is too deep and it is easy to get stuck in the mud, resulting in sluggish turning. When danger strikes, they may not even have time to react. Yanli prepared to grab the little monkey and stuff it into the captain's cabin. They're going to explore the island later, and we don't know what dangers they might encounter. I wouldn't bring along this little thing that has no fighting ability. But I wasn't comfortable leaving it on the boat, and it really didn't want to be put into the cards, so I had no choice but to lock it in the room for now, which was safer. Squeak, squeak! The little monkey cried out in panic and leaped away from Yanli's grasp. Hey, you little brat, you dare to disobey me! Yanli refused to believe it, and rolled his tentacles to grab the monkey's leg. But the little monkey climbed all the way up the mast, stretching out its little hand and pointing continuously at the ocean. It kept squeaking urgently from its mouth. The cries were much more urgent and shrill than usual. Seeing this unusual commotion, Yanli, who was always cautious, was immediately alarmed. He squinted and surveyed the boundless sea. The waves were still churning, just like always. Yanli remained wary and chose to believe the cheap little monkey's reaction. Many small creatures in the animal kingdom possess a far more acute sense of danger than humans. Because if you're not perceptive enough, they are already weak, and they can be completely swallowed up by the natural environment in no time. Yanli looked in the direction the little monkey was pointing. Look closely. Under the blazing sun, a strange reflection of the sun appeared on the side of the ship. The sea's surface is a rough surface, so it reflects light diffusely. Where would the reflection come from? Yanli's pupils contracted sharply as he realized what was happening. It's an enemy attack! There's a stealth ship! He roared. He spun the rudder sharply, focused his mind, and maneuvered the ship to react swiftly. The Dave quickly turned, its bow arcing as it surged forward a short distance in an instant. In that very instant, boom! A dull, loud impact came from the starboard side of the ship. The Dave suddenly tilted to the left. The ship's structure emitted a tooth-grinding groan. Yanli stumbled from the inertia, and only managed to regain his balance by gripping the rudder tightly. It's an attack! A transparent crystal ship appeared like a ghost, rushing out from behind the shadows of the coral reef and crashing into the Dave. It actually used the refractive properties of the reef and its own crystal hull to achieve perfect optical camouflage. A menacing drill ram on the crystal ship is slowly retracting. It was that just dealt the Dave a heavy blow. Dave's ship durability 2200/3000. A mocking voice came through the rough tin speaker. Ha ha ha, another stupid fish has taken the bait. You idiots, you see an island and ignore everything else, don't you even know to check your surroundings first? Yanli instantly understood his intention. This guy is using resource islands as bait. You don't do any production yourself, you only think about robbing other players' property, right? However, if you are less skilled than others and are ambushed, there is nothing to complain about. At this moment, the instinct for survival takes over the brain. Yanli had no idea how many players he had robbed. But the speed of raiding is always faster than the slow development of oneself. If they encounter a wealthy family that has amassed their fortune through several robberies, they are very likely to be doomed this time. On Friday, cut the side stays and turn the ship sideways. Hard starboard! Yanli roared and desperately turned the heavy rudder, trying to get the Dave out of its passive, battered position. Smash everything that can move on the ship! The battle instantly intensified. Taking advantage of its initial move, the crystal ship attempted to ram the Dave's vulnerable side again. But under Yanli's skillful control, Dave managed to complete a clumsy but crucial turn with great difficulty. The stern grazed the crystal ram, making a dull screech. Bang! Bang! On Friday, he knelt on the swaying deck to steady himself. The crystal's deck is higher than the Dave's. They instantly fell into a disadvantageous position of attacking from below. With the view obstructed, it was impossible to see the specific situation on the other side's deck. If the other side also has firearms, they will become absolute targets. On Friday, they swung all the metal buckets used to hold fresh water at once and threw them at the crystal boat in an attempt to create chaos. A man's figure peeked out from the opposite deck, half his head visible. Yanli seized the opportunity, put down the rudder, took aim carefully, and fired a shot. The matchlock gun spewed flames and thick smoke. "Oh my! There are guns too? Perfect, your grandpa needs a ranged weapon." The lead bullet struck the crystal gunwale of the enemy's ship, scattering sparks of light. Although he managed to dodge back in time. However, it effectively suppressed the opponent's grappling hook attack. "Stop struggling. I've studied martial arts and swordsmanship for 7 or 8 years. Dealing with you little brats is a piece of cake for me. I forgot to tell you, there were 5 or 6 ships ahead of you that I sank. Leave your ship and supplies now, and I might consider keeping you as a slave." A man's threatening voice came from the crystal ship. Yanli spotted an opening, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "Fuck you, I'll fight you to the death. Ram it back. Aim for its interior. Bang! Boom!" This impact was far more violent than the first one. The Dave, bound by vines, carried its entire weight and speed. They hammered deep into the joint between the side planks and the crystal of the crystal ship. The immense inertia brought the two ships tightly together. The sounds of wood breaking, crystal shattering, and seawater gushing in mingled together. "We can't stay here any longer. Friday, with the climbing ropes, we're climbing up. Come on, let's take him down." Although he has the advantage of long-range firepower, the low terrain completely negates this advantage. Knowing as soon as possible that the opponent is likely very experienced in combat, close combat is tantamount to using one's weakness to attack another's strength. If they stayed on the Dave, they would only be able to passively take hits. They had no choice. Whether they could win or not, a hand-to-hand combat and boarding action were inevitable. Yanli held a matchlock gun in one hand, and his tentacles curled up the axe and shovel at his waist. Stepping on the still creaking gangplank at the bow, he was the first to climb up the ship's sidewall and rush onto the enemy ship's swaying deck. A middle-aged man dressed in bright silver armor with a fierce look in his eyes came forward. His face was marred by a grotesque scar that ran from his brow bone to his jaw, and his brown skin, covered with old scars, was visible through the gaps in his breastplate. "You dare come up here? Don't you know the meaning of death?" After saying that, there was a hissing sound. His muscles bulged as if inflated, causing his silver armor to tear under the strain. His neck was covered with veins that looked like live snakes, his pupils shrank to vertical lines like a wild beast's, and his breath smelled of blood. "Die!" The roar made the sails flutter loudly. He suddenly increased his speed, and his embroidered spring blade whirled like a silver whirlwind as he pounced. On Friday, he raised his spear to parry, but was instead cleaved away, armor and all. Yanli quickly wrapped his hand around the mast to avoid it, the blade grazing his nose and leaving a 3-inch-long deep gash on the ironwood mast. Scarface continued his offensive, adjusting his stance. The embroidered spring blade transformed into a silver lightning bolt and slashed down. Yanli's left arm tentacles instantly coiled up to parry the axe. Clang! The axe and the embroidered spring knife clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. The loud bang was so loud it hurt people's eardrums. An unimaginable force surged through the tentacles, forcing Yanli to stagger back 3 steps before regaining his balance. The tentacles throbbed with a tearing pain. It was just a fleeting glance. Yanli's charging figure was abruptly stopped, a mouthful of blood stuck in his mouth, almost spitting out. This was even with Yanli having the added power of tentacles. This guy's strength is definitely beyond the range of normal humans. Yanli broke out in a cold sweat immediately. He knew there would be a gap, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He seized resources and developed his strength from the start. Even if he underperformed, he shouldn't have been able to widen the gap so much. This person has clearly received physical enhancements, either due to the manifestation of combat talent or the added effect of equipment. Unfortunately, Yanli's lucky talent can only be triggered upon death, which is incomparable to his berserk combat talent that can be activated on his own. He stared intently at the embroidered spring blade, its blade gleaming with a cold light. A faint radiance flowed through the blade, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary weapon. This guy most likely used all the loot from the robbery to buy this knife. The quality is very likely to be even higher than excellent. The battle was about to break out. Let's postpone it a bit. This guy's enhancement time is definitely limited. I don't believe he can keep going at his peak forever. Yanli snorted and rolled to his right. The tentacles, like whips, lashed out at the opponent's knees from tricky angles, while the user used the momentum to hide behind the cable stake. Scarface sneered and spun around, his embroidered spring knife drawing a semicircular silver arc. A flash of cold light, and the tip of the tentacle snapped off, splattering thick, dark blood onto the deck. Yanli groaned, a burning pain shooting through his severed wound. Yanli gasped in pain. What's the difference between this pain and cutting your own hand with a knife? Yanli was secretly annoyed. These trash tentacles can't really be considered weapons. They're ultimately just flesh and blood. It was simply a case of forcibly grafting a monster's limb onto a human body. It's far less practical than a direct confrontation. He dared not use his tentacles to strike again, as that would be tantamount to using his bare hands to fight against someone else's high-quality blade, and he would only be brutally defeated. Yanli changed his fighting strategy, running and maneuvering on the deck. His advantage lay in his agility and quickness. He used the rocking of the boat to continuously increase the distance between himself and the enemy. Sometimes, they would even use the massive mast to stage a scene of the King of Qin circling the pillar. It would occasionally use its tentacles to transform into whips and lash out at his pursuing body, attempting to injure or entangle him. The two pursued each other all the way. Scarface relentlessly pursued him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He cornered Scarface with his embroidered spring knife and slashed at him with it. Yanli shifted his weight to the side, and at the same time slammed the butt of his matchlock gun into his opponent's ribs. Meanwhile, Friday seized the opportunity to advance, his iron spear whistling through the air as it pierced straight for his heart. Scarface didn't dodge. Instead, his embroidered spring knife slashed against the spear shaft, aiming for his finger joints. Forced to retreat on Friday, the tip of his blade grazed the bone armor, sending sparks flying. "Get out of my way!" Scarface kicked over the wooden bucket full of fresh water. The bucket surged and churned as it rushed toward Friday. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yanli's tentacles wrapped around his ankle like ropes and pulled hard. "You dare to come again!" Scarface roared, his muscles bulging, and he swung his embroidered spring knife down with a backhand strike. The tentacle broke off in two more segments. The excruciating pain caused Yanli to kneel down on one knee. "Protect the captain!" he roared on Friday, his eyes bloodshot. He rammed into the ship, using his full weight to slam the scarred man against the gunwale. Scarface brandished his embroidered spring knife and slashed fiercely at Friday's shoulder. But it only left a shallow mark. The set bonus is working its magic. On Friday, he clung tightly to Scarface's waist, using all his strength to restrain his movements. His strength attribute is far greater than Yanli's pitiful 4 points. This suit of armor undoubtedly offered the best value for him. The two men wrestled at the ship's side, the armor scraping against the blades with a piercing sound. Both were wearing armor, and for a time it was impossible to determine a winner. Great opportunity! Yanli took a deep breath and quickly moved away from the unfavorable terrain. He used his remaining tentacles to roll up the matchlock gun, but froze as he aimed. They were so close together and moved around so quickly that Yanli didn't dare to shoot them. Taking advantage of the brief moment, the tentacle brandished its axe, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Scarface was jolted awake by Friday's attack and broke free from his restraints. He retreated despite the pain, but he was a seasoned fighter. He immediately regained his balance and turned around to kick Yanli in the chest. The embroidered spring knife flashed with a cold light as it slashed back at Yanli's neck. That slash was swift and ruthless, accompanied by a rapid whistling sound as it cut through the air. Yanli's body plummeted into the air, his pupils contracting. Completely unexpectedly, his knife was so fast that he couldn't react in time. At the critical moment, Friday's sturdy figure pounced on him again. He slammed his shoulder into Scarface like a tank, sending him staggering backward and nearly falling into the sea. "You brought backup, kid?" Scarface was furious. He hadn't expected this kid to pull in his teammates so quickly. How can I kill you without backup? Yang Li spat out a mouthful of blood and responded fiercely. Is all you're good at is talking? He just needed to delay a little longer. He didn't believe Scarface's talent effect could last indefinitely. A chaotic fight broke out on the deck. Taking advantage of the opportunity created on Friday, Yang Li reloaded the matchlock gun. In the midst of the chaos, Scarface noticed this scene. He desperately hid behind Friday, thinking of playing eagle catching chicks. Friday, head down! Yang Li shouted and fired his gun. Bang! The lead bullet grazed Friday's head and struck Scarface squarely in the shoulder. Ah! A scream followed. The armor provided less protection than the arquebus. He was hit head-on by Yang Li's shot. The armor was dented and cracked, and blood gushed out from the cracks. As expected of a fine weapon capable of inflicting moderate damage. You definitely didn't lose out. Where did you get so much equipment? Scarface's face was gloomy and lifeless, his murderous intent undiminished. Heh! Yang Li chuckled coldly without saying a word. He raised his gun and aimed again. This is the last bullet. Yang Li wasn't confident he could kill him with a single shot. Therefore, he held onto this gun, not daring to fire it easily. If Scarface discovers that this gun has limitations, they can instantly go from being proactive to being reactive. The best way to suppress and deter him is to hold back and push his talent enhancement time to its limit. Scarface was wounded, and blood kept flowing. On Friday, he fought him fiercely and relentlessly. With a full suit of armor protecting him, he had no need to fear Scarface's sharp swordsmanship. Just go in blindly and charge in. His strength attribute is much higher than Yang Li's. In a 2-on-1 situation, Scarface's minor injuries will soon become his fatal wound. Yang Li only needs to stall for time, delaying the time when Scarface's talent explodes, to achieve victory. Scarface, with his extensive experience, naturally understood this as well. He saw that Yang Li was about to shoot again. Fear finally showed on his face. On Friday, it roared and charged forward again. His insect bone armor provided perfect protection. Even after being slashed several times by Scarface, it only left a few shallow scratches on the armor. The damage is spread evenly across the entire body by the skill's effects. Scarface feinted with his sword, forcing Yang Li back, and then turned to jump into the sea to escape. Trying to run? How could Yang Li let the tiger return to the mountain? Since the other party was trying to escape, there was no need for him to hide his last shot. Aim for his back and fire. Bang! A spray of blood mist exploded on Scarface's waist and abdomen, and a large hole was torn in his breastplate, from which white smoke was rising. Yang Li no longer hesitated. The tentacles extended to their longest length, transforming into a giant net that wrapped the creature into a meat dumpling. Ah! He roared on Friday. Without a word, he rushed forward and pounced on Scarface, who was lying on the ground. Scarface struggled desperately. The scene looked just like they were holding down a pig that was about to be slaughtered for the Lunar New Year. Chapter 13 Shipborne Equipment. Please let me go. Scarface, whose muscles had returned to normal, was now helplessly bound to the mast. He was not only disarmed, but his damaged armor was also removed. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. They were on the boat, feeling miserable in the sea breeze. His face was extremely pale, and he looked listless. On Friday, following Yang Li's orders, he held his embroidered spring knife firmly to the side, ready to behead him at the first sign of trouble. To be honest, I still prefer your previous rebellious self. Yang Li, with a leisurely air, tidied his disheveled clothes and said calmly. 10 seconds. Give me a reason not to kill you. That knife is a rare piece of equipment, the most precious thing I own. I also have many other items in my personal storage space. Even if you kill me, you can't get them without my permission. You can have anything, just let me go. The scarred man hesitated miserably, but he could see that Yang Li's expression was getting worse and worse. He had no choice but to resort to an even more humble excuse. I can still be your crew member. I'm very strong, and my talent can greatly enhance my combat power. Please have mercy on me. You'll definitely need my help someday. Scarface kept rambling incoherently, trying to persuade Yangli. Alright, give me everything in your backpack, and I promise I won't kill you. Yangli shook his head, interrupting his performance. Then could you please let me go first? Don't try to negotiate with me. Otherwise, even if it costs me everything in your bag, I'll still kill you. Yangli looked him straight in the eye and said in an unquestionable tone. This is all I have accumulated. A pile of miscellaneous items was stacked on the deck. Most of them were damaged tools, protective gear, and blood-stained clothes. There are also some collected materials and supplies. Scarface's face was ashen, like a defeated rooster, completely devoid of spirit, and he already felt utterly hopeless. Yangli estimated the time and looked at the scarred man's face, which was pale from excessive blood loss. Alright, I mean what I say, you can go now. Scarface's expression instantly shifted from sorrow to joy, a surge of immense happiness welling up within him, and he said incredulously, Really? You're letting me go? That's right, let's go. You should be glad that I just need a little time to get used to killing, otherwise you would be dead by now. Yangli nodded affirmatively. At the same time, he made room for him, indicating that he could move. Okay, thank you so much, I will remember your kindness in sparing my life. Scarface walked toward the ship's helm as he spoke. We are preparing to set sail and leave. But when he saw the burly man blocking his way with a blank expression, his joy froze on his face. Didn't you say? Who said you could take the boat with you? I'll give you 3 seconds to jump into the sea. It's less than 2 kilometers from here to the island. If you keep trying, you can swim to shore. Yang Lichong gestured towards the island next to him. You! Scarface glared angrily, but dared not speak out. 3. Yang Li counted down the numbers, his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. 2. Scarface's expression changed drastically. He gave Yang Li and the other man a deep look, then walked toward the side of the boat without turning back. Yang Li silently tossed the matchlock gun to Friday. I stood quietly to the side, watching his retreating figure. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. Yang Li took the embroidered spring knife handed to him on Friday and examined it carefully. This is a long sword that gleams with a peculiar luster. Name: lacerate throat. Quality: rare. Description: this is a dragon-slaying embroidered spring knife. The blade is a dull, dark red color, forged from the sharp wrist bone of a giant abyss beast. It is covered with natural blood grooves and biological patterns, and is incomparably sharp. Equipment effect: durability 1800/3600, deals moderate damage to monsters, increases strength by 2 points when equipped. Skill effect: excruciating pain. Wounds inflicted by the blade are extremely difficult to heal and cause continuous excruciating pain and bleeding, significantly disrupting the enemy's movement and concentration. Killing focus: piercing the blade into the body of a single creature marks its characteristics, temporarily increasing the weapon's sharpness and damage, and stacking layers of the targeted effect against that creature. Currently stacked to 6 layers. TSK, 6 unlucky guys. Yang Li examined the equipment information. Good stuff, still keep the special weapon. It can continuously stack damage against a specific creature. It was tailor-made for this vast ocean. No wonder Scarface dares to be so arrogant, always thinking of plundering players' ships whenever he sees one. It turns out he was holding a sharp weapon, and his murderous intent arose spontaneously. Yang Li shook his head and refocused his attention on the ship in front of him. His immediate priority was to destroy the crystal ship as soon as possible. On Friday, let's go look for supplies on the ship again and plunder them as quickly as possible. Yang Li spoke urgently. The ship is listing slightly due to water ingress. This ship, covered in crystals, is about 18 meters long and has a strange feel to it. Many white natural crystal blocks grew on the deck, and the surface of the ship was very hard, as if stepping on some kind of rough glass. Yang Li secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for the fact that the Dave had just been upgraded to level 2, they might be doomed after the first impact. Captain, do we still need these? Friday pointed to the items scattered in the corner of the deck: an extinguished campfire, several rough fishing rods, a rusty metal bucket, and several broken spears. Take whatever you want, don't ask, just take it all. You need to develop a good habit of collecting things. Yanli answered without hesitation. In this sea area, any resource can be a matter of life and death. On Friday, they immediately began packing up the miscellaneous items. Yanli arrived at the cabin immediately. The place was almost empty, suggesting that Scarface usually carried his main belongings with him. Yanli walked out of the cabin and headed straight for the captain's cabin, only to find the door locked. He didn't have time to slowly pick the lock. He took a step back, pulled out his matchlock gun, and aimed it at the door lock. Bang! With a loud bang, crystals and wood chips flew everywhere. The door lock and the surrounding area were blasted open with a large hole. The incredibly messy room inside was revealed. The room was a mess, filthy and chaotic. A mixture of cheap alcohol, body odor, and some indescribable fishy smell wafted towards me. Yanli couldn't help but frown. A bed with a quilt scattered about and a pile of crumpled paper at the head of the bed. But Yanli's gaze was immediately drawn to a potted plant on the desk. It was a purple mushroom with eye-like ring patterns on its cap. Almost simultaneously, the logbook in his mind automatically activated. Name: Phantom Mist Mushroom, Seedling Stage. Type: Functional/Trap Plant. Maturation Cycle: Short, approximately 7 calendar days. Description: The entire mushroom is an ominous dark purple, with ring-shaped patterns resembling eyes on its cap. Once mature, it continuously emits colorless and odorless hypnotic spores. Accidental inhalation can induce extreme hallucinations and euphoria, making it highly addictive. Skill: Hypnotic Field, creates a small hypnotic area centered on the mist mushroom. Highly effective against small to medium-sized creatures. Small monsters that inhale the spores will fall into a deep sleep, becoming easy prey. Review: It's the anesthetist of the plant family and a conscientious merchant in the mushroom world. Free trial, addictive for life. When your enemies collectively dance ballet on the battlefield, you'll understand that the gentlest traps are often the most deadly. But please take care of yourself first. After all, the last captain who wanted to try something new is probably long gone now. Good, so he's actually a member of the pro-independence faction. I am mortal with gambling and drugs. Yanli raised an eyebrow. Without batting an eye, he put the potted plant into his storage card. Special plant +1. There was also an illustrated book on the desk. Yanli picked it up and glanced at it. Title: Dinosaur Taming Illustrated Guide, Cut Down Version. Taming Methods for Triceratops. Prove your strength and courage, and earn respect. Steps: 1. Head-on challenge. You must block and neutralize its impact when it launches its death charge. You cannot dodge or attack from behind. 2. Show your strength. Offer up a tooth from the predator it despises most as proof of your power. 3. Waiting for approval. If it is satisfied with you, it will gently nudge you with its horns, completing the taming process. If trickery is used during this process, it will resist to the death. The domestication methods of mammoths, providing irreplaceable help in survival challenges and building trust. Steps: 1. Rescue from the crisis. When it is surrounded by more agile predators or in danger, you need to actively drive it away or help it escape. 2. Treat wounds. Treat severe wounds sustained in battle with a large amount of hemostatic herbs. 3. Survival acknowledgement. Feed it a whole tender branch from a giant conifer. Taming methods for saber-toothed cats. Showcase your skills as a top hunter to gain their acceptance as one of your own kind. Steps: 1. One-on-one duel. You must be alone. In its most proficient areas such as an ambush in the dense forest, successfully anticipate and counter its first attack, making it realize that you are not to be trifled with. 2. Sharing the prey. Feed the heart of the freshest prey you have just hunted to it, as a sign of sharing and peace. 3. Cooperative hunting. If you cooperate with it to hunt down a new prey and succeed, it will recognize you as a hunting partner. This abridged dinosaur encyclopedia only shows 3 ways to tame these creatures. Yanli glanced at it briefly. This so-called exclusive taming method looks like a predefined genetic code hidden within the bodies of these resurrected ancient dinosaurs. Once certain predetermined conditions are triggered or met, the result of taming will be achieved. That's interesting. Yanli walked out of the captain's cabin and surveyed his surroundings again, guarding against any potential dangers. After confirming that he hadn't seen anything else unusual, he prepared to dismantle the boat. He began to have doubts. I wasn't the one who did it. Since Scarface dared to plunder his ship, the two were naturally locked in a life-or-death struggle. Moreover, before he did this, he should have been prepared for retaliation, right? He who kills will be killed by others. Whatever the reason. But Yamli didn't hate Scarface. Just imagining such scenes of looting makes it clear that it's bound to happen in the future. Even if Yamli were killed one day, he would only blame himself for not being careful enough and for being less skilled. There's not much to say. What Yamli didn't expect was that these people adapted so quickly. In just a few days, he started committing murder and robbery. Yamli could not leave the ships in place. They had to be destroyed. But destroying such a massive crystal ship is no easy task. Go and cut down its mast on Friday. Yamli handed Friday a fine quality axe. Yes, Captain. On Friday, he picked up an axe and strode towards the mast, huffing and puffing. Yamli, meanwhile, raised his gun and aimed it at the ship's rudder. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. The rudder was broken by a single shot. This isn't over yet. Yamli decided to go all the way. He went to the bottom of the ship's hold and fired at the ship's most important keel. Bang! A large hole was exposed in the bottom of the boat. A steady stream of seawater gushed in from the hole. Without saying a word, Yamli climbed the stairs to the deck and called out, Friday! Stop cutting! The ship is sinking. Let's go. The two jumped into the sea and swam back to the Dave. This isn't over yet. Yamli's eyes hardened. They immediately steered the ship and rammed it into the crystal ship with the hardest part of the bow. Boom! A harsh, scraping, cracking sound rang out. Two special ships collided. The second-class Dave is clearly more rigid. The dragon head smashed directly into the hull of the crystal ship. Little brother, say goodbye to the world. Soon, the badly damaged crystal ship capsized and sank to the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye. A cloud of bubbles remained on the sea surface, still churning. You have destroyed a player's ship, unlocking the pirate cruise system. From now on, you will be able to create your own fleet alliance, with a maximum of 3 members. As your ships level up, the fleet size limit will increase by 1 more member. You have obtained loot, the Crystal Blueprint. Name, Crystal Blueprints. Type, Blueprints/ship models. Description: based on this special ship blueprint, you can spend 100 units of crystal, 250 units of wood, 30 units of steel, and 160 units of stone to build a brand new crystal ship under your control. Alternatively, you can incorporate the crystal blueprints into your own ship and spend 20 crystals, 80 wood, 10 steel, and 50 stone to build a new expansion structure. Choose one of 2 expansion buildings. Name, Focusing Crystal Cannon. Type, Individual shipborne weapon. Description: capable of focusing solar energy into high-temperature rays, with considerable power and a range of 5 nautical miles. Each launch requires a 24-hour cooling period. Name, Refraction Light Curtain Generator. Type, Individual shipborne weapon. Introduction: this cutting-edge device, which utilizes a precision crystal lens array and the principle of ambient light refraction, can create a barrier that distorts light around the hull, achieving temporary optical stealth. Once activated, the vessel visually blends completely into its environment, making it difficult to observe directly with the naked eye. During its stealth phase, the effectiveness of energy-based detection lock-on mechanisms is also slightly reduced. Chapter 14: Crystal Blueprints. Look at this drawing. Yamli had mixed feelings. On this sea, the relationships between players are incredibly complex. They might form an alliance, or they might turn against each other. However, the system should be inclined towards competition. After all, the victor not only escaped punishment, but also received spoils of war. This means that if you don't want to become just another piece of material for someone else to upgrade and modify their ship, the only option is to continuously strengthen oneself. As for becoming stronger, you have many options. Raise and tame beasts, fight monsters to level up, adventure and plunder treasures, plant crops, trade, upgrade ships, learn magic skills, modify your body, and more. Of course, there are also advanced gameplay options. He's just like Scarface, a thief and robber. Here, everyone is the pirate king. They robbed natives, seized passing players' ships, and committed arson, murder, and looting. With this in mind, Yang Li felt an urgent need to strengthen his own abilities. While the Dave has enormous potential, it inevitably has a fatal weakness in its early stages. That is because the maturation cycle of certain plants is too long. The shortest one Yang Li has ever seen is that misty mushroom. It is a short-lived plant, maturing in 7 days. Other intermediate periods can last for more than a month. I don't even want to think about the long term. During this period of growth gap, this exposed the fact that the USS Dave lacked the necessary offensive capabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been treated like a dumpling by the crystal. With this in mind, he did not hesitate to incorporate the blueprints of the crystal into his own ship. As for expanding the building, the Dave was clearly vulnerable in the early stages but rallied later on. Once the special plants have grown, it will have no shortage of means of attack. Yang Li also personally experienced the invisibility effect. It's really useful, whether you're using it to ambush someone or to escape. Therefore, he directly chose to expand the building light curtain generator. However, we are still short 20 crystals. He searched through the system's online store. Each crystal costs 300 coins. Damn system, it's so expensive? One unit of wood only costs 15 coins. However, the prices on player exchanges are often much lower than those in the system store. He glanced at it. Each unit costs 250 coins. That's quite a lot. But Yang Li had no choice. You have purchased 20 units of crystals, deducting 5,000 tide coins, leaving you with a balance of 125,000 tide coins. Construction requirements for expansion buildings: crystal 20/20ths, wood 230/80, steel 40/10ths, stone 140/50. Should we choose to build a refracting light curtain emitter? Sure! The blueprints transformed into a stream of light that merged into the bow of the ship. 5 super-large diamonds with entirely prismatic surfaces are strung together, replacing the sharp corner of the bow. It refracts brilliant, colorful light under the sunlight, making it a truly beautiful sight. Name: Refraction Light Curtain Generator. Type: Individual shipborne weapon. Introduction: This cutting-edge device, which utilizes a precision crystal lens array and the principle of ambient light refraction, can create a barrier that distorts light around the hull, achieving temporary optical stealth. Once activated, the vessel visually blends completely into its environment, making it difficult to observe directly with the naked eye. During its stealth phase, the effectiveness of energy-based detection lock-on mechanisms is also slightly reduced. After a busy afternoon, it was getting dark. Yang Li considered the many unknown dangers that existed on the island. We did not choose to explore at night. He maneuvered the boat, continuously circling the island. This is to avoid being attacked by Megalodon again. At the current speed of the Dave, as long as it is in motion, it's still very difficult for sea monsters to catch up with them. But if it remains stationary, no one knows what might suddenly emerge from the seabed. On Friday, you don't need to sleep tonight. You're on guard. Wake me up immediately if there's any unusual noise. Before going into the captain's cabin to rest, Yang Li gave these instructions to Friday. Yes, Captain, you can go and rest now. I will definitely protect the ship. On Friday, he gave a sailor's salute and hummed. This island is different from any other. It is highly likely that someone else had already climbed up there before him. He must conserve his energy tonight so that he can face tomorrow's battle in the best possible condition. As for Friday, with his strong physique, staying up all night shouldn't be a problem, right? I spent a sleepless night. The sun rises. Yang Li woke up on time. It's the 5th day. The player channel was much quieter than usual, with a much more lively atmosphere. Because of the huge differences in cognition and culture among players of different nationalities. With numerous disagreements and everyone stuck at sea, their hearts were heavy with depression, making it inevitable that conflicts would erupt. Several disputes broke out within the channel due to issues related to the trading of supplies. Players who used to frequently speak in the channel are nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a message caught his attention. Only the chat channel is visible. Anonymous passerby. I've got something funny to show you. Name, Sakura Ship Blueprints. Type, Blueprints/ship model. Description, this is the blueprint dropped by a destroyed special ship. You can spend the corresponding basic resources to rebuild a brand new Sakura under your control. Sakura, a mutated cherry blossom tree, grows on the ship. Its mutated petals constantly fall, generating a mutated radiation field. The crew will be continuously exposed to this radiation, causing mutations. There's a small chance they will experience benign mutations, but a high probability they will undergo non-human mutations. Alternatively, you can incorporate the blueprints into your ship and spend a small amount of resources to build an expansion structure. Expanding the building, radiating cherry blossom trees. You will accept your fate. The mutated cherry blossom tree will cast a radiation field on your ship, and the crew will gradually mutate. Perhaps they will become stronger, perhaps they will become uglier, who knows? The extraordinary chef, holy crap, what garbage is this? I wouldn't even take it if it were given to me for free. How to Train Your Dragon, is it based on reality? It must be from drinking too much nuclear wastewater, right? Unsure what to name this radiation is really a bit abstract. Strength is only temporary, but being handsome is for life. What's the use of having great strength if you're so distorted you're no longer human? Anonymous passerby. You guys be careful, this is a PvP game for sure. Lee, who loves fishing, can't we team up and form an organization? The more people there are, the stronger we are. Isn't that much more efficient than farming alone in the wild? Unknown passerby. Forget it. There are strict limits on the number of people you can join an alliance fleet. My ship is only level 2, so I can only add 2 more teammates. How about this? I'll post this as a recruitment ad. Anyone interested in joining me can message me privately to sign up. Once you're here, we're brothers. Let's conquer the world together. Yanli looked puzzled. There are even new ship model blueprints. Chapter 15, Island Exploration. Day 5 of the nautical log. Today's weather. The weather is clear, a perfect day for diving into the bay. Sea area location, Dinosaur Frenzy. Sunshine duration, 8 hours remaining. Temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 2. On Friday you will stay on board and keep watch. Yanli tightened the equipment belt around his waist, his tone stern. Based on the speed, the ship will circle the island approximately every 3 hours. If I want to come back, I'll send out a signal flare, and then you can come and meet me. He gazed at the faint outline of the island in the distance and continued. If you encounter other players' ships along the way, do not clash with them, keep a safe distance, and wait for me to return. Also, the seedlings on the boat have just sprouted, so remember to water them on time. After this sneak attack, he certainly couldn't repeat the same mistake. Those elusive special ships, some stealthy, some shallow drifting, and some even flying. This makes this sea area fraught with danger. The USS Dave is currently poorly defended and someone must remain on board. So he temporarily delegated control of the ship to Friday. Yes, Captain. On Friday, he nodded steadily, his rough fingers gently tracing the rudder. The little monkey nimbly scurried up Yang Li's shoulder along his clothes. It squeaked anxiously in his ear. It seemed they knew he was about to embark on a long journey. Yang Li rubbed its fluffy little head. You'll stay on the boat and help Friday look after the seedlings, catch the bugs, understand? The little monkey nodded as if it understood but not quite. Yang Li was already used to this scene. This monkey is incredibly intelligent. It seems to understand what he's saying. As for the underlying principles, he didn't understand them either. In short, it wasn't a bad thing, so he let it go. After arranging the logistics, Yang Li was finally relieved. Before leaving, he glanced at Friday. They stripped off the insect skeleton he was wearing. I'll keep it for myself as a backup. The unknown risks on the island are too great. He must make the best use of all available resources. Wait for my good news. He waved to the crew. He turned around and jumped into the shallow sea. When Yang Li climbed ashore soaking wet, after wringing out my clothes and getting dressed again on the shore. Suddenly, they stopped at the boundary between the beach and the jungle. The muddy ground was covered with a dense array of footprints. He crouched down and lightly touched the soil with his fingertips. Moist and soft, with clear marks. These footprints must have been formed within a day and came from different people. Yan Li's heart skipped a beat. Besides the scarred man, are there other people on the island? He instinctively ducked into the bushes, wary of any arrows that might be shot from the shadows. But unexpectedly it was met with a pair of sharp jaw clamps. A giant ant, a meter long, suddenly lunged out of the bushes. Yan Li retreated in a sorry state, pursued relentlessly by the giant ant. The jaw clamps made a teeth-grinding, click, sound as they opened and closed. Although the giant ant was not fast, Yan Li was very clear about how terrifying the ant's strength was. He decisively abandoned the fight, and ran towards the depths of the dense forest, following the direction of the footprints. A magnificent mangrove forest came into view. The straight trunk requires 5 or 6 people to encircle it, and it is over 50 meters tall. Each tree is like a natural pillar, supporting a vast expanse of sky and earth. Normally, he would have marveled at how many units of timber these giant trees could provide if just one of them were cut down, but now, facing unknown dangers ahead, he did not intend to make a commotion by cutting down trees. His gaze swept through the woods, repeatedly surveying his surroundings. As I walked, I carefully followed the increasingly prominent footprints on the soft red earth. In unfamiliar wilderness, following paths already taken by others can often help avoid most dangers. That's what I was just thinking. Squeak! A piercing scream shattered the silence. Yan Li froze. A terrifying bird, nearly 2 meters tall, burst out from behind the tree, its fleshy wings flapping and its sharp claws kicking up dust. The distance is too close, there's no way to avoid it. An encounter is inevitable. The tentacles shot out instantly, weaving a dense net in the air, tightly binding the terrifying bird's deadly beak. The frightened bird struggled wildly, its sharp claws grazing Yan Li's clothes. When shooting a bird, hit its beak first. The force of that beak is extraordinary. If it were to peck down, they will either die or be seriously injured. That's how it is when wild beasts fight. There are no back and forth moves, you just use whatever you have on you. It's all about who's bigger, who's stronger, and who has the most powerful weapon. At the critical moment, Yan Li used the momentum to flip to the side, and with a violent swing of his tentacles, he slammed the terrifying bird to the ground. He leaped into the air, and his embroidered spring knife slashed down fiercely with a whooshing sound. Pfft! A sharp blade embedded itself in his neck, and blood gushed out. The frightened bird let out a mournful cry. Yan Li dared not delay and delivered a few more blows to ensure that the man was completely dead. You have equipped the Beast Slayer title, initially breaking through the character level barrier and unlocking the character level system. Defeat a level 5 terror bird and gain 1 experience point. Name Yan Li. Level LV1. Experience required to level up to level 2, 1/500. Constitution, 5.05. Agility, 7.04 plus 1. Strength, 4.1 plus 2. Perception, 6.04. Spirit, 8.05. Plus 2 attribute is an additional effect of the equipment. The joy on Yan Li's face vanished in an instant. Before the notification tone had even faded, the roars of beasts could be heard rising and falling in the distance. He shivered and scrambled up the steep slope, hiding under a fallen redwood tree. The higher you go, the better the view. Wandering blindly in unfamiliar woodlands will only lead to constant attacks from wild dinosaurs, just like before. The view suddenly opened up. Looking down, he gasped. To the left front, a 20-meter-long brontosaurus stretched out its long neck and was gnawing on the leaves of a redwood. On a tree trunk to the right, a marsupial lion lies motionless, seemingly lying in ambush for its prey. To the left rear, 3 allosaurus, each 7 or 8 meters tall, were gathered together, chasing a gorilla. To the right rear, a millipede more than 3 meters long had just crawled out of its hole. Those are ancient millipedes, which were the ancestors of centipedes. Hiss. Fortunately, Yan Li had scouted the route beforehand. If a medium or large dinosaur were to face each other in the wild, they would stare at each other blankly. That's like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Yang Li held his breath. On this island, humans are the weakest at the bottom of the food chain. He has only made it this far thanks to the equipment he has been equipped with. If he were to actually face these prehistoric behemoths, he would probably have trouble even escaping. Yang Li waited for a while. Only after the Allosaurus herd had gone far away did he slide down the tree trunk and continue along the footprints. Why was he so determined to find people on a dinosaur island? Since there are traces of human activity on the island, it means that there are resources worth exploring. Where there are people, there are resources. There are treasures that people can use. Therefore, people are treasures. Yang Li couldn't have made a wasted trip. Since he was already here, he had to see for himself what the situation was like among the people on the island before he could feel at ease. Pterodactyls occasionally swept across the sky, and each time he used the shadow cloak to conceal himself. He knew that pterosaurs were carnivorous dinosaurs and could also fly. Extremely difficult to deal with in the dinosaur world. If it weren't for the stealth ability of the shadow cloak, which greatly reduced his presence. With the dinosaur's dynamic field of vision and hunting range far exceeding that of other creatures on Earth, they were able to capture the dinosaur's movements. He, a fragile modern man, was trying to outmaneuver a pack of wild beasts in a primeval forest using his primal instincts. They would definitely be utterly humiliated by the native dinosaurs. They are the true masters of the wilderness. The reason why Yang Li has been able to get to where he is today is because he is so carefree. It was all due to the effectiveness of the equipment and skills. If used correctly in specific situations, each one can be a miraculous skill and save a life. Chapter 16 Indigenous Tribes. Yang Li followed the footprints and continued forward. They successfully made their way out of the mangrove forest. He was lying on the edge of a cliff, looking down at the lively tribal buildings below. The terrain in front of us resembles a giant sinkhole. This small island, once ravaged by dinosaurs, has become a perfect natural sanctuary. It could defend against dinosaur invasions. A large open area inside the sinkhole was carved out by humans, and many wooden houses were built there. The area was surrounded by huge wooden barricades to prevent dinosaur invasion. Natives of another world. A thought suddenly popped into Yang Li's mind. He had assumed that no humans could survive on this island ravaged by dinosaurs. But reality shattered his expectations. Yang Li did not act rashly. He remained still, lying on the cliff, observing the group of natives from above. Yang Li had excellent eyesight. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, he could vaguely see many tiny figures dressed in animal skins moving among the buildings. Someone was patrolling the area on a velociraptor. Someone was riding a tall mammoth, carrying heavy logs. Others rode dwarf dragons to cultivate the fields and plant crops. It is clearly a well-developed primitive dinosaur tribe. Of course, if you ignore the altar in the center of the territory carved with totem poles, everything looks much better. A human covered in blood is bound to the altar, the ground stained red with blood. It added a strange, bloody hue to the territory. Judging from the type of clothing, Yang Li believes it's likely another player. However, judging from the commotion, that unfortunate fellow must have been gone for quite a while. Judging from the direction of the footprints, it is highly likely that he had just landed on the shore and had not died from the dinosaur attack. Instead, he was captured and killed by these natives. TSK. Yang Li sighed. This was his first time encountering natives, and he never expected that their first meeting would turn into a brutal massacre. That's really not friendly at all. The players' identities were probably determined from the very first moment this nautical game began. They may not be the sea survivors, unknown explorers, or righteous players who save the world that romantics imagine. Instead, they are villainous, disorderly characters such as robbers, pirates, and invaders. Like a locust swarm sweeping across the land, they were swept up by the system in a massive torrent, devouring all living things they encountered along the way. It severely damaged the local ecosystem. Yang Li immediately corrected his position. It also helped me to reshape my perception. Have to. This is just a base for a group of NPCs. If resources are left untouched and neither you nor I take them, when will any player ever become king? He decisively analyzed the lineup of the indigenous tribes below. These natives have tamed dinosaurs, once they discover his whereabouts. Given the locals' familiarity with the surrounding environment, he alone would have no chance of escaping. But the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. When the opportunity arises, if you don't take a gamble, you'll never be at the forefront. So, Yanli planned to wait until evening, when the Shadow Cloak's skills would be greatly enhanced. They then infiltrated the tribe again. Stealing crossed out. It's time to stock up. Stock up. Yanli didn't forget why he was there. He's not here on vacation. He needs resources to strengthen his power. If we can't defeat the dinosaurs, can't we at least take control of these indigenous humans? Compared to ferocious beasts, humans have countless weaknesses. Having made up his mind, Yanli waited quietly for the sun to set. Soon night fell. A bonfire was lit in the village. The watchtower was also illuminated by a blazing torch. The natives sat in a circle around the campfire in the center of the tribe, dancing a rhythmic hunting dance. The remaining people chatted as they grilled the meat. There were about 40 or 50 people. Yanli spent 15 origin dust to light up an imprint, then used the system assistant to synthesize a noose, which he then placed on a cliff rock. The person, like a special forces soldier, pulls down the rope at high speed and then lands steadily. The entire process was carried out silently, without alerting the indigenous tribe's sentry posts. Perhaps these natives have always faced dinosaurs and never encountered thieves or thieves? Therefore, their vigilance has decreased significantly. But it doesn't matter, they'll see for themselves today. Yanli avoided the firelight and specifically sought out dark paths. Thanks to the Shadow Cloak's ability to significantly reduce his presence at night, he moved as if he were in an empty place. Yanli first quietly slipped into a wooden house. He glanced at it briefly in the darkness. Inside the room was a bed covered with animal hides, and the walls were decorated with skulls of unknown wild animals. There were also a few skewers of dried grilled meat, emitting a marinated meat smell. After confirming that no one was there, he began to feel around one by one. There wasn't much room to put anything in the room. You can easily spot a wooden storage box in the corner. He opened it quietly. The system encyclopedia then lit up. You opened the treasure chest and obtained the following loot: 15,000 tide coins, ivory bracelet 1, dragon crystal 1, gas mask, damaged diving suit, damaged stone pickaxe, damaged stone axe, damaged animal hide clothing. Time is of the essence. Every moment of delay increases the danger. Yanli didn't look closely. He scanned and collected everything inside the wooden box with a card. Then he slipped into another stone house made of piled stones. This stone house is the largest in the entire tribe, and it was probably the residence of the tribal chief or chieftain. Chapter 17: Massacre of the Village. Yanli walked to the window of the stone house and listened to the shouts coming and going from the campfire. I seemed to faintly hear a familiar language. He suspected he was hallucinating. Unconvinced, he strained his ears and listened intently once more. His wrist, the demon's mark. Offer this demon, to the tribe, to the gods, as a sacrifice. The increasingly familiar voices flooded into my mind. These bastards speak Chinese? Wrong. After careful examination, Yanli finally discovered where the strange feeling came from. The natives spoke with heavy retroflex consonants and at a rapid, incoherent pace. It is quite different from the standard, clear pronunciation of Chinese characters. But Yanli could understand the meaning behind their words. Oh. There are also universal game cheats available outside, with built-in universal language packs, right? Yanli felt relieved. I'll ignore them. He turned his attention back to the work at hand. Then they opened a huge wooden storage box that was placed in front of the table. You opened the treasure chest and obtained the following loot: 20,000 tide coins, 1 scorching dragon fruit seed, abyss stone, rare, wood essence, dragon slayer hand cannon blueprint, arcane boots blueprint. Take it! Take it! Take them all! Leave no one alive! As usual, Yanli rummaged through drawers and cabinets, dumping everything into the storage cards. This storage card was made for this moment. It's practically an essential item for home and travel, petty theft, and robbery. You'll know once you use it. Just as Yang Li was constantly sneaking into the tribal buildings and ransacking them, eating and stuffing like a greedy rat that had fallen into a rice granary, a burly tribal man, dressed in animal skins, with his hair coiled up on his back and his face painted with white totems, walked over. He muttered something under his breath, and as soon as he stepped into the stone house, his body suddenly stiffened. A look of anxiety flashed across his face, as if he had sensed something was wrong, and he rushed into the house. Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream came from inside the stone house. Intruder! Alert! The shouts were so vivid and expressive, filled with anger and misery. Therefore, Yang Li heard it very clearly. He quickly put away a straw hat and slipped into hiding on the roof beam. Countless torches were immediately lit within the tribe, illuminating the area. 40 or so tribe members, each armed with torches, spears, bows and arrows, machetes and other weapons, surrounded the entire exit of the tribe's sinkhole with menacing force. Find the intruder, skin him, and then bleed him to water the blood cedar tree! The tribal chief roared, his eyes bloodshot. Everything in the tribe had been stolen. How could he not be anxious? That accumulated wealth was the greatest source of confidence for the entire tribe in resisting the dinosaur invasion. Without them, the tribe will once again have to struggle against the enormous dinosaurs amidst dire straits. How many tribal warriors would have to sacrifice that? They will once again become the lowest class food on the island. Yang Li held his breath and glanced out of the corner of his eye at the grim scene outside, brightly lit by the fire. I can't help but feel a little regretful. I was a little too greedy just now. They should have taken most of the valuables and run away. But he went and emptied the entire tribe's storehouse. But since things have come to this, we need to find a way to get out of this dangerous situation first. Yan Li instantly devised a plan to escape the predicament. Kidnapping the leader as a hostage? Did they set fire to the tribe? Force their way out of the encirclement? Or did they sneak out? But no matter what method we use, we can't delay any longer. We must act decisively to escape before they are fully prepared. Oh woo! Yan Li had already heard a whimpering sound that resembled a dog barking. That's a gray wolf, the ancestor of dogs. Also possessing a keen sense of smell, they have been a great help to hunters since ancient times. Oh no, we've been exposed. While a cloak can reduce one's presence, it doesn't cover up smells. Through the windowsill, Yang Li saw many dinosaurs, mammoths, velociraptors, parasaurus, and gray wolves rapidly approaching, along with their riders. A group of tribesmen surrounded the wooden house, holding torches and carrying spears and knives, and slowly approached the house. It seems that my unusual odor gave me away. This led to the gray wolf discovering their location through its sense of smell. The shadow cloak isn't a panacea, it seems to have met its match. Yang Li's hen was at her wit's end. He took a gamble and quickly opened the exchange. Do you have any first aid equipment? I need help urgently. Your talent effect has been activated. A stroke of good fortune, luck and misfortune are twins in your destiny. You will never be in a situation where certain death is certain, and if you do die, you will die prepared. Cooldown, 24 hours. My lucky talent has indeed activated again. This is also his biggest advantage in daring to go on an adventure to the island alone. The fact that there was no prompt at all is the most obvious prompt. He quickly focused all his attention on the exchange. Sure enough, he found an item in the player exchange that perfectly met his needs. Name: Enhanced High Explosive Bomb. Quality: Excellent. Description: Made of compressed gunpowder, this bomb has the explosive power equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. Detonating it would cause widespread and significant damage, but it is best to maintain a safe distance before detonation. Price: 100,000 Tide coins. It's truly a valuable item. Even a single bomb costs this much. 10 kilograms of TNT can blow an entire building to rubble. It's used to boost the strength of the natives outside, to give them a shock of the power of human civilization's firearms. It deals widespread damage, and then takes advantage of the chaos to break through. That's just enough. Yanli bought it without hesitation. From beginning to end, Yanli never intended to confront the entire tribe head-on alone. Outnumbered and outgunned, even with better equipment, he couldn't possibly defeat so many people. Moreover, that mammoth didn't look like an ordinary dinosaur at all. It is very likely a guardian beast with skills. Yanli made up his mind. However, detonating explosives at such close range could easily result in heavy casualties on both sides, killing 1,000 enemies but also inflicting 800 casualties on oneself. Yanli originally wanted to run a little further away before detonating it. But his head had just peeked out from the windowsill. Several arrows coated with venom grazed his hair and flew in. Holy crap, why are they watching so closely? Damn it. In that case, let's say goodbye to this world together. Yanli gritted his teeth and held a cylindrical metal case bomb in one hand. At the same time, he donned a full-body insect bone armor, mustered all his strength, detonated the high-explosive bomb, and threw it far away. He threw it as far as possible, hoping the impact would minimize the damage to him. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Yanli suddenly tackled him to the ground. His head was buried under the bed, with only his buttocks sticking out. A burst of intense flames erupted from the ground. It swept away the entire sinkhole with overwhelming force. The entire tribe's wooden houses collapsed instantly, like dominoes. Yanli was instantly blasted away by the shockwave, rolling in the ruins, his vision blurred. He also experienced severe tinnitus. The system logs displayed a series of kill notifications. But Yanli was in a daze from the explosion and couldn't hear the instructions at all. He was in pain all over his body, feeling as if he had been hit by a car, and lay on the ground unable to get up for a while. Wow, I underestimated the power of this bomb. It is unknown how much time passed before he finally crawled out of the ruins. The insect's bony armor did not completely protect its body. A large hole was blasted in its rear end. One of his buttocks was blackened, and the skin was ulcerated from the rupture. It's burning hot. Yanli eagerly circled the sinkhole to observe it. The scene before him made his heart flutter slightly. All that could be seen were fragmented pieces of corpses scattered throughout the sinkhole. He couldn't find a single intact body. The only exception was the enormous mammoth, which possessed remarkable resilience and did not die immediately despite the terrifying explosion. It lay on the ground, its body covered in blood, its chest heaving violently, clearly suffering a fatal wound. Yanli walked up to the fallen mammoth, raised his embroidered spring knife, aimed at its belly, and made a slashing motion as if he were a warrior aiming. But he hesitated for a moment, out of his cautious nature. Before finishing off the enemy, he tentatively scanned the area with the log chip. Unknown battle pet detected. Tamed the forest mammoth? Yanli's eyes lit up. With a sweep of the card, the forest mammoth transformed into a stream of light and merged entirely into the card. Name: Mammoth of the Forest. Type: Battle Pet/Dinosaur. Status: Severely injured and near death. Level: LV25. Family type: Element: Wood. Attributes: HP 16, Attack 9, Defense 12, Speed 6, Spirit 8, Stamina 7. Description: Measuring 9 meters in length and 5 meters in shoulder height, it was once the guardian war god of a tribe, but is now severely injured. As a racial talent of the forest mammoth race, it possesses the ability to efficiently gather plant resources and also boasts considerable combat prowess, making it an excellent helper in building shelters. Skill effect: Inspiring War Cry, the forest mammoth unleashes a soul-stirring roar, dispelling single fear/confuse effects on friendly units and granting all friendly units that hear the roar an inspiring effect, increasing all resistances by 10% and damage output by 10% for 15 seconds. Thorn Blade, the forest mammoth's body is always covered in a layer of thorn armor. When attacked by melee, it automatically reflects a small amount of damage and has a 15% chance to inflict a bleeding status on the attacker. Earth-shaking Thrust, the mammoth stomps the ground, manipulating the earth's power to summon living roots that burst forth from the soil in a designated area, dealing moderate physical damage to all enemies within the area and applying an entangle effect for 3 seconds. Yanli never expected that his first battle pet would be stolen. The little monkey doesn't count, it's just a decorative vase. That tattered illustrated guide to taming dinosaurs hasn't even been put to use yet. I skipped the tutorial and obtained a forest mammoth battle pet. After that, he cleaned up the battlefield again. All the planted grain crops were blown to smithereens. The clothes and such were even more unbearable to look at. It took him a long time to find the player's mutilated limbs from the pile of corpses. All that remained was a charred wrist inlaid with a log-shaped chip. No matter how Yanli fiddled with it, he couldn't get anything out of it no matter how much he tried. He reluctantly put it into the log chip. Although I couldn't open his storage space, I still put it away as usual, following the principle of taking what I could get. The reason I had to personally tinker with it was simply to confirm the accuracy of that information. It turns out that only the player can open their own storage space. Chapter 18: The Origins of the Pirate Gang. Day 6 of the nautical log. Today's weather: light rain. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Fishing is recommended, but avoid starting fires. See area location: Dinosaur Frenzy. Sunshine duration: 7 hours. Temperature: 15-20 degrees Celsius. Wind force: level 3. Yanli returned to the Dave. I have to say, tentacles are really a great thing. It can be used not only for swimming, but also for climbing trees. He found the tallest tree on the island and climbed to the top, which was nearly 300 meters high. Using a hang glider, they leaped down, crossing half of Dinosaur Island and landing directly on the shore. When he returned to the Dave, he saw Friday watering the seedlings. Captain, these plants are extremely thirsty during their growth stage. At first, I only watered them once a day, but now I have to water them 3 times a day. The report was submitted on Friday. He has gained some experience in planting, and can make a preliminary judgment on the growth needs of seedlings. Well done. I'll reward you with 2 hours of fishing. Yanli, of course, praised him promptly. This is certainly not entirely exploitation. Yanli inexplicably discovered that Friday was a hardcore angler. Once you start fishing, you either fish once a day or fish all day long. They could sit there for days and nights. Yes, Captain, Friday replied happily, picking up his fishing rod and heading to the ship's side. Then, Yanli pulled out all his spoils at once. There are so many miscellaneous things collected from the indigenous tribes. Some are valuable, some may be valuable, but he can't use them right now, and some are pure garbage in Yanli's eyes. We need to do some filtering. He took out the blueprints for the Fire Dragon hand cannon and the arcane boots and glanced at them. The name sounds impressive. I thought I'd actually gotten a treasure. Upon closer inspection, both photos turned out to be of excellent quality. The skill effects are also incredibly weak. It's the kind of equipment that requires collecting a lot of special materials to create of excellent quality. Forging equipment according to the blueprint is not cost-effective. The initial drawings are not as good as the finished product, and the final product is not as good as the drawings. Right now, it's better to just go to the exchange and buy ready-made equipment. If it's a high-quality blueprint, I might keep it for future use, but I'll pass on the lower-quality ones. Yanli roughly checked the prices. The price of blueprints is often much higher than that of the finished product, especially for high-quality drawings. A piece of equipment of excellent quality can sell for 10,000 to 20,000 coins. If it is a blueprint of excellent quality, the price will be at least 5 to 10 times higher. After all, everyone can distinguish between a finished piece of equipment and wholesale finished equipment. So Yanli also categorized them into reserves that wouldn't be needed in the short term, and then listed them all for sale on the exchange. The plan is to first convert it into Tide coins, which can be used directly and transformed into actual combat power in a short period of time. Before long, the 2 blueprints sold for a staggering 200,000 yuan. Then, he looked at the equipment that could be used directly. Name: Abyss Stone. Type: Equipment Upgrade Stone. Quality: Rare. Description: A strange or found in abyssal rifts, containing chaotic yet pure energy. It is a key catalyst for enhancing equipment quality. Effect: At the enchanting table, fuse the target equipment with this gem. The equipment upgrade process is irreversible. This can upgrade a piece of equipment of fine quality to rare quality. significantly increases the equipment's base stats and has a chance to generate a new random rare affix. Yang Li's eyes lit up. I can't believe there's such a great thing. He had originally planned to replace his outdated equipment with a batch of higher quality equipment that was gradually falling behind the pace of development. But it's not needed now. He rushed to the cabin and activated the enchanting table. Following the instructions in the encyclopedia, I placed the abyss stone and the matchlock gun inside together. In the end, he obtained a brand new weapon. Name: refined matchlock gun. Type: equipment/weapon. Quality: rare. Description: this is a refined matchlock gun that has been reforged and meticulously crafted by a master blacksmith. It is enhanced with dragon bone and imbued with secret techniques, making it one of the few works of art used for killing. This gun requires no bullets, has a 5-minute auto-reload time, a magazine capacity of 3, deals moderate damage to monsters, and has a small chance to fire bullets with a high explosive damage effect. There have been changes. First of all, the annoying habit of getting stuck from time to time has finally been cured. If you keep using this jamming thing, it'll practically cause a stroke. In addition, it changed from medium damage to a bursting effect with a low probability of dealing high explosive damage. Probability is still amazing. Overall, it's alright. After dealing with the spoils, Yang Li patted the dust off his clothes. We entered the greenhouse. The first thing you see is a little monkey holding a miniature shovel, helping to loosen the soil and catch insects in the field. Compared to the empty farmland of a few days ago, nowadays the greenhouses are all lush and green. Each cell was filled with lush, verdant plants. The roots and stems of those special plants were particularly thick, and the seedlings were not composed of too tender leaves, but rather clustered into huge flower buds. Even in its seedling stage, it was already the size of an adult's head. Yang Li took a seed out of his pocket. Name: scorching dragon fruit seeds. Type: enhancement/edible plant. Growth cycle: short, 15 days. Description: the scorching dragon fruit dislikes dampness and cold, and needs to be cultivated in a dry, hot environment. Its skin is a fiery red with scaly patterns resembling cooled lava, and it continues to emit a comforting warmth once ripe. Skill effect: dispels cold. It releases a warm halo centered on its growth point, which can dispel the cold in the area and accelerate the growth of surrounding plants. Delicious and useful. Consuming its fruit can temporarily increase strength by 1 point. Review: sailors affectionately call it the ship's little sun. On long, cold, and damp voyages, a deck illuminated by it is the most luxurious comfort. But please remember, this warmth comes with a touch of temper. Never try to plant it together with ice orchids, unless you want to witness a plant kingdom epic of ice and fire, and your ship's cabin becomes their battlefield. Positive reviews. These unusual plants even have mortal enemies. Yang Li couldn't help but laugh. Dragon fruit is actually a very practical plant, although it doesn't have any outstanding offensive capabilities. However, its advantage is that it can continuously provide a beneficial warmth buff. If it reaches colder sea areas in the future, it will definitely come in very handy. It's like a natural furnace on the ship, so you'll never have to worry about freezing to death again. He tidied up the soil for a while and inspected the little monkey's work. Only after confirming that he had been carefully cared for did he walk out of the greenhouse with satisfaction. As for where the little bugs came from? Who knows? These little creatures' eggs always seem to attach to things that are hard to see with the naked eye. Yang Li opened the chat channel again when he had some free time. To his surprise, the channel was bustling with activity again. Although there are many conflicts between players, but people clearly can't resist the convenience that chatting brings. If Yang Li were in Yang Li's shoes, he could understand. The players are all alone in the ocean. All around were endless waves and hidden dangers. Loneliness and unease constantly grip their hearts. Therefore, chatting with fellow Earthlings to relieve loneliness is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Ocean's Lament, unnamed passerby. Sorry, I didn't explain clearly before. I just found out myself. Once this fleet is established, the crew members can no longer maintain the independent navigation of several ships. At this point, the system will display an option to select one ship from the fleet as the main ship. The other ships will then merge into the main ship, essentially creating a combined entity. I'm sure I'll win this time. Combination? So ship skills can be combined too? That's great. Ocean's Gourd, not necessarily. It seems only the first ship can be fully integrated. The absorption effect decreases significantly with each subsequent ship integrated. So remember, be very careful with your first ship you cooperate with. Loser boss, where are your crew members? I haven't heard them say a word. Ocean's Lament, this damn system. After the fleet merged, even individual chat became fleet chat. They can only speak in the channel using my fleet name. Last place finisher, I also want to join the fleet. Do you still have any spots left? Ocean's Lament, sorry, my fleet is full. However, my ship is only level 3 right now. I will add one more spot for each level I upgrade. If you don't mind the above restrictions and are still interested, you can come to my sea area to find me. Upon seeing this, Yanli felt a sense of doubt. He had also studied the maps in the nautical logbook. The whole thing is shrouded in a fog. Starting from their point of origin, like a beacon in the darkness dispelling the fog, they began marking out locations. So apart from the sea area they had already passed, they couldn't see what was ahead at all. There are coordinates for some islands, but no navigation coordinates. Players are unlikely to wait on the island in place. How did they manage to pinpoint a single person on the vast ocean? Is relying solely on the ship's special skills? Or do we have to wait for a system update? How to train your dragon. I'm a long-term buyer of large quantities of raw meat or animal feed. Any kind of meat or feed will do, as long as it's edible. My little beasts are eating more and more, they're almost bankrupting me. An extraordinary chef, I'm willing to share this trouble with you. You can give them to me to raise. I guarantee I'll raise them to be plump and healthy for you. How to train your dragon. Roll, roll, roll. Swift pirates, brothers, I think I've discovered a new sea area. The post also included an illustration and pictures. Name, infected zombies. Type, disease-infected person. Synopsis, originally sailors or island residents who died in the disaster, they became infected and mutated after coming into contact with the putrid spores spreading in the diseased sea or being attacked by the disease's host. Its life activities have completely ceased, driven solely by the instinct of the disease, harboring a primal predatory desire for all living things, making it the most common threat in the disease-ridden seas. The image shows a zombie with festering skin and a shattered head lying on a deck, dressed in tattered clothes. Seeing disgusting creatures reduces your sanity by 2. Deep-sea pirates, alright, you're playing the zombie game, huh? A zombie siege, huh? No shooting, just sneak into the village. How to train your dragon. Wait, what? You guys have all formed fleets? And they're all named pirate crews? Are you really becoming the pirate kings? Deep-sea pirates, I think that scene isn't far off. This damn flying whale has really turned me into an octopus. With this appearance, I could stop a child from crying at night. How to train your dragon. Ha 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 ha, looks like my boat is the best. I just take care of my little pets every day, and they can fight any battles for me while I sit on the sidelines and watch. Yanli sighed. This dragon trainer's ship has the ability to accelerate the raising of battle pets. It is blessed with unique advantages. His achievements in botany, along with those of his Dave, are comparable to those of a sleeping dragon and a phoenix. It's quite possible that he could cultivate a large army of monsters. However, that immortal sea dragon, with its lineage spanning 3 generations, remained even after the humans left. The time required to raise a young dragon to combat-ready age is beyond what most people can imagine. Even with the ability to accelerate growth, the growth cycle is compressed to 70%. But that's enough for him to drink a whole pot. The pressure was immense in the early stages. Speaking of battle pets, Yanli took out the biological card of the forest mammoth. The status column still shows severely injured and dying. Each profession has its own expertise. Treating wild animals is something that should be left to specialists. So he opened the private messages from How to Train Your Dragon. Little Yang, who loves farming, brother, I have a heavily injured and dying battle pet here. Can your special ship revive it? How to Train Your Dragon. You can recover if you're not dead, but normal recovery takes about 10 days, right? What's up? Want me to foster you? Little Yang, who loves farming, I won't let you suffer a loss. 50,000 coins to help me raise it until it's fully healed, how about it? I remember your ship has the effect of promoting mutation, right? How to train your dragon? Hey, we're friends, no need to talk about money. Okay, 50,000 it is, I'll even raise it for you. And I'll feed your battle pet some special medicine, guaranteed to boost its strength. In the end, Yang Li only paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan. The agreement was that a final payment of 30,000 yuan would be made upon return of the property. Yang Li then remembered the Titanoboa egg that was listed for sale on the player exchange. I checked the transaction history. The price is listed at 500,000 coins, but no one has shown interest so far. He thought about it for a moment, and then compared it with other dinosaur eggs for sale. After just a few days of development, the battle pet section of the exchange, which used to be filled with only a handful of pets, has suddenly become incredibly diverse. But most of them are small to medium-sized dinosaur eggs. There are no eggs of giant beasts like the Titanoboa, which can grow up to 30 meters long when fully grown. Forget it, nobody wants it, I'll raise it myself. Yan Li shrugged. It seems he overestimated the development progress of the player base. Or maybe he was just very lucky? Right at the start, you encounter two giant beasts on the island that perished together? It seems that his lucky talent has quietly come into play again. Yan Li retrieved the egg from the logbook and placed it in the ecological incubator to hatch. He has just plundered a wave of tribal wealth and is now quite rich and powerful. Even if I had to raise it myself, I could barely accept it. Finally, as usual, he posted a message. Xiaoyang, who loves farming, I buy all kinds of special plants regularly. Prices are negotiable. But there were very few responses. Chapter 19, The Seven-Colored Rose. The sea has returned to calm. Yan Li piloted the Dave, cutting through the waves under the bright sunshine. A light rain began to fall at sea. After being baptized, the entire hull of the Dave appeared even more verdant and vibrant. Yang Li sat at the bow of the boat, casting his fishing rod for sea fishing. He had just reeled in his line when he caught a ribbonfish with 2 legs. Name: long-legged ribbonfish. Type: fish food. Description: this is no ordinary ribbonfish. It's a fish with dreams, aspiring to leap over the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. That's why it grew long legs, hoping to one day walk ashore. Its flesh is tender and edible. Yang Li put the long-legged ribbonfish into the fishing bucket. My arm was itchy, as if I had been pricked by some plant leaves. He turned around and was startled. The deck of the Dave was covered with wild grass, which was almost half a person tall. Wild mushrooms even grew on the vine-covered gunnels. How could it have taken so long in such a short time? Friday! He raised his voice and called out to his servants. Quickly grab a sickle and cut all these weeds down. If they keep growing like this, I'll turn into a savage captain. Yes, Captain, Friday said, putting down his fishing rod on the other end. He went down to the cabin, picked up a sickle, and started squatting down to weed. Yan Li sighed helplessly. The fact that the Dave can plant crops anywhere regardless of its geographical location is indeed a great advantage. But it's too easy for weeds to grow there. Every day he could feel the weeds growing a few centimeters taller. It rises even more sharply when it rains. Is there any way to stop it? Yang Li thought of herbicides. Herbicides can severely inhibit plant growth, burn leaves, and reduce the plant's ability to absorb water and nutrients. But when it came to practical application, Yang Li hesitated. He always felt that the entire Dave might be made up of a giant plant. Whether it's the deck, the internal keel, the cargo hold, or the mast. Apart from the captain's cabin, which is a wooden house built on a single stilt, all other structures are made of densely packed, twisted vines. Spraying herbicides on such boats is probably not a good idea. So Yang Li came up with another green and harmless way to get rid of weeds. This is called plant competition in the biological world. The core principle is to introduce another, more powerful plant competitor to gain an absolute advantage in the competition for light, water, nutrients, and space, thereby causing weeds to gradually weaken and die due to resource scarcity, achieving a natural control effect without relying on chemical agents and manual removal. In other words, if this one-time solution is adopted, not only in greenhouses, but he also needs to plant a plant on the deck and even the surface of the ship, ideally covering the entire surface of the ship. Several plant names instantly popped into Yang Li's mind: Virginia creeper, ivy, trumpet vine, even moss. They all have a strong ability to climb and cover, and can grow rapidly to cover the building surface, forming a thick green carpet. With that in mind, he quickly searched for keywords within the exchange. He had intended to find a common plant as a substitute. After all, special plants seemed to be particularly rare at sea, and he tried to buy them several times without any response. This time, however, Yang Li, as usual, first searched for special plants in the exchange. He actually found a new and special plant. Name: Rainbow Rose Seeds. Type: Magical Guardian Plant. Growth cycle: medium, 30 days. Description: This is a rose variant improved by ancient elven magic. It has 7 colored petals and its roots can secrete special substances to strengthen the substrate it is attached to. It was once the guardian flower of the elven kingdom, possessing not only exquisite beauty but also formidable protective power. It thrives in sunlight, is drought-resistant, and has extremely tenacious vitality. Skill effect: Rapid spread. The vines of the rainbow rose grow extremely fast and can quickly cover the surface of a designated building or ship. Plant hardening: When subjected to physical impact, the building surface covered with rainbow roses will instantly develop a hard plant coating, greatly enhancing the building's defensive capabilities. Rose protection: One-time use. When the rainbow rose senses fatal destructive damage, all its flowers will bloom simultaneously, forming a rainbow-colored light shield that lasts for several seconds, completely absorbing one attack. After use, all flowers will instantly wither and cannot be used again until the petals regrow. Comment: This is truly the queen of the plant kingdom. When she unfurls her 7-colored skirt, even the most irritable and bloodthirsty sunflower will lower its flower head. However, be careful. If you mix her with ordinary roses, you'll find the next day that all the ordinary roses have been moved over 100 meters away. The side of the ship with the best moonlight should always be reserved for Her Highness. After all, elegance never goes out of style. Price: 9,999,999 Tide coins. This plant is practically armor in the plant world. It's perfect for defending ships. Yang Li, who was initially extremely excited, suddenly saw the outrageous price and a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. Is this person genuinely selling? Yang Li couldn't help but have doubts. Surely it's not like someone is just bored and has nothing better to do. Putting your treasures on the online store is just for showing off, right? No way, really? All players who list items on the exchange can choose whether to hide the name before listing. Many players, including Yang Li, generally choose to remain anonymous by default. However, the seller of these 7-colored roses blatantly revealed their name. Avril Lavigne. That was the player's name. Yang Li grinned and stomped his foot on the spot. The scarcity of plants can be taken into account. He couldn't resist clicking on Avril's profile picture and opening a private chat window. Judging from the name, he seems to be a foreigner. So he carefully chose his words and organized his thoughts. Since he needed their help, he wanted to appear as friendly as possible. Little Yang who loves farming, hello? Do you sell the seeds of your rainbow rose? I really need them, and the price is negotiable. To Yang Li's surprise, the other party replied immediately after he sent the message. Avril Lavigne, can you grow this plant? The other person asked a strange question. If it can't be grown, then why would I buy it? Little Yang, who loves farming, yes, my boat is special, it can grow these special plants. So, do you sell your seeds? Avril, of course, but I need to verify the truthfulness of what you're saying. Could you send me your ship's information? Yang Li's face darkened. Should I send it to you? How presumptuous of me. Each player's special ship has unique skills, which are essentially the player's biggest trump card. We're complete strangers, why are you trying to pull down my underwear right off the bat? Little Yang who loves farming, I can't send you all the information, but can I only tell you about one skill, please? Avril Lavigne, of course, I just need to make sure you can grow this plant. So, Yang Li sent over the introduction to Crazy Dave and the planting skills. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and no reply was given for a long time. Just as Yanli was getting impatient, the chat window moved. Avril Lavigne, I can give you this plant seed for free, but you need to promise me one thing, okay? Yanli frowned upon hearing this. He doesn't like these nagging conditions. It's more convenient when you offer a price and we buy and sell openly and honestly. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. What's free is often the most expensive. But he couldn't refuse directly. Little Yang who loves farming, tell me first, what are the conditions? If it's too difficult, then forget it. Avril, it's presumptuous of me to ask this, but please forgive my abruptness. How about teaming up with me? I really need your skills. Yanli couldn't understand it. In that instant, a multitude of thoughts popped into his mind. They kept trying to guess the other party's intentions. It should be related to the rainbow rose. Finally, he tentatively asked. Little Yang, who loves farming, you wouldn't happen to have received some kind of inheritance from the elves, would you? Avril Lavigne, yes, to show you my sincerity, I can show you this. Name, elf crown. Type, heirloom relic bound. Quality, hero. Description, the symbol of supreme authority of the Emerald Court, an ancient elven kingdom, woven from the branches of the world tree and morning dew, imbued with the power of ancient plant contracts. Skill effect. Bloodline awakening, the wearer will activate the latent elven bloodline within them, gaining the basic ability to communicate with plants. Natural domination, greatly enhances affinity and control precision with plants, allowing you to manipulate ordinary plants to accelerate growth, entangle, or defend themselves. Herbal essence, this refers to the extraction of plant essences, but it requires a continuous supply of vital energy from plant essences to sustain its natural life force. Otherwise, it will deplete its vitality. The purity of herbal essence is related to the strength of the plant and the variety and quantity of its species. Domain of growth, you will be crowned king, controlling the power of plants and trees. By consuming a large amount of plant essence, you will instantly unleash a frenzied growth of plants within the area, forming a forest domain. Within this domain, all your attributes will increase by 5, magic proficiency by 100%, magic damage by 100%, and mana regeneration speed by 100%. Heroic qualities. Yanli admitted that the moment he saw this object, he felt completely unbalanced. Chapter 20 Cooperation. If it's not closed, it means it's not open, right? Yanli felt suffocated by the extraordinary talents of these gifted individuals. He took a deep breath and pondered for a long time. This hero-level equipment is arguably the best he has ever seen, bar none. If I hadn't happened to see what Ocean Tragedy said, with such a powerful ally wanting to team up with him, he should have gladly accepted. But now, the word team up should be questioned. A fleet can only have one ship, and thereafter it will use a fleet name, and will no longer use individual names. It's less about forming a team and more about defecting, annexing, and subjugating, isn't it? With such incredible equipment, their future achievements are bound to be limitless. It's impossible for me to condescend to be his second-in-command, is it? However, he has no plans to form a team yet, and he may not in the future. As a solo player, my biggest fear is being dragged down by others. Thinking this way, although I cannot grant her requests, it is not worth offending her for it. Therefore, Yanli carefully considered his words. That was the response. Little Yang, who loves farming, you need a lot of plant essence? But all I have here are tender seedlings. The meaning is quite clear. My small business may not be able to support a large client like you. Avril, you can rest assured about that. I'm not simply taking from them, but rather complementing them. I can accelerate the absorption and growth of the vegetation, completely making up for the lost essence. Little Yang, who loves farming, I'm confused, why choose me? With so many players, shouldn't many of their ships have special skills that allow them to grow this plant? Avril, to be honest, I've been searching these past few days. As you can see, after I listed this 7-colored rose for sale on the exchange, quite a few people were interested in it, but without exception, none of them were able to cultivate it. It's no exaggeration to say that you are currently my only option. Yanli. You absolutely have to have him, right? Yanli tried to think of other excuses to decline. Little Yang, who loves farming, Isn't the rainbow rose a special kind of plant? I've collected their seeds in other places, which means it can grow in the wild. You can definitely find it yourself. Avril, Mr. Young, you may have some misunderstandings about special plants. Special plants are not born special. They are concentrated crystals of the essence of plants, and are among the very few natural spirits that have undergone evolution and transformation among hundreds of millions of plants. They are extremely rare in nature, not because they have a weak reproductive capacity. On the contrary, they leave their seeds in many places. However, because they mostly grow near the world tree, we rarely see them in the wild. World tree? Yanli looked at Crazy Dave with a strange expression. He turned around and examined the ship. Those thick, spreading roots, those vibrant vines, those tall, sail-like leaves. Could it really be a world tree disguised as a ship? Or is it just a remnant of the world tree? After all, he got a potted misty mushroom on the crystal. Xiao Yang, who loves farming, but I've seen a special potted mushroom elsewhere. How do you explain that? Avril Lavigne, some special plants can be planted in the wild, but they often fail to grow and wither before they mature due to a lack of essential nutrients. If none of these conditions are met, then there must be a side branch of the world tree nearby, which you can check. Moreover, in this world, the world tree is not just a single tree, but rather a collective concept encompassing a highly advanced type of vegetation. Oh, that matches up. The phantom mist mushroom was indeed in its seedling stage, and Yanli had never seen a mature, special plant in the wild. Little Yang, who loves farming, you know so much? Is it also related to the legacy of the elves? Avril Lavigne, yes, I hope this helps. Little Yang, who loves farming, okay, I have no other questions. If you really want to form a team, that's fine, but I have one condition: I have to be the captain of this fleet. Can you accept that? This is Yang Li's bottom line. No matter how eloquently the other party speaks, no matter how tempting the various benefits are described, as long as he doesn't agree to let the team be led by him, Yang Li will immediately pack his bags and leave. Because once players form a team and establish a fleet, the crew members are essentially the captain's subordinates. Everything you do depends on how the other party feels. Having finally transmigrated, he didn't want to find another boss to take over his life. In addition, Yang Li had seen plenty of honey trap scams in his hometown, where fraudsters used all sorts of seemingly tempting offers to lure victims. Yang Li did not rule out the possibility that someone might use the guise of forming a team to set up a honey trap, leaving no one with anything but bones. So what if this person has bad intentions? To Yang Li's surprise, the other party replied quickly, clearly having already made up their mind. Avril Lavigne, no problem, I can accept that. Little Yang, who loves farming, okay, in that case, welcome to the team. But how should we meet? The other party has already said all that. It's like handing over the very foundation of your life to him. Yang Li was not the type to push his luck. Even if it's risky, he has to meet the other party. In terms of attitude, things have naturally changed a lot. Avril, I'll add you as a friend later and trade you this seed. No matter how far, as long as there are no special obstacles, I can find its location. Little Yang, who loves farming, okay. Let's meet again soon. Then he received a transaction request. Should I spend one Tide coin to purchase Avril's rainbow rose seed? Note: once the transaction is completed, it cannot be reversed. Confirm. A streak of light flashed by. A symmetrical sphere covered with rhomboid facets fell into Yang Li's hands. It does not resemble a seed in the traditional sense. Yang Li was not surprised. This is true for special plants. Their seeds look very different from ordinary seeds. He walked to the mast and scanned the Dave. Ultimately, they chose the bow of the boat, took out an entrenching tool, and uprooted that patch of turf. They left only a blank patch of soil and planted the seeds of the rainbow rose. Place the seeds between the vines, sprinkle a handful of soil, water them a little, and the planting is complete. It's just that simple and unpretentious. He was still cutting grass with a sickle on Friday. The little monkey had already climbed onto his shoulder and was squeaking anxiously. Clearly, they didn't want him to cut all the grass. On Friday, leave a patch of grass for the monkeys to sleep on, Yang Li instructed. This monkey is probably used to sleeping in the wild. Yan Li had previously built a doghouse for it using thatch. As a result, the little monkey never went inside to sleep. It spent its days either hanging on the mast, catching bugs in the greenhouse, or following behind them, busy with who knows what. "Yes, Captain," Friday replied quickly. Upon hearing this, Yan Li couldn't help but scrutinize him and the monkey together. The final conclusion is as follows. Friday is a dog in human skin that only barks, "Good Captain." The monkeys, on the other hand, can only squeak and squeal. Let's just rename it Crazy Zoo. Yan Li regained his composure and opened his personal attribute panel. "I've had a great time since yesterday's battle, and I haven't even had a chance to check my personal stats yet." Name: Yan Li. Status: minor injury. A human figure with a slightly red buttocks and an overall light green color. Energy: 95/100. Energy below 50 will cause drowsiness and fatigue, below May 20th cause fainting. Reason: 100/100. Reason below 50 will lead to madness, below 30 will result in indiscriminate attack, and below 10 will result in an unknown mutation. Qi and blood: 90% per 100%. Constitution: 5.09+1, related to injury recovery speed, growth and absorption, resistance, etc. Agility: 7.06+2. Strength: 4.22+2. Perception: 5.02. Spirit: 8.08. Talent: unlucky charm. Unique luck and misfortune are two sides of the same coin, twins of destiny. You are plagued by misfortune, but you never believe in fate. Your luck cap is increased by 1, your luck value will never fall below 1 point, and you will never be in a life or death situation. When your luck drops significantly, the reduced luck will enter the game as powerful external support. Level: LV1, 6520/500 experience required to level up. Yan Li opened the level interface. An upgrade option was found. It seems that experience can be stored and used again when upgrading. So he directly used his experience points to upgrade. Name: Yan Li. Level: LV2, experience required to level up, 6120/5000. Physical condition: 6.09+1. Agility: 8.06+2. Strength: 5.22+2. Perception: 6.02. Spirit: 9.08. Leveling up doesn't just change your attribute points. Yan Li's perception of his body also changed along with this. He could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. Their perception of their surroundings is also clearer. However, since the blessing was not particularly strong, his physical reaction was mediocre. Yan Li counted them. It was just a level up, and all attributes increased by 1 point, for a total of 5 points. It far exceeds the limit that monsters can only gain 1 attribute point per level. That's terrifying. Wouldn't leveling up a few more times mean becoming a superhuman on the spot? He thought excitedly. However, after leveling up to level 2, he couldn't smile anymore. The leveling bar, which originally required only 500 experience points, suddenly increased to 5,000. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Click upgrade again. Level: LV3, experience required to level up, 1120/50,000. Physical condition: 8.09+1. Agility: 10.06+2. Strength: 7.22+2. Perception: 8.02. Spirit: 11.08. Yan Li felt that his muscle lines and body contours had undergone many changes. Before this, his physique was quite well proportioned. But now, they are increasingly leaning towards a more robust physique. He counted them. This time, all attributes increased by 2, for a total of 10 attribute points added per level. This is far beyond the usual pattern of monsters randomly assigning 1 attribute point per level. However, the experience points required afterward. A product of 10 times, an explosion of the experience index? Yan Li was deeply shocked. It is suspected that the system's arithmetic is faulty, or that there was a bug when setting the parameters. If each level up requires 10 times the experience points, later on, you'll need 50,000, 500,000, 5 million, or even 50 million experience points to level up. Level 7 requires over 500 million experience points. Is it because the human level is blocked? Yang Li was puzzled, but after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, this isn't a real game. If we follow the logic of the game, in the early stages, they could simply stay in a safe place and grind experience like crazy, killing tens or hundreds of millions of dinosaur slimes, and then level up completely. He yelled, "Deep Blue, give me some points!" Then he transformed directly from an ant into a Superman who could tear apart a dragon with his bare hands. This sounds like a good thing. But if becoming stronger could be so easily achieved through leveling up, then all the native creatures would be high level and everywhere. Who knows if the dragon will stand up and reveal a bottomless health bar, like in DNF where the initial full health bar has a 12,356 symbol. Then the level is marked as 10,000. Wouldn't leveling up be the same as leveling up for nothing? When I obtained the title of Giant Beast Slayer, the system emphasized that it required breaking through level restrictions. Yang Li shook his head. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. He decisively removed this upgrade path from his plan to become stronger. The only way is to improve your attributes step by step. Chapter 21: The Sea Monster in the Downpour. Day 7 of the sailing log. Today's weather: rainstorm. Heavy rain often brings the sighting of large marine animals, so it is best to avoid going out to sea and fishing. Sea area location: Dinosaur Frenzy. Sunshine duration: 8 hours remaining. Temperature: 512 degrees Celsius. Wind force: level 8. The Dave reduced its speed. They began to slowly sail on the sea. The ship was shrouded in a hazy rain. It started raining heavily at sea last night. Until this moment, the rain was pouring down. Whoosh! The waves are rolling. The Dave's speed was forced to be reduced to a minimum, struggling to maintain course on the roaring sea. The sky and the sea merged into one, shrouded in a leaden-gray rain curtain. Vision is blurred. The torrential rain and strong winds whipped up waves tens of meters high on the sea. It slammed onto the deck again and again. The entire ship creaked and groaned in the wind and waves. The ship rocked and swayed violently on the sea, as if it might be swept away by the waves at any moment. Given the helpful advice in the logbook, they didn't dare try fishing again for another day. Previously, he might have thought it was a bit too cautious, but now Yang Li has truly experienced it firsthand. On this turbulent sea with extremely low visibility, no one knows what terrifying thing they might pull out of the abyss when they cast their fishing line. If what takes the bait is some enormous monster that could capsize the boat, then we're doomed. On Friday, hurry up and bring the bucket over to scoop the water out of the room. Yang Li pulled his wet shoes out of the waterlogged captain's cabin. He said irritably. Yes, Captain, Friday said, striding forward and pulling a metal bucket to block the doorway. Splash! Splash! Buckets of water were spilled onto the deck. Fortunately, the ship's design is quite in line with architectural principles. The seawater on the deck will quickly flow to the surface. Otherwise, the Dave would have been submerged. The little monkey's fur was soaking wet, and it was still sneezing. Its tiny body was curled up on Yang Li's shoulder, with one small hand gripping his collar tightly. This little thing can't even squeak anymore. With such an exaggerated downpour, Yang Li couldn't do anything. He then opened the chat channel. Didn't get an SSR again today. Today's weather forecast: torrential rain, avoid going out to sea. But what about someone like me who's never even left the sea? Waiting online, it's urgent. Never give up, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go fishing, there's everything in the sea. How much does seafood cost per pound? Whose general is this? Why is he so brave? Didn't you see the system notification? You dare to fish for this? No going home empty-handed. Look at my name. Even if I'm stuck at sea, I won't go home empty-handed. I'm determined to catch this fish today. Swift pirates, brothers, I'm almost at the new sea area. It seems to be a plague-ridden sea. There are zombies everywhere. How to train your dragon? Holy crap, that's fast. Dude, you must have been flying, right? Swift pirates, how did you know I flew there by ship? Yan Li couldn't hold back any longer. Little Yang, who loves farming, dude, can they really fly? And one of them can dive underwater? Deep-sea pirates, flying whalemen, the world is vast and full of wonders. I thought my ability to dive was impressive enough, but I underestimated you guys. Swift pirates, haha, what's that? You guys haven't seen much. I've encountered plenty of unusual ships along the way. Some transform their hulls into mech to run on the sea, some capture giant sea monsters to use as mounts to pull their ships, some mimic sharks. In short, they're incredibly outrageous. The Extraordinary Chef, 666, are we even playing the same game? How are ordinary blank boats like ours supposed to survive? Ocean's Lament, anonymous passerby. According to a friend of mine, upgrading a regular ship doesn't require special materials, and his regular ship is already at level 4. If your skills aren't enough, make up for it with stats. If you encounter a weaker ship, level advantage is key. With such high durability, what's there to be afraid of? Just ram it. Then, the group talked about the fleet and started discussing some combo techniques. A violent shaking came from the deck. Yan Li quickly shifted his attention back. This time, the waves were particularly magnificent. Through the rain curtain directly in front of the Dave, Yan Li vaguely saw a huge shadow appeared silently on the sea surface not far from the side of the ship. Its outline was so large it was breathtaking. Several incredibly thick tentacles slowly stirred the seawater. It is a giant deep-sea octopus of unimaginable size. Quiet! Yan Li gasped in a low voice, reacting almost instantly. Instinctively, the stealth ability of the ship's light curtain generator was activated. The refracted light curtain unfolded instantly, enveloping the Dave in a distorted light. In the silence, only the raging, crashing waves roared. All the sounds on the ship seemed to be amplified, leaving only the sound of a heart pounding wildly in one's chest. Yan Li held his breath. They watched helplessly as the enormous shadow slowly slid past the side of the ship. One of the tentacles even grazed the invisible hull, leaving behind a trail of wet, cold slime. Until that enormous, seemingly endless figure completely disappeared into the rain and the darkness of the deep sea. Yan Li's eyes slowly deactivated his invisibility and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. If we had been discovered just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 22, Plant Maturation. Day 8 of the sailing log. The torrential rain finally stopped. But the leaden-gray clouds still hung low. It felt like a giant, wet, gray blanket was pressing down on my head. The Dave continued to sail steadily on the sea. Like a weary giant beast that has just gone through a fierce battle and is licking its wounds. Water droplets still clung to the grass and vines on the hull of the boat. The torrential rain that day came quite suddenly. After a whole day of torrential rain, the entire chat channel inexplicably fell into a deathly silence. Yesterday's torrential rain claimed the lives of nearly 500 million gamers. Yan Li watched helplessly as the long string of online numbers plummeted like an avalanche. The cold numbers represent the loss of countless lives. At that moment, he felt a sense of insignificance as a human being. He didn't know how big the sea was. It can accommodate billions of players. Perhaps, the sea here has no boundaries. He closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath of the damp, fishy-smelling air. After calming down and suppressing my feelings, the pressure of survival did not allow him to dwell on his emotions for long. Yan Li dragged his weary steps into the increasingly lush greenhouse. The moment the door was pushed open, a warm feeling, a blend of earthy fragrance, and the scent of plant life, wafted over me. It stands in stark contrast to the cold and desolate outside world. Inside the greenhouse, a completely different, vibrant scene unfolded. The ordinary crops planted earlier have already grown lush and green. In the neatly arranged plots of farmland, different crops are thriving. The potatoes stretched out their thick leaves, while the corn stalks had already reached above waist height. The peanut seedlings grow densely together, and various vegetables and spices emit a unique aroma. This vibrant green, like a gentle medicine, slowly seeped into Yan Li's heart. This allowed his tense nerves to relax slightly, and he regained some vitality. His gaze finally settled on the area that occupied the very center of the greenhouse among the 36 plots of farmland. There, 3 enormous plants still remain in bud. But their changes are the most astonishing. In the first few days, they were just flower buds the size of heads. It has now swelled to the size of a solid stone block. The thick petals tightly wrap around the body, presenting a sense of power ready to be unleashed, as if something is brewing. Despite their enormous size, they show no signs of maturity. They simply absorb nutrients silently, waiting for the right moment to open up. However, it's not all about waiting. In one corner of the greenhouse, Yanli specially replaced the flower pot with a larger one. The purple illusion mushroom finally completed its final growth. The ring patterns on its cap become increasingly clear, resembling eerie eyes slowly opening. This may be the only good news today. The illusionary mist mushroom became the first special plant in Yanli's hands to officially mature. Name: Mistshroom, mature stage. Type: functional/trap plant. Maturation cycle: short, approximately 7 calendar days. Description: the entire mushroom is an ominous dark purple, with eye-like ring-shaped patterns on the cap. Once mature, it continuously emits colorless and odorless hypnotic spores. Skill: hypnotic field, creates a small hypnotic area centered on the mushroom. Highly effective against small to medium-sized creatures. Small monsters that inhale the spores will fall into a deep sleep, becoming easy prey. Yanli approached cautiously, and even from a distance, he could feel a slight dizziness. Good stuff, but it's also a real pain in the neck. Yanli muttered to himself. This silly mushroom's spores can't distinguish between friend and foe, and can easily harm its own kind. Obviously, it cannot be planted next to the main crops. It can only be kept isolated in pots and used as a surprise weapon when needed. At that moment, Yanli's logbook chimed with a notification sound. This notification sound indicates a private chat window. He quickly opened it. Avril, Mr. Yang, I've reached the waters near you and will be there soon. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, the prospective teammate, whom he had never met before, finally arrived near him despite the raging wind and rain. Yanli was actually quite moved by what he heard. Little Yang, who loves farming, okay, I'll stop the boat now and wait for you to come over. He finished speaking. He paced back and forth in the same spot. He seemed somewhat hesitant. Could this person actually commit murder and robbery? Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it so much. Since this choice has already been made, there's no point in hesitating any longer. It's better to face it honestly. Thinking of this, he turned the rudder and brought the ship to a stop. On Friday, with his clever little monkey, he had already cast his fishing rod at the stern of the boat. His gains were substantial, far exceeding those of an Air Force veteran like Yanli. They caught several kinds of sea fish with unique flesh. Occasionally, you can catch well-sealed supply boxes, wet but intact clothes, fresh water in plastic bottles, or even some strange fruits you've never seen before. However, all the creatures caught from the sea carry an unsettling sense of distortion. The fish here appear to have generally suffered from some kind of erosion. Some fish have eyes that swell up like light bulbs, almost squeezing out of their eye sockets. Some of them have grown several pairs of deformed organs of unknown significance, which may be fins, feathers, eyes, or long legs, all of which are features that seem unlikely to appear on fish. Recalling the erosion skill previously displayed by the flying whale, Yanli had a vague guess in his mind. The seawater in this area may contain some kind of strange power that can slowly distort and transform life forms. Every cast is like a trial into an unknown abyss. Chapter 23, Avril. An hour passed. A ship emerged from the distant sea. Yanli spent 20 origin dust to illuminate the imprint of the simple telescope. This means that he can use the system log assistant to synthesize a simple telescope using 1 crystal and 1 piece of wood. Yanli climbed to the top of the mast. I raised my binoculars and looked at that unusual green. The scene that appeared on the camera made him hold his breath. It was a ship also covered in vegetation, but it was completely different from his Dave. The Dave is more like a runaway wilderness. Thick vines coiled around the hull like giant pythons, and wildly growing weeds covered every inch of the deck, exuding a savage and primal vitality of vegetation. The ship in the distance, however, resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Its main body is still an elegant wooden board structure, but every part is decorated with just the right amount of life. In the center of the deck, a large tree with a canopy-like crown stands gracefully, its branches and leaves lush yet not messy. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light. Along the ship's railings and under the masts, clusters of colorful flowers bloom in profusion. With harmonious colors and a sophisticated layout, it resembles a garden meticulously designed by a highly skilled gardener. The petals swayed gently in the wind, carpeting the deck with a soft texture. The entire ship appeared orderly and exquisite, unlike anything that had come here to survive. It was more like a leisurely parade. This exquisite beauty contrasts sharply with the wild, desperate struggle for survival aboard the Dave. Yanli admitted that he was indeed starting to feel a sense of anticipation. After a long wait, the two ships finally met at sea. However, Yanli had already told Friday to take the little monkey and hide in the cabin. They would rush out to help at the first sign of unusual fighting. Once everything is ready. Yanli stood at the bow of the ship, waiting, the sea breeze blowing his slightly messy black hair. Just as he was pondering this, the other ship gradually slowed down, and then approached and boarded the Dave. To Yang Li's surprise, a woman with a completely different style from him stepped off the ship. Why do we say the art styles are different? The few days at sea had left a deep mark on Yang Li. His once slightly immature face had become rough from the sea breeze and sunshine. The stubble on his chin hadn't been trimmed in time. Although his eyes were still sharp, they could not hide the weariness sculpted by the heavy pressure of survival. His body was made even more robust from frequent steering, and he looked like a knife weathered by time. However, we can look at the other party in a different light. When the woman's figure appeared at the ship's side, even the sea breeze seemed to soften. She was a woman whose style was completely out of place in this cruel sea. She had thick, long dark green hair, like a reflection in a deep pool in the forest. Her long hair was not tied up, but simply let it fall loosely, swaying gently in the sea breeze like a waterfall. She wore a wreath on her head made of colorful and vibrant flowers, which was bright and colorful but not at all gaudy. Her skin was so fair and delicate that it was almost translucent, which contrasted sharply with Yang Li's bronze-colored roughness. A simple light green dress accentuated her tall and slender figure. Slim waist and long legs, well-proportioned and not at all weak. Most notably, her exposed cheeks, forehead, arms, and calves were all adorned with faint, intricately patterned pale white totem marks. They didn't resemble tattoos, rather, they looked like naturally growing patterns on her body, adding an almost otherworldly charm to her. Her eyes were especially captivating. They were very large and very clear. Her pupils, the color of tender leaves in early spring, were now quietly and carefully observing Yang Li with undisguised curiosity and a gentle smile. "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Avril Lavigne apologized. It's all right. It's nothing serious. It's nothing serious." Yang Li seemed to have finally remembered his lost gentlemanly demeanor. He quickly boarded the boat and looked around. "I was looking around for a nice-looking chair or something. But what fancy stuff is there on the ship?" It was nothing more than some iron buckets, weeds growing everywhere, and miscellaneous tools. Avril covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She first glanced at the bow of the Dave, where a colorful seedling had already sprouted from the spot where the seeds of the rainbow roses were planted. She said happily, "Mr. Yang's boat is indeed very special and full of life. I like it very much." "Haha, I'm glad you like it," Yang Li said with a shy smile. Then, he added a sentence in his mind. "After all, it's the ship you'll be living on from now on. If you don't like it, you'll suffer a lot. But you don't need to call me Mr. Yang anymore. My name is Yang Li. You can just call me by my name." "Okay, Mr. Yang Li, before we form a team, let's check each other's ship information." As she spoke, Avril sent a message about her ship. Name Aoki. Type biological ship. Description: a smart creature ship created by combining the magic of ancient elves with lost technology. Level 2, durability 3000/3000, capacity 3500 units, speed 40 knots. Ship hull skills. Essence extraction. The Aoki can absorb nutrients from the surrounding marine environment through the ship's root network, stably producing life energy and sharing it with all the plants on board. Life barrier. The ship can deploy a vegetation barrier to block attacks. Within the vegetation growth range, it consumes plant essence to continuously repair and reinforce the damaged ship. Plant control. Within the ship's range, humans and ship become one. Crew members can imbue their consciousness into any plant on the ship or within 100 meters, directly and precisely manipulating vegetation, greatly enhancing the precision of vegetation control. Yanli was deeply shocked. The skills of the Oki seemed to have been tailor-made for the Dave. This fully compensates for the fact that while Dave can plant indefinitely, it cannot be controlled. It also provides undeniable assistance to the growth and development of plants. Therefore, Yanli also transmitted the complete skill information of the Dave. Name: Crazy Dave. Type: Magical creature ship. Description: the floating garden of a certain famous eccentric, level 2, approximately 25 meters long, durability 3000/3000, speed 40 knots, capacity 2,500 units. Ship hull skills: Dave's crazy backyard. The deck is woven from humus and ancient tree roots, allowing any plant to be grown directly anywhere on the ship, regardless of soil conditions. Photosynthesis's position. Consuming sunlight energy, a green pulse is released that covers the entire ship, granting all plants on board a buff. Growth rate plus 120%, instant planting/accelerated growth. Aggression increased by 80%, automatic target acquisition range increased, skill cooldown reduced. The cooling time lasts for 1 day and is related to the amount of energy reserves. Dave's secret stash. Dragging the remains of defeated monsters into the root zone at the bottom of the ship transforms them into organic fertilizer, which can permanently increase the advancement speed and mutation probability of certain plants. Additionally, Dave will have a very low chance of randomly generating a special plant seed. The probability of seed generation is related to the quantity and quality of monster remains used. Using a large amount of remains rich in life essence will increase the generation probability. Chapter 24: Combined Ship. Mr. Yanli, I have no further questions. Can we form a team now? Avril looked at the rampant vegetation on the ship with great interest. Okay, no problem. Yanli took a deep breath. He summoned the log assistant with his mind. Then he aimed at Avril and sent her a team invitation. Invite player Avril to join your fleet alliance? Note: when you actively invite a player to join your fleet, you automatically become the captain and gain the highest level of privileges. Without much hesitation, Yanli accepted the invitation. Soon, a notification came that the team had been successfully formed. You have become teammates with player Avril. Within the fleet alliance, only one initial ship can be selected as the main ship. Other ships will be merged into the main ship. Please make your selection. Yanli gestured to Avril, who nodded in affirmation. So Yanli chose Crazy Dave. Should we choose the Crazy Dave as the main ship of the fleet and merge it with the Aoki? Warning: you have only one chance to perfectly fuse the initial ship, and once confirmed, it is irreversible. Yanli ignored the system warning and still chose to merge. Selection complete, ship locked. In an instant, a dazzling light curtain instantly enveloped the exquisite Aoki. It burst forth from the hull of the Chinyu ship, sweeping over it like a waterfall and completely engulfing it. The stream of light did not dissipate, but instead flowed like rivers into the sea, surging into the nearby Dave. The massive hull of the Dave shuddered violently, emitting a deep hum. It seemed as if it shuddered. Immediately afterwards, a dramatic transformation that was visible to the naked eye began. The seawater around the ship was churning violently. The keel of the Dave made a loud snapping sound as branches broke. It extends wildly to the sides and downwards. This time, the enormous vines not only extended but also grew rapidly, becoming even thicker. The tiny vines covering the bottom of the deck began to weave and extend like a spider web. The entire ship came to life and began to expand wildly in all directions. The ship, originally only 20 meters long, grew and expanded like a living thing, instantly exceeding an astonishing 50 meters in length, and stood majestically across the sea. At the center of the ship, the wooden fibers of the deck are wildly intertwined and bulging. A sapling broke through the soil and grew rapidly at an abnormal speed, rising straight up from the ground. Within minutes, it grew from a seedling into a strange giant tree that was over 10 meters tall. The tree trunk is a strong, silvery gray color, and colorful flowers with a soft glow bloom among the branches and leaves. The drooping aerial roots are like curtains, exuding a tranquil life force. This is the core of the Aoki, the ancient tree of life. However, it was planted on the Dave by an unknown force. With this ancient tree as a support, the deck structure of the Dave underwent a complete transformation. The originally flat deck rises upwards in layers, forming a clear two-layer structure. The top deck remains an open operating deck, but now features sturdy wooden railings and new gun emplacements along the edges. The original farmland grids are gone, and the greenhouses have been removed. The plants growing inside were all distributed around the exposed bottom deck along the edge of the ship. What surprised Yanli even more was that, between the lower deck and the upper deck, with its much sturdier hull and new structure, a whole row of well-arranged cabins has been added, like a pavilion built against the mountain, with neat portholes and complete doorways. The thick vines that had originally covered and wrapped around the hull were now even more gnarled and powerful. Like the sinews of a dragon wrapped around the newborn ship, the vines even began to sprout huge, emerald-green new leaves. The originally messy weeds were neatly arranged and transformed into greenery adorning the gaps in the ship's hull. As the last ray of light disappeared into the hull, the commotion subsided. A brand new warship, combining the wild vitality of the Dave with the exquisite natural aesthetics of the Qingyu, has been born. It is more powerful and more complex than ever before, like a fantastical fortress floating on the sea. Finally, a completely different ship appeared, and a brand new illustration of the Dave appeared. Name: Dave Aoki. Type: magical creature ship. Description: this is a special ship infused with the magical blessings and life essence of ancient elves. It has ceased its madness and possesses the potential to become the king of vegetation. Level 2, approximately 50 meters long, durability 4500/4500, capacity 5000, speed 45 knots. Ship hull skills. 1. Fairy Garden. The ship's hull is woven from the roots of ancient trees and is rich in plant essence, allowing any plant to be planted directly anywhere on the ship, regardless of soil conditions. 2. Essence Feedback. The ship can only absorb all accessible nutrients through its extensive root network, steadily producing life energy and sharing it with all the plants on board. Every so often, it automatically releases a green pulse that covers the entire ship, granting all plants a beneficial effect. Growth rate plus 100%, instant planting/accelerated growth. Aggression increased by 80%, automatic target acquisition range increased, plant skill cooldown reduced. 3. 100 flower seed bag. Dragging the remains of defeated monsters into the root digestion area at the bottom of the ship efficiently converts them into special source material, permanently increasing the growth speed and advancement probability of specific plants. Additionally, there is a very low probability of randomly generating a seed of a special plant. The seed quality is related to the quality of the monster remains used. 4. Life barrier. The ship is blessed with protective magic, and the growing plants can form a barrier to resist attacks. Within the range of vegetation growth, plant essence can be consumed to continuously repair and reinforce the damaged ship. 5. Plant control. Within the ship's range, crew members can imbue their consciousness into any plant on the ship or within 100 meters, directly and precisely controlling the movement of vegetation, greatly enhancing the precision of vegetation manipulation. Expanded buildings. Plant control console. This console allows you to monitor the growth status of plants throughout the ship. It increases the probability of seedling mutation and accelerates seedling growth. Ancient Tree of Life. Grafting fruit-bearing plant branches onto branches of an ancient tree will result in fruits containing the essence of life. Within a 30-meter radius of the ancient tree, a gentle life force continuously emanates, slowly restoring crew members' stamina, accelerating wound healing, and increasing the growth rate of plants within the area by 50%. Refractive Light Curtain Generator. A cutting-edge device utilizing a precision crystal lens array and the principle of ambient light refraction, it can create a barrier of distorted light around the ship's hull, achieving temporary optical stealth. Once activated, the ship visually blends completely into its environment, making it difficult to observe directly with the naked eye. During the stealth period, It also slightly reduces the effectiveness of energy-based detection lock-on techniques. This is actually a combined ship that combines the Aoki and Dave. It perfectly inherits the hull skills of both. Clearly, this is a massive upgrade. The Aoki Dave has become even more powerful, practically made for planting. Chapter 25: The Ship of Everlasting Prosperity. Yanli was able to clearly perceive the connection between himself and the Dave. He surveyed the familiar yet unfamiliar ship. An unprecedented resonance arose in my mind. The Dave is no longer just a cold, lifeless ship. Instead, it became an extension of his limbs. Before this, he could at most control the ship's approximate course. Even when he wanted to perform some complex sailing maneuvers, he couldn't get away from the rudder. With a slight thought, he tested the effect of the new skill. A pepper tree on the edge of the deck swayed in response, and red peppers fell in a flurry. It works very well. So he simply closed his eyes and concentrated. The plant veins of the entire ship appeared clearly in my mind as light patterns. The roots are like a rushing river, and the branches and leaves are like twinkling stars. Together, they form a three-dimensional star map. That is the energy source flow formed by the plant's veins along the length of the root and stem. By simply manipulating the herbal essences distributed within plants, one can control their behavior. He tried to guide one of the rays of light, and a clump of vines rose up gently as if they were alive. "It's very easy to operate," he thought. Then, he looked at Avril. The beautiful young woman who had just arrived on the Dave felt right at home. The first thing to do is to start decorating your home with plants. Clearly, she has a certain aesthetic sense and artistic talent. They were also dissatisfied with the appearance of Yanli's boat. Avril walked to the bow of the ship. Her fingertips gently traced the newly sprouted, multicolored rosebuds. The patterns on its body lit up with green light in turn. He murmured softly, "Tree of rebirth, hear my prayer. Thorns are armor, vines are swords. Using the dawn as a guide and the moonlight as a spring. Follow the laws of nature and bloom an everlasting flower. All things share the same root and coexist endlessly." The moment the incantation fell, the newly sprouted seven-colored rose peeked out. The vines were covered in a layer of fluorescence. Then it grows rapidly. Like a dense net made of flowering vines. It continued to climb and spread along the ship's walls. In just a few minutes, the entire surface of the Dave was covered with a thick carpet of flowers. 7 colored roses are blooming in profusion. Swaying gently in the wind, its fragrance is irresistible. Achoo! Yanli sneezed violently. The rich floral fragrance permeated his nose, making it tingle. "All right, now your ship is much more beautiful and sturdier," Avril said with a smile. "You used magic?" Yanli stared wide-eyed in surprise. "Would you like to learn some minor spells from the elven heritage?" A hint of mischief flashed in Avril's eyes. "Of course I want to learn. It's a pity you can't learn it yet." She shook her head gently. "You need to awaken a magical bloodline before you can control the power of magic." Avril covered her mouth, seemingly chuckling to herself. "So troublesome?" Yanli was a little disappointed, but then he immediately remembered something. "There are still several special plants that haven't grown up yet. Can we ripen them together too?" Although he can't learn magic for the time being, the addition of a magical gardener on the ship is much more capable than Friday. "I can't do that either," Avril explained with difficulty. "The 7-colored rose is a magical guardian plant, and its compatibility with me is the highest, so I can barely help you ripen it. As for other special plants, they are not ordinary vegetation and must strictly follow the laws of nature to grow, otherwise their internal essential structure will be destroyed. So I can't force them to ripen, I can only wait for them to grow on their own." "It's okay, we're not short of time." Yanli sighed. Although they cannot ripen immediately, the plant's growth cycle is greatly shortened thanks to the ship's accelerated growth technology. The wait is no longer unbearable. There's no need to rush. Yanli summoned Friday and introduced her to Avril. However, he didn't mention that Friday is actually a creature card summon. He simply explained that these were indigenous people he had rescued from drowning. Avril also praised him for being kind, which made him a little embarrassed. On Friday, I faithfully sat at the bow of the brand new boat and began my daily fishing trip. Yang Li then picked up his tools and began harvesting the mature crops that had already grown. It is worth mentioning. Yang Li saw some strange things on the tree of life that had lost their sanity. These were heart-shaped fruits, eyeball fruits, and some other strange fruits that were caught from the seed the previous Friday. Originally, because of their special restorative effects when eaten, Yang Li planted them all in the ground. But now they have all grown back onto the tree. Especially that heart-shaped fruit, hanging on the branch, pulsating slightly. It was truly creepy. Do you usually take care of these plants yourself? Avril asked curiously. It's my old profession, I used to do this, Yang Li replied while loosening the soil. Farming on land wasn't this easy back then. You had to worry about water, fertilizer, and pests. If you weren't careful, the seedlings would die. But on the Dave, seeds just need to be sown to grow. It's a farmer's paradise. Yang Li sighed. So far, there hasn't been a single instance where seeds sown on a ship failed to germinate. So, what should we name our fleet? Avril stood to the side, lost in thought, clearly aware that her ID would be included in the fleet IDs. You decide. I'm not very good at naming things. Yang Li didn't even look up, holding the shovel and using his mind to control it, focusing on tending to the crops on the boat. Clearly, he doesn't care about naming things. Let's call it the Ship of Everlasting Glory, Avril said, gazing at the vibrant deck. May the life on board grow ceaselessly, and never wither. Chapter 26, The Azure Dragon Python. Day 10 of the nautical log. Today's weather. Light rain. Suitable for net fishing, and adventurous. Sea area location, Dinosaur Frenzy. Sunshine duration, 6 hours remaining. Temperature, 14-22 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 3. Time slips away quietly. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Li's sailing progress is actually not considered fast among players, because his ship still only had 2 classes. They were stuck on the upgrade condition of the fruit of 3 special plants, and could not make any progress. This can be judged by the popularity of chat on the World Channel. Most players have now reached level 3, and their ship's speed has been significantly increased. But it was on this very day. A turning point has finally arrived. With the assistance of a catalytic light wave actively released by the Dave, those special plants that Yang Li had high hopes for finally matured one after another. Yang Li's gaze first fell on the scorching dragon fruit. It grew into a large, fat barrel that was over a meter tall, and was entirely red, resembling a miniature furnace. My body is burning with heat. If you reach out and touch it, you will feel a burning sensation. Even though Yang Li tried to control the heat with his mind, his body still uncontrollably emitted high temperatures. One can imagine that if it weren't for the stronger control gained from merging with the Aoki, this plant will likely become a high-temperature furnace on the ship, the kind that exposes heat directly. The phantom mist mushroom forms a dense cluster of mushroom fungi. Its small size makes it inconspicuous among the vegetation. But at this moment, Yang Li no longer had to worry that its hypnotic robe would accidentally hurt its own people. Yang Li can mark the list of friendly forces at will. He only needs to mark all his own people on the ship as exempt units, and none of the plants will be accidentally damaged. The bloodthirsty sunflower is fiery red all over, and the sunflower seeds in its flower head have condensed into a dark green, prismatic crystal. Avril Lavigne said it was a highly concentrated essence of herbs and plants. He casually put one in his mouth and chewed it, saying it was chili-flavored. Yang Li looked shocked. However, thinking of her elven heritage, she immediately felt relieved. Of course, the essence crystals produced by the bloodthirsty sunflower can not only be used to replenish Avril's essence energy, but also serve as a highly efficient fertilizer, greatly catalyzing plant growth. With it, this means that from now on, Yang Li will no longer need to spend a long time waiting to cultivate special plants. The size of the firecracker sunflower is particularly striking. The flower pot was extremely large, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Although it belongs to the same genus as sunflower, it is much larger than the bloodthirsty sunflower. The seeds it produces are also quite large, just the right size for an adult to hold in one hand. Yan Ligang has tested it. These sunflower seeds are like hand grenades. If thrown, they can create a water column and waves on the sea surface, and their power is considerable. There's also the mutated man-eating flower, a plant that Yamli personally picked on Dinosaur Island. It must have encountered an extremely rare evolutionary phenomenon. This mutated plant, which evolved from a prehistoric carnivorous flower, has a particularly unique appearance. It has a main bud at the center, with 4 smaller secondary buds growing around it. It opens in a large funnel shape and can eject corrosive spherical liquids over long distances. Those hit by it will be slowed and blinded, and will also suffer from poison and corrosion, making it a very disgusting range plant. Only the ironthorn barrier nut, which has grown as thick as a stone tablet, is still marked as being in the growth stage. View from the plant control console. Currently, all the special plants on Yamli's ship are only at level 1. Yamli didn't know how the advancement process worked. The system doesn't provide any information either. The Dave's ship itself comes with a feeding skill that can increase the speed at which plants advance. Yamli had tried feeding them several times, but the plants barely responded. I don't know if it's because I'm not feeding enough, or if the experience progress bar isn't showing up. We can only wait until we see results, and then explore further. However, things have finally come to an end. They collected 3 different special fruits. Yamli quickly opened the system's ship upgrade interface. Tier 3 ship upgrade requirements: 150/500 wood, 120/300 stone, 30/100 steel, 1200/1000 animal hide, and 3/3 fruits from 3 special plant types. We are still missing a lot of materials. Yamli opened the player exchange and started searching for resource dealers. He didn't buy more, he only bought just enough materials for the upgrade. In any case, the price of supplies usually only goes down, not up, so there's no need to hoard them. Finally, he bought 350 units of wood, 170 units of stone, and 70 units of steel, for a total of 20,000 coins, leaving him with a balance of 220,000 coins. You have met the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade your ship? Yamli clicked Confirm, without hesitation. The familiar light curtain once again enveloped the ship's hull. Yamli has now fully adapted to the changes in the Dave's upgrade. He viewed each ship upgrade as an act of fertilizing the Dave. It grows rapidly every time you fertilize it. Not only will the size increase, but the hull structure may also be altered or additional structures may be added. The Dave emitted a deep hum in the light. With subtle adjustments to the hull structure, the main dimensions steadily increased, extending from 50 meters to 70 meters, making it even more majestic. Although this upgrade did not bring about disruptive structural changes, the accumulation of strength is evident. Yamli suspected that it was because he had undergone a fusion. This resulted in no expansion buildings being added during this upgrade. Name: Dave Aoki. Type: Magical Creature Ship. Description: This is a special ship infused with the magical blessings and life essence of ancient elves. It has ceased its madness and possesses the potential to become the king of vegetation. Tier 3, approximately 70 meters, durability 6000/6000, capacity 6500, speed 45 knots. Materials required to upgrade to Tier 4 ship: 0/2000 wood, 0/1600 stone, 0/500 steel, 0/300 crystal, 200/5000 animal hide, and 3/7 fruits from 7 special plant species. Because it was drizzling, Yamli was not lying in the captain's cabin. Instead, they went down to the second-floor cabin. There are many rooms there, which Yamli has rationally planned into areas with different functions and uses. According to the clues, the Titanoboa egg is about to hatch. Yamli had heard that many animal cubs feel a sense of closeness to the first creature they see when they open their eyes at birth. Whether this claim is true or false, he cannot ignore it. Soon Yamli entered a cabin. Through the ecological incubator, you can clearly see the shadow curled up inside the eggshell. Should we choose to hatch? Note: before hatching, you can inject a trace of exotic beast blood into it for fusion, which has a chance to cause a mutation. Upon seeing this news, Yamli pondered for a moment. He opened the chat window and sent a message to how to train your dragon in his friend list. Eternal Arc, Brother, could you sell me a little bit of your Sea King Dragon's essence blood? Just a little bit will do. I need it very much. How to train your dragon? You're thinking of fusing bloodlines or something, right? Yong Mao's arc, huh? What? Someone else is asking you for it? How to train your dragon, of course. Doesn't the description say so? A naturally born dragon. How much blood do you want? Yong Mao's boat, 100 milliliters, you name your price. How to train your dragon? We're old friends, so I'll give you a friendly price. 10,000 coins isn't too much, is it? Yong Mao's boat, okay. How to train your dragon? By the way, aren't you a special ship too? Have you planted any vegetables yet? Eternal Arc, I planted them. Now that the ship has been upgraded, the crops are maturing very quickly. Want some? How to train your dragon? Of course, I'm almost sick of eating fish these days. How much do you have? Get me some more. Eternal Arc, my ship was recently upgraded, and there's a large empty plot of land left. I'll continue to expand the cultivation and planting area later. There aren't many mature crops yet, so I'm sending you some to tide you over. Make do with what you have. How to train your dragon? Okay, we're almost at a new sea area. I heard it's very dangerous there, so you absolutely must survive. The quality of my restaurant from now on will all depend on you. Yong Mao's boat, haha, okay, see you later. After the transaction is completed, Yang Li took a glass dish containing dragon's blood and put it into the ecological incubator. Wait a moment. Has already fused with the bloodline of a mythical beast, shall it hatch? Sure. A loud groan rang out. The egg was completely crushed into powder. A small snake, its body slippery and covered in slime, fell out. Yang Li caught it immediately. He examined it carefully. This little snake was already as thick as his wrist when it was born. It's more like a python than a small snake. Its back was covered with blue crystal-like dragon scales, its head had a short, horny dragon crown, and its vertical pupils were a faint blue. It looks very different from its mother. Yang Li couldn't say for sure what the snake would look like in the future. He scanned the logs. It actually unfolded into an illustrated guide. Name: Azure Sea Dragon Python Cub. Species: Titan creature / sea dragon variant. Description: a sea king-like creature formed from the mutated bloodline of an ancient Titan serpent and a sea king dragon. Its dragon-like traits have awakened deep within its bloodline, making it an apex predator that controls the waters. Skill: Aquatic affinity. When swimming in water, a turbulent shield automatically forms around the body, greatly reducing water resistance and enhancing burst speed. It can summon localized vortices and high-pressure water cannons, turning the sea into its absolute home ground. Abyss strangulation wraps the target with the body while simultaneously applying high-pressure water blades for cutting, combining blunt force and tearing damage. Neptune's intimidation releases the aura of the dragon vein, forcing lower-level aquatic creatures into panic or submission. To Yang Li's surprise, he had assumed that the system wouldn't recognize such randomly mutated bloodlines. Even the mutation diagrams were in the system's knowledge base, inadvertently revealing its vast knowledge base to Yang Li. Chapter 27: The Sea Market. Yang Li plans to give the little snake a name. He's always been terrible at coming up with names, so he might as well just take the system name directly. Let's call it Sungming. Yang Li wiped the sticky snake body clean from Sungming's body and touched it. It felt slippery. Sungming was just born, and he was at the age when he was growing. There was also some raw meat stored on board. Among them, crocodile meat was far more delicious than python meat, and they had already eaten most of it. They also need to be kept as food for them, not used to feed the snakes. But Yang Li couldn't possibly take out the remaining titanoboa meat to feed it. Doing something like that would be utterly absurd. Now he began to regret selling all that meat. He first went behind Friday and took all the fish that had piled up in his fish bucket. They fed the bizarrely shaped monsters from the fish bucket to Sengming so he could devour them. Within minutes, a bucket of fish was gone. Sengming, however, still stuck out his tongue and stared at him longingly. Left with no other choice, Yang Li resorted to imitating the cat's actions. It reattached the tentacles of the serrated squid, clung to the vines on the ship's side, and caught a large fish on the surface of the sea. Because the fish were swimming on the surface this time, they were less affected by seawater corrosion, so there was nothing unusual about them. Yang Li therefore speculated that the degree of erosion caused by the sea is related to the depth of the sea. So, could there be something terrifying lurking in the depths of the ocean? Of all the players, none have dared to venture deep into the ocean to explore. Even the only ship capable of diving into the deep sea, the giant whale, has been corroded into an octopus-like face. Yang Li shook his head, trying to shake off these chaotic thoughts. He cut the fresh fish into small pieces and fed them to Tsangming one by one. Tsangming was very fragile when he was first born. They can sleep for a long time after just one meal. So after it finished eating the fish, it curled up into a ball and fell asleep on the spot. Yang Li was afraid it would run around after waking up. He closed the door and left. Next, Yang Li's task is to grow vegetables. That's right, he even did a simple market survey before planting vegetables. The survey investigated a range of issues related to vegetable supply and demand, including the number of ships that players could plant on, the price of vegetables in the market, and the level of demand for vegetables among players. Ultimately, he came to a conclusion. Running a vegetable market on the high seas and selling vegetables can earn you far more money than fighting monsters and collecting resources on an island. Scarcity increases value, and fish is one of the most abundant things in the sea these days. Secondly, there are basic materials such as stone and timber. Because they are so basic, any player, given the opportunity, will spontaneously and frantically collect them. Almost a week has passed. The price of each unit of timber on the exchange has now stabilized at 10 coins. Stone costs 15 coins. It has fallen as low as it can go. It is now a truly convincing market price. Next are animal meat, and some rarer resources such as steel, crystal, sulfur, and animal hides. The price fluctuations are relatively small, and it remains competitive. Finally, the most expensive items were vegetables. Vegetables are rich in various vitamins and nutrients, making them an essential staple food for seafarers. There are indeed players in the market who can reliably supply large quantities of vegetables, but there are very few of them. Yang Li happens to fit this condition. So, after finishing his chores, he took Friday and began cultivating the land on the boat. Before starting the clearing, he posted a message in the chat channel. Yongmao's boat, long-term buyer of large quantities of high-quality soil, fertilizer, and raw meat, preferably with a stable long-term supply. Interested parties can contact me privately for long-term cooperation. Soil with fertilizer? OMG, it's our noble farmer player. Someone, quickly grant him a superior seat. How to train your dragon, fertilizer. We don't have high-grade compound fertilizer, but we have plenty of wild animal droppings. Do you want some? Yongmao's boat, that works too. Yang Li eventually spent 3,000 coins to buy a ton of high-quality soil. He also signed a verbal agreement with How to Train Your Dragon. That means that in the future, the dragon trainer will provide him with a constant supply of wild animal droppings, even dragon droppings, the kind that are really nutritious. In return, Yang Li will give him the weeds that have been cut off from the boat, and the discarded fodder plants for reuse. In addition, he also needs to provide the animal trainer with enough vegetables and fruits for 2 to 3 people free of charge on a long-term basis. The two reached a strategic agreement, and became the first group of friendly and mutually supportive allies. After receiving the soil and manure, Yang Li then began his great undertaking of shoveling soil. He first spread the soil all around the edge of the deck. While the Dave supports planting plants anywhere, there's a prerequisite. If you plant a seed, at least it can survive. Soil provides nutrients and fertility, which is the basic condition for ordinary crops to survive. It's unrealistic to expect the Dave to sustain a ship full of plants solely on its own energy intake. Each of these special plants is a glutton, requiring a large supply of nutrients. By the time Yang Li had spread a ton of soil evenly on the deck, the sun was almost setting below the horizon. He couldn't possibly dump the animal dung directly onto the soil. After all, nobody likes pooping in front of their own house. That's too disgusting. So he poured it all into the vine roots at the bottom of the cabin to digest it into fertilizer for the ship. Then conduct routine monitoring. The current status of the plant's console is displayed as follows. Overall soil fertility, 168,000, relatively high level. Ambient humidity, 42%, slightly dehydrated. Lighting simulation, medium intensity. Energy field activation. Current cultivated crops. Omitted. Yangli glanced at the plant status bar and then started watering it heavily again. He watered the plants with fresh water. If he had used seawater, a large number of plants would have died as soon as it was poured on. This is a busy day for Yangli. As for his new teammates, Avril sat under the tree of life, meditating with her eyes closed. Occasionally, emerald green ripples would emanate from her body. He looks exactly like someone who cultivates immortality. The art style is completely out of character for him. According to her, this is about learning the elven traditions and magic, and exchanging plant essences with the plants. This helps plants grow. Yangli didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. With nothing else to do, Yangli began to take stock of the fleet's total inventory of supplies. Basic commodities are supported by a large trading community. Prices tend to decrease and stabilize rather than suddenly increase. Therefore, Yangli only kept a small amount in reserve for emergencies, and would buy more when needed. Other assets include all of Yangli's previous accumulations. Among them were various unknown materials, blueprints, and other miscellaneous items dug up from indigenous tribes. Yangli listed everything that he wouldn't need in the short term on the exchange and exchanged it for the straightforward and clear tide coin. 113,000 coins were earned. This also includes the accumulation originally on the Aoki. To Yangli's surprise, the total amount of tide coins converted from the entire Aoki ship. Only 20,000. This figure already includes the data after pawning all sorts of miscellaneous items on the Aoki. There are 320,000 tide coins left. In other words, before finding Yangli, Avril Lavigne is a real pauper. Yangli only found out after asking. Almost all of her savings were used to maintain her magic. Otherwise, without a sufficient supply of plant essence, she would have to risk her life to survive. No wonder she didn't seem to mind joining Yangli's team at all. It turns out she had no psychological burden whatsoever. Perhaps the most valuable item she owns is the heroic elven crown that she always wears on her head, resembling a wreath. Chapter 29, The Sea of Plague. Day 12 of the sailing log. Today's weather: light rain. Suitable for net fishing and adventurous. Sea area location: Dinosaur Frenzy. Sunshine duration: 6 hours remaining. Temperature: 14-22 degrees Celsius. Wind force: level 3. On the deck of the USS Dave. On Friday, he skillfully cast the fishing hook into the sea. Before long, the fishing hook felt a heavy pull. A rare hint of joy appeared on his usually expressionless face. It looks like a big one. But his smile froze the next moment. What they caught was not a fish, but a waterlogged corpse with rotting skin. I planned to go upstairs and clean it up on Friday. The corpse suddenly extended sharp fingernails. It opened its rotten mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and let out a silent roar, instantly knocking Friday to the ground. Upon hearing the noise, Yangli drew his matchlock gun without hesitation. He aimed and fired with remarkable agility. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. Yangli hit the mark with one shot. The corpse's head was blown apart by a single shot. Rotten, foul-smelling blood splattered on the deck and on Friday's face. Title: Drowned Sailor. Type: Undying Plague Infected. Synopsis: They were once ordinary sailors navigating the plague-ridden seas. Their ships wrecked in a storm and plunged into the deep ocean. However, death was not the end. As their bodies sank to the dark seabed, they were corrupted by the escaping power of the Chosen of Death, infected with the Black Ganges Undying Plague. This plague distorted the boundary between life and death, pulling these drowning victims back into the realm of life. They abandoned the peace of death, gaining an eternally decaying life, instinctively attacking all living things, dragging the living into their own eternal suffering. Warning: its bites and pus carry high concentrations of anthrax virus, making it one of the main vectors for the spread of the disease in the sea. Yanli's face instantly turned ugly. He rushed to Friday and stared at his pale face. A status bar is clearly visible. Title: the enslaved sailors. Type, creature summoning card. Status, poisoning/mild infection. Yanli hurriedly pulled out a field first aid kit. He always treasured this life-saving equipment, saving it from use even when he was injured. But now that there's a risk of infection on Friday, Yanli has no choice but to use it. He quickly cleaned the disgusting splatter on Friday's face and injected him with antibiotics, hoping they would help suppress the viral infection. However, the status bar still showed no improvement, remaining in a mild infection state. Yanli was getting anxious. At that moment, Avril heard the commotion and rushed over. She saw what was happening and instantly understood the situation. She began to chant a soft incantation. A magical aura emanated from her. The white patterns on its body glowed with a green light. The colorful roses that usually serve as decorations on the ship's hull resemble a giant snake of petals, climbing and swimming along the vessel. A clear, sweet spray was sprayed onto Friday, who had fallen onto the deck. Miraculously, Friday's dark complexion immediately turned rosy, and the abnormal indicator on the status bar disappeared. Phew, thank goodness, this is the purification magic I just learned, it comes in handy. Avril breathed a long sigh of relief and said with immense gratitude. Yanli was also extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he made an absolutely correct decision. Teaming up with her was the right choice. On this vast ocean, no one knows what they will encounter next. One person's strength is far too limited. Only by uniting more and stronger forces can we prevent such helpless situations from happening again. Thank you, Captain, thank you, Captain's wife. Friday quickly got up and thanked the two of them. What are you saying, kid? Yanli immediately gave him a headbutt. Avril laughed so hard she almost fell over. After a dramatic turn of events, Avril manipulated the branches to clean the filth and wreckage off the ship. Yanli also tried to control himself. But at most, it can only make the rainbow rose perform some simple actions. It's simply impossible to recreate a magical scene like Avril Lavigne just now. Her methods of manipulating plants are far superior to Yanli's. It must be related to her elven bloodline. Thinking about it this way, Yanli became even more itchy and restless. This magic is really useful. It's much better than any random equipment. With magic, all sorts of fantastical methods can be used. What's the point of having useless equipment? But there's no use in being anxious. Yanli has never heard of anyone obtaining a special bloodline inheritance. Of all the extraordinary paths, Avril is perhaps the only player to have obtained one so far. The recent outbreak of the disease instilled a sense of crisis in Yanli. He opened the chat channel, hoping to find some solutions. Swift pirates, brothers, I've arrived in the Plague Sea. The sea here is raining dark green acid rain, which is highly corrosive. Plus, there are monsters everywhere infected with various plagues. You need to be careful not to get infected. It's best to prepare some anti-infection medicine or protective gear beforehand. Steel giant ship, I saw that too. My ship has more firepower. A barrage of cannon fire blasted a disgusting Frankenstein's monster to death, and it even dropped a purification potion blueprint. Why don't you guys buy my potion? It's genuine purification potion, honest and reliable, and there's plenty for everyone. After he finished speaking, as if afraid that others would not know the dangers of the epidemic-ridden sea area, he even specially added an illustration. Name, the giant ocean stitches. Type, suture infection. Description, a Frankenstein's monster forcibly stitched together from the head of a drowned person, the remains of a sea monster, a rusted anchor, octopus tentacles, seaweed balls, fish bodies, and other parts. It is a twisted symbol born of death and the desecration of the ocean, lingering in the waters where it perished, endlessly searching for any sign of life, attempting to incorporate more parts into its ever-rotting and multiplying body until it becomes enormous, and no one knows where its growth limit lies. Steel behemoth, I'm not exaggerating. It's not just the stitching plague. I've also seen the undying plague, the sleepless plague, the aberration plague, the frenzied plague, and all sorts of other plagues. This sea is full of all kinds of plague-borne products, and the islands are full of disgusting things. Without purification potions, you'll be doomed in no time. Stop talking, bro, I'll buy it, okay? What's the price? I'll pre-order one. Steel giant ship, I will list these on the exchange periodically because the raw materials for making these potions are a bit hard to find, and I don't produce many. First come, first served. Yanli opened the exchange as instructed. Each player can open an online store under their own name at the exchange. Excluding sellers who sell stolen goods and don't want others to know their IDs, they can actively hide their names. A large number of players tend to build their reputation and make their shops more widely known, which has many advantages. One of them is that the products he puts on the shelves can be sold out immediately. The homogeneity of items being bought and sold among players is too severe right now. Basically, if you have something, others have it too, and if you don't have something, others can provide a substitute. The competition is fierce. Yanli searched for the ID, Steel Giant Ship, and found the goods listed in his shop. Name, Epidemic Clearing Agent. Type, Consumable/Antidote. Quality, Average. Description, a basic purifying potion made from common herbs and a small amount of holy water. Its effects are rapid but short-lived. It must be used within 10 minutes of infection, otherwise it will be ineffective. Price, 2,000 Tide coins. Remaining amount, 0. Good heavens, the potion was snatched up the moment I finished speaking. Yanli had no choice but to bookmark the shop on the steel behemoth for now. Will buy as needed once he restocks. Although Avril can use purification magic to dispel the plague. However, this is largely due to the protective properties of the rainbow rose itself. If she leaves the ship and goes on an island to explore, it's questionable how much of her purifying power she still has. There are still quite a few people advertising in the chat channel. Don't miss out. This newly made cleansing cloak is the perfect choice for quickly traversing the plague-ridden seas. Name, Cleansing Cloak. Type, Protective Equipment. Quality, Average. Repellency against impurities. Effect, when worn, it creates a weak purifying field that can block the transmission of common diseases through airborne contact. It can also slightly counteract the effects of mental corruption. Chapter 30 Poseidon, the Earthshaker. The sale of the steel behemoth was like opening a gateway to new seas. Countless advertisements flooded the chat interface. In fact, the more than 10-day sea voyage had just passed. The players who have survived to this day have basically adapted to the pace of life at sea. Most people have started to become more pragmatic. While casual chatting in the chat channel has always been present, it has become much less frequent compared to the past. Clearly, there are fewer idle people now, and everyone has more or less found a direction to improve themselves and is continuously investing their energy and time in it. This is why the chat channel has almost turned into a sales platform. Every now and then, someone will take the newly released equipment and use it to advertise. They hope to quickly find buyers and then dump their goods. Yang Lidong was picky, considering the possibility of acid rain and various viruses later on, and worried about being infected. So I bought 3 rainproof protective suits. Name, Isolation Protective Suit. Type, Protective Equipment. Quality, Excellent. Description, this full-body protective suit is made with a sealing coating and filtering materials, and has an activated carbon lining that can filter most toxic gases, effectively isolate infectious pollutants, and completely prevent liquid splashes and airborne pathogens. The 3 items cost a total of 30,000 coins. There are many similar products. Yang Li glanced at the items being sold and found that many of them were not of very good quality. Truly good items are always in high demand and short supply. Players flock to them, so there's no need for promotion. They're snapped up as soon as they're listed on exchanges. This thought suddenly piqued Yang Li's curiosity. What is the most precious commodity right now? He sorted them by price from highest to lowest. I found the most expensive item currently for sale on the exchange. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Name, Earthshaker Poseidon. Type, Legendary Powered Mech. Quality, Legendary. Description, forged by fusing the spiritual technology of the ancient star forging civilization with modern Titan alloy forging technology. Its core is equipped with a chaos furnace that can extract subspace energy, giving it the strategic deterrent capability to slay Titan-level monsters. Standing 52 meters tall and weighing 2,800 tons, it is equipped with a core chaos furnace. When its shadow sweeps across the battlefield, Even dragons fold their wings. This is a god-slaying weapon forged by mortals. Skill. Judgment Trident, an airborne high-energy weapon with blades forged from abyssal cold iron. When attacked, it releases absolute zero freezing air. When thrown, it can create a blizzard field with a radius of 500 meters, inflicting freeze and armor-piercing effects on enemies within the field every second. Phase Shift Shield, a multi-phase composite shield specifically designed to counter energy creatures, capable of deflecting 95% of energy attacks. Celestial Guardian, this system automatically activates once the pilot and mech achieve neural synchronization. The mech itself will establish a two-way energy link, actively absorbing 99% of physical and magical attacks for the pilot in the cockpit. The pilot will be in a state of absolute protection until the mech's energy is depleted or its structure completely collapses. Price: 999,999,999 Tide coins. Yan Li's eyes instantly turned red. I really want to kill these cheaters. He suddenly realized that the Dave was no longer appealing at all. Farming is nothing compared to the thrill of piloting a mech and wreaking havoc. He was jealous for a while before he managed to control his emotions. Click on the player's name that is currently for sale. It is called Poseidon. There are over 999 player comments below the shop. Dad, do you need a servant to serve you tea and water? I don't have any other good qualities, but I'm especially good at taking care of people and I'm very considerate. I need to have my license plate checked. I also need to have the ship inspected. Is the system being manipulated behind closed doors? Is this the legendary pay-to-win player? How much? Name your price. Brothers, stop watching, let's go. This game has celestial dragons right from the start, it's no fun, let's quit. A bunch of people commented below, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with hatred. Yanli had mixed feelings. To avoid seeing it and to keep quiet, I closed the exchange and focused my attention back on the Dave. He wiped his face, grabbed his fishing rod, and rushed to the bow of the boat to start fishing. On Friday, sensing that Yanli was in a bad mood, he lifted his buttocks and moved to the side, giving him more room to maneuver. Wait until the sun is high in the sky. He stood up and stretched, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, his backbones cracking and popping. Yanli glanced at the lush crops on the boat, and his mood seemed to improve again. It's alright, let those big shots try to be the first to rise to the top. He grows vegetables in his spare time, which is quite nice. According to Yang Li's judgment, the planted vegetables will be ready in just one more day. This shows just how terrifying the upgrade to the Dave's vegetation enhancement is. The Dave sailed on its journey. However, they weren't so lucky and encountered a deserted island again. And that was in the evening of that day. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the waves of the sea. It reflected a light green ocean in the distance. A clear dividing line separates the dinosaur-infested sea area. After crossing that ocean line, the pale green seawater was still bubbling. It looks like a pot of boiled, culinary disaster. The system notification followed immediately. Attention! You have entered a disease-ridden sea. As the stars returned to their places, the shadow of the Great Old One, the progenitor of plagues, the great being of Montgomery, pierced the dimensional barrier, and with a single, festering breath, it transformed into an eternal plague, eroding this once fertile sea. The seawater has been corrupted into a dark green pus, and the air is perpetually filled with the stench of decay and rampant viruses. This is the distorted territory where the chosen god of plague exercises divine authority. You have qualified to compete for the extraordinary sequence, the chosen one of plague. To bear the disease with one's own body, to sow the seeds of the end. By contracting the disease, one can gain extraordinary power from the disease sequence. In the sea of plague, the more types of plagues you are simultaneously infected with, the more likely you are to gain the attention of Montgomery. When you can bear more than 6 plagues without being corrupted or collapsing, you can, in your mortal form, meet a great being and inherit that extraordinary sequence. Note: each life form can only choose to inherit one extraordinary sequence pathway. Once inherited, it can never be abandoned. Disease-ridden seas. A brand new challenge. Yan Li finally crossed the wild dinosaur beginner village and arrived at the more treacherous mutated sea. However, he remained completely unmoved by the system notification. The god of disease? A battle for the extraordinary sequence? He must be out of his mind to inherit such a disgusting thing. He had seen quite a few rotting corpses in the sea area. His skin was ulcerated, and his body was covered in pustules. It was as disgusting as could be. He's trying to avoid it, so why would he try to snatch it from someone else? Anyone who wants this plague power can take it. Even if he dies here or jumps off the sea, he won't get any plague. Therefore, it is essential to take preventative measures in advance. Yamli must be prepared to deal with this. Chapter 31 Plants vs. Zombies Live-Action Version. Yanli's Hen started playing Plants vs. Zombies. It's still the real-world online version. As night fell, a blood moon hung high in the sky. An ominous, dark red glow turned the sea into a pool of blood. Yamli knew then that something was wrong. At first, there were only a few unsettling scratching sounds coming from under the hull, as if something was scratching the wood with its fingernails. Then, a rotting corpse covered in seaweed shakily climbed onto the deck of the Dave. In an instant, Friday, who had been waiting for him, shoveled him in the face and kicked him back into the sea. Yamli witnessed the whole thing, but didn't care at all. It's just a small karaomi. As long as you wear protective clothing and take care not to get infected by the disease, their fighting power is actually very limited. He could take on 10 of those living dead who had to shake their heads and sway as they walked. But when 3, 5, 10 undead began to climb up the vines onto the deck, he finally realized something was wrong. Just like the real Plants vs. Zombies. Yanli first transplanted the 5 mutated carnivorous flowers to the front, back, left, right, and 4 corners of the ship. The largest flower bud was left in the very center, serving as the central artillery platform. Ensure there are no blind spots in the defense. Soon, the mutated carnivorous plant began automatically searching for enemies. Pft! Pft! One after another, pale green balls of acidic liquid shot out from the calyx of the carnivorous flower. It hit the emerging undead with pinpoint accuracy. It's like pouring a pot of hot oil on tough, dry meat. It made a sizzling, corrosive sound. The already mangled body became even more gruesome. On Friday, go feed the bloodthirsty sunflowers some blood. Get it moving! Yanli spoke up urgently. Yes, Captain. Friday never asked why. He simply carried out Yanli's orders without question. After absorbing the blood, the flower head of the bloodthirsty sunflower becomes even more crimson. Then it suddenly spewed out a series of sharp spikes, shooting them at the newly climbed undead. Yanli pulled out his matchlock gun and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately following, 3 undead were shot, and 3 splashes of water were heard. Then the matchlock gun went out and went into a cooling down state. This thing has obvious advantages: high single target damage and no bullet consumption. However, it can only fire 3 bullets within 5 minutes, which makes it quite useless when facing a group attack. They could see that a steady stream of corpses were climbing up the hill. Yanli was helpless. He slung the matchlock gun back onto his back and took out the rare quality embroidered spring blade. These past few days, with nothing much to do on the boat, he hasn't just been farming and fishing. I spent a considerable amount of time practicing my knife skills. He wouldn't presume to call himself a master, but his greatly enhanced physical abilities were enough to make every strike he made look impressive. I was just thinking about it. A zombie dressed in a tattered sailor's suit lunged at them. Yanli pressed down on the scabbard with his left hand, used his thumb to open the sharkskin buckle, and drew the sword from the scabbard with his right hand. He dodged the claws by sidestepping, and the tip of the embroidered spring blade slashed upwards, slicing off half of the opponent's chin in one stroke. Thick, dark blood splattered onto the deck. Another corpse, jolted and battered by acid, approached from the side. Yanli flicked his wrist, the blade slicing a silver arc, and with a powerful slash, severed its knee joint. The moment the zombie knelt down, he finished it off with a backhand stab. Pft! The knife tip pierced through the eye socket and into the back of the head. He killed the enemy, drew his sword, and rotten blood splattered onto the deck along the flung blade. How many are left? Yanli roared. Ignoring the still charging zombies, he frantically rushed towards the edge of the deck. The carnivorous flower's thick sepals contracted violently, and with a plop, it shot out another ball of viscous acid. The acid hit the face of the pursuing zombie. White smoke immediately billowed out, and the skin and flesh melted like wax, revealing the stark white skull. The largest carnivorous plant in the center looks the most ferocious. The flower stem arched backward like a bow, spraying out acidic bullets the size of coconuts that corroded and severed the three zombies huddled together, along with the vines they were gripping. On Friday, go throw firecrackers and sunflower seeds at the firecrackers. The dense horde of corpses is your responsibility, Yang Li ordered. This reliable guy always warms Yang Li's heart in crucial moments. Upon hearing this on Friday, he dropped the shovel and scurried away. Grabbed the grenade fruit that the sunflower produced. His arm muscles tensed as he hurled the weapon toward the horde of corpses gathered at the stern. The fruit bounced off the mast and exploded in midair, the shockwave sending 5 zombies flying, with shattered bones and rotting flesh raining down. Yang Li rushed to the side of the boat and peered out onto the sea. The seawater around the Dave was boiling as if it had been boiled. On the sea, countless rotting heads floated on the surface. Countless pairs of hollow, decaying eyes, flashing with malicious red dots, were staring intently at the Dave. They stretched out their swollen, festering arms, grabbed the thick vines that were originally used for defense on the ship's hull, and began to climb upwards like ants crawling out of hell. The seawater was churned up by them. A foul, putrid stench, almost solidified, rushed towards us. It's disgusting. Holy crap! Did we just stumble upon a den of the living dead? Yang Li felt a chill run down his spine. The scene before him reminded him of the most desperate zombie movies. What the hell do we do now? This isn't a game. He doesn't have a corn cannon or a cataclysmic mushroom. It lacks the ability to clear images with a single click. If he tries to play with a zombie horde, he'll be dead for good. Friday, hold port. Don't let them swarm up. Yes, Captain, Friday roared, like a human tank commanding the headquarters. They dutifully threw the grenades. Yang Li brandished his embroidered spring knife, the blade flashing like a bolt of lightning on the starboard side. The slender blade of the embroidered spring knife is perfectly suited for close-quarters slashing, and each swing can precisely sever the head or limbs of a zombie. Rotten black blood and bits of flesh splattered everywhere, but more undead continued to surge forward, oblivious to the fear. In the name of nature, the rose protects! A clear chanting sound rang out, and Avril rushed out of the cabin and stood straight under the tree of life. She pressed her hands together lightly, and the green light of the totem on her body shone brightly. The vibrant, multicolored roses on the ship's hull seemed to come alive instantly. The vines grew wildly and intertwined, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant snake as thick as a bucket, made of petals and thorns. The flower snake let out a silent roar, then suddenly darted into the horde of zombies, sometimes sweeping and whipping them, sometimes tightly coiling and crushing them. Wherever it went, rotting flesh flew everywhere, temporarily stabilizing the ship's defenses. However, there were simply too many zombies to kill them all. They came from all directions. Some even began to try to gnaw on the vines and planks of the boat. The Dave tilted slightly under the impact of the zombie horde, and its speed became unstable. Yang Li had no choice but to slow down slightly, otherwise there was a risk of the car overturning. But this is no less dangerous than drinking poison to quench thirst. The situation remains extremely critical. Yang Li cleaved the head of the zombie in front of him with a single blow, panting heavily as he shouted to Avril. This can't go on. There are too many of them. Is there any way to clear them out on a large scale? We need to speed up. We don't know what's wrong with this blood moon. The sea might be full of these living dead. Yang Li was breathing heavily. The intense battle was rapidly draining his strength. He stared intently at the sea. As time goes by, the number of the living dead did not decrease. On the contrary, it increased. Like a continuous expanse of algae, floating on the boundless sea. Countless rotting arms stretched out of the water, slapping against the hull and making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. They trampled on each other and clung to one another. These formed terrifying staircases made of twisted flesh, which surged continuously toward the deck. If this continues, the Dave will be completely overrun with them. Avril's forehead was already covered in sweat. Maintaining the magical form of the flower snake was already beyond her capabilities. In addition, the ship was littered with rotting corpses, so she had to cast small-scale purification spells from time to time to ensure that the three of them would not be infected by the plague. This took a huge toll on her. She shook her head bitterly, her voice tinged with weariness. I can't do anything about it. Greater spells require a huge amount of magical power to support them, but I'm not at that level right now. Yan Li's face was extremely ugly. The day before was sunny and beautiful. The future seems bright. How did we suddenly find ourselves in such a desperate situation? Chapter 32, Infection with Epidemics. You are trapped in a hopeless situation. Your innate skill has been activated. Luck blessed, unique luck and misfortune are two sides of the same coin, twins of fate. You never believe in fate, your luck cap is +1, your luck value will never fall below 1, and you will never be in a life or death situation. When your luck drops significantly, the reduced luck will radiate into powerful external support. Cooldown, 24 hours. Just when Yang Lisin was feeling utterly hopeless. The sudden surge of signals in my mind acted like a lifeline. Yang Li was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this talent. This thing is usually completely invisible. But every time it was in dire straits, it would jump out and turn the tide. There's hope. Yang Li was immediately invigorated. Although the specific effects of activating the talent's skill are unknown. But he couldn't just wait for the skill to take effect and die on the spot. He roared. Hold the line with everything you have. Our chance has come. With that, he raised his embroidered spring knife high above his head, let out a hoarse roar, and fiercely charged towards the horde of corpses. The blade embedded itself in the living corpse, getting stuck between the neck bones and making a screeching sound. He forcefully raised his knee to push the corpse aside, and in the process, drew his knife, bringing up a clump of rotting flesh. Avro remained silent. She simply manipulated the serpent form from the 7 colored rose, relentlessly sweeping away the hordes of corpses climbing the ship's walls. In this great battle, the 7 colored rose played a pivotal role. If it hadn't been for the constant sweeping of large numbers of zombies into the sea, Yang Li and Friday wouldn't have been able to hold out even if they had worn their knives down to their bare ends. Those who rushed onto the deck and were hacked down were merely some survivors. While fighting off the horde of corpses that charged at him, Yang Li gazed out at the sea. I held on to that hope. The effect of the luck talent is to provide powerful external support. Yang Li started to imagine, would a strong man or a divine soldier suddenly appear and save them from their predicament? Or was it a meteorite falling, the sea boiling, and ships passing through? In conclusion, there will definitely be unexpected but reasonable support that will resolve the crisis. But they didn't get any strong foreign aid. What I received first was a cold system notification. You have been infected with frostbite. Infection effects, it is often transmitted through physical contact. Those infected with frost will gradually develop frost on their fingertips, their body temperature will continue to drop, and their movements will gradually become slow. In severe cases, their limbs will become stiff. Infected individuals develop a strong dependence on and craving for flames and high-temperature environments. They can delay symptoms by continuously consuming high-calorie foods, but this cannot cure the condition. Those infected will eventually be trapped in a state of eternal freezing, transformed into living ice sculptures, retaining their conscious awareness while eternally frozen into blocks of ice. Looking at this notification of infection with the disease, Yang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Throughout the battle, Avro would occasionally take a moment to cast a purification spell on them. It has never stopped. It's highly unlikely that someone would contract the disease under such strict protective measures. How could it suddenly happen at this time? Yang Li was completely baffled. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind, and suddenly an incredible idea surged into my head. He recalled the competitive prompt about the Chosen One and the extraordinary sequence when he first entered the plague-ridden sea. The system would never issue such a notice without a reason. If those things that are supposedly great can truly influence the entire ocean, then this place would be a paradise of plague. In this sea area teeming with disease, wouldn't they, who are clean, be seen as the biggest oddities by other infected people? What difference is there between what they symbolize at this moment and a bright light bulb on a dark sea? Thinking about it this way, things make sense. The undead in these waters would naturally regard them as invaders and aliens, and launch a brutal and inhumane attack. Thinking about this, Yang Li seemed to understand. But just to be on the safe side, he conducted an experiment first. He approached some of the undead, maintaining a safe distance. Their eyes remained fixed as they observed their movements. The undead who had previously wanted to tear him apart were now completely ignoring him, stiffly facing Avril and the others. Unconsciously, he moved his stiff body. He hurriedly shouted at Avril, "Avril, stop your purification magic! Let us get infected with the plague! Only by getting infected can we survive!" Avril looked back at him in disbelief. She bit her lip, a look of confusion appearing in her eyes. But seeing Yang Li's determined gaze, she bit her lip and dispelled the purification spell she was about to cast. Fearing they would contract other, even more terrifying diseases first, Yang Li rushed towards Avril ahead of them. He knew it in his heart. Luck and talent don't come from nowhere. Since it actively chose the epidemic, it must be the one closest to survival. It's far safer than the disease on these rotting corpses. So why not turn the passive situation into the active one? When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. Avril was confused. Yang Li rushed over and pulled her into his arms. It was rubbed and kneaded as if it were a cushion. A complex expression crossed Avril's face. Then he froze. "Have you contracted frostbite?" Yang Li shook her shoulder and hurriedly asked. "I'm infected," she responded. Having received a definite response, Yang Li rushed towards Friday, who was throwing grenades, without looking back. She covered his mouth and nose with one hand and wiped it several times before stopping. From that moment on, the undead horde on the USS Dave seemed to have been put on pause. The zombies still clinging to the ship's walls crashed into the sea with a splash. It made a series of splashing sounds as it entered the sea. The dense horde of zombies on the sea surface had all disappeared into the seabed. Everything fell silent, as if the fierce battle that had just taken place had never happened. Yang Li collapsed onto the deck, panting heavily. He immediately opened the world channel. As expected. Inside, there was a scene of wailing and lamentation. Countless people are sending out requests for help. Yang Li didn't have time to look closely. I simply wrote a message and sent it. Eternal Arc, the blood moon has descended, and the cleanup of the plague-ridden seas has begun. If you want to survive, quickly infect yourself with a plague. If possible, choose a plague with fewer negative effects, or one whose negative effects you can mitigate. Trust me. After sending the message, he didn't care about the reactions in the channel. The channel was shut down, and consciousness returned to the USS Dave. Looking at the ship full of corpses and remains, Yang Li couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That was so embarrassing. This was the most embarrassing moment of his life. Before, when we went on adventures on the island, no matter how dangerous they were, it was still in the wild. As long as the Dave is safe, he has a home to return to. They can set sail at any time, dust themselves off, and get rid of all the dangers. But what he was seeing really provoked him. Looking at the crops trampled and ruined by the corpses, he felt a deep sense of regret. The ship was also covered in blood and filth. That soil is probably no longer usable. What a pity! No matter how much we regret it, it's too late. Yang Li greeted everyone that it was Friday. The two began to drag the rotting corpses off the ship into the root digestion zone at the bottom of the vessel. Then dozens of corpses were thrown in. Dave's flower seed bag finally activated a special skill. He obtained a brand new, special plant seed. Name, Ghost Hand Seaweed. Type, Aquatic Confinement Plant. Maturity period, short, approximately 10 to 15 sea days. Description: this is a mutated seaweed with a robust body and 5-fingered structures at the tip. It is dark green in color and adept at disguising itself as ordinary seaweed, lurking in shallow waters or around ships. When still, it is indistinguishable from ordinary seaweed and difficult to detect. It is extremely sensitive to water vibrations and can quickly sense the movement of nearby organisms. Skill effect: entanglement and binding. When an organism enters its growth range, the algae will swiftly spring out and tightly entangle the target with its Ghostly hands. The binding force is extremely strong and can effectively restrict the movement of small and medium-sized marine mammals or people who have fallen into the water. Duckweed mat. When actively activated, the algae community will quickly intertwine on the sea surface to form a dense floating mat with a thickness of up to 1 meter, which is enough to support hundreds of kilograms of weight, and can serve as a temporary foothold or a floating platform. Proliferation. It can operate underwater and also briefly emerge from the water to entangle low-flying creatures or enemies along the edge of a ship. Comment. This is the most enthusiastic, social butterfly in the plant family. Its greatest pleasure is to give a close hug to every living thing it passes by. If you suddenly get wrapped around your ankle while swimming, don't worry, it's just its way of being friendly. Although it might make you feel a little like you're drowning, as anyone who's been through it knows, drowning is a pretty good thing. The funniest thing is that this lazy fellow, despite being perfectly capable of building a floating bridge by itself, always waits for you to give it orders. If you don't use it often, it might deliberately slip and fall when you get in the water. Yanli was overjoyed upon seeing the plant. Having gone through this battle, he has gained a deep understanding of the role of special plants. It's an incredibly powerful support skill. Judging from the fierce battle just now, only the mutated carnivorous plant, the firecracker sunflower, and the bloodthirsty sunflower were effective. The iron thorn barrier nut hasn't grown up yet, and the mirage mushroom and scorching dragon fruit haven't been used yet. It's not that they are useless, but that there was no room for them to play a role in this game. These undead are probably all brain damaged. The hallucinogenic effects of the phantom mist mushroom are completely useless to them. Each special plant has its specific function. However, only a portion of them possess combat capabilities. The other part represents functional plants. The ghost hand seaweed that Yangli obtained this time is precisely such a dual-purpose plant that has both practical functions and combat capabilities. Yangli could even imagine the battle scene with ghost hand seaweed. If a naval battle occurs at sea, he directly made the seaweed stick to the ship, leaving the other side with no choice but to passively take the hits. This brings him one step closer to his perfect tactical combination. Anyone who has played Plants vs. Zombies knows this. Even the most powerful plant has its weaknesses and flaws. However, the organic combination of two plants, or even more plants, can produce an effect that is far greater than the sum of its parts. It all comes down to skill coordination. Chapter 33, Somewhat Famous. Avril wrinkled her nose as she looked at the mess on the ship. She became more and more skilled at casting spells. After only a few seconds of chanting, a thick, tender layer of grass sprouted from the soil on the boat. All the blood and filth left on the ship were completely absorbed. The fishy stench was also dispelled by the sea breeze. "This magic is really useful," Yangli said, his eyes shining as he witnessed the whole thing. "I felt envious for a while. But there's no use in being envious. He doesn't have that kind of luck to pick up an inheritance for free right from the start." "Don't be envious. Elven magic isn't without its limitations. When I was alone before, I would never have dared to use nature magic so recklessly." Avril turned around. His pale green pupils were filled with a relaxed smile after surviving the ordeal. "Because every nature-based spell requires the essence of plants to be cast. If the caster cannot provide it, they will use their own life essence as the price for casting the spell. But the Emerald Court of the Ancient Elves has long since vanished into the annals of history, and the World Tree has also disappeared with it. So I only learned some minor spells that could make daily life easier, such as cleaning, purifying, and control. However, now I don't need to worry about anything anymore. With your help, as long as I stay on the ship, I will have an inexhaustible supply of herbal essences." Yangli seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. No wonder Avril Lavigne was so poor before. She was practically risking her life to survive. In this situation, seeing him as a lifeline would naturally make one cling to him tightly. However, thinking of this, he brought up another topic. "You said before that special plants can only be planted near the World Tree? So, the Dave might be a World Tree?" Yangli asked again. Since Avril possesses elven heritage, besides being able to learn nature magic, she should know more about this world than I do, he said in an exaggerated tone. "Could it be the kind of supersized world tree I'm thinking of, the kind that blots out the sky and is planted in the elven royal court, Enough to cover the entire elven kingdom? It's not quite the same as the one described in the picture book, but it's actually pretty much the same. The world tree is essentially a general term for a type of high-level tree, except that the one the elves planted is more ancient and famous. Avril patiently explained. For example, there are dragons in this world, but the earliest dragons weren't dragons from the start. Instead, other intelligent life forms developed the extraordinary sequence of dragon blood berserkers, continuously advancing and eventually transforming into extraordinary beasts. Creating a race through extraordinary sequences? Yanli frowned. This went against his usual beliefs. On the ship at night, Yanli lit only one lamp on the mast. After experiencing the frenzied scene of corpses climbing the ship, no one was sleepy. Yanli stood at the bow of the boat, gazing quietly into the distance. The sea surface further away reflected a shimmering expanse of light. It reflects the distant journey. He suddenly remembered something, turned his head and asked, "You just killed so many zombies. Have you gained enough experience to level up?" "Experience? Level up? Do such things exist?" Avril scratched her head, her dimples curling up on her pretty face. "Don't you have a title? You mean a special title that unlocks the character level system?" As he spoke, Yanli showed her the effects of the Beast Slayer title. Beast Slayer. When you wear this title, all damage you deal to behemoths is increased by 10%. Killing behemoths will grant a large amount of experience points, and will also initially break the character level cap, unlocking the character level system. No, this kind of thing must be very rare, right? Avril was somewhat tempted. Especially after learning that Yanli had been promoted to level 3. After all attributes increased by 3 points, a desire welled up in his eyes. If her attribute level increases, she will have a higher magic power limit to unleash powerful magic. "It's okay, I'll find a chance to get one for you later," Yanli said helplessly. He just went online to look up the title system. It has been discovered that players with special titles are extremely rare. It is even rarer than legendary items. While this title is also a type of equipment system, it can grant similar equipment loading effects. This unlocks the character's level experience bar. However, it is tied to an individual and cannot be lent to others. In this battle, he gained nearly 2,000 experience points, but that was still a drop in the bucket compared to the 50,000 experience points needed to level up to level 4. Avril smiled slightly after hearing his words of comfort, her eyes crinkling. After, the three of them worked together to clean up the mess on the ship. Then they moved the scorching dragon fruit to the center of the deck. After contracting the frost plague, a chilling sensation that spread from the bones would occasionally make the three of them shiver. I can't pinpoint where the chill came from, but it was just cold. It's unusually cold. Yanli decisively opened the warm zone of the scorching dragon fruit. These bright red, plump fruits began to radiate heat continuously. The three of them felt the heat, and their complexions improved considerably. On Friday, following Yanli's instructions, a large wooden barrel with a diameter of about 1.5 meters was moved out of the hold. It was also covered in water. Yanli carefully placed the seeds of the ghost hand seaweed inside. I was afraid it would melt in the water and disappear. This thing is an aquatic plant, so it should theoretically grow at sea. But the Dave remained in a state of navigation. There was simply no sea area available for it to anchor and obtain nutrients. Planting them at the bottom of the ship is also impractical. These special plants in their seed stage have no ability to protect themselves and might get eaten or stolen by some random creature. Yanli must ensure that it remains within his sight until it matures before he can feel at ease. Therefore, we can only make do with a large wooden bucket for now to simulate an aquatic environment. Fortunately, Avril Lavigne, a professional plant care expert, was on board. A slightly harsh upbringing is not a problem for her at all. After an environmental improvement procedure, some sediment also grew at the bottom of the barrel, which can provide the ghost hand seaweed with the essence supplied by the Dave. After finishing his work for a while, Yanli finally had a moment to turn on the channel. A multitude of unfamiliar chat windows lit up in the chat channel. Most of them were words of thanks to him. "I'll just chat for a bit, hoping to become acquainted with you. This way, you won't seem abrupt when interacting with others in the future. Although quite a few people have entered the disease-affected sea area, the number is not large. almost everyone encountered tonight's blood moon event. Many people saw Yang Li's suggestion, and some, in despair, tried the method as advised and indeed escaped the pursuit of countless zombies. These people then returned to the chat channel and verified the authenticity of the message with others. It spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. This method naturally became the well-known situation. With this piece of advice, Yang Li successfully became famous. Many people then sent him friend requests. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Your area's reputation has increased to somewhat well-known, which will be indicated after your name. Following the prompt, he glanced at his ID. There is a line of small gold characters on the back of the Yongmao ship, somewhat famous. He clicked on it, and saw that it even had a rank description. The levels of brand awareness, ranked from lowest to highest, are as follows. 1. Unnoticed, you are new here, unknown, and nobody. 2. Becoming somewhat famous, your name begins to circulate among a small group of people. 3. Rising to fame, you have accomplished remarkable feats, and your reputation has increased significantly. 4. Well known in the region, your name is widely known within a certain area. 5. Widespread fame, its reputation has transcended regional boundaries and become known to more powerful forces. 6. Renowned and widely known, your name carries great weight, inspiring awe or fear in those who hear it. 7. World-renowned, the whole world has heard of your legend. 8. Legendary epic, your name has been etched into history, becoming part of the legend. 9. Mythical immortality, your existence transcends the mortal realm, and your name is equivalent to a miracle. A higher level of fame obviously brings better benefits and privileges. But he didn't quite understand what exactly it all included. Yang Li glanced at his friend limit. There are currently only 100 spots available, 50 more than before when no one applied. In other words, he can now add 100 friends and open private chat windows. You can also see his approximate coordinates, as well as attributes such as his ship level, through the Friends channel. For anything more, we might need to communicate through the World channel. But this so-called World channel is probably not a world channel in the true sense. It should be divided according to the general sea area. Otherwise, the sheer volume of comments from billions of players would practically overwhelm the system. With that in mind, he selected from the players he greeted, prioritizing those who also had a certain level of fame. Such as the swift pirates, the deep-sea pirates. These players are often quite skilled, setting them apart from ordinary players in the general public. As for those players who are ignored, Yang Li could only say one thing about this. I'm sorry, kids. He's ungrateful. I am no longer the person I used to be. You can't even dream of being my equal now. Chapter 34. Survival Guide to Another World. A large number of friends have just been added. One of the players, whose popularity level was Rising Fame, and whose username was Otherworld Encyclopedia Survival Guide, immediately sent a series of messages. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Your warning has helped many people a lot, and of course, I also have to thank you. You're welcome, it was nothing. Yang Li himself did not want a serious incident to cause the deaths of a large number of players. We are essentially both competitors and collaborators. One thing at a time. Private rivalries and open conflicts, even resorting to violence over resources and equipment, are one thing, nothing more to say, it's just a matter of each side using their own methods. But if a large number of players die due to some avoidable disaster, that's a different story. Competition is fine, but Yang Li will not do anything that harms others without benefiting himself. After all, we're all from the same planet. On this perilous sea, each of them has limited power. Only when the overall strength of players increases can the quality of life of individuals improve. Because of the trading system, all players are already inextricably linked. Otherwise, where will Yang Li buy 10 tide coins worth of wood? Should he spend 100 in the system shop? Furthermore, if even among so many fellow villagers there is no force capable of uniting them, then there is even less hope for the world's indigenous peoples. These are some survival guides I'm currently working on. I've only completed a rough framework so far, but I hope they will be of some help to you. In addition, once these encyclopedia frameworks are built, I will release them directly to everyone to help us share resources and cooperate better for survival. But my abilities are limited, and I need more people to participate so that we can all work together to improve this framework. This process should also be of great help to you. Therefore, I used my special ship skills to create this subsystem and extend an invitation to you. Yan Li remained silent upon hearing this, and first cautiously opened a picture book trade request sent by the other party. Title: Another World Encyclopedia Survival Guide. Type: Ship Derivative. Quality: Original. Description: This is a derivative of a special ship, which may have countless incarnations. As long as the pattern information is written or changed on the main body, regardless of distance, all incarnations will be synchronously updated to match the information of the main body. Similarly, the information on the incarnations will be synchronously fed back to the main body. Price: 1 Tide coin. Yang Li's breath itched. He stared intently at the introduction, holding his breath. This is Player Forum? And it was even handcrafted by the players themselves? Yang Li couldn't help but marvel at how quick-witted these people were. Sure enough, there were many talented and extraordinary people among the players. Yang Li bought it directly. What I received was a large newspaper modeled after a nautical logbook. The title, in large characters, immediately catches the eye. Another World Encyclopedia, Survival Guide. He opened the first page, and what caught his eye was the player power ranking. Goodness, this kid's got some tricks up his sleeve. When Yang Li saw the words, rankings, his heart skipped a beat. These 3 words are too valuable, and contain too much meaning for a single person to handle. Yang Li could only say that the person who made this thing was truly skilled and daring. He glanced at it briefly. The list now contains hundreds of names, some of which are fleet names and others are individual names. Among them, a familiar name caught my eye. How to Train Your Dragon. At the start of the game, he posted a picture of a legendary battle pet cub in the regional channel, which must have left a deep impression on many people. It is currently ranked 138th. Yan Li didn't take a closer look at the densely packed player names. Instead, I flipped directly to the second edition. It really is a player forum. There are many posts inside, which can be filtered by posting time and number of likes and favorites. The most popular posts in the early days were mostly QA posts with profound questions. It's also what most people are interested in. For example, one post asked, "What exactly is the purpose of the system?" The comments below offered rather detailed analyses. The conversation with the most likes is like this. "Has anyone thought about this? What is its purpose in throwing us all here? I'm inclined to the theory of breeding insects. Haven't you noticed? Players can plunder each other. This isn't just an implication, it's an explicit statement. It wants us to compete and evolve, ultimately selecting the strongest group, who will either be possessed by it or become refining containers or upgrade materials. I think it's resource plundering. Haven't you noticed? Even if you buy something from the system store and then sell it back to them as is, they only buy it back at 10% of the price. They have the ability to throw us all out to sea, so why are they still so greedy? It shows that they also lack resources. We might just be tools for them to plunder the world's resources. In the end, they're the ones who profit the most. Aren't all players the fourth calamity? We might be the virus it released into this world, with the aim of destroying or purging and conquering this ocean world. Why can't it just be entertainment? We could be a reality show in the eyes of a higher dimension, like the Truman Show. Maybe there's something watching us struggle right now and enjoying it. I think it's about creating a god, right? I've seen some ancient murals in the ruins on the island, and with the newly emerged plague-ridden sea god selection, I feel that it's trying to make us snatch the god selection qualification from the natives and then evolve into the concept of the god of this world. Since it's about creating a god, it's understandable that the process is a bit cruel, since everyone else is just a supporting character anyway." Another popular post. Predictions on the future development of the situation in the sea area. Also presents a variety of opinions. Brothers, let's brainstorm and talk about something realistic, analyze future trends. Let me say something. We've crossed 2 sea areas so far, but the area highlighted on the logbook is only the size of a bean in a vast, unexplored fog. I feel like this sea has no end at all, which is a bit ridiculous. I no longer believe in the spherical Earth theory. The flat Earth theory is the real one, isn't it? Here, I could circle around and never return to the starting point. Have you guys considered the compatibility between these two sea areas? Disease and dinosaurs? What genius would put zombies and dinosaurs next to each other? There's no transition at all. It's like going straight from prehistoric times to a zombie apocalypse. This isn't a naturally formed world, it's an artificial construct. We're like NPCs in a game. Going to different sea areas is like a version update or system iteration. Brothers, I won't mention those messy, unfounded speculations. I'll speak with evidence. To be honest, my innate skill can decode the rhombus-shaped log chip embedded in our right arms and see that each player has a unique serial number. Based on the pattern of the encoding combination, I can deduce one thing: we are definitely not the first group of players to be teleported to the sea. Based on what you said before, no matter what the guess is, we can't avoid fighting in the end. But who knows how many batches of veteran players have emerged before us? How long have they been developing? How big is the gap in strength between them and us? Just thinking about it is terrifying. What if we fight our way through all the challenges, only to fall into the hands of veteran players and become their training material? I'd be spitting blood if that happened. Let's stick together, or we'll just be getting slaughtered by those old fogies. Supporting unity is why I strongly advocate for the existence of this forum. We cannot completely follow the system's rhythm, it's clearly up to no good. We must have our own thoughts. Indeed, if it weren't for the real threat and the help, I would never have used the player-created panel system. To be honest, just a second before I came here, I was still wondering if the forum owner wanted to create something to fleece us, like that floating general store before, treating us like pigs to be slaughtered. But now I know I misunderstood him. Jan neither confirmed nor denied the above statement. He turned to the next page. This time, it's a practical illustrated guide. The first page is about the Dinosaur Frenzy Sea area. It provides detailed illustrations of hundreds of different dinosaurs and mythical creatures, including their habits, skills, companions, and taming methods. In the Taming Method section, only a very small number of entries were filled in. Most of the entries remained blank. The guide also compiled a list of terms related to their family members based on their attributes. Family member classification. Elements: fire, ice, poison, lightning, wind, wood, water. Ancient dragons, titans, banshees, druids, phoenixes, gnomes, elves, behemoths, krakens, divine-born, elemental lords, protoss. Magic, healing, spells, enchantments, protection, prophecy, intimidation, etherealness, teleportation, stealth, lightness, dimensions, celestial bodies, distortion, time. Summon, companions, minions, lords, clones, undead, random, legions, elemental clusters, holy demons, space-time projections. The universe, supernovae, meteors, sparks, singularities, comets, gamma rays, antimatter. Explosion, evaporation, self-destruction, melting, detonation. Natural phenomena, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, blizzards, plagues, thunderstorms, earthquakes, etc. Nightmare, zombies, undead, vampires, ghosts, night demons, assassins, weakening, curses, abyss, annihilation. Guardians, shields, reflections, interference, absorption, bounces, gathering, armor. Strength, knockback, taunt, berserk, stack, bleed, invigorate, bloodlust. Mechanical modification, basic modification, tectronics, mechanization, mechs, brain-computer interfaces, automation, cybernetic, runaway technology. Yanli glanced at it briefly and judged its value in his mind. It has to be said that he seems to have seriously underestimated the creator's abilities. When two people play the same unfamiliar game at the same time, if someone is lucky and has some skill, they can achieve good results and be called a pro player. But what if another person directly discovers the underlying operating logic of the game, thoroughly understands the game rules, and develops a series of speedrun strategies? It is obvious which one is stronger or weaker. Yanli turned to the fourth page. They are categorized chat groups. There are many chat rooms with unique names such as Dinosaur Island Cooperation Strategy Group Number 9527, Dinosaur Island Native Forces Strategy Cooperation Group Number 6377, Rare Quality Equipment Auction, Bulk Material Exchange, Looking for Long-Term Partners. In summary, This otherworldly survival guide fully fills the gap in the system. This flawed system has been transformed into a game with a clear structure, strategies, and teammates. He's a genius! Yanli was full of praise for it. There are certainly many people who can think of these things. Because in the end, it's all the same old stuff, with nothing new. But someone actually managed to make these things in just over 10 days. That's quite remarkable, even if it's only 10 points. Chapter 35. The next wave of zombies is coming. Day 13 of the sailing log. Today's weather. Cloudy day. The duration of night has increased significantly, while the duration of daylight has been halved. Sea area location, disease sea area. Sunshine duration, 4 hours. Temperature, 12-18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 2. 10% of players have been detected to have entered the plague-ridden sea area. The nautical log has been updated and adjusted. From this moment forward, the black mist speed is reduced to 10 knots, activating defense mode. When you enter the plague-stricken seas and become infected, you will face the test of the plague gods. Plague-infected individuals will periodically invade your territory. No matter where you are, please hold your ground. Yanli received this system announcement early this morning. He added that, well, it's like Plants vs. Zombies, one wave after another, which makes perfect sense. That's utterly unreasonable. Yanli couldn't help but want to curse. Just when they were in dire straits, they discovered a clever way to avoid being surrounded by hordes of zombies by contracting the disease. Now you're saying that even after infection, one must constantly face challenges. Did I get infected with the disease for nothing? Helpless, Yanli searched for updates in the nautical log. An additional location coordinate was found in the nautical log. Previously, the navigation log map only showed the exact coordinates of the islands. The coordinates of yourself and other players could only be used to determine the approximate location, and the detailed coordinates were not visible. This makes it difficult for many people to even meet up with their backup teammates. In the early stages, positioning can only be done by relying on the skills of some special ships, which is very inconvenient. But now, the nautical log has finally solved this problem. However, there are still many other unresolved issues. The vast map still has no boundaries, and the unexplored areas remain shrouded in a fog of war. Yanli consulted the scale. I compared my current coordinates with the distances between the coordinates of the islands I had previously visited. They discovered that their 3-day journey was roughly 1/10,000th the length of the sea area where billions of players were scattered. What does this tell us? This means that if Yanli wants to run from the leftmost player to the rightmost player, he needs to sail at full speed for a full 30,000 days. This is a super marathon. However, they weren't rushing forward in a condensed straight line, one after the other. This is extremely unfair to players who fall behind and are closer to the black fog. So they are actually moving forward slowly along a horizontal line. The advantage is that the chances of encountering it are greatly reduced. Even if you stay in one place, there won't be a situation where a large army of players from behind swarms over you like locusts, and one of the passing players comes up and slaps you, leaving nothing but crumbs. The downside is that only a small portion of the player base is closest to you. Whether it's providing defensive support or requesting assistance, the limitations are greatly amplified. With that in mind, he opened the chat channel and clicked on the coordinates of the players who had added him as a friend. Sure enough, his guess was proven correct. The players who could hear him speak were all those who were relatively close to him. As for players further away, none of them were seen. This indicates that they did not receive their message on the World Channel. Now that he understood this, Yanli stopped paying attention to it. He picked up a basin of water placed next to the scorching dragon fruit, put his hands in, scooped up a handful of warm water, and washed his face with the warm water. It washed away the fatigue of the whole night. Splash! Water droplets were on the soil layer on the deck. A young weed sprouted out. Yanli stomped on him again and rubbed him. I went to change the water in the big tank again on Friday. The kelp plant sprouted dense, long shoots overnight, swaying gracefully in the water. The little monkey climbed up the mast. Lately, it has been enjoying gazing into the distance from the railing. Sengming was changing every day, and Yanli assigned a new task for Friday. That means constantly feeding Sengming meat. This little snake cub eats so much, it needs to be fed 7 or 8 times a day. Yang Li bought several tons of meat and stored it in his logbook, so he could take it out to feed the animals whenever he wanted. During the journey, Yang Li discovered that even the fresh food items stored in his logbook had an expiration date. It just doesn't deteriorate as quickly as if it were exposed to the elements. So he reduced his budget for storing large quantities of meat, buying only enough to last a few days. Even the special plants that swelled up last night to suit their combat form have gradually shrunk in size. The giant plant that could leap 4 or 5 meters in battle has been reduced to a shrunken plant with a height of nearly 1 meter. These plants exist in very unusual forms. An ecosystem that lies between plants and animals. It can move around, and can even pull its roots out of the soil and move briefly on the deck. Then find a suitable spot, replant the roots in the soil, and then… Yang Li thought that they were sleeping when they weren't shaking their bodies. This feeling is amazing. He felt like he had raised a large group of pets, even though he had raised them all himself. No, I raised it all myself. After completing a series of miscellaneous tasks, Yan Li-tsai walked up to the card drawing machine. He calculated his spoils from this hunt. They killed about a dozen zombies. Among them, the 7-colored rose is the most powerful. Yan Li guessed that it must have killed hundreds or even thousands of them. He glanced at his bank balance. 320,000 tide coins, 1,200 origin dust. Yes, it's the same old story. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Fighting monsters one-on-one is nowhere near as effective as clearing maps. He wished he could build a monster spawner, or find a place with a high monster spawn rate, to continuously produce monsters, and then build a lava pool or trap pit underneath. Create monsters with the left hand and kill monsters with the right, creating a fully automated score farming machine for origin dust. This game must be speedrun. But he also knew that this idea was simply a pipe dream, because he had observed it carefully. The loot from killing the first undead was 50 source dust and 500 tide coins. After that, kill each zombie of the same type. The loot kept decreasing until finally, they simply stopped giving out loot altogether. It seems this thing has an anti-fraud mechanism. It is unrealistic to try to gain strong combat power through trickery. With this in mind, Yang Li snapped out of his thoughts. His eyes were fixed intently on the card drawing machine. All in. Go all in. This time, we absolutely must get a golden legendary. As usual, Yang Li offered a prayer and made a promise to the card drawing machine that if it produced a gold item, he would definitely have it gilded next year. Would you like to spend 100 source dust to perform a card draw? Confirm. A burst of light flashed. A card is now in front of you. Chapter 36, Skill Card Gift Pack. Title, Possession by the Swift Cat. Type, Magical Transformation Card. Quality, Excellent. Description, this is a transformation card that seals the power of the forest swift cat. Using it grants the user the physical form and agility of a spirit cat. Release conditions, each use consumes 500 points of mana/spirit, with a cooldown of 8 hours. Skill effect, Form Transformation, transforms into a swift cat for 30 minutes. Agility bonus, Agility +2, movement speed increased by 40%. Feline Grace, fall damage reduced by 70%, climbing ability greatly improved. Night Vision, gain clear vision in dark environments. This thing is a master of stealth and surprise attacks. They've completely stopped being human. The very first one turned out great. Yan Li was immediately invigorated. A good omen. We must press our advantage. A series of flashes of light appeared. 50 units of steel. 100 units of timber. 100 L of purified water. Name, Dense Fog Spell. Type, Skill Card. Quality, Excellent. Description, after use, a dense fog will blanket an area, significantly reducing the hit rate of ranged attacks and enhancing stealth effects. Release conditions, each use consumes 400 mana/spirit points, with a 6-hour cooldown. Name, Lucky Curse. Type, Skill Card. Quality, Excellent. Description: this curse applies a luck curse to a single target. For the next half hour, the target's luck will be slightly reduced, with a chance of experiencing various mistakes, lapses in concentration, or mental confusion. Tremble, mortals, this is a power you cannot comprehend. Release conditions: each use consumes 600 points of mana/spirit, with a 15-hour cooldown. Yangli's eyes lit up. After a long wait, he finally obtained a card that perfectly matched his talent and skills. His innate skill is that the lower his luck, the stronger he becomes. This lucky weakening card might be a debuff card for others, but for him, it's a unique enhancement card. If used properly, it can create miracles. Moreover, these skill cards and transformation cards, similar to character skill bars, are not one-time use. Each release only consumes mental energy. Yangli didn't know what this magic was, or whether he actually possessed it. He decided to test it out first, aiming the fog spell at the sea in front of him. A streak of light shot out from the card and landed in the sea ahead. In that instant, Yangli felt as if his brain had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his body felt weak. It was accompanied by dizziness, and I almost fell. He tried to calm himself down, and quickly looked towards the sea. It looked as if a smoke bomb had been thrown out. A thick fog started from the center of the release and spread rapidly to the surrounding area. In a short while, the fog enveloped an area of nearly 1 kilometer in the surrounding area. He quickly checked his own attribute status. Name: Yangli. Level: LV3. Experience required to upgrade: 3120/50,000. Title: Behemoth Slayer. Energy: 90/100%. Rationality: 100/100. Blood chi: 100/100%. Physical condition 8. Agility 10. Strength 7. Perception 9. Spirit 11.5, 750/1150. Only this spirit category saw a reduction of 400. In other words, 1 point of mental attribute can be converted into 100 magic power/mental power. So he can only use his skill twice at most before he's done for. That's acceptable. Yanli realized what was going on. After 12 draws, 3 skill-type cards were drawn. Including some basic supplies, it was a pretty good haul. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked to the base of the Tree of Life, waking Avril, who was still meditating with her eyes closed. Stop practicing your magic and take a look at how much source dust you've gained this time, Yanli asked impatiently. Avril got the lion's share of the loot from killing the zombies. As for Friday, due to his inhuman nature, he didn't get any loot at all. This is a privilege exclusive to players. 2,500 dust, do you want to use it to draw cards? Upon hearing this, Avril opened her bright eyes, as if a crystal-clear stream of light flashed across them. 2,500 dust. So many? Yanli couldn't believe it, but after thinking about it again, he felt relieved. Having killed so many different types of undead, Avril had completely exhausted the potential of most of the undead loot. In the future, Avril will probably no longer be able to obtain source dust when she kills these types of undead. After thinking for a moment, Yanli suggested, "Go ahead and see how your luck is." "Great," Avril said excitedly. Clearly this was the first time she had obtained so much source dust. No one can resist the anticipation of drawing cards. Yanli eagerly led Avril to the card drawing machine. In short, "Let's begin, it's up to you." "Good." Avril kicked her feet to cheer herself up before stepping forward to operate the card drawing machine. A burst of light flashed. Name: card copying technique. Type: skill card. Quality: excellent. Description: designate a creature with cards and randomly copy one card from its deck, temporarily add it to your hand. Note that if the copied card is of higher quality than the original card, the copying fails. Release conditions: consumes 400 mana/spirit power, cooldown time 24 hours. Yangli's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Isn't this just like a priest card in Hearthstone? Copy someone else's cards? This is good stuff, give it to me. The old coin toss method is great, and everyone who's tried it says it's the best. The only downside is that this thing actually has quality limitations. It can only copy cards of a quality no higher than its own, which makes it somewhat useless. If it's someone else's junk card, copying it won't be of any use. What's the point? If it's a bugged card, the quality must be incredibly high. What's the point of copying if it's ineffective? In addition, I don't know why the result of this gacha pull was different from the last one in the Dinosaur Sea. Most of the items that dropped were skill cards. The cards drawn from the Dinosaur Frenzy Sea. Most of the drops are machine-related items, equipment, supplies, and even creature cards containing baby dinosaurs. As can be seen, the gacha system will undergo corresponding version iterations depending on the sea area entered. Not only has the style of the cards drawn changed, but their appearance has also changed from the original dinosaur skin-like dark feel to a terrifying style with skull shapes. How incredibly progressive! Yangli sighed inwardly, then looked at Avril. She stepped forward, picked up the card, examined it for a while, and then turned her inquiring gaze to Yangli. It seems they are asking how the reward should be distributed. Yangli chuckled, dispelling her doubts. It's alright, you can take them. These skill cards aren't necessarily better the more you have. Each of us has limited mental strength, so the number of card skills each person can use is not large. Seeing that Yangli had no intention of taking it, Avril put it away herself. Then she used up all her source dust and kept drawing cards. I fired 24 shots in a row. The results are as follows. Steel 400. 800 tons of timber. 500 stones. Animal hide 2,800. Crystal 300. A high-quality abyss stone. A high-quality abyss originium. Name, Holy Light shines everywhere. Type, Domain skill card. Quality, excellent. Description: this purification spell was specially developed by the Holy Church to cleanse the calamity of the Sea of the Dead. It transforms holy power into a continuous area of purification by burning holy water, capable of inflicting continuous burning damage on undead creatures. Skill effect: creates a holy light field with a diameter of 15 meters in a designated area, lasting for 5 minutes. Undead creatures within the field suffer a small amount of holy damage per second, and undead affected by the burning effect have their attack speed reduced by 20%. Release conditions: consumes 600 spirit points, cooldown time, 12 hours. This card reveals a new sea area, the Sea of the Dead. Yongli's gaze was solemn. The version preview is included. But aren't those zombies also a kind of undead? It's like a pillow being delivered to someone who's about to fall asleep. This skill card, which targets undead creatures, is arguably the most useful weapon currently available. However, to Yang Li's surprise, there was an unexpected bonus. The highest quality card currently available. Name, Forbidden Magic Domain. Type, Law Domain card. Quality, Epic. Description: a supreme card engraved with the law of magical negation, using a fragment of a void crystal as its core. When deployed, it temporarily strips away magical elements from a designated area, creating an absolute magic-free zone. Skill effect: after activation, a spherical anti-magic field with a radius of 300 meters is deployed centered on the user, lasting for 60 seconds. Within the area of effect, all persistent magical effects are interrupted, and the generation of new magical effects is prevented. All spell cards, skills, and talent effects of both allies and enemies are forcibly disabled. Note: this cannot coexist with other rule-based domain cards, such as Time Freeze, and only one domain card can be active in the same area at a time. Release conditions: consumes 5,000 mana/spirit power, 72-hour cooldown, inflicts a state of mental exhaustion upon use, all attributes reduced by 50% for 1 hour. Holy crap! Yang Li's eyes turned red. Epic! It's also a field skill card used for crowd control. Although it requires an exaggerated 5,000 mental energy to use, Yang Li is currently at level 3 and only has 1150 mental energy, which is far from enough to qualify him to use it. Avril is even worse. Her mental attributes aren't as high as his. But that was enough to cheer him up. Because this is clearly a powerful weapon in the later stages. The kind that can turn the tide of a game. They finally have a trump card to save their lives. Although it's a trump card that can't be used for the time being. Chapter 37, Player Forum. After drawing all the cards, Avril was still excited and seemed to want to draw more. Yang Li's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched her move her fingers to generate 2 sets of 10 consecutive hits. Alright, there will be other opportunities next time, no rush. Yang Li comforted him. Haha, sorry, I feel a bit tipsy. Avril used her slender index finger to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a blush rising on her oval face. After that, Yang Li asked Friday to help with odd jobs. Although the soil on the ship was purified, all the crop seedlings were trampled and died, and new seedlings had to be replanted as soon as possible. He also considered whether the continued influx of infected individuals might render his efforts futile. However, the system did not specify the exact time of the intrusion, whether it occurred every day or every few days. Ordinary crops can mature in about 2 days, but he decided to take a gamble. Pray that luck won't let the hardworking farmer's efforts go to waste again. In addition, he listed the dragon fruit seeds that had fallen from the fruit in his personal trading shop. Each pill costs 1,000 coins. A total of 50 units were sold, earning 50,000 coins. He's tried this thing. 1 pill provides a 10-minute buff that increases your strength attribute by 1, and it's the green, harmless kind. There are plenty of edible things at sea, but not many that can temporarily increase your attributes. In addition, by strictly implementing scarcity marketing, sales are sure to be explosive. Yang Li glanced at the chat channel when he had a spare moment. At this time, 90% of the player base was still in the dinosaur frenzy, Maka Paka. One by one, the dragon trainers soared into the sky. They talked about all sorts of dragon taming secrets, treasure caves, desert island exploration, indigenous tribes, and so on. Others are gathering people on one of the large islands, planning a battle of wits between the players and the indigenous tribes. Having already left the seas teeming with dinosaurs, Yang Li couldn't get a word in edgewise. It seems that the general player base has inexplicably become estranged from him. This is due to the different progress. So, out of desperation, he pulled out his encyclopedia guide and started browsing the player forums. The quality of the chat here is much higher. Yang Li Yuan called it a high-end club. In a chat group named Forum Association Mutual Aid Group, I saw How to Train Your Dragon. Hey, I'm a newbie here. Any pros going to mentor me? Yang Li remained silent for a moment, then slowly typed out a question mark. Young Mao's boat, young man, I've been watching you for a while now. You're definitely a once-in-a-millennium comedian. How to Train Your Dragon. Hey, isn't this the same old stuff? It's always the same group of people, isn't it? Is the world really this small? Swift Pirates. Ha, you bet. I was one of the first to join. Back then, I was always at the forefront, doing a lot of work and gathering intelligence, and Poseidon pulled me into the group. How to Train Your Dragon, Poseidon. You're not talking about that mech owner who's jokingly called Mech Dad, are you? Swift Pirates, him? You don't know him? He's the creator of the Otherworld Survival Guide. A top-tier expert, sticking with him is definitely the right thing to do. 2 names? Yang Li was puzzled. Normally, each player chooses their own name at the start of the game, and cannot change it. If you want your name to change repeatedly, you can only use a special title. For example, he might be a giant beast slayer one moment, and an ever-flourishing ship the next. Based on this, is Poseidon a title? How to Train Your Dragon at Poseidon. Daddy, come out and say something. Are you still recruiting followers? This sea is too dangerous, can you protect me? Yang Li also perked up. This Poseidon is clearly not simple. At this moment, Yang Li also realized what was going on. His actions cleverly bypassed the system's strict limit on the number of players in a team. By creating a forum, they forcibly established the rudiments of an organization, linking together a group of the most outstanding players. A person with such foresight and strategic thinking has achieved this level of success. It cannot be explained by mere luck. Yang Li also wanted to see his answer to judge his ideology. Is the plan to build a large alliance, advocate for individual efforts, or simply treat them as tools? This will determine his future attitude towards this forum. Poseidon, you guys overestimate me. Earthshaker Poseidon is indeed very strong, but he's a mech, and the energy consumption of mechs is beyond our current understanding. In its current state, by the time I acquired it, its energy was already completely depleted. Now it's just a pretty face, all show and no substance. How to train your dragon, I see, that makes sense. This system is actually quite fair. The skill gap between players isn't too large. Yanli silently muttered a complaint. That's because you didn't see that other players started the game wearing a hero-level item wreath. Poseidon, we are far apart. You can take note of each other's coordinates. If you can lend a hand, cooperation will give you a much better chance of survival than going it alone. In addition, to accelerate the exploration of knowledge in unknown areas, the Encyclopedia Guide has added a knowledge intelligence system. From now on, everyone can sell any valuable intelligence, and I will give you a buyout reward based on the intelligence's value. However, from now on, some valuable intelligence may require payment to read. But don't worry, you're not included in this group. You'll always enjoy free access to the vast majority of knowledge. Once the framework of the illustrated guide is further refined, I'll set up a set of rules and release them to the public in a few days. Yanli understood. His idea is to first spontaneously establish a relatively loose organization, and then use some benefits to win them over. This was the early core team. But the subtext is also quite obvious. To continue enjoying these benefits, one must comply with the set of restrictions he subsequently established. There are gains and losses. But all the world's hustle and bustle is for profit. Yanli did not dislike his approach. Humans have always been social animals, with an exceptionally strong sense of belonging to social structures. Most people cannot live alone in isolation, as that would not satisfy humanity's higher spiritual needs. Therefore, forming cliques always requires someone to do it, and if that person isn't Poseidon, then someone else will definitely come along. The only thing worth examining is the extent to which his subsequent set of rules restricted them. Chapter 38: The Path to Power for a Blank Boat. Yanli opened Poseidon's private message. He gave the other party a drastically modified version of the Dinosaur Illustrated Guide to Taming. Yanli has no use for this thing at all, so he might as well sell it, and see if he can make some money. Poseidon, these 3 taming patterns aren't yet included in the taming guide, so they're quite valuable. How about I give you 150,000 coins? Yo mouse ship, sold. Yanli had nothing to bargain about. The value of intelligence is indefinable. It all depends on how you use it. There's a long conversion period in between. Accumulate a large customer base, search for target customers, convert intelligence value, and continuously accumulate revenue over time. This requires a massive system to operate. Without establishing this system, so-called intelligence may be worthless. But when you build it big enough and good enough, a single piece of intelligence is worth a fortune. So Yanli was overjoyed to be able to exchange things he didn't need for real money, and he wouldn't care about gains or losses. After the transaction is completed, he then took another look at the rare equipment auction room. There are 10 room numbers. Currently, 7 rooms are vacant, with only 3 auction rooms equipped with auction gear. Yanli glanced at them briefly: a damage-type skill card, a longbow equipment card, and a mutated card for a thick arm. There wasn't much new stuff, and none of it was the type he was interested in. So he left the forum. Let's refocus our attention on the deck. Just then, he saw the bloodthirsty sunflower sway its branches and spray a pale red energy crystal at him. It rolled onto the grass. Hey, you silly child, why are you leaving things lying around like that? Yanli immediately gave him a sharp rap on the head. The bloodthirsty sunflower made a rather human-like gesture. It pulled itself up by the roots, snapping and swaying its flowery rear end as it ran to one side. Why does Yanli give off a strange vibe of teasing a little kid? Never mind, I'll just ignore it. This little thing is getting disobedient as it grows up. Seedlings are definitely the cutest. Thinking this, he picked up the crystal, wiped off the dirt on it, and then breathed on it. Walk up to the slowly growing seaweed. He fed the crystal to it. What was originally a normal clump of seaweed suddenly sprouted a mouth from within and swallowed the crystal that Yanli had fed it. A wisp of fluorescence appeared on the surface of the ghost hand seaweed, flickering faintly for a few moments before returning to its original state. It looks like it'll be all grown up in about 3 or 4 days, right? Yanli estimated the time. Soon we'll be able to collect all 7 special plants and upgrade the ship. He examined the ship's upgrade materials. Materials required to upgrade to Tier 4 ship: 800/2000 wood, 500/1600 stone, 400/500 steel, 300/300 crystal, 3000/15,000 animal hide, and 6/7 fruits from 7 special plants. The main materials are almost all gathered, except for the animal hides, which are still in short supply. This thing can only be obtained in large quantities by hunting large wild beasts. But the plague-ridden sea is full of molting demons. You're lucky if they don't shove pus all over your face, let alone have intact skin. He felt nauseous at the thought. I checked the current market price for animal hides, and it's 100 units of animal hides for 1,000 coins. In other words, he would have to spend another 120,000 coins to make up the shortfall in animal hide materials. Yanli sighed. The further you progress, the more materials are needed for upgrades. Upgrading ships is like this, and so is upgrading character levels. The cost of each resource later on will likely be astronomical. Thinking about this, he suddenly became curious about the upgrade materials for ordinary blank boats. Could it be that so many supplies are needed because it's a special ship? Yanli opened the World Chat channel and searched for keywords such as ships, upgrades, and base ship. The following valid information was retrieved. Name: standard ship. Type: general basic ship type. Description: like a standard product mass-produced on a giant shipyard assembly line, its appearance is unremarkable, its workmanship is rough, and crude repairs are visible everywhere at the seams. Its design philosophy is based on the most basic pragmatism, maximizing cargo space with minimal cost. Compared to special vessels, it boasts 30% more deck area and 50% more lower cargo hold volume. Ship attributes: Tier 3, durability 3500/3500, speed 45 knots, capacity 4500 units, hull length 46 meters. Materials required for upgrading to level 4, wood 0/1000, stone 0/800, steel 0/250, crystal 0/150, animal hide 0/7000. Hiss! Yanli was shocked. The upgrade materials for the blank boat did not require any special materials. Furthermore, at the same level, the amount of general-purpose materials required to upgrade a basic ship is half that of his. However, it can be considered as giving up special skills and overdrawing all potential for rapid leveling up. At this moment, another conversation caught his attention. Shipbuilding engineer: ha ha. After grinding day and night, I finally upgraded my base ship to Tier 5. I even unlocked the retrofit feature. Guys, does anyone have any expansion blueprints for sale? Like advanced turrets, reinforced cabins, or eco-farms, etc. Price is negotiable. Not a bandit, tisk. Shipbuilding engineer: what's up, you have some stock? Not a bandit, do you even need to buy this thing? Shipbuilding engineer: huh? What do you mean? Do you think it can just grow out of the ground without buying blueprints? Yanli suddenly had a bad feeling. I don't know if this kid said it on purpose or by accident, but he actually said something like that. Not a bandit, aren't these things everywhere? With billions of players, 90% probably have ordinary ships, right? And the other 10% must have special ships, right? If you're so capable, just wipe them out. You can get as many blueprints as you want. Shipbuilding engineer: holy crap. You can't do that? The channel fell into a brief silence. Everyone who was watching the screen understood the meaning of that sentence. Players who own special ships at sea are themselves mobile blueprint libraries. Yanli's face was extremely ugly. The system has planted a huge pit right from the start. What's going on here? Using class distinctions to divide player groups and instigate a war of conflict between special ships and ordinary ships? As the old saying goes, are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Why do you guys have special skills from the start, easily overcome obstacles, and take all the good stuff? Other regular ship players can only follow behind you and eat your asses? Many ordinary players must have felt this kind of frustration to some extent. At the beginning, everyone was busy surviving and frantically upgrading, so the differences weren't very obvious. But now, a problem arises. For a Tier 5 ordinary ship to continue to become stronger, besides upgrading, it is to build expansion buildings. But this requires a constant stream of blueprints. However, nobody knows how to obtain these special blueprints. But isn't there one right in front of us, blatantly obvious? Yangli closed the chat channel with a heavy heart. No matter where you are, humanity will always be bound to engage in internal strife. Various organizations and forces engage in internal power struggles and confrontations. Even the threat of death cannot stop humanity's self-destructive tendencies. This is a melody that has been established in the history of human civilization. Forget it, I'm not going to think about things that far ahead. Focus on the present, things will work themselves out in the end. Improving one's own capabilities is the most important thing. Chapter 39. Tentacles are also hands. A strong sense of crisis gripped Yangli's mind. It was as if dark clouds were looming overhead before a storm, making him restless and uneasy. He paced back and forth on the deck, his brow furrowed. He was thinking about all the ways he could quickly improve his strength. Avril walked past him with light steps, carrying a glass vase filled with flowers. He was humming a light, cheerful tune that he couldn't understand. She seemed more enthusiastic about decorating the ship than about becoming stronger. Wherever she went, tender green vines began to twine around the rough railings. Even the empty corners have been decorated with patterns made of seashells and conches. The tools on the desk were stacked neatly. The living quarters on the ship are kept spotless at all times. Since she arrived, the Dave is no longer just a survival tool. Wind chimes were added to the deck. The cabin was lined with soft animal hides. A faint floral fragrance always lingers in the air. The warmth of daily life gradually diluted the hardships and harshness of surviving at sea. This natural and leisurely way of doing things. This is vastly different from Yangli's pragmatism and foresight. This shows that they are completely different types of people. Yangli declined to comment on this, simply ignoring it. After all, Friday did most of the odd jobs on the ship, feeding the snakes, farming, fishing, and other chores. In short, everyone had a clear division of labor. Yangli pulled himself out of his thoughts and forced himself to focus on the important matter at hand. In fact, currently, there are very few things that people can do while on the ship. The crew's daily activities are inseparable from the ship's. This resulted in their lives being extremely impoverished. Currently, the paths to becoming stronger are limited to the following. The most straightforward way is to frantically collect resources to upgrade your ship's level. The higher the ship's grade, the larger the ship's size and the stronger its attributes. It can accommodate more buildings and free up more living space for free movement. It will also lead to the expansion of buildings and the enhancement of ship capabilities. There's no apparent upper limit to how many levels a ship can be upgraded to. Don't even mention level 10, level 100 is possible. In the late game, it won't be surprising if every player has an aircraft carrier. It'll probably be more like they're all piloting mobile islands. At that point, there's no need for islands anymore. You can just build large villas and eco-parks directly on the ship, which would be more than enough. But this path is currently not feasible. The difficulty in upgrading special ships lies not in general supplies, but in special materials. Yangli browsed the player exchange almost every few days. Alternatively, you can post a purchase request on the World Channel. The goal is to collect more seeds of special plants. However, very few people responded. Yangli suspected that he wasn't the only one collecting seeds. Other ships were also vying for them. With such a large player base, it's impossible that the Dave is the only ship capable of growing special plants. As long as the ship is made of world tree, it can be planted. However, special plants are extremely rare and can only be found by chance. So ship upgrades are currently stuck, and we can only leave it to fate. Second, the hidden system. There are many hidden pathways within the system's power structure. It won't give you a direct notification, it will only notify you once it's unlocked. For example, titles can unlock character levels. Players without a title will always remain at level 1. Some features may be unlocked but won't tell you, such as the luck attribute value being hidden in the character panel. This is a good example. It definitely has a hidden attribute. This suggests that there may be other hidden attributes as well. From this perspective, what's displayed on the system panel is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. There are still many hidden power systems waiting to be discovered. Just like Avril Lavigne's elven magic. Ancient powers inherited from other races or nations. Yang Li spied on the screen quite a bit. Some people on the forum even summarized this. This can be inferred from the snippets of information found in the descriptions of equipment obtained by other players. There are countless professional systems in this world. Some common ones include Druid, Dragon Blood Warrior, Vampire, Ghoul, Undead Knight, Priest, Paladin, Demonology Warlock, Mage, Summoner. Less common types include Limb Extenders, Ghouls, Memory Eaters, Pregnant Mothers, Ice Spirits, Sand People, Dream Beasts, Card Masters, Mechanics. It is evident that the power system of this world is like a hodgepodge, extremely chaotic, and not like a coherent system. It's as if various systems have been forcibly mixed together, much like these sea areas that have been forcibly pieced together. But these opportunities are rare and hard to come by. If Yang Li doesn't encounter them, there's nothing he can do. Third, the extraordinary sequence. This sounds like the power of some great being acting as an agent, allowing players to inherit a certain power system. However, each person can only choose one sequence. Clearly, there is more than one way to do this. But the word epidemic is obviously not a good choice. More sequences may appear in the later sea areas, but Yang Li obviously cannot come into contact with them at present. Fourth, external forces. External forces come in many forms: innate skills, ships, resources, cards. At this stage, the only external force they can rely on is cards. Equipment, skills, battle pets, plants, mechs, teammates, and more. The gacha machine contains a whole bunch of miscellaneous ability cards. However, very few of the items players can immediately use are actually obtained through gameplay, indicating low compatibility. Therefore, card trading has gradually replaced material trading and become the mainstream in the market. This product is new, and the premium is very high. Generally, bartering is preferred. When it comes to buying with money, both parties often can't agree on a price. This is the most practical option at present. Of all external forces, equipment is the most direct and fastest acting. The solution is clear. Yang Li no longer hesitated. They retrieved the 2 precious abyss stones. He had a flash of inspiration before upgrading his equipment. First, I tested it with high-quality abyss stones, and then used it on the card duplication technique. He wanted to know if skill cards could also be upgraded in quality. The result is clear. The card copying technique has actually been upgraded to excellent level. This means that all powers bound by cards have quality levels and can be upgraded. Since that's the case, there's one rare quality abyss stone left, which we'll have to use on equipment. He plans to upgrade that alien card. The tentacles of the sawtooth squid. This thing has a strange appearance. However, it has extremely strong combat capabilities and can make up for many shortcomings of human limbs. Furthermore, unlike equipment, the mutation card is directly integrated into the body and alters the structure of the limbs. It provides a considerable attribute bonus, giving it an unparalleled advantage over other equipment. Just then, the Dave automatically emitted a catalytic wave, radiating throughout the entire ship. He hurriedly went to the enchanting table and melted down the serrated squid's tentacles, upgrading them to rare quality. Name: Serrated Squid's Tentacles. Type: Alienation card. Quality: Rare. Synopsis: After being tempered by abyssal, ore and the essence of life, this already highly lethal tentacle has undergone a qualitative leap. Its cells possess highly mimicry activity, allowing it to freely transform between a biological weapon and a human limb, becoming a truly intuitive and controllable part of the user. After its transformation, it not only becomes longer and tougher, but the serrated suction cup structure at its end also becomes increasingly ferocious, transforming into a steel whip covered in barbs. Once equipped, the user can more deeply perceive and wield this power from the deep-sea hunter. Equipment effect: Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +2. Additional ability: Entangling and Strangling. Tentacles can actively extend to bind a single target and inflict continuous tearing damage. Mimicry: retractable when not in combat, mimicking a normal human arm. In this mimicry state, tactile sensation is fully preserved, providing excellent concealment. Mimicry? Yanli was stunned for a moment. He reloaded it onto his hand. All that could be seen were the several hideous tentacles, covered in suckers and dark brown in color, that had transformed from his left arm. As if it were alive, it began to slowly wriggle and contract. They overlap and merge with each other, their structures undergoing precise reorganization in an instant. In just 5 or 6 seconds, a human arm with smooth muscle lines and a healthy skin tone appeared before his eyes. Yanli observed carefully. His 5 fingers were distinct, and his joints moved freely, just like his right hand. He clenched his fist tightly, and could clearly feel the strength of his muscles and the solidity of his bones. He then gently stroked the seedlings beside him with his simulated left hand. The touch was delicate and realistic, just like a real hand. A look of wild joy spread across Yanli's face. His concerns were finally dispelled. Compared to Avril's ethereal and otherworldly spellcasting, his transformation was incredibly sinister. If forced to choose between being handsome and being strong, this is an extremely painful thing. These tentacles are useful, but they are also extremely unpleasant. It's useful in regular combat, but he can't carry it around all the time, that would be too counterintuitive. Over time, his human thought may be gradually diluted. But now Yanli can use this card as a permanent card. When not in use, it can transform back into a normal human arm, and wearing it on your hand will not affect your daily life. Chapter 40 Skull Pirate Ship. The weather isn't very good today. Dim sunlight and narrow field of vision. The Dave is cutting through the light green waters, sailing in relatively calm waters. The water was stagnant, with no exaggerated waves. Yanli stood at the bow of the boat, holding up a simple telescope. I gazed at the distant sea in all directions. Many deformed and strange-looking fish can be seen jumping out of the sea. It is either covered with tumors, or has many deformed organs and tissues, or has broken scales and sores all over its body. Ugh, what a disgusting sea! My good mood has come to an end. Just as he was about to step down from the watchtower, behind the ship, a tiny black dot appeared at the edge of the sea. Yanli squinted and carefully observed in that direction. As the Dave slowed its speed slightly, the black dot rapidly enlarged, and its outline gradually became clearer. That's a ship! Holy crap! What a coincidence! Someone's coming! Yanli shouted, summoning the 2 people who were busy on the boat to the bow. Are you a player? Avril Lavigne reached up to her brow and gazed into the distance, her green hair fluttering slightly in the sea breeze. I don't know. Stay alert. Deploy the invisibility shield first and get close enough to make contact. Yanli ordered that the instructions be followed immediately on Friday. A curtain of light unfolded from the crystal hammer at the bow of the ship, quickly covering the entire vessel. Meanwhile, on Friday, the ship adjusted its speed by maneuvering the rudder. The Dave gradually synchronized its speed, waiting for the other ship to approach. However, a buffer distance is always maintained to allow for reaction time. As the distance closed, the ship's appearance became clearer. Yanli's heart sank little by little. The ship was not large, but its shape was extremely strange. The hull was crudely pieced together from various shipwrecks, rotten wood, and huge biological skeletons. The sails resembled bat wings, covered with skull-shaped symbols. On the deck stood a bunch of oddly shaped people. Most of them were dressed in rags, and their exposed skin was covered with festering sores. Some have severely deformed bodies, with 3 or 4 arms of varying lengths growing crookedly on their shoulders, like branches haphazardly stuck into a tree trunk. Some had their lower limbs twisted, their legs intertwined at a magical angle, merging into a thick, fleshy pillar. Some people had huge bulges of flesh on their backs, with several lifeless eyes staring out from those bulges. Without exception, they all stared at them with strange expressions. Sighting an unidentified creature will decrease your sanity by 10. Upon seeing his appearance, Yanli gasped in shock. Holy crap! That's fucking ugly! You have been targeted by a special skill. Invisibility skill disabled. The light curtain generator trembled, and the invisibility light curtain instantly became ineffective. Yamli felt a chill run down his spine. His forehead veins bulged as he roared. Friday, speed up! Speed up! It's an enemy attack! Damn it, I should have thought of that sooner. What normal player would drive a ship that looks like it was dug out of a graveyard? These are definitely natives of the disease-ridden seas. Yamli was shocked. This was the first time he had ever encountered natives chasing players in a boat. It can even lock onto the ship's hull from a great distance using skills. How dare they be so arrogant? They must be fearless. Unsure of their strength, Yamli dare not stop to engage in a prolonged fight. If we can't win, we'll lose our lives here. When in doubt, always run away. The Dave's hull trembled slightly, and with all its power, its speed increased dramatically. The bow of the ship smashed through a wall of waves and sped forward. The next second, suddenly, 2 huge gashes were torn open on either side of the Skull's ship. 2 enormous fleshy wings, covered in blood vessels and mucus, stretched out. Its fleshy wings flapped violently, slapping the sea surface like oars, stirring up towering waves. The skeleton ship's speed increased instantly. The distance between us and the Dave began to shrink visibly. Damn it! Yamli's pupils contracted, and he looked a little flustered. He couldn't just sit and wait to die, so he scanned the deck. Its left arm instantly wriggled and deformed, and a hideous, serrated squid tentacle emerged. I rolled a sunflower seed off a firecracker sunflower that was leisurely basking in the sun nearby. The tentacles tensed their muscles, like powerful slingshots, and hurled the fruit at the base of the Skull ship's fleshy wings. Just as the firecracker was about to hit its target, on the deck of the skeleton ship, a creature with a fish head and a human body, covered in tattered scales, suddenly hurled a blood-stained harpoon. Boom! The harpoon precisely intercepted the firecracker fruit in midair. The violent explosion transformed into a ball of fire and a shockwave in the air. However, they failed to damage the Skull ship in the slightest. Just as the flames from the explosion had not completely dissipated. Call out! Bang! A heavy mechanical click rang out. A massive, thick crossbow bolt with a huge metal barb at the tip shot out from the bow ballista of the skeleton ship, tearing through the air and embedding itself firmly in the stern of the Dave. The barbs are deeply embedded, locking in place instantly. Under the instantaneously different dynamic inertia of the 2 ships. The oil-soaked cable, as thick as an adult's thigh, attached to the back of the pointed anchor, tightened instantly, emitting a teeth-grinding creaking sound. The 2 ships were tightly bound together by this rope. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From acceleration via the fleshy wings, to interception and counterattack, and then to launching the hook and anchor. The other party's actions were carried out in one smooth motion. They worked together seamlessly. Clearly, this is an experienced, well-prepared gang, born specifically for hunting at sea. The Dave's speed suddenly stopped, and it could no longer shake off. Prepare for battle! There's no point in saying more now that things have come to this. Yang Li's eyes sharpened, and he pulled out his matchlock gun, aiming at the most robust deformed creature on the enemy ship. Boom! The probability explosion effect is triggered. The tail flame, trailing a ring of black smoke, shot out with a powerful burst. The explosion struck the man squarely in the chest. Amidst the chaos, the mountain-like body was blasted and staggered. His chest was charred black. Its massive body carved a shallow trench backward on the deck, causing a stir among the other pirates. Yamli holstered his gun, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems like it's just SOSO? It failed on the first try. The next instant, the fallen figure stood up as if nothing had happened. It casually patted its bloodied and mangled chest. Minced flesh and pus flowed down, revealing the slowly wriggling granulation tissue underneath. On the deformed skull, a gigantic mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly ripped open, taking up 2/3 of the face, and emitted a piercing roar. Sea rats! Lay down your weapons and let me tear you to pieces! Almost at the same time as it roared, on the skeleton ship were more than a dozen deformed figures of various shapes and sizes, exuding a stench and an aura of madness. They all let out bloodthirsty howls in unison, wielding rusted swords and crude bone weapons. Like hyenas that have caught the scent of blood, they launched a frenzied charge along the thick cable connecting the two ships. Even before Yanli fired his gun and the opposing leader stood up again, Avril had already begun singing with practiced ease. Her hands moved gracefully, and she was surrounded by a pale green natural glow. Spirit of the Rose, heed my command! Slaughter the enemy! Chapter 41, A Mere Fatal Wound. The vibrant, multicolored roses on the ship's hull seemed to have come to life. It infused each cluster of tender plants with a soul. The vines converged, intertwined, and expanded at an unprecedented speed. In an instant, it transformed into a giant flower snake, thicker than a bucket, composed of petals, green leaves, and thorns. The flower snake opened its calyx and let out a silent spiritual roar. With his back arched and a bloodthirsty, manic air about him, he charged headlong toward the pirates on the ropes. Thump! Several pirates were the first to be hit, and, unable to dodge in time, were directly knocked away by the enormous body of the flower snake, falling into the sea with screams and splashing water. The other pirates were all quite agile. They either ducked to avoid the snake, or used their companions as cover, narrowly escaping its frontal attack. Seizing the opportunity, they climbed the ropes and moved forward quickly like monkeys. Once close, it leaped and successfully jumped onto the deck of the Dave. Pfft! They had just stepped onto the deck and hadn't even had a chance to stand properly. What awaited them was the mutated carnivorous plant that had been waiting in the wings. They swelled and grew larger, revealing the core of a ferocious war machine. One after another, viscous acid balls were ejected. The corrosive liquid was splashed in their face, instantly producing a sizzling sound as it burned one of the pirates. Aya! Puffs of corrosive white smoke rose up, causing him to let out a piercing scream of pain. This shout officially marked the start of the boarding action. For the first time since it matured, the phantom mushroom has played its role. These tiny mushrooms, which originally grew in inconspicuous places on the boat, have now sprouted their caps in dense clusters. It opens and closes slightly like breathing, constantly releasing spores. If you look closely, you can always see them everywhere. Clusters of colorless and odorless tiny spores were revealed from the cap. It transformed into an invisible, dense net, enveloping the pirates. Even with their quick reflexes, they were caught in the trap instantly in this spore-strewn environment. In their perception, their once crystal-clear vision suddenly became bizarre and surreal. The once solid deck beneath their feet shattered into a bottomless abyss. They walked with difficulty, hesitant to set foot anywhere. The figures of Yanli and the others in front of them appeared to be constantly twisting, elongating, and spinning in their eyes. Three-dimensional beings have been transformed into elongated two-dimensional sheets of paper. I don't even know where to start with the machete. All senses of space and distance are completely reversed and confused. Countless distorted images swirled in their minds. A wave of dizziness washed over me. Yanli frowned and looked over. These ugly bastards lost their bearings after being sprayed with acid a few times once they stepped onto the deck. Their movements were slow and stiff, as if they were drunk, swaying unsteadily. Many people were even wildly slashing and swinging at the air. Although I don't know exactly what happened. But how could Yanli miss such a golden opportunity? While this strong control is highly effective, it generally lasts for a very short time. We need to finish them off quickly. He immediately launched into a set of opening moves. Raise the gun, aim, fire, all in one smooth motion. The musket spewed thick smoke and ripped open the chests of two hallucinating pirates. He immediately sheathed his gun and drew his sword. The embroidered spring blade was drawn once again. The knife grew ever sharper. Its damage-stacking feature is that the more creatures of the same type you kill, the higher the armor penetration stacks become, and the higher the damage the blade deals to that type of creature. In the previous wave of zombie invasion, it had already drunk its fill of the blood of the infected, and now it was taking down these sluggish, mutated pirates with a single blow. Incomparably sharp. Not to be outdone, the left arm instantly transformed into a steel whip covered in barbs, lashing out fiercely with a whooshing sound. Pfft! The tentacle-like steel whip licked across a pirate's shoulder, instantly tearing off a large chunk of skin and flesh, revealing the stark white bone beneath. For an ordinary creature, these few blows would have been fatal, sending it straight to its grandmother's house. But the pirates ignored it and stubbornly stood on the deck despite their terrible injuries. It was just a minor, fatal wound. Compared to the epidemic, this is nothing. Seeing this scene, Jan Liming understood. Friday! Quick! Come with me and cut off all these things' heads! He roared. Wielding his embroidered spring knife, he beheaded a pirate with a single stroke. He doesn't bother to look for vital organs like the heart, brain, or joints. He suspected that these monsters were all immortal and had no conventional fatal weaknesses. It's no use hitting it. His tactics were simple and brutal. That means constantly swinging the knife and beheading. Then he lifted his foot and kicked the head, which was still glaring and convulsing with angry eyes, into the sea. His judgment proved correct. These damned monsters, even with their heads severed, their deformed bodies did not die immediately. Their arms were still scratching wildly, and their headless necks were twisting erratically. Some could even stagger along, still gripping their weapons tightly, swinging them forward to attack. It exhibits a chilling vitality. However, without their heads, they became headless flies. No matter how fast you fly, you can't escape this colorful world. In no time, Yanli and Friday were thrown into the slaughterhouse. The carcasses were chopped into mincemeat, and then transported to the fertilizer area at the bottom of the ship for use as fertilizer. I'll knock you out, you think you can't kill me? A mere fatal wound, is that all? Yanli didn't believe it. If the Dave digests you all, you won't survive, will you? If he's still alive, he'll eat it on the spot. Avro manipulated the giant garland serpent, churning the seawater. He picked up the pirates, who were bobbing up and down on the sea, and tossed them back onto the deck. On Friday, he grabbed a spear and charged forward. A spear pierced the chest of one of the pirates, the tip lodged precisely in the bone, rendering him immobile. He was kicked away by the terrified pirate. Yanli shook his head helplessly. Once upon a time, he and Friday were equally matched. He was initially just a fragile college student with a physique of only 4, which is less than the average of 5. But after these 10-odd days of adventure, he has already received several enhancements. Its attributes have been greatly improved, and it's already far behind Friday. With Yanli joining the fray, the remaining pirates could not escape the fate of being beheaded. Then they were all thrown into the digestive tank at the bottom of the ship, bubbling and gurgling, and were swallowed by the Dave and turned into pure energy. You have defeated a Tier 2 infected. Aberration proliferation and black anthracnose undying plague have been added to the Pokédex. You defeated a Tier 2 infected while being a Tier 1 infected, deepening your plague sequence and making you more susceptible to plague. Infection chance increased by 100%, plague negative effects amplified by 30%, and plague buffs strengthened you by 15%. Inherit the extraordinary sequence path, disease spreader? If you choose to inherit, you will become disease sequence 9, carrier. Sequence 9 carrier. You will be immune to common diseases and can actively contract any advanced disease, acquiring corresponding resistance, and can infect others. The more diseases you infect, the higher your sequence rank will be. Yamli was dumbfounded by the system notification. It seems to be playing with something very abstract. Moreover, this divine choice regarding the pandemic is no joke. First, you need to kill other infected individuals of equal status before you can obtain the extraordinary sequence inheritance qualification of the disease spreader. After inheriting the sequence, it seems that one must first start from the lowest sequence level, the 9th level carrier, and climb upwards. Accelerate the integration of oneself with the epidemic, spread the epidemic, and gain the qualification to advance to the next level. This process of advancement continues step by step until the highest sequence is reached. Chapter 42 Shipborne Special Equipment. Although the disease sequence is also an extraordinary sequence, it is still the first sequence to be born. No one can say for sure what its future potential will be. Will more extraordinary sequences emerge in the seas beyond? If so, how strong is it, and how does its potential compare to that of epidemic sequences? All of this is impossible to judge due to a lack of reference points. But like the first person to eat a crab, either you're thrilled, or you're stuck with it. If the system hadn't explicitly stated from the beginning that each person could only choose to inherit one sequence path, a large number of players, both high and low, are eager to test its quality. But Yang Li refused to inherit the position. He refused to eat feces. He found all the creatures in this sea repulsive. The thought of inheriting this extraordinary sequence, spending the future alongside epidemics, and even turning myself and those around me into that horrific state is unbearable. It was more painful than killing him. He maneuvered the Dave slowly toward the side of the already defenseless skeleton ship. "Come with me on Friday and loot the place." Yang Li, as usual, took out his matchlock gun, always on guard. It's hard to say whether the sinister ship has any tricks up its sleeve. Carelessness can lead to tragedy, and this is not the outcome Yang Li wanted to see. "Yes, Captain," Friday replied in a deep voice, his insect symbiotic armor stained with dirt, yet his steps remained steady. He was kicked hard and fell on the deck. However, he was not seriously injured, as the armor distributed the impact throughout his body. Before stepping onto the skull ship, Avril thought for a moment and then manipulated the flower snake to cast a purification spell on them. "Be careful, I'll control the flower garland to keep you in check." As an elven mage, her physique is relatively weak. Naturally, it's impossible for him to risk his life. "Good," Yang Li responded. The tentacles extended, transforming into a climbing rope that looped around the ship's pole, carrying Friday lightly as she landed on the deck of the skull ship. This is a small boat, about 48 meters long, slightly smaller than the Dave. Everywhere you look, there are stark white bones. Fish bones, seemingly gnawed away, and many unidentifiable remains of other creatures were scattered throughout the area. They are not just trash randomly discarded on the ship, but are slowly integrating with the hull, becoming part of this strange vessel. Yang Linning could clearly see that many skull fragments, only partially fused, were exposed on the wooden surface. The deck was sticky, as if covered with a layer of incredibly slimy mucus, like digestive juice. This made him feel nauseous. After their search, the results were surprising. The ship was surprisingly destitute. In short, this is strange. How can someone who's a pirate be so poor? How did someone so poor become a pirate? What a bunch of incompetent bastards! Yang Li complained. Finally, his gaze fell on the ballista that had fired the pointed anchor and pinned the Dave down. As usual, I scanned the logs. Name, deep-sea hunting anchor. Type, shipboard equipment, can only be used for loading ships. Quality, excellent. Description, a special rope woven from the main sinew of a giant deep-sea squid and other extraordinary materials, used in conjunction with a specially designed heavy crossbow for boarding maneuvers or target control. Skill effect, long-range projection. The anchor head can be launched up to 1 kilometer away using a ballista, accurately hooking onto the target ship or large sea monster. Absolutely tough, the rope itself possesses extremely high tensile strength and cut resistance, making it difficult to damage by conventional means. This thing is firmly gripping the Dave's pointed anchor. Yang Li was deeply impressed by it. It gave him quite a fright. Without saying a word, he disassembled the shipboard equipment. Then collect the cards. After dealing with these, Yang Li Chao waved to Avril, who was watching from a high vantage point. This indicates that the work is complete. After a loud crash, the skeleton ship was sunk by the Dave. It capsized and fell into the deep sea. You have destroyed a ship. Do you want to break it down into basic materials? Oh? There's an unexpected surprise? Yang Li turned around and fell silent, staring at the gradually sinking wreckage beneath the sea. You have dismantled the ship, obtaining 600 wood, 500 stone, 150 steel, 80 crystal, and 3,600 animal hides. This has been saved to your log. After completing his task, Yang Li obtained some basic materials and a piece of ship equipment. Well, it was a false alarm. Compared to the sea teeming with undead, this group of pirates was actually quite weak. Of course, it's also possible that he was just lucky. They didn't encounter high-ranking pirates. This level of skill is already achieved at the second order. Who knows what kind of monsters the higher-ranking natives will look like if they get infected with more diseases. This incident served as a wake-up call for Yang Li. Sailing on the high seas, danger can be encountered at any time. We must always be on high alert. Otherwise, you'll become someone else's prey the next moment, devoured without a trace. He continued to steer the Dave, constantly increasing its speed. Move forward with all our might. He hadn't forgotten the system's previous warning. Every extra few days spent in this plague-ridden sea could lead to a relentless onslaught of zombies. Plants vs. Zombies is indeed fun, but what if it were a live-action version? That's still not a good idea. Chapter 43, Frozen Sea. Day 16 of the sailing log. Today's weather. Light rain. The duration of night has increased significantly, while the duration of daylight has been halved. Sea area location, disease sea area. Sunshine duration, 4 hours. Temperature, 612 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 4. 3 more days have passed. Rain was pattering down on the sea. It's just that it's no longer clear rainwater. Instead, it's acid rain mixed with germs. Slightly corrosive. And characteristics of severe infection. Even rain in this damn sea area is unpleasant. Inside the cabin of the USS Dave, a barbecue grill made from a metal frame was burning charcoal, making a soft crackling sound. Yang turned the fish and meat skewers on the wooden sticks, the grease dripping onto the charcoal fire and stirring up wisps of smoke. He carefully sprinkled on some of his own roasted and crushed chili powder, mixed with several collected spices. The spicy aroma immediately filled the air. Avril sat to one side, warming her hands by the charcoal fire. Her breath condensed into white mist in the air. The faint frost lines on his arms gleamed in the firelight. Another batch of fish was being processed quietly on Friday. His movements were slightly slower than usual. Frost and disease made everyone's joints feel like they were rusted, and they would get joint problems as soon as it rained or got cold. The scorching dragon fruit radiated a steady heat in the corner, barely warding off the chill seeping in from the gaps in the cabin. If it weren't for the scorching dragon fruit continuously providing them with heat, Yang Lidu doubted whether they could even make it out of this sea area alive. He flipped the grilled meat over. He handed the first few grilled skewers to Avril. He then took out a cucumber, dipped it in salt water, and put it in his mouth to chew. In the firelight, no one spoke. With nothing to do, Yang Li opened the chat channel and took a look. Rebirth. Survival in Another World's Wilderness Brothers. After 3 days and 3 nights of lying in wait and training, I finally tamed an incredibly cool beast. The post included a photo and an illustrated guide. Name, Shadow Mane Lion. Type, Battle Pet / Rideable Beast. Level, LV15. Description, this is a pair of hunters that live by dark rivers. Their bodies are covered with hard purple scales. They mainly feed on fish in the river and will lie in wait for their prey for a long time by the water. They possess a strong sense of territory, and fights often break out when individuals of the same sex meet. They combine the physical strength of a lion with the agility of a feline, allowing them to perfectly conceal themselves in the shadows. Racial skills. Shadow walk. While mounted, you can enter stealth mode along with your rider, and your movement will only produce a slight footstep sound. Sky leap. After charging for 3 seconds, you can leap up to 120 meters in the designated direction, stunning and dealing physical damage to enemies within range upon landing. Rock Claw Strike. Concentrates all body power into the forepaws to unleash a powerful strike, dealing burst damage of up to 5 tons to a single target. The photo shows a lion's face facing the camera, exuding an imposing aura. His entire body was engulfed in cold purple flames. He stood next to a man with his face turned to the side, and his shoulder height alone was more than 2 meters. It looks quite imposing. Yang Li didn't know how powerful this thing was, but judging from its appearance alone, it's definitely one of the coolest battle pets to ride. Holy crap! That's so cool! Is that a lion? Why is it covered in flames? Won't it burn its butt? Is this a real creature? Didn't you check the encyclopedia? If it can turn invisible, what kind of normal creature could it be? Since it can be ridden, the flames definitely won't harm its master. Rebirth. Survival in Another World's Wilderness. This is just a lion cub. It took me a lot of effort. I went 2 days and 2 nights without food or water just to wait for it, and finally managed to abduct it from its den. 666. you're the animal trafficker. Boss, you're awesome. Hey sir, name your price, are you selling this lion? Rebirth, surviving in another world's wilderness. Go away. He's my precious darling now. Where can I go on this thing? Yanli touched his nose, feeling inexplicably envious. He looked at the enormous creature curled up in a ball outside the ship and sighed inwardly. Although something can be considered a battle pet, it is too big. It couldn't satisfy his desire to ride at all. Who could resist riding a tall and mighty lion into another world? So handsome, isn't he? So he came up with a compromise and asked. Eternal Arc, I know a player who specializes in taming beasts. You can tame a male and female pair for a bonus, and I'll find someone to help you breed them. When they come back with a litter, just give me one. How about it? Rebirth, surviving in another world's wilderness. Wow, yeah, how come I didn't think of that? Bro, let's add each other as friends, and I'll get you a lion cub if I get pregnant. And so, Yamli and the other party added each other as friends and made an agreement on this matter. But he also felt doubtful. It's already the 16th day. Why are there still so many people in the Dinosaur Frenzy Sea area? It seems that the monsters inside are far more than just dinosaurs. There are quite a few fantastical creatures as well. At the very least, this shadow mane lion could not possibly be a creature from the real world. He checked the forum again. In just a few days, more and more players joined the forum. Given Poseidon's fame and influence, it will inevitably attract more and more players. At the same time, the forum has also launched many new features. First, all forum members joined a brand new ranking system. Members at different levels have different privileges on the forum. This includes browsing knowledge archives and posting messages. In addition, there is now a section for posting bounty missions. Employers can temporarily form teams to recruit people, post tasks, request items, and make other requests within the platform. Yangli glanced at his level. It was level 2. To determine which level it belongs to, simply compare it with Poseidon. He opened his private messages and saw Poseidon's level 3 tag. These actions are presumably Poseidon's way of bringing the forum into the public eye. A hierarchical system had been planned in advance for this purpose. With this in mind, Yanli immediately posted another ad seeking to purchase special plants. This post will remain valid indefinitely as long as Yanli doesn't delete it. Next, he opened the forum's mutual help group. How to train your dragon at Swift Pirates. Boss, you're the fastest runner. Have you gotten out of the Plague Sea yet? The sea here stinks so badly, my herd of beasts goes on a rampage every day, it's a real headache. Last night we were attacked by a bunch of sea monsters. If it weren't for the sheer number of my beasts, they would have almost eaten my brains off. The Swift Pirates, I'm going full speed ahead. The further we get from the center of the plague-ridden sea, the weaker the effects of the disease seem to be. But I can clearly sense that the sea ahead must be incredibly cold. The temperature here is already -3 degrees Celsius. Deep-sea pirates, seriously? Cold waters? My ship can dive, but it doesn't insulate. If it's all frozen ice, I'm basically a useless ship. Steel Behemoth, I actually quite like this sea area. There's no shortage of monsters spawning. These past few days, there have been zombie hordes every night, plus attacks from giant stitched-together monsters. My ship's cannons haven't stopped firing. I've destroyed over a dozen cannons. How to train your dragon, dude, is your boat that powerful? Steel Behemoth, I'm different from you guys. I sold everything I owned at the start, gathered resources, and focused all my energy on upgrading my ship. Now I have 100 cannons, firing them all the way as I travel. Sea monsters on the road now run away at the sight of me. Chapter 44, Mysterious Assassination. Yanli figured it out. What kind of ship is that? It's clearly a cruiser. He couldn't help but ask. Eternal Arc at Steel Giant Ship, buddy, you must have gotten a lot of loot from all those giants you've killed, right? Have you encountered any special plant seeds? I need them urgently, price negotiable. Steel Behemoth, plant seeds? Wait a minute, let me go look for them. I think I vaguely remember them. Yan Liben asked the question casually. Surprisingly, there was actually a response. He couldn't help but feel excited. The appearance of each special plant is like opening a blind box. No one knows what special plant species exist in this world. In addition, they are rare, and it's not easy to come across one. We must seize the opportunity. Not long after, the steel behemoth responded to the message. Steel giant ship. I checked the loot storage and there really was a special plant. I was shocked when I saw the illustration in the encyclopedia. Isn't this just Plants vs. Zombies? So I vaguely remembered it, but since I can't grow it on my ship, I've just left it there and almost forgot about it. After saying that, he posted an illustration. Name, Mysterious Spikes. Type, Special Plant for Traps. Maturation cycle, short, 12 to 16 days. Description, a dangerous plant that has evolved mimicry and assassination abilities. Its main body is buried deep underground, with only a camouflaged surface completely indistinguishable from its surroundings, waiting for prey to step into its death trap. Skill effect. Assassinate. When an enemy unit steps into a 1.5 meter radius above it, it will launch spikes upwards at extremely high speed, dealing heavy physical piercing damage to groups of targets and inflicting a brief paralysis effect. Multiple triggers. Spikes can repeatedly trigger piercing damage and regenerate spike growth. Dense planting in an area can create a deadly chain of traps. Review. This is a top-tier trap hunter in the plant family. It is extremely patient, able to wait for days for a single, decisive strike. The most satisfying moment is the instant its sharp thorns burst forth from the ground as its prey steps into the trap. But it hates being ignored and disturbed. If you and your companions frequently jump around on its head, treating it like a harmless floor decoration, it will hold a grudge. It might even retreat underground in advance and go on strike for a while. Also, never touch it out of curiosity. Even if it recognizes you, its ingrained killing instinct could still damage your fingers. It's a new variety. Yang Li's eyes lit up. He suppressed his excitement and tentatively asked, Yang Mao's ship, can you sell it to me? The price is negotiable. Steel Behemoth. Others have offered to buy it in the world chat before, but I couldn't bear to sell it, since this thing is almost certainly a rare item. However, we're all buddies in the same group, and I have no use for it, so I might as well give it to you. Yang Li didn't respond to his comment, but instead expressed his gratitude and politeness. Then I opened his private chat window and asked about the price. Yang Mao's arc, brother, name your price. I can't let you lose out, otherwise who will sell me anything in the future? Steel giant ship, bro, I won't rip you off. Someone offered me 100,000 coins before, no more, no less. How about it? Yang Li felt a pang of regret. 100,000 coins could buy a decent piece of equipment. But this plant is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if you have the money later, you might not be able to buy it. So he readily paid and bought it. Then, he couldn't wait to leave the player forum. Prepared to plant the seeds of the mysterious ground spike in the soil on the deck. This seed is quite interesting. It's not a fruit seed, but rather a handful of fine, sand-like grains. If you scatter it in the soil, it will grow into a large patch. But before planting, to be on the safe side, he cautiously opened the plant's control panel first to check its status. The acid rain that just fell on the day was absorbed by the hull. But who knows if the bacteria inside will affect the seed germination. He carefully picked out a few seeds with his index finger, made a shallow hole with his little finger, planted them in the hole, and then covered them with a thin layer of soil. Then, he held his breath and stared intently as the screen on the plant's control panel lit up, generating a summary report on plant status. Acquiring data on mysterious spikes. Retrieving data for iron barrier nut. Acquiring data on ghost hand algae. Generation complete. Name, mysterious spikes. Rank, first order plant. Planting duration, 0 days. Current stage, budding stage. Growth progress, 0%. Health condition, good. Soil moisture, 85%, suitable. Ambient lighting, 28 lux, slightly dim. Environmental assessment, lack of sunlight. Name, Ironthorn barrier nut. Rank, first order plant. Planting time, 51 days, including the time for accelerated growth. Planting coordinates, bow base. Current stage, hardening period. Growth progress, 82%. Health condition, good. Name, ghost hand seaweed. Rank: First Order Plant. Planting Coordinates: Starboard Aquatic Tank. Planting Time: 13 days. Growth Progress: 99.9%. Current Stage: Maturity. Health Condition: Good. Fortunately, it wasn't affected by acid rain. Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief and then evenly spread the remaining seeds into the soil. Then he walked up to the water tank. The algae growing inside were almost more than the water, making it look like a tank of green jumbled mess. What a clever intensive planting! Yang Li felt somewhat apologetic. I'm sorry to have to put you through this, Yang Li said softly, and made up his mind. When you grow up, I'll just let you roam freely at the bottom of the boat, where there's plenty of room. If this child stays in the tank all the time, the algae will become depressed. Although the plant control panel does not display a mood section. But just looking at how those two sunflowers desperately tried to squeeze into the open space in the center of the deck on sunny days, Yang Li knew that these special plants each had their own preferences and temperaments. They would be happy or upset, and they had their own physiological needs. Just as I was thinking about this, at this juncture, suddenly, the seaweed in the tank emitted a soft white light. Yang Li guessed that this was a sign that they had fully matured. The light gradually faded. A pair of flat, round eyes suddenly opened from within the algae, staring at him curiously. Yang Li and it shared a deep, affectionate gaze on the spot. Yang Li was stunned for a moment. Hello? He didn't know what to say. Upon their first meeting, he tentatively greeted them. Although he didn't understand whether these plants could understand human speech. But at least it is certain that they are not ordinary plants and have a certain degree of initiative. The ghost hand seaweed extends a ribbon-like algal limb. She gently placed her hand on the back of his hand. A clear feeling of joy came through the contact. Like a fledgling bird finally hatching and meeting its family. Yang Li's heart softened. These plants at the moment of maturity. It was as if it had been infused with a soul, transforming from a cold, lifeless crop into a living companion. A feeling of relief lingered in Yang Li's heart. The feeling was wonderful, like being pregnant for 9 months and finally giving birth to a big, healthy baby boy. My dear child. Chapter 45 Class 4 Dave. At the very least, Yang Li treated them all like a group of children. Each time they mature, they gain a spiritual essence in an instant, which, together with the foundation accumulated during their previous growth, it transforms into an independent, vibrant living entity. Yang Li reached into the water tank and kneaded the ribbon-like seaweed, feeling its supple yet strong texture. It is not as smooth and fragile as ordinary seaweed. I'll put you in the ocean to continue growing. You can stay tethered to the bottom of the boat and not lose me, okay? Yang Li asked tentatively. The kelp's body sways happily up and down, which means it's ready. So Yang Li carefully lifted the entire algae body out of the tank using his tentacles. Then, it was wrapped with tentacles and gently lowered into the sea along the hull of the Dave. Upon contact with the sea surface, the seaweed spread out on the sea all at once. Its size increased dramatically, and the dark green algae stretched out like flowing silk. Then they climbed all the way up the hull of the Dave, until it covered the entire bottom of the boat underwater. Looking at the carefree appearance of the ghost hand seaweed, Yang Li smiled with relief. The amazing thing about these special plants is that they are not only capable of autonomous activities, but also possess a certain degree of self-awareness. They can have initial communication with their owners and can also grow and develop later. According to Yang Li's observations, after the two sunflowers mature, they don't look the same every day. The more they bask in the sun, the larger they become. More branches, leaves, and flower buds gradually grew on its body. Yang Li guessed that this should be the second growth stage of the plant. If that's the case, then all special plants should have this characteristic. If plants are all level 1 when they first grow up, will they level up and become stronger as they continue to grow by absorbing nutrients or gaining experience from fighting monsters? This speculation is very reasonable. All life is inherently a process of continuous growth and change. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. Even special plants cannot be at their peak condition from birth. Their growth has only just begun. It takes experience and accumulation to become stronger. Just then, Avril poked her head out of the cabin. The moonlight shone on her slightly curled green hair. She bit her lower lip lightly, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of hair, and hesitated for a while before walking up to Yanli. "That?" she asked softly, carefully considering her words. "Yanli, do you have any spare Tide coins?" Seeing Yanli's inquiring gaze, she quickly explained. "I saw a very suitable staff at the exchange, but I'm still short of money." As the girl spoke, the tips of her ears turned slightly red. Unconsciously, his toes were drawing circles on the deck. This was the first time she had asked Yanli for money. "A staff?" Yanli. Avril herself also had money saved up from killing monsters. He knew this, but he never asked about it. The two didn't spend too much time together. Yanli would not suggest setting rules that both parties would abide by. To put it bluntly, it's not a large organization. When two people get along, everything depends on self-awareness, communication, and personal qualities. As long as no fundamental mistakes are made, mutual tolerance and acceptance can resolve 99% of the conflicts in daily life. So he asked gently, "How much more do you need?" Avril looked up, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I've saved a total of 250,000. I still need 210,000. Avril hesitated for a moment, seemingly lacking confidence. Mustering her courage, she grabbed Yanli's sleeve and said, "Can I borrow it first? I promise I'll pay you back later." She stared intently at Yanli with her big, innocent eyes. Yanli pondered for a moment. "Still short 210,000? Holy crap, that's insane. Equipment worth 460,000? He checked his balance. There are still 420,000 Tide coins. The equipment cost almost the entirety of his current assets. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were bankrupted. Yanli opened the transaction interface and transferred 210,000 coins to her directly. He carefully chose his words, looked at Avril, and said softly, "There's no need to talk about borrowing, Avril. In my hometown, people who live together are one family. Since we're in the same boat, there's no need to differentiate between us. What's mine is yours." Of course, he didn't say anything more. "What's yours is mine too." Avril stared blankly at the transfer notification, meeting Yanli's gentle gaze. Her eyes were slightly red. She suddenly leaned closer, grabbed Yanli's hand, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a light peck on the cheek. He then retreated a few steps like a startled deer and ran back to the cabin without looking back. He hurriedly tossed out a sentence. "I understand." Yanli watched her flustered figure, shook his head and chuckled softly. A sea breeze swept across the deck, and the faint floral scent from her hair lingered there. Materials required to upgrade to Tier 4 ship: 1400/2000 wood, 1000/1600 stone, 550/500 steel, 380/300 crystal, 6600/15,000 animal hide, and 7/7 fruits from 7 special plants. Yanli opened the ship upgrade panel. We discovered that we were still missing quite a few materials. All he had left was 210,000 coins. I don't know if we have enough to buy the remaining supplies. But Yanli did not regret his actions. He has to give him the 210,000 coins. Avril Lavigne's growth rate far exceeded his. With a hero-level elven crown and an abundance of plant essence, her potential is far beyond what can be estimated. If we equip her with a staff, the team's strength will likely increase by no less than that of upgrading the ship in a short period of time. He compiled a list of supplies. We are still short of 600 pieces of wood, 600 pieces of stone, and 8,400 pieces of animal hide. The current market price remains 10 for timber, 15 for stone, and 10 for animal hide. Total value, 100,000 coins. He found a major supplier of goods from the exchange. I spent 100,000 yuan to acquire these supplies in one go. The balance instantly reached 110,000 coins. We almost went back to square one. The Aoki Dave has met the requirements for upgrading to Tier 4. Should we use resources to upgrade? Sure. Come on, let him see. What exactly are the changes in 4th class ships? Chapter 46 Level 4 Expansion Building. Yan Li steadily anchored the Dave on the calm sea. He took a deep breath and silently recited the mantra. Upgrade! In an instant, a soft stream of green light burst forth. It sped past the massive hull of the Dave from bow to stern. Immediately afterwards, a familiar vibration came from beneath my feet, and the entire ship seemed to awaken from its slumber, emitting a deep hum. Then, another familiar and dramatic transformation began. The creaking sound of the wood growing and extending could be heard from inside the hull. The already magnificent 70-meter-long hull began to stretch its limbs, slowly extending to the sides and downwards. The deck widened beneath our feet, the cabin space subtly increased, and even the mast seemed to rise a few inches taller, like an ancient tree reaching for the sky. The plants on the boat were the first to feel this surging vitality. The sunflower heads swayed excitedly from side to side, while the carnivorous plants opened their calyxes, eagerly awaiting food, their flower stalks swelling. The boat rocked and swayed continuously. They seemed to sense the revival of spring. A pure, potent energy of vegetation rippled outwards from the ancient tree of life, cleansing every corner and nourishing every living plant. Under the influence of this force, all the special plants grew at a visible rate, with fuller leaves and more vibrant flowers. It not only spurred the Dave to become more robust, it also brought cleansing and evolution to all the plant life on the ship. As the last ray of light merged into the hull, a brand new giant ship appeared before our eyes. Name: Dave Aoki. Type: Magical Creature Ship. Description: This is a special ship infused with the magical blessings and life essence of ancient elves. It has ceased its madness and possesses the potential to become the king of vegetation. Level 4, Durability 7500/7500, Capacity 8000, Speed 50 knots, Length 100 meters. Ship Skills: New Expansion Building added. Name: Living Vine Manipulation Core. Type: Multifunctional Tactical Building. Description: A crucial node embedded in the keel of a ship, capable of establishing deep neural connections with all the symbiotic vines on board, briefly activating and shaping them, making the entire ship resemble a forest giant with enormous arms. Architectural effect: Sprawling giant arms. When activated, this skill consumes a certain amount of mental energy to gather numerous vines from both sides of the ship into 1 to 3 pairs of considerable giant arms. The attack range and power of the giant arms are positively correlated with the ship's level. Multifunctional application, service mode. It can be used to quickly repair hull damage, move heavy cargo, salvage marine materials, lift and hoist objects, and assist in adjusting sails, greatly improving work efficiency. Combat mode. The giant arm can violently lash out and entangle approaching enemy ships or sea monsters. The lashes deal area of effect physical damage and have a chance to knock back the target. The entanglement can immobilize a single enemy unit, rendering it unable to move and subjecting it to continuous crushing damage. Deep symbiosis. If a crew member possesses a plant-based transcendent sequence, they can take the lead in controlling the giant arm, granting it more precise control and additional attribute damage bonuses. Evaluation. Your ship has finally learned to operate on its own. It is now your most diligent gardener, most temperamental sailor, and most reliable bodyguard at sea. See that enemy boat approaching? Why not politely nudge it aside with your giant vine arms? But be careful, it's best to feed it before letting it do any of that delicate work. After all, a hungry giant arm won't be very friendly. Materials required to upgrade a ship to Tier 5, 100/4500 wood, 330/4000 stone, 50/1500 steel, 50/1000 crystal, 0/32,000 animal hide, and fruits of 7/9 special plants. With its hull reaching 100 meters in length, the 4th class Dave can now be considered a magnificent vessel. With a slight thought, Yamli tried to control the newly expanded building. In an instant, the lush green vines covering the sides of the ship seemed to come alive, growing and converging wildly. 3 pairs of thick, powerful vine-like giant hands formed on both sides of the ship's hull. These giant arms, formed by countless intertwined vines, are each thicker than a mast. Its surface is covered with fine leaves, and the essence of energy can be faintly seen flowing inside. Yanli concentrated and tried to control them. The giant hand on the far left slowly opened, making a grasping motion. Although it is a bit clumsy, it is full of power. The other one gently lifted an empty wooden barrel from the deck and placed it steadily in the designated spot. He tested them one by one, having the 3 pairs of giant hands perform actions such as lifting, swinging, and gently stroking the hull in turn. While it cannot perform overly intricate and complex operations, it is more than capable of basic grasping, carrying, and slapping actions. Awesome! Jan Leeson was delighted to feel this new power. His first thought was that he would have more time to fish on Fridays from now on. Some of the more troublesome and heavy work can be done by the giant vine hand. They serve as free, cheap labor. He couldn't help but sigh as he turned his attention to the next level of upgrade requirements. The materials required for a level 5 ship are enormous, especially the shortage of 32,000 units of animal hides, as well as the need to collect 2 new special plants. He was under a lot of pressure. But looking at the giant ship in front of him, 100 meters long and full of life, and those 6 giant vine hands that were always ready to be deployed, Jan Lee suddenly felt that it was all worth it. The USS Dave is evolving into a true sea fortress. As long as it continues to upgrade, it will eventually become an island base large enough to accommodate many creatures and people. At that time, he could farm to his heart's content, or build houses on the boat. Chapter 47. The Staff of Nature's Healing. The Dave sails the seas. Full speed ahead, forging ahead through the waves. Jan Lee stood on the newly raised observation platform. The sea breeze blew, causing his black hair to fly backwards. From this vantage point, the view is exceptionally expansive. He could clearly see the surrounding sea area and the surface of every component on the ship. The entire transformation of the ship is on full display. If the previous Dave was just a rough model of a ship, now it finally looks like a home. The upgrade to Class 4 made the USS Dave even more concrete. Why do I say that? If we say that before Level 4, Dave's upgrades only involved increasing his size. The modeling, however, is still very rough and rudimentary. It looks exactly like a poorly made first draft by a modeler. But by the 4th level, its hull had many more details. It began to look like someone was living in it. Yes, Jan Lee calls it human touch. The hull is no longer just a simple entanglement of vines. The varying shades of green vines are cleverly woven into wave-like patterns. Interspersed among them are tiny fluorescent mosses, emitting a soft glow in the shadows. Exquisite natural patterns now emerge from the exposed wooden structures. Spiral patterns are carved on the ship's side, and winged bird motifs adorn the base of the mast. Every carving appears to have grown naturally, without any trace of craftsmanship. He went down the rope ladder to the main deck. The railings are no longer rough logs, but are wrapped in delicate vines and elegant spiral patterns, and feel warm and smooth to the touch. In a few inconspicuous corners, bell-shaped flowers quietly bloom, tinkling gently in the wind. The crisp tinkling sound intertwines with the sound of the waves to create a melody. Pushing open the redesigned hatch reveals even more surprising changes inside. The originally empty cabins were cleverly divided into different functional areas. On the left is a neat tool wall, with various farm tools and fishing gear hanging in an orderly fashion. The countertop on the right is smooth as a mirror, with naturally raised edges to prevent items from slipping. Even the handrail of the stairs leading to the lower deck was carved into the shape of a vine. What pleased him most was the nautical table by the window. The table legs are made of gnarled mahogany roots, while the tabletop is a smooth resin surface. Inside are several real maple leaves. Those were Avril's collection. Her room was filled with all sorts of plant leaves. Jan Lee's fingers gently traced the surface of the resin table, feeling the subtle textures on it. He looked out the window at the shimmering sea and suddenly realized. This ship was no longer just a tool for their survival. These quietly emerging details, these decorations imbued with human warmth and humanity. This made the Dave a true home for them on the vast ocean. Jan Lee pushed open the cabin door and walked onto the deck. On Friday, I was hanging several dried fish on a rope rack to dry. These fish have strange shapes. Some had lost most of their scales, and some had very cloudy eyes. These days, everyone is wandering in the sea of disease. The catch from the sea was rather disappointing. I've been fishing very little on Fridays since catching a dozen or so rotting fish in the disease-ridden waters. These are among the few, good fish, that are passable. The little monkey squatted next to the man-eating flower, scratched its butt, and did so casually. The next instant, it suddenly reached out, trying to grab the flower stem and climb up. The carnivorous plant swayed its limbs, and with a sudden shake, flung it off. Squeak! The little monkey bared its teeth defiantly and tentatively extended its paw. The monkey and the flower thus came to a standoff. Xiangming remained curled up in the corner, asleep. This python has been growing very fast lately. Its head has become completely unlike that of a snake. The dragon's head, which resembles a dragon with prominent horns and claws, is already half the height of an adult just by lying on the ground. All it does all day is eat and sleep. Yangli threw a few pieces of raw meat into the food bowl in front of it. It didn't even open its eyes, but simply raised its head slightly, rolled it into its mouth, and swallowed it. Then it curled back up in its original spot and continued sleeping. Avril was trimming a bunch of wildflowers by the window when she saw Yangli come out, and her eyes showed undisguised joy. She walked quickly to him, put her hands behind her back, and smiled broadly. Yangli, I've got something for you to see. She pulled out a bright green wooden staff from behind her. The staff had a smooth surface and was carved with intricate patterns at the top. Is this the staff you bought? Yangli raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He took 2 steps closer and examined it carefully. While most players were still upgrading their weapons and equipment, the so-called staff was still a relatively new concept. It doesn't seem like something that should appear in the current version. Yangli had always suspected that Avril had obtained a beta version of the brand new game. Otherwise, how do you explain how she always manages to get things that are beyond the original version? Yes, I saw it while browsing a forum by chance, and I felt that it was perfect for me, so I decided to buy it. As she spoke, she took out her staff and displayed it to Yangli. The staff is entirely emerald green, as if it contains a miniature forest. It feels cool to the touch, like cool wood, and you can clearly feel the faint pulse of life within it. Name: Natural Healing. Type: Staff. Quality: Rare. Description: primarily made from the trunk of a complete tree branch from a certain world, meticulously forged by the wood spirit elder using the essence of plants and a magical matrix. Equipment effect: Spirit +3, Agility +1. Skill effect: Nature Casting. Slightly increases the casting power of nature spells and reduces the casting/channeling time of such spells by 15%. Tidal Echo. After casting a nature spell, there is a 20% chance to trigger a magic echo, dealing additional nature damage or healing to the primary target or target area equal to 30% of the original spell's effect. Root Mana Storage. The staff's inner core can act as an additional mana pool. When actively activated, it instantly restores 15% of the user's maximum mana. Cooldown: 12 hours. Review: the wood spirits call it the never-silent echo of the forest. It is a patient companion, always listening attentively as you cast spells, and occasionally cheering you on with a gentle echo. Natural type exclusive weapon. Yangli finally understood why Avril was so eager for this piece of equipment. This is practically a weapon tailor-made for her. Increases damage, stores mana, and reduces cooldown. Every single buff is a critical hit. With its rare quality, this skill is also suitable for her to use until the very late game. Great! Doesn't that mean you can use even more powerful magic? Yangli was a little excited. His methods are still relatively limited at present. Especially when faced with hordes of corpses in the plague-ridden sea, there's a feeling of not knowing where to begin. The biggest support should be Avril. As everyone knows, mages are least afraid of being ganged up on. A devastating clearing spell was unleashed. No matter how many grunts there are, they can only become cannon fodder before the mage's magic is completely exhausted. A war of attrition cannot even be considered a tactic. Chapter 48. The First Batch of Extraordinary Individuals. The Unusual Chef. Brothers, a major warning. Recently, a group of bastards have been spreading pyramid schemes everywhere, forming cliques, deceiving people into meeting in person, and then infecting them with disease to become slaves. They have also established a large criminal organization. If anyone privately asks you if you want to obtain the power of the extraordinary sequence, don't believe them, just block them. They want to infect you to raise their own sequence level, and then use you as a resource to exploit you completely. Elementary school students' adventures. Holy crap. Someone asked me the same thing yesterday. I asked him to show me the high-level sequence information, but that bastard sent me a fake one. My innate skill exposed it, and he got angry and even threatened me. Final season chapter. Who the hell threatened you? We all volunteered. Are you going to force you to come if you don't want to? Elementary school student bravely explores the world. Okay, you've confessed without being asked, haven't you? That sounds nice. I know someone went to see you guys and then disappeared without a trace. Get Jian Lin out here to speak. Final season chapter. Who knows who you're talking about? I don't know them, so don't make baseless accusations. Are you trying to smear us without any evidence? Yanli scrolled through the constantly updated messages on the World Channel. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The situation continued to escalate, with both sides sticking to their own versions of events, arguing endlessly and getting into a heated debate. He recalled the disease sequence 9, the carrier, that he had rejected. In order for the light sequence 9 to upgrade, it needs to continuously spread the disease. What, then, would be an even higher level sequence ability? Damn, this is so hard to guess. After a moment's thought, he silently typed the information for sequence 9 into the public chat. Eternal Arc. I just happened to encounter it a few days ago. Let me show you its illustration. Sequence 9 carrier. You will be immune to common diseases and can actively contract any advanced disease, acquiring corresponding resistance, and can infect others. The more diseases you infect, the higher your sequence rank will be. Elementary school students' adventures. Did you all see that? Even the most basic sequence requires infecting people to advance. Every single one of them who inherits this sequence is a bad person. And you still dare to say you're not a scam group? Final season chapter. What does this prove? To put it bluntly, it's called infection, but isn't it just everyone getting baptized by the epidemic together? Moreover, didn't you read the introduction? The more diseases you are infected with, the greater the power you gain. This is an extraordinary sequence, a direct path to the extraordinary. What's wrong with gaining extraordinary power at a small cost? Isn't it more comfortable than waiting to die at sea? Just then, another major piece of news made its dazzling debut. Poseidon, wait a minute, read this before you speak. Name, Sequence 7 Lord of Plague. Type, Extraordinary Sequence. Introduction. As the Lord of Plague, you will have the ability to develop your own minions. The plagues you spread will no longer be mere tools of destruction. You can inject your will into pathogens, creating a special strain of enslavement. Creatures infected by this special strain, whose resistance and mental strength must be lower than your plague test, will gradually be eroded by your will and become your plague slaves. Servants will instinctively carry out your vague commands, developing immense favor and obedience towards you. Over time, they will become completely enslaved and share their senses with you. This illustrated guide was released immediately. It completely ignited the entire World Channel. Like an exploding powder keg. Immediately, some people transformed into angry sprayers. Go crazy with output in the channel. Fuck your ancestors. You bunch of orphans. You have some ability, so you only use it to harm your own people, huh? This world isn't short of natives, why don't you go find some? Why do you have to act like rats in the street, ravaging the vast majority of players? These bastards who gave birth to children without an anus are still trying to argue. Don't let me see you again. From today onwards, you'll be rats that everyone wants to beat. I'll kill you one by one and nail you to the pillar of shame. Final season chapter. Don't be so ungrateful. We've given you power, and you're still not satisfied. A bunch of idiots, just you wait, the first plague is about to strike, you bunch of useless trash who refuse to accept new power, just wait to be eliminated by this sea. Amidst the surging, overwhelming outcry. After releasing its last message, the fleet known as the final chapter disappeared without a trace. Many players were left to continue mocking and insulting the player. There are even those who offer bounties and hunt down the other party in reverse. They have clearly regarded this group of people as a black sheep. Yanli sighed. The channel has been shut down. He had foreseen this outcome long ago. From the very beginning, competition between players has been a natural phenomenon. Especially after these 10 days of trials, the peace between players is already very fragile. However, everyone unanimously avoided this point. Simply because no one wants to incur public wrath, become the target of public criticism, or be the first to break the tacit understanding of peace. Because no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly withstand the condemnation of the entire player group. Therefore, before the original world's order and rules completely collapsed, the overall player ecosystem is still based on mutual help and teamwork to conquer the other world. Behind the scenes, everyone had their own thoughts. But at least on the surface, that's the case. There's a tendency to call for peace. However, the emergence of the disease sequence directly tore away the fig leaf covering this illusion. This power system, which enslaves its own kind, is like the most insidious and despicable poison. Each higher-order individual is a source of infection. The epidemic will spread among players like wildfire. Even the 7th order is like this. No one knows the end of the sequence, the so-called Sequence 0. What other terrifying scenes are hidden? To make matters worse, this is only the first extraordinary sequence, yet it has already planted a huge landmine for players. If all subsequent extraordinary sequences are this disgusting stuff, then nobody will have anything to play with. It really turned into a birth adventure, a competition to see who was born earlier. Because only by being born again can you survive. Sitting within the banner of 10,000 souls, fellow Taoist, please wait. That's fucking terrifying. What he didn't know was, through this incident, Poseidon gained widespread fame by stepping onto the final chapter of the story. He uncovered the conspiracy behind the disease sequence. This prevented more people from being deceived. At this point, he seized the opportunity to launch a player forum called Another World Encyclopedia Survival Guide. It has all sorts of convenient functions. Most importantly, the vast majority of its features are completely free. A huge influx of players rushed in. The player forums were immediately flooded with activity. Chapter 49, Pokemon Intervenes. Day 18 of the sailing log. Today's weather. Cloudy day. The duration of night has increased significantly, while the duration of daylight has been halved. Sea area location, disease sea area. Sunshine duration, 4 hours. Temperature, 210 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 2. Yonli glanced at the temperature. It's getting colder and colder. Does this indirectly indicate that they are getting closer and closer to the new sea area? If nothing unexpected happens, the next sea area should be a frozen sea area. Those who are already suffering from frostbite have seen their symptoms become more pronounced in the past few days. Sometimes my hands and feet aren't very nimble, even with the constant supply of heat from the scorching dragon fruit. If they stay where they are, a continuous chill would then be generated from within the body, as if to gradually freeze them. Therefore, Yangli tried his best to keep himself moving. Early in the morning, the sky was as dark as night. The lights on the masts were still on, otherwise, it would have been impossible to see anything. For the first time ever, I went fishing at the bow of the boat on Friday. It seems his addiction has relapsed. Yangli stopped going to see him. Instead, he turned around, took out a sickle, and began harvesting the crops. The ship rushed to the scene, and the crops that had been planted in a hurry have now ripened. It includes common vegetables such as cucumber, potato, lettuce, corn, radish, spinach, and chili pepper. There are also some otherworldly plants whose names I can't recall. Those were seeds that Yangli and Avril collected from the wild on Dinosaur Island. They still possess basic plant observation skills, knowing which plants are edible and which are not. Although I can't guarantee it, I can guess it most likely. Therefore, Yangli harvested all the strange fruits that grew from these seeds. He picked up a fresh, yellow fruit still covered in dew and took a bite. Crunchy. It tastes a bit like a hybrid of an apple and a pear. It's juicy and very sweet. He picked out some, keeping enough for himself and the others to eat. The rest of the fresh vegetables were all sent to his personal shop for sale. Player exchanges still have the largest number of trading clients. Players all over the world conduct massive transactions through this channel. It's certainly not something that can be exploited through channels privately established by other player groups. But there's only one downside. Prices on the exchange are all fixed and cannot be negotiated. It can't be like an auction on a player forum, where items can be sold instantly or fail to sell. This way, players can clearly know the value of their items and decide based entirely on their needs. But exchanges are different. The price is entirely determined by the seller, with some prices being too high and others too low. One-off deal. One of them will always feel regret. They either feel it's great value for money, or they feel they overpaid. It's just a matter of whether you're the one who's having a good time. But often, both sides actually feel that the other has come out ahead. After conducting some research and making some references, Yang price a potato at 100 Tide coins. It's at a level that's neither high nor low. The price won't be so low that it will be snapped up and sold out immediately, but it also won't be so expensive that it won't sell. As time goes on, they usually sell out in 1 or 2 days. Then, he selected a batch of fresh vegetables and fruits and sent them to the dragon trainer. Yong Mao's boat, freshly grown vegetables and fruits, just for you to try. How to train your dragon, ha ha ha. That's awesome, bro. You're a real gem. I've bought plenty of fruits and vegetables from other vendors at the market, but none of them are as good as yours. I can confidently say that your produce is currently the highest quality on the market. You could totally raise the price a bit more. Yong Mao's boat, haha, for a small business, honest operation is the most important thing. Reputation is built little by little. With consistently high quality and affordable prices, you'll gain more and more loyal customers. Moreover, for those who make a living at sea, these vegetables, though precious, are not without substitutes. Consider it a way to make friends. How to train your dragon, that makes sense. You really have a business mind. By the way, the forest mammoth you left with me has almost fully recovered. Also, I have a surprise for you. Would you like me to return it now? Yong Mao's boat, sure, thank you. Let's adjust the transaction amount to 30,000, and consider it payment of the balance to you at the same time. How to train your dragon, ugh? We've known each other for so many days, I'm not going to talk business with you. I just helped you raise it for 10 days. It only ate some hay and mostly recovered on its own. I won't charge you. Yong Mao's ship, let's keep things separate. We agreed beforehand that I couldn't handle this myself, so I asked you for help. This is your special ship ability, you deserve it. After some back and forth, the two finally declined. The Dragon Master sent over the application for the Forest Mammoth creature card with a transaction amount of 10,000. It also came with several tons of wild animal dung. This was a collaboration agreed upon between the two parties. Yang Li threw them all into the bilge of the Dave and used them as fertilizer. Should I spend 10,000 Tide coins to purchase the Dragon Tamer's creature card, Forest Mammoth? Sure. Name, Mammoth of the Forest. Type, Battle Pet/Ancient Species. Status, Healthy. Level, LV26. Rank, Mortal. Family type, Elemental, Wood, Mutation, Dragon. Attributes, HP 17, Attack 9, Defense 12, Speed 6, Spirit 8, Stamina 7. Description, over 9 meters long and nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulder. Its skin displays a texture of ancient wood and vines intertwined, and its huge tusks are wrapped with evergreen vines that never wither. It was once the guardian war god of a lost jungle tribe, gentle in nature but capable of unleashing earth-shattering fury when facing enemies. It possesses a natural affinity with plants, making it an excellent partner for establishing homes and protecting territory. Skill effect. Inspiring war cry, the forest mammoth unleashes a soul-stirring roar, dispelling single fear/confuse effects on friendly units and granting all friendly units that hear the roar an inspiring effect, increasing all resistances by 10% and damage output by 10% for 15 seconds. Thorn blade, the forest mammoth's body is always covered in a layer of thorn armor. When attacked by melee, it automatically reflects a small amount of damage and has a 15% chance to inflict a bleeding status on the attacker. Earth-shaking thrust, the mammoth stomps the ground, manipulating the power of the earth to summon living roots that burst forth from the soil in a designated area, dealing moderate physical damage to all enemies within range and applying an entanglement effect for 3 seconds. Earthquake pulse, bloodline mutation. The forest mammoth gathers its immense life force and the power of the earth into its feet, stomping the ground and unleashing a devastating seismic wave in a cone-shaped area in front of it. It deals massive physical damage to all enemies in its path and inflicts a knockdown and armor-piercing effect, reduces target's physical defense by 20% on small creatures for 8 seconds. Yang Li's expression brightened with joy. There was an unexpected bonus. He was thinking about this when he saw the special ship illustrations from How to Train Your Dragon. If he has a battle pet, could placing it on that ship guide its bloodline mutation? Unexpectedly, the prophecy came true, and the mutation succeeded. It now has a dragon attribute. I must say, no wonder he's a dragon trainer. They can actually wholesale dragon attribute battle pets. Why not just rename it Dragon King? You are the next dragon-type Pokemon champion. His thoughts were racing. Now that's great, I'm actually playing with Pokemon. Go forth, Mammoth of the Forest, I choose you. Chapter 50, The Dead Sea Turtle Messenger. Yang Li released the forest mammoth for a brief interaction. I don't know if it's a program setting or something else. This battle pet can clearly distinguish who its master is. Or rather, the owner of the card that contained it. Even on their second meeting, it still showed a sense of attachment and closeness towards Yang Li. But it was clearly an enemy's battle pet when they first met. The process of building a relationship is skipped, it's yours right here. This card. TSK. This is another example of something that's terrifying to think about. Yang Li hesitated to think too deeply about it. Can these cards also be used on people? For example, like on Friday? A card series that enslaves everything? That's terrifying. Yang Li shook his head, banishing the terrible thought from his mind. Even if this thing is feasible, it's not something he can access at this stage. On the contrary, it seems to be the core power of the system. After all, the system is the biggest professional card wholesaler. Yang Li even suspected that this system might also be the number one of a special card sequence, Sequence 0, which is one of the so-called Great Existences. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the source of its power. Yang Li turned and went to the side of the boat, with his back to Friday, and began fishing. He adjusted the position, skipping the baiting step, and directly loaded the bait and cast the hook. The fishing hook struck the surface of the sea and sank to the bottom, while the buoy remained steadily floating on the surface. He focused his energy in his lower abdomen, fishing with one hand while doing some exercise, hoping to dispel the coldness in his body. There's no need to worry about not catching anything this way. Yang Li suspected that fishing in the sea was actually like taking something out of Doraemon's pocket. The process is quite different from typical fishing steps. What you catch depends entirely on fate. No. This time we were lucky. I just cast the line. The buoy then began to bob up and down. Yang Li steadily reeled in the line and pulled the prey up. It is a small sea turtle with scarlet eyes. There was even a pattern of a fishbone and a knife and fork carved on the turtle's shell. Name, the Dead Sea Turtle. Type, Messenger/Undead Symbiotic. Level, LV1, looks unremarkable. Description, a small sea turtle from the Sea of the Dead. Its appearance here is unknown. It possesses no combat ability, yet it always appears in the waters before massive zombie hordes, like a harbinger of doom from the abyss, delivering a calamity specifically for you. Review, look! It's that death gourmet carrying a menu! It always appears gracefully at the bow of your ship just before the feast begins, reminding you with its ruby-like eyes, zombies are about to be served, and your brain might just be on the menu. When you encounter it at sea, don't hesitate, immediately turn your boat around and leave at full speed. It might be the only kind turtle in the entire Sea of the Dead that won't harm you, because its sole mission is to ensure you're fresh to be the star of the next feast. Remember, the knife and fork on its back aren't just for show, they're for you and your boat if you don't run fast enough. Yang Li's lips twitched. He slowly raised his head. The sky remained overcast. He gazed at the turbulent sea in the distance. However, due to the lack of light, the field of vision is obstructed, and one can only see things up close. The distant sea was shrouded in mist. He quickly gathered up his fishing rod and put it in his logbook. He turned around and roared. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly! Everyone on high alert! A huge wave of zombies is coming! Upon hearing Yang Li's call on Friday, it immediately donned its insect symbiotic armor, grabbed a spear, and walked over to the firecracker sunflower. Be prepared to deal with danger at any time. Hearing the shouts, Avril rushed out of the cabin as well. She quickly scanned her surroundings but didn't see any enemy units. But I didn't ask any more questions. She took out the Staff of Nature's Healing and began chanting a spell. The ancient Tree of Life seemed to have become her personal spell-casting platform. The tree trunk exudes a spiritual charm. A sound of pulse opening and closing, triggered by the manipulation of a formation, followed. The rainbow rose responded quickly. But this time it did not transform into a snake. Some of the colorful roses were transformed into barriers, with sharp thorns forming a screen. They grow evenly along the bottom of the ship's hull to prevent zombies from climbing onto the Dave from the sea surface. Another part of the 7 colored roses grew and climbed along the way, converging on Avril from all directions. Countless vines and flowers spiraled upwards at her feet. Her figure, which was originally standing on the deck, was continuously lifted and raised by the chassis that formed it. More plants are pouring in from all parts of the ship, constantly gathering, entwining, combining, and shaping. The shape surrounding her seemed tailor-made. A giant garland of flowers, nearly 10 meters tall, made of blooming blossoms, vines, and green leaves, stands majestically on the deck. Avril's figure sat securely at the core of the giant's chest. A pale green magical glow flowed around him. At the same time, an illustration was also lit up. Name: Grasp of Nature Giant Spirit. Type: Transformation/Combination Spell. Quality: Epic. Description: The lost prayer of the forest god can awaken the ancient memories of plants, temporarily reverting them to their savage, giant form. The caster uses themselves as the core, guiding all surrounding plants to grow, intertwine, and arm themselves wildly, ultimately constructing a temporarily existing plant giant. Spell effect: Giant spirit construction. The caster must be in a densely vegetated environment. The spell takes 60 seconds to channel, consumes a huge amount of mental energy, and merges the caster with all plants within a 50-meter radius to form a forest giant. Environmental assimilation. During its duration, the Colossus form slowly absorbs nutrients from the surrounding soil, continuously restoring its health and increasing its lifespan. The Colossus form's attributes are proportional to the caster's attributes. Holy crap! Yang Li looked up, shocked, at the giant plant that had risen from the ground. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, a plant-based Gundam! This is a new spell I learned. What do you think?" Avril's voice came from above, carrying a hint of undisguised smugness. "That's incredible!" Yang Li shouted back. "We're counting on you later." Yang Li was generous with his praise. He kept walking while he spoke. He glanced at the shadows that were gathering in the distance. He rushed to the corner of the deck without stopping. They put away Tsangming, who was sleeping on the ground, and the little monkey, which was squeaking nervously. The next moment, he summoned the forest mammoth and immediately mounted it. Step onto a mammoth with a back nearly 5 meters tall. His horizon suddenly broadened. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what that approaching shadow in the distance was. Those were tens of thousands of rotting corpses. Riding on dolphins, ichthyosaurs, sharks, and even small whales corrupted by disease, they surged forward like a cavalry of death, cutting through the waves. They are significantly faster than the Dave, and at this rate, they will be caught up in 10 minutes at most. Full speed ahead. Yang Li gave instructions to the ship. I wish I could personally push Dave's ship to speed it up. However, a speed of 50 knots had already reached the limit of the Dave. The horde of zombies is still visibly approaching. 300 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters. Chapter 51: The Horde of Corpses charges. The horde of zombies surged in like a black tsunami. The stench of decay wafted through the air. Yang Li rode on the back of a mammoth. The embroidered spring knife gleamed coldly in his hand. The horde of zombies was getting closer and closer. Yang Li's face was stern. The terrifying faces of the zombie horde were reflected in their black pupils. He did not appear overly flustered. They simply waited quietly for the zombie horde to launch its attack. The Dave is no longer the small boat that started out, only a dozen meters long. A huge wave could crash over us and we could be swept away into the sea at any moment. It now boasts a body that is already 100 meters long. Furthermore, after being continuously reinforced by the 7 colored rows, these worthless scoundrels and rotten shrimps are far beyond our reach. The Dave continues its steady progress. They showed no intention of stopping to fight. Soon, the first wave of approaching zombies caught up with the tail wave. A skinned zombie, no longer recognizable as human, clung to the back of a dolphin. Chirp chirp. After a hoarse, sharp whistle, the rider and the car were slammed together into the stern of the Dave. Blood splattered on the tailboard as the rider's body slid down into the algae. It disappeared without a trace into the algae without even making a ripple. Yanli quickly glanced at the Dave's durability. Durable 7460/7500. One impact reduced durability by 40. The ship was more durable than he had imagined. This insignificant shock. It was as if a mechanism had been uncovered. The first signal was initiated. The ensuing zombie horde, accompanied by their corrupted marine life, continued to ram the Dave. It kept making loud thuds. The durability of the USS Dave's hull is also decreasing. The ghost hand seaweed is spreading wildly. It quickly covered the sea surface around the Dave. It transformed into a barrier, blocking the impact of some tiny zombies. It continuously pulls them deeper into the algae, crushing and devouring them. Then, the first decaying whale, dragging its massive, cumbersome body, finally arrived. It broke through the blockade of the ghost hand seaweed with tremendous force. It tore open a huge gash and slammed into the Dave. Bang! A dull thud. It crashed heavily into the stern, and the deck of the Dave trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Yanli saw the whale suddenly flick its tail behind the boat. Call out! Dozens of zombies clinging to the whale were thrown into the air. Like dense raindrops, they transformed into human cannonballs and hurtled toward the deck of the USS Dave. Yanli kept his eyes fixed on the horde of corpses that were being thrown up. Get ready to embark on a reckless charge on the forest mammoth. Avril's giant garland was the first to move. He slapped his huge hand. With a strong gust of wind, it slapped them hard. Pfft! Some of the zombies flew in at extremely high speed. The giant hand slapped the plasmasphere apart with tremendous inertial force. Where the palm wind passed, some zombies burst open like overripe fruit. It instantly turned into a lump of rotten flesh. It fell back to the seabed. But some fish still slipped through the net and landed scattered on the deck. Oh whoa! They emitted a suffocating howl. His scarlet, eroded eye sockets were filled with a maniacal frenzy. The plant defense system on the deck is fully activated. Pfft! The carnivorous flower, swelling in the wind, swayed its calyxes, then arched its back and shot out. A ball of acid landed on the head of a ghoul, like hot oil being poured over it, with a sizzling sound of corrosion accompanied by a puff of blue smoke. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The bloodthirsty sunflower trembled violently, its leaves like knives, whistling as they severed the zombie's limbs. Even the most inconspicuous mist mushroom on the ship is silently releasing spores. This caused many zombies, who still retained a faint sense of touch, to kill each other in a frenzy. Moo! The forest mammoth let out a mighty roar, and used the inspiring battle cry skill. An invisible wave of light swept across the entire area. Yanli couldn't wait any longer. He spurred the mammoth to charge. With each step taken by the 5-ton behemoth, the deck trembled slightly. The elephant swung its trunk like a warhammer, smashing 3 zombies violently off the ship's side. His left arm transformed into a tentacle and extended out simultaneously. It ensnared an agile zombie that was trying to pounce on Friday and hurled it into the sea. His eyes were constantly on Friday's safety. No matter who you hit, you can't hit him. The mammoth flicked its trunk, causing its 2 massive tusks to tremble. He trotted through the horde of corpses, step by step. The speed is not fast. But the horde of corpses that rushed forward were like ants kicked away. Instant bone fracture and tendon breakage. More and more zombies were tossed high into the air by the giant whale. It was tossed onto the deck in a generous and scattered manner. It was like conquering a city and capturing a stronghold. Prioritize seizing enemy high ground. Captain, they're climbing up the hull! Friday's roar came from the ship's side. He brandished his spear, knocking down a series of zombies that tried to climb onto the deck. Each swing of the spear was accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering. Hold back a bit. Just control the giant arms on the ship and keep slamming them down. Don't engage in a prolonged battle. Prioritize protecting yourself. If you encounter something you can't defeat, immediately move closer to me, understand? Yanli roared loudly. Blood and chi surged upwards continuously. He really got fired up. Yes, Captain! On Friday, he barged into the cabin without looking back and sat in the cockpit of the extended building's giant arm. Manipulating the giant arm, it continuously slapped the ghouls whose heads were exposed along the ship's side. Like a defender who is determined to defend the city to the death. Yanli glanced quickly at the distant sea. Behind the Dave, in the vast sea behind, a continuous horde of zombies continues to emerge. It seems like it will never end. New mutated zombies are constantly appearing. A group of zombies, wielding steel forks, soaking wet, and riding corrupted sharks, leaped high from the side of the ship. It broke directly through the thorny barrier formed by the 7 colored roses. Their sharp claws dug deep into the wooden hull, and they began to climb upwards. Don't even think about it! Avril let out a sharp cry. The flower garland giant clasped his hands together. The colorful roses on the ship's hull came to life instantly. Numerous thorny whips emerged from the flower bushes. They pulled down all the steel fork zombies that were climbing. Yanli instructed the mammoth to change direction. Ivory precisely lifted 2 zombies and flung them toward the horde of zombies that had just emerged on the starboard side. It crashed down like a bowling ball, sending a large area crashing down at high speed. With a swift motion, the embroidered spring blade cleaved through the first zombie that leaped up and lunged at Yanli. Dark green pus and blood splattered onto the mammoth's back. It stinks. Without a pitcher, the firecracker sunflower transforms itself into a firecracker pitcher. Swaying the flower branches, they threw firecrackers into the dense horde of corpses. A series of explosions erupted. Blood and dismembered body parts were scattered all over the ground. Even the surface of the Dave was riddled with craters from the bombing. A battle that resembled a meat grinder had reached its climax. The horde of zombies surged forward relentlessly, never ceasing, undaunted by death. Dozens of zombies riding sailfish moved at an extremely fast speed. Drifting on the sea surface, it uses the arched back of its whale as a pivot point, and with a surge of powerful kinetic energy, it soars into the sky. It launched a deadly charge towards the Dave from afar. Sailfish are among the fastest fish in the ocean, and their sharp mouths are like spears. At high speeds, it's powerful enough to pierce any marine life. Avril! Yanli shouted. Stop them! The garland giant responded immediately. His left arm transformed into a massive, thorny whip, sweeping across the air with a whooshing sound. More than 10 sailfish, along with their mounts, were cut in half. Several of them that broke through the defense net charged straight at Yanli with a fatal blow. If he were hit head-on, he would have a huge hole in him. At a critical moment, the mammoth arched its forebody and stomped its forelegs onto the deck. Buzz! Earth-shaking thrust. A thick wall of thorns instantly rose up on the deck. It transformed heavily into sharp cones that pierced the sailfish formation. Pfft! The sailfish, along with its rider, was stuck to the hard thorn wall. It pierced right through, tearing the body apart instantly. Dark green blood splattered on the thorny wall and dripped down the vines. Yanli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Holy crap! What the hell? These zombies are even playing strategic battles now? If I were to say I wasn't being directed by anyone, I'd just chop off my head. He glanced at the hordes of corpses on the sea every now and then. However, I didn't see anything particularly unusual or outstanding in terms of behavior. After all, if the other party is determined to hide among thousands of corpses, it's also difficult to determine whether there is actually an intelligent zombie horde commander among them. That's all. The fierce chase at sea continued. The Dave fought and fled. They struggled to move forward amidst the relentless pursuit of the horde of zombies. Whenever a zombie breaks through the barrage of fire and tries to board the ship, it is always intercepted by the garland giant in its colossal form. Or it might be swatted away in time by the giant vine hand controlled by Friday. Chapter 52 Deep Sea Monster. 2 hours of fierce fighting have passed. The once fertile soil on the Dave was stained a sticky black. It's hard to tell if it's blood or meat paste. Yang Li's face was deathly pale. The forest mammoth's thorn armor was torn in several places. The four thigh pillars were gnawed and mangled. Its physical strength was severely depleted. Yang Li was preparing for a protracted war. It had already refused to handle it anymore, and was no longer moving its legs and running around on the deck. He and the mammoth leaned against the mast, their backs hidden behind the giant pillar. Expose a wide-open view ahead. He waited for the horde of corpses to fall onto the deck before launching a fearless charge against them, and then retreated to advance. They retaliate using their trunks or legs. Yang Li! My flower garland giant spirit is running out of energy. What should I do? At that moment, even more unfortunate news came from Avril. Yang Li's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Her voice even trembled slightly. Yang Li forgot that she was just a young girl of 18. Such a brutal scene was a testament to his more than 10 days of sea trials. He has gradually begun to shed his childishness. Gradually, I got used to the days when I was surrounded by danger. So I got used to it quite quickly. But for Avril, every additional moment of fighting brought an even greater psychological challenge. Moreover, a prolonged war of attrition would not be enough to sustain the flower garland giant in maintaining its form. The Dave was isolated and helpless at sea. The horde of corpses clinging tightly to the Dave still stretched as far as the eye could see. If we drag this out any longer, the only outcome will be the destruction of the ship and the loss of life. Yang Li was waiting for his innate skill to take effect again. Even a simple hint would be helpful. But there's been no sign of his talent skills at all. Yang Li had a bad feeling. His talent refers to his ability to avoid certain death. But there are too many meanings to be interpreted in this annotation. Either they will never encounter a danger that is life-threatening. This point can be ruled out immediately. Either you won't encounter that kind of instant death burst damage, or you'll prevent some kind of sneak attack that will prevent him from dying without being able to fight back. This can also be seen from past experiences. A warning will be given before you die from the siren's charm. Surrounded by zombies in the plague-stricken sea, they still managed to survive. But this time, they fought back fiercely. It didn't react at all. Because, on the surface, the current situation suggests that they are on par with the horde of zombies. But in reality, it's just like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Their chances of survival are dwindling little by little. Faced with this predicament, the talent effect assessment failed. Although there were many of these corpses, they were not enough to kill them immediately. So, is there a time limit to judging the effect of this talent? For example, a warning will only be given when the user is facing a life or death situation in the next moment. And slow death won't trigger it? Yang Li bit his tongue. My mind raced with thoughts. Want to take a gamble? While there is still a chance, voluntarily put yourself in an absolutely dangerous life or death situation. Actively triggering a talent to find a glimmer of hope? Just as his eyes sharpened and he made up his mind to take a risky move. Boom! A violent impact instantly radiated throughout the entire USS Dave. The ship, which was sailing, was suddenly forced to stop. The deck was violently shaken. Splash! Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of water erupted from the side of the boat behind us. That's the sound of waves crashing against the shore as the seawater falls from a great height. A shadow that blotted out the sky gradually covered the entire deck of the Dave. Yang Li's shoulders trembled slightly as he turned his head in disbelief to look at the source of the sound of the waves. The pupils suddenly contracted. It was an unimaginably enormous creature. Its dark skin was covered with jagged bone spurs. The enormous head was several times taller than the ship's mast. 8 tentacles churned on the sea surface like moving mountains. The 2 murky, enormous yellow pupils resembled 2 small moons. He coldly surveyed everything on the deck. Limb remains embedded within the tentacles and suckers were occasionally revealed. Clearly, This giant octopus sea monster had already been completely corrupted by the disease. The moment their eyes met, the encyclopedia lit up. Name: Plague Priest Octopus Giant. Type: Plague Sea Monster Undead Abyss. Rank: Extraordinary Sequence 5. Synopsis: It was once a carefree young sea monster in the abyss, until it was infected with 6 diseases in succession, which completely changed its fate. The proliferation plague caused its flesh to swell uncontrollably, the insomnia plague robbed it of its last piece, and the gluttony plague ignited an inextinguishable hunger within its soul. In a very short time, its size grew rapidly, spanning a long period of evolution, and it transformed into a qualified behemoth. The price was that it had transformed into a living mountain of flesh, roaring and howling in agony. Reason had been utterly destroyed by the long, sleepless nights, leaving only a primal instinct to devour everything in its path to briefly alleviate its pain. Comment: Look, this is a mobile natural disaster. Don't think about how to save it. The only thing you need to do is pray that you won't become that tiny, insignificant piece of painkiller in its next meal. Looking at this illustration, Yang Li's heart was about to leap out of his chest. He stared intently at the giant beast, his mind racing. The monster's size was beyond their ability to handle. The only good news is, this sea monster was a giant creature rapidly spawned in a short period of time by a proliferative disease. It has exhausted the potential of life. It lacks the foundational knowledge and experience required to be a giant ocean monster. We'll only know their true strength after they fight. Those zombie hordes that were originally attacking frantically. At this moment, it seemed to have received some kind of instruction and temporarily stopped the attack. They simply surrounded the Dave, emitting low, mournful roars that sounded like they were paying homage. One of the giant octopus's tentacles was casually draped over the gunwale of the Dave. The tentacles were thicker than the waist of a forest mammoth, and covered with a sticky, dark green slime. Just such a casual action. The entire 100-meter-long Dave groaned under the strain, tilting to one side by nearly 10 degrees. It's over. Avril's voice was choked with sobs, and the flower garland giant's form began to falter. Don't give up! Avril! Fight alongside me to make a living! Yang Li roared in anger. At that moment, the giant tentacle resting on the ship's side suddenly tightened. Snap! The sturdy wooden structure of the ship's hull crumbled like a biscuit. The ship was pulled so hard that it tilted violently again, and debris on the deck slid into the sea. The situation is extremely critical. Chapter 53: Talent in Desperate Situations. Let's test its quality by giving it a few tries first. Yang Li's hoarse roar exploded in the sea breeze. Even if this thing is powerful, its power should be limited. He didn't believe this thing could kill them instantly. Without hesitation, he pulled out the Lucky Curse skill card, consuming 600 mental energy to apply a debuff to himself. Half of his mental energy reserves evaporated in an instant. A sense of weakness washed over me, but it was followed by a subtle feeling that a string of destiny had been plucked. Moo! The mammoth of the forest roared angrily, and its massive body stood upright. The 2 feet, covered in thorn armor, stomped heavily on the deck. Earth-shaking stomp. The violent shockwaves emanated from the mammoth and spread out in a cone shape along the surface of the ship, propagating rapidly and devastatingly. Wherever they went, a visible groove quickly appeared on the deck surface. Until it struck that enormous tentacle. The Dave shook violently. The ferocious attack slammed into the giant tentacles that were wrapped around the ship's side. The incredibly tough touchscreen surface was instantly torn and ripped open. It felt like being struck hard by an invisible giant hammer. It convulsed as if in a spasm. Blood and flesh were everywhere. I am coming! Meanwhile, Avril, enduring the dizziness from the depletion of her magic, controlled the flower garland giant, her arms crossed. Countless colorful rose petals converged into 2 enormous leaf blade storms. With a piercing whistling sound, it spun and slashed towards the giant octopus sea monster. Pft! Pft! The sharp blades sliced through the tough outer layer and embedded themselves deeply within it. The surface of the giant seal is covered with crisscrossing wounds. Dark green blood mixed with bits of flesh splattered out. After escaping the horde of zombies, The carnivorous plants and sunflowers also began to concentrate their firepower, continuously spraying corrosive acid balls and blood-red spikes at the giant's exposed wounds. "Aim at the same wound!" Yang Li roared, his left arm tentacles gripping the mast tightly for balance. He pulled out a matchlock gun with his right hand and fired several shots in quick succession, the booming sounds hitting the giant octopus's spherical eyes. Blood blossoms burst forth on its tough eyelids. With the help of several people, lead bullets mixed with the cutting force of the blades were repeatedly bombarded on the same wound. They attempted to aggravate his injury. Larger size does not necessarily mean greater strength. Every living thing has weaknesses. Attacking their vital points does not mean there is no chance of victory. With Yang Li's lucky curse and the combined effect of his talent, he might still have a chance to turn the tide. However, the giant's vitality was completely beyond Yang Li's expectations. Those deep cuts made by the leaf blades. The horrific wounds, mangled and torn apart by numerous attacks. The tangled fleshy buds inside were writhing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the wound healed completely, leaving only a faint white mark on the skin. Their all-out attack had little effect on the giant sea monster. "How is this possible?" Avril's voice trembled with tears as she stared at the scene before her in despair. The plague granted the sea monster a terrifying regenerative ability, rendering everyone's efforts futile. Boom! The giant seemed to be completely enraged, and the tentacle that was draped over the ship's side suddenly lifted up and waved. Snap! Boom! Another large section of the ship's railing, along with the cabin below, was smashed open by the enormous tentacles. The Dave's tilt has worsened again. At the same time, another, even thicker tentacle tore through the waves, like a giant whip tearing the sky apart, carrying wind pressure that could crush everything, and smash down on Yang Li and the mammoth. A shadow loomed over everything. The scent of death gripped Yang Li's throat. Yang Li glared angrily. His muscles were tense, and he gritted his teeth to withstand the wind pressure. Just before those destructive, deadly tentacles struck down, he seemed to sense the breaking of some kind of barrier within his body. You are about to suffer a fatal blow, but your luck best talent has been activated. You never believe in fate, your luck cap is increased by 1. Your luck value will never fall below 1 point, and you will never be in a life or death situation. When your luck drops significantly, the reduced luck will be channeled into powerful external support. Remaining cooldown, 24 hours. Your luck stat has been significantly reduced and has been temporarily converted into mental energy. Your mental energy has been boosted exponentially for 10 minutes. A surge of immense spiritual power erupted within him like a volcanic eruption. Yang Liji was briefly stunned. Strengthen mental power? What's the point of strengthening your mental power when facing a behemoth that relies on a terrifying physical body? Mental energy is specifically used to cast skills or spells. Counting their skill cards, only 1 or 2 were considered powerful. Fighting this boss under the holy light is like stabbing a giant monster with a small knife. It doesn't hurt at all. Could it be that the glimmer of hope shown by the talent effect refers to using the anti-magic domain card? However, the magic-suppressing field doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Once it's used, Avril's flower garland giant will be the first to be hit. The trolls didn't rely on magic, but on their massive, powerful bodies. So what exactly is the turning point? The troll wouldn't wait for Yang Li to think things through. Huge tentacles followed closely behind, descending from the sky. Friday! Stop it! Yang Li's eyes were bloodshot. The 3 pairs of giant arms on the side of the ship simultaneously gave up resisting the other 2 destructive tentacles. They then gathered together, frantically coalescing into a thick plant shield, firmly blocking the tentacles that were lashing out at Yang Li. Squeak! The immense kinetic energy pressed down on the supporting pillars of the giant shield. The joint was already groaning, and it looked like it wouldn't hold for much longer. Yang Li led the pioneering mammoths out of the shadow of the giant tentacles. He suddenly turned his head to look at the garland giant running towards him. Avril! Can you cast this spell one more time? I'm sorry, I really did my best, my magic is almost depleted, Avril said bitterly, her words filled with self-reproach. I can't handle it, Yang Li. How about I hold it off while you guys escape? Yang Li shook his head, his eyes resolute. None of us can escape, Avril. We're fighting on this perilous sea. If we can't fight our way to the end, we'll just have to wait to die. No one can run away. He pointed to the hull beneath his feet, which was groaning and shaking violently. But I now have enough magic to recast this spell for you. Avril, do you remember what I said before? The Dave might be the largest special plant, or rather, a branch of the living world. You mean? Avril murmured incredulously. He stared into the girl's shocked eyes and let out a thunderous roar. Use nature's grip giant spirit spell to dismantle the Dave. Let it become our true giant spirit weapon. Chapter 54 The Flower Garland Giant Max. This is the only possibility Yang Li can think of for turning the tide. All other methods are futile in the face of absolute strength and size, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It won't cause any actual fatal damage. They were in dire straits with no chance of escape. We have no choice but to seize this sliver of hope and give it a shot. As for what will happen after the Dave breaks up, he was too busy to care about anything else. Let's focus on surviving first. Good. Avril's bewildered eyes slowly hardened into a resolute expression. She nodded emphatically. Her slender fingers lightly touched her brow, and intricate green patterns lit up her forehead. It draws upon the purest elven bloodline within its veins, causing its entire body to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Avril recited the incantation to Yang Li with difficulty and hesitation. In the name of the forest spirit, carrying on the meaning of the boundary tree. All plants and trees obey my command. By the bond of blood, I bestow upon you spiritual arts. May the bodies of 100 boats become your arms. With each line she sang, her face grew paler. Finally, he concentrated almost all his power into an emerald-colored rune, and gently pushed it toward Yang Li. The rune quickly disappeared into his brow. A vast ocean of knowledge surged in. You have temporarily learned the epic spell, Nature's Grasped Colossus form. Consumes 6,000 points of mental energy to guide the entire Dave and all symbiotic plants through a deep reconstruction, shaping it into a plant behemoth? Duration, 10 minutes. Sure. Now. Yang Liqiang suppressed the slight dizziness brought on by the information overload. First, put all the important items, including the mammoth, Friday, and the workbench in the cabin, back into their places as cards and collect them in the logbook. Then, the surging spiritual power within his body poured out without reservation. Buzz! A deep, resonant sound. A loud, distant rumble emanated from the entire USS Dave. Vast and magnificent. As if awakening for the first time, the massive 100-meter-long ship trembled violently. This long-dormant ship straightened up like a giant, its hull stretching longitudinally and widening laterally. The flowing wooden structure of the deck and cabin shapes the general outline of the giant. Broad shoulders and back, a thick chest, and legs that support the heavens and the earth. The vines and colorful roses covering the hull were no longer rigid attachments. They seemed to have come alive. Like thousands of vines vying for dominance, they converged frantically around Yang Li. They formed the giant's muscle fibers, shimmering with a blue light, rapidly weaving and crisscrossing the main structure. By tightly linking the scattered parts into an organic whole, a powerful vitality flows within it. The ancient tree of life, located at the center of the ship, slowly rose and, like a heart returning to its place, firmly embedded itself in the giant's chest. The root system is perfectly integrated with the hull keel, and the tree canopy forms a natural armor on the shoulders. Avril floats above the core of the ancient tree, guiding the flow of energy. The special plants on the ship naturally found a new place on the giant's spirit. The scorching dragon fruit gathered in the giant's fists, causing them to burn with a blazing flow of energy. The bloodthirsty sunflower swells up, spreading out on its back to act as jet fuel. Firecracker sunflowers and carnivorous plants form a cannon sequence on the arm. The seaweed with ghost hands wrapped around the waist, abdomen, and hips serve both as defense and clothing. The original large sails have been transformed into capes adorning the shoulders, while the railings and carvings have been refined into patterns and armor on the torso. Final. A colossal spirit, even more majestic than the deep-sea monsters, the Dave. It stands majestically between the sky and the sea. Its entire body is composed of trees, vines and flowers, with smooth lines, full of the power and beauty of nature's creation, like an ancient forest guardian. The giant slowly lowered its head. The energy eyes, composed of pure plant essences, firmly locked onto the octopus sea monster below. Yang Li's body was perched high above the core of the giant spirit, sensing the terrifying power contained within that body. He slowly raised his right fist, which was made of scorching dragon fruit and giant vines. The immense pressure caused the sea surface to cave in. "Go to hell!" He threw a punch. "The sea is boiling." Boom! The giant spirit's punch, imbued with all its power, slammed solidly into the octopus monster's enormous head. A deafening roar, almost like a mountain collapsing. The octopus monster's head was visibly dented. The tough outer layer tore apart instantly. Dark green blood mixed with shattered limb tissue gushed out like a waterfall. Its massive body was pulled backward by this irresistible force. It crashed heavily into the sea, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high. However, the terrifying regenerative ability bestowed by the disease has reappeared. The fleshy buds in the octopus monster's concave skull were writhing and intertwining at a frenzied pace. Damaged limb tissues begin to repair and fill within just a few breaths. "If one punch doesn't kill you, then 10, 100, 10,000 punches!" Yang Li roared, baring his teeth, inside the giant spirit's core. "Let's see if you grow faster or I smash you faster!" The giant spirit gave the giant no chance to breathe. Its massive body displayed a speed that was disproportionate to its size. Its single step caused the sea to ripple. His left fist followed closely behind, striking the octopus monster's healing wound once again, like a meteor falling to earth. Bang! The part that had just healed was smashed to pieces again. Roar! The giant octopus let out a painful and furious howl. Multiple tentacles, like wildly dancing snake whips, lashed fiercely at the giant's body with a tearing sound. Smack! A grating, taut sound came from the waist and abdomen of the ghost hand seaweed. But they still managed to withstand this fierce onslaught. The armor, composed of 7 colored roses, shimmered and dispersed most of the impact. It already possessed the property of greatly reinforcing the attached objects, and now it has become the giant's strongest armor. Bloodthirsty sunflower, unleash your full power! Yang Li had a sudden thought. The bloodthirsty sunflowers draped over the giant's back instantly glowed with a blinding red light. It spews out a powerful burst of essential energy, like a propulsion unit. The giant's speed and strength surged once again. It punched out with both fists. The fists transformed into 2 burning streaks of blue flame. With lightning speed, they unleashed a continuous barrage of explosive attacks on the octopus monster's head. Boom, 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 boom! The fists flew like a sudden storm. Each strike landed precisely on the previously inflicted wounds. The octopus giant's regenerative abilities were suppressed to the limit. The newly regenerated granulation tissue was instantly vaporized by the scorching fist. The wound continued to widen and deepen. The dark green blood almost completely dyed the surrounding sea. The surrounding horde of corpses suddenly went berserk, transforming from stillness to motion, and launched a death charge against the giant spirit without fear of death. The octopus monster tried to bind the giant spirit's arm with its tentacles. But the firecracker sunflowers and carnivorous plants steadily arranged on the giant's arms immediately opened fire. Acid and explosions erupted one after another on the tentacle, forcing it to retract. After a loud explosion, fear, almost human-like, welled up in the octopus monster's eyes as it tried to dive into the deep sea. How could Yang Li possibly do as it wishes? The giant's massive foot stomped down, like a stabilizing force, firmly clamping down on its body. With its fists transformed into palms, it repeatedly pulled the massive body out of the water, unleashing a relentless barrage of violent blows. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 55 Server-wide announcement. I don't know how many punches he threw. Yang Li's consciousness gradually began to dissipate. A heavy feeling of weakness spread from my limbs and bones. It felt as if they had been fighting continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. It felt like I hadn't slept for days. My heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and a feeling of suffocation kept rising within me. Time seems to be running out. His eyelids were heavy and tired. But he bit his tongue hard, the sweet, metallic taste of blood filling his mouth and stimulating his fading consciousness. Not enough, not enough! You beasts die! The punch landed, but the impact felt weak. He felt that using boxing again would have little effect. The giant octopus beneath him was already on its last legs. But its tenacious vitality, like an inextinguishable ember, stubbornly clung to its last breath. As time went by, once the duration of the giant's spirit form ends, the outcome could be reversed in an instant. A crazed, fierce glint flashed in Yang Li's eyes. His bloodthirsty gaze suddenly fell upon the monstrous, bony sea monster. It locked onto the shattered skull. Damn it! I'll devour you alive! The giant garland suddenly bent down. The giant mouth, made of tough thorns, opened wide with a resolute madness and bit into the octopus monster's remaining head. Pfft! A tooth-grinding tearing sound rang out. Large chunks of flesh, covered in sticky blood and muscle tissue, were torn off by it. The giant never stopped. The structure of the throat writhed, swallowing the monster's flesh and blood, which contained immense life energy, directly into its belly. Scalding blood splattered onto the giant's body, which was made of vines and petals, staining it a horrifying red and green. But it did nothing to stop the giant's spirit from going berserk. Under the pale moonlight, two enormous creatures were faintly visible amidst the strong smell of blood and sea fog, interspersed with the mournful sobs of an unknown creature. And then the sound of gnawing quietly began. Nobody knows. A blood-soaked forest god is devouring another sea monster. Yang Li, in a daze, controlled the giant spirit to tear and swallow the monster's limbs. He now only has one primal instinct left. Eat it. Digest it. Turn everything about it into sustenance for survival. That was the last glimmer of reason. If Dave's digestive ability still works on the giant, this will be its only way to defeat the immortal monster. To survive, he was willing to use any means necessary. They had almost swallowed the entire giant monster whole. A jarring notification suddenly rang out. You have defeated a legendary level monster, surpassing 3 tiers. A high-ranking transcendent being. A member of the retinue of a great being. Batch Y369 has produced its first player to slay a legendary level monster. Server-wide announcement. You, a mere ant, defied 3 ranks to devour a legendary level magical beast and a being who had come to pay homage to the gods, turning the impossible into victory. This is an act of blasphemy against the gods, a grave disrespect. Therefore, you are hereby granted the legendary title, God Eater. Name, God Eater. Type, special title. Quality, legendary. Synopsis: even an ant can devour the body of a giant monster. Even if it cannot kill the monster completely, it can still devour the remains of the agent who has paid homage to the gods. Those who believe in miracles are themselves as remarkable as miracles. Your act of defying authority, disrespecting power, and going against the will of heaven is proof that mortal will can create miracles, but it is also a blasphemous path with no turning back. The rules of the world will etch the mark of rebellion upon your soul. Title effect, after loading. Increases all base attributes by 20%. This bonus is independent of any other buffs, and the increased attributes can exceed the bloodline limit. Minor immunity arises from the rational erosion and whispered pollution of a great being. Your will has gradually begun to become an unshakable absolute domain. Experience acquisition efficiency across all channels increased by 100%. You tread upon the corpses of resurrected ancient gods, and the laws of the world make way for you, accelerating your growth. All damage you deal to transcendental creatures is increased by 10%. You have gained 2,500 source dust. You have gained a large amount of experience points. You have obtained the qualification to inherit the extraordinary sequence, the card master of all things. More noise filled my ears. It gradually faded into the distance, becoming distant and hazy in the darkness. Yang Li's brain went blank. Finally, everything went black before his eyes. Everything vanished completely with the ebb and flow of consciousness. The dinosaur frenzy C. A player is cautiously approaching an injured triceratops. He held a precious, specially made animal training feed in his hand. just as the Triceratops was about to lower its head to eat. Server-wide announcement. In Batch Y369, the first player to slay a legendary-level monster has emerged, the God Eater. The system notification sounded like a thunderclap in his mind. His hand jerked violently, and the animal feed fell to the ground. The Triceratops that had finally calmed down was startled, let out a low growl of dissatisfaction, and took a few steps back warily. He was completely unaware, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the illusory system interface, his mouth unconsciously agape. Legendary God Eater? He muttered to himself, his face filled with disbelief. What a joke! We're barely managing to fight off mutated dinosaurs right now. How could anyone possibly kill a legendary-level monster? Just started already? His sense of accomplishment from painstakingly taming the Triceratops was shattered by this report at that moment. The excitement of taming the animal was shattered. Disease-affected sea areas. A ship named Flying Whale Man is cautiously navigating a sea shrouded in a thin mist. Its captain had a face full of octopus tentacles and tumors bulging on his face, making him look exactly like a miniature sea monster. He was standing at the bow of the ship, gripping the goggles tightly, trying to see through the danger ahead. Suddenly, the system notification sounded without warning. Server-wide announcement. The first player, a mere mortal, has defied the heavens by slaying a legendary-level monster, and has been awarded the legendary title of God Eater. Clang! His hand slipped, and the precious viewing mirror fell onto the deck. He didn't bother to pick it up, and suddenly turned to look at the first mate beside him, his voice trembling. You heard that too? The first mate, equally horrified, nodded with difficulty. God Eater. Damn it, they're already dealing with gods? The captain stared incredulously at his submarine, which had been specially reinforced to deal with sea monsters. Thinking of that unattainable legendary level again, a chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. This guy is still one of the players from the same batch as us? In an instant, the once noisy world channel fell into dead silence. A good 10 seconds passed before a dry message broke the silence. Guys, was I just hallucinating? Legendary Warcraft? We don't even know what Warcraft is yet. At this moment, whether they are taming dragons, sailing, fighting, or trading, countless players stopped what they were doing, hearing the system notification that seemed to be imprinted deep in his soul. The God Eater. This abruptly appearing title is like a super meteorite. This has stirred up an unprecedented storm in the hearts of all the surviving players. Chapter 56. First entry into the frozen sea. Disease-affected sea areas. A colossal ship, with a surface area roughly the size of a football field, sailed at high speed on the dark green sea. Its structure is completely unlike that of a ship. Or rather, it has completely deviated from the category of ships. It resembles a giant beehive floating on the sea. Numerous nest cells were exposed. The nest-like structure rises in a spiral, extending upwards from the bottom of the ship's hold. Scattered on top are many inwardly recessed hemispherical nests. Some of the nests are now inhabited by creatures of various shapes and sizes. There were giant, dark scorpions with their stingers curled up. There were canine creatures wagging their short tails. Stegosaurus with a prominent dorsal fin. There are also giant flying insects with transparent wings. Without exception, these creatures, which appeared extremely dangerous just by looking at them, were unusually calm. They obediently squatted or lay down in their respective nests, emitting a cacophony of buzzing sounds, like a fledgling bird eagerly awaiting its mother's feeding. Stop howling! Stop howling! Feed him right away! Feed him right away! A young man with messy, unkempt hair was running between the various nests, carrying a bowl full of food. He skillfully stirred the thick, paste-like food. They poured the food into the troughs in front of each nest one by one, moving quickly and efficiently. Smack! In the midst of his busy schedule, Zhou Yang took a moment to slap back the long tongue of a giant frog that had overstepped its bounds in the neighboring nest. He snapped irritably. It's you again, you stinking frog! Think you're so great just because you have a long tongue? Always stealing food from the neighbor's bowl. Clearly, this guy is a repeat offender. Roar! A youthful yet powerful dragon roar came from behind him. A shadow gradually loomed overhead. Zhou Yang turned around in surprise. There was a small, sea-blue dragon, about 6 meters long. Its horns were beginning to show their potential, and its glistening wings were folded around its waist. The slightly sharp corners of his eyes gave him the imposing presence of a top predator. It had a fat sea fish with many tails in its mouth. Buga! Buga! The Sea King Dragon's eyes reflected Zhou Yang's surprised face. The long tail with barbs swayed gently. Gently placed the freshly caught, plump sea fish on the ground. Bubble, you're back! A fleeting look of surprise crossed Zhou Yang's face. Before he could respond, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Server-wide announcement. A first-ever player, a mere mortal, has defied the heavens by slaying a legendary-level monster, and has been awarded the legendary title of God Eater. Zhou Yang's smile froze on his face. The feed bowl in my hand almost slipped from my grasp. What's going on? He muttered to himself. Legendary-level magical beast? Someone can kill a legendary-level beast now. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the young dragon before him, which, once it reached adulthood, would also be ranked among the legendary dragons. Look at its innocent, big, watery eyes blinking. Zhou Yang muttered. He's not that strong. I could do it too. This sudden, server-wide announcement swept through the entire server in a devastating manner. It swept in like a storm, forcefully drawing the attention of all players. This enthusiasm has greatly stimulated the entire player community. Previously, almost everyone had survived at sea alone. There is no unified benchmark for combat strength. No one knows exactly how far the top players have progressed in their skills. But now, they have a point of comparison. Soon, the world channels and forums were in an uproar. They all had the same question. Who exactly is this incredibly powerful figure? Soon, a player thought of someone. Poseidon the Earthshaker. Legendary Power Mech. Shortly after the server opened, this overpowered weapon was listed for sale on the player exchange at an exorbitant price. His owner also instantly became famous because of this operation. Is it Poseidon? Only his legendary mech could possibly do that. It must be him. Who else could it be? But this conjecture was quickly refuted by everyone. Because shortly after this news broke, Poseidon then posted a message on the player forum to refute the rumor. He claimed that he did not know this top player. The player's name, God Eater, was then directly moved to the top of the forum's player power rankings. This reaction silenced many players. Yet, a sense of powerlessness arose within me. Some people are still struggling blindly at sea. But someone has already torn apart a legendary monster. The same starting line, the same living environment. While some are still struggling to tame an ordinary dinosaur, others are already able to slay legendary monsters. This gap is both shocking and disheartening. This disparity serves as a reminder to everyone. We can no longer stay in the waters behind. The uncharted waters ahead hold even greater opportunities and power. In the age of exploration, we should strive to be at the forefront. Day 21 of the nautical log. Today's weather. Sunny. The sea temperature has dropped significantly, so please dress warmly. Ice fishing is recommended. Sea area, frozen sea. Sunshine duration, 7 hours. Temperature, minus 25 degrees Celsius to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 2. Yang Li woke up in bed with a strong hangover feeling, his head spinning. My head was throbbing, as if I had been in a drunken stupor for days. He struggled to sit up and looked around. The ship's log clearly shows that 3 full days have passed. Did I really sleep for 3 days? He rubbed his temples, touching the sturdy wooden bed beneath his buttocks. The touch from my fingertips felt real and familiar. The room was spotless, and the freshly washed bedding had a faint, pleasant fragrance. All of this made him feel a little unreal. It felt as if I had just escaped from a long and terrifying dream. Of course, the ship's log doesn't lie. Yang Li is extremely sensitive to the dates it marks. Day and night alternate, the future remains uncertain. Every day at sea is both extremely long and extremely short. He remembers every single day clearly. He shook his head. The first thing he did was take off his clothes and check if any of his body parts were missing. Fortunately, he is in good health and there were no fatal injuries. In addition, what relieved him the most was that everything I put in the logbook before is completely intact. After he was dressed, he pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. I stepped into the long-awaited sunshine. Hiss! It's so cold. The biting cold wind rushed in, feeling like countless tiny blades scraping against my face. Yamli couldn't help but shrink back and examine the Dave in front of him. The once vibrant lawn is now withered and barren. Instead, it resembles a frostbitten eggplant, limp and lifeless. I don't know if it's from being frozen or from a lack of nutrition. A large chunk of the thick layer of soil that originally covered the deck was missing. The scorching dragon fruit was moved to the side closer to the cabin bedroom, used for daily sleeping and keeping warm. 3 plant flowers clustered together, their buds drooping close to the dragon fruit. It seems like they're sticking together for warmth. Goodness, even plants are afraid of the cold. As he approached the dragon fruit, the surrounding temperature noticeably rose. The closer you are to the dragon fruit, the closer you are to the warm fireplace. Even the lingering stench of decay from the disease-ridden sea had completely vanished. Instead, the crisp, clean air unique to the icy sea is present. Yangli greedily took several deep breaths of the fresh air, feeling a rare sense of clarity amidst the chill. Chapter 57 The First Second-Order Plant, Parasitic Lotus. You're awake? Avril's clear voice came from the cabin, with barely concealed surprise. She didn't bother to tidy her long, loose green hair. He quickly came out to greet them. His eyes were full of joy. Did we defeat that sea monster? Yamli asked. Yes. Avril nodded emphatically, her face beaming with pride and excitement. After that battle, you fell into a coma and missed the most exciting part. The system announced our victory to the entire server. Now all the players know that it was the God Eater who killed the legendary monster. It seems we've gotten a bit too conspicuous. You didn't reveal our true identities, did you? Upon hearing this, Yamli did not appear excited. Instead, he frowned. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I won't make this public knowledge until I have the situation under control, Avril said with a playful wink. Yangli breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to ask. How did the Dave turn back into its original form? After the spell ends, can the ship revert to its original form intact? Of course, nature magic is not witchcraft or evil magic, and it will not damage natural creations. In addition, this time it absorbed a considerable amount of life essence, which repaired the original durability loss in one fell swoop. At this point, the smile on her face suddenly faded, and her voice lowered. However, we have lost an important partner. You mean Friday? Yangli raised an eyebrow, his expression strange. Avril lowered her head guiltily, her fingers twisting nervously together. I'm so sorry, I simply didn't have the energy to protect him that day, and I couldn't find him after the battle. I'm afraid he was caught in the aftermath of the fighting. Avril pursed her lips and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Yangli remained silent and took out the card, Entrapped Sailor. A flash of light appeared. Friday, still in a charging, fighting stance, landed on the deck. His charging stance faltered. He looked around, scratched his head blankly, and looked utterly bewildered. Captain, where did that super sea monster go? It's all right, child, the crisis is over. Yangli waved his hand and casually took out a fishing rod and placed it in Friday's hand. Go fishing over there. Yes, Captain. A bewildered Friday took the fishing rod blankly, glanced at the two men, and then walked to the bow of the boat on his own. Ah? Avril Lavigne, who witnessed the entire event, was visibly shocked. Her gaze darted back and forth between the two for a moment before she hesitated and asked, Friday is a card summon? Yes, I'm sorry I didn't tell you before for some reason. It's all right, as long as he's all right, Avril said, showing no sign of being upset about being kept in the dark, and her tears turned into a smile. Gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yangli breathed a sigh of relief and didn't want to discuss the matter in detail. He then asked, After defeating the troll that day, I seem to hear a lot of reward notifications. Did you get a title? It's important to know that titles are unique to each character and cannot be transferred or traded. He had previously planned to help Avril obtain a title to unlock the character level system. Currently, the only way to increase your 6 core attributes is through the slight attribute bonuses provided by equipment. Alternatively, you can increase your character's level. Each level up grants a significant boost to your attributes. It was a complete transformation. However, the conditions for obtaining special titles seem to be extremely demanding. It can only be obtained by meeting certain difficult conditions, such as defeating a stronger opponent or killing someone of a higher level. Yanli already has a giant beast killer. There's no need to overlap it. No, the actual user of that spell was you. I was just providing some assistance to maintain the stability of the spell's core. So the person who was judged to have been killed was you. Avril was somewhat discouraged, but still said happily. However, I obtained 1,500 origin dust, which was the result of my previous attacks on the zombie horde. In addition, the Dave also produced a seed of a special plant. Oh? Yanli recalled the scene of him controlling the Dave giant spirit to devour the giant monster. This should have a similar effect to dragging the monster's remains into the digestive area at the bottom of the ship's hold and digesting them into organic fertilizer. It seems the passive skill has been triggered, and another plant seed has been generated. Avril led Yanli to one side of the ship's railing. A bright purple flower bud, the size of a manhole cover, peeked out. The moment you see it, the encyclopedia lights up. Name: Fantasy Parasitic Lotus. Type: Parasitic Special Plant. Rank: Second Order Plant. Maturity Period: Medium, 24C days. Description: This is a lotus flower that emits an eerie purple light. Its petals are as thin as cicada wings, and a magical energy core is condensed in the center of the flower, which can project lotus seeds that make people feel dizzy. Its roots are not anchored in the soil, but rather directly connected to the spatial network, allowing it to project its essence far away, blooming deadly offspring on its enemies. Skill effect: Parasitic Lotus Seed locks onto an enemy target and launches a living lotus seed. The seed ignores moderate physical obstacles and directly parasitizes the target's body. Upon successful parasitism, it deals moderate nature damage to the target every 15 seconds and drains a small amount of the target's life essence for 10 minutes. The drained life essence heals the caster or a designated friendly unit in equal amounts. Illusionary Field: When actively activated, a hypnotic lotus seed is projected onto a designated area. Upon landing, it explodes rapidly, creating a dizzying field that lasts for 10 minutes. All enemies within the field will suffer a moderate mental shock and have a high probability of being stunned. Comment: This parasitic lotus is a well-known perfectionist in the plant family. It insists that all enemies are standing incorrectly and must lie down to achieve the perfect formation. If it finds any particularly disobedient enemy, it will even provide one-on-one nutritional coaching until the enemy turns pale. The most amusing thing is that it always thinks of itself as a doctor. When you're bleeding profusely, it will enthusiastically draw blood from your enemy to transfuse it into you. As for whether this counts as medical insurance fraud, it blinks its big purple eyes and asks you in return, can treating illness be considered fraud? The first second-order plant? Yanli's gaze froze completely. He had long suspected that plants also had an evolutionary system. However, the system does not seem to provide a detailed explanation of this. It wasn't until the second-order plant appeared that he became completely certain of this fact. It must be that the life essence of that legendary sea monster was so abundant that it fed the Dave a full meal. This instantly generated a second-tier plant. Look at its skills. Parasitic lotus seeds can be used to drain enemy health from a distance, allowing you to heal yourself while attacking and apply a rather overpowered debuff to enemies. You've got a life-steal weapon. The illusion field compensates for the illusion mist mushroom's weakness in ranged attacks. Remote group hypnosis can be performed. This greatly compensated for the Dave's lack of long-range attack capabilities. From then on, when he encountered a strong enemy again, he no longer had to suffer through close-quarters combat. First, whittle down their health from a distance. One round of parasitic vertigo treatment is arranged. Let's talk about whether they can survive my plants first. Chapter 58. the sequence of all things card masters. The parasitic lotus was placed to one side. Yanli glanced at the newly acquired title feature again. The most eye-catching feature is undoubtedly the 20% increase in all attributes. This hook seems a bit too big. Yanli was somewhat unsure how to obtain this title. The giant octopus we encountered this time looked really strange. They are not the kind of people they should encounter at this stage. If Avril hadn't happened to learn this spell, hadn't happened to encounter the Dave, and hadn't been able to use it in conjunction with Yang Li's innate skill. These coincidences piled up together, allowing them to find a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation and turn defeat into victory. In this situation, anyone else would die. If the plague-ridden sea is full of such terrifying sea monsters, then it shouldn't be called the plague-ridden sea. It should be renamed the Death Zone, because there is no chance of survival. He opened the World Channel to search for relevant information and glanced at it briefly. Finally, we've got some ideas. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. So far, they are the only ones who have encountered that high-ranking sea monster. Others encountered small groups, usually consisting of a dozen to several dozen zombies in a raid team. With a little bit of leverage and proper preparation, victory is not difficult to achieve. The countless hordes of corpses chasing Yangli were likely the boss's henchmen. The reason for saying I'm lucky is that it was a pitiful giant octopus sea monster whose attributes were barely at the legendary level due to the plague in a short period of time. Not only does it lack rationality, but Yangli has never even seen it use any skills. Aside from being a bit larger and having a regenerative buff that makes him practically immortal, he's not particularly special. The reason it capsized in the ditch was precisely because its few remaining immortal abilities, on which it depended for survival, were completely and utterly suppressed by the Dave's digestive properties. It's like he got lucky after Yangli unleashed his full power. After fulfilling a number of coincidental conditions, he happened to achieve the incredible feat of killing a legendary being with a mortal level. Such a record may never be repeated. Thinking of this, he shook his head. I opened my character information panel. He currently only has the serrated squid's tentacles equipped on him, which reliably provide a 6-point attribute bonus. The other equipment was put away, including the newly acquired title, so that the initial attributes could be seen clearly. Name Yangli. Status healthy. Fleet affiliation Yongmao ship. Biological level mortal objects. Attribute value ranges are divided as follows: mortal 1 to 10, extraordinary 11 to 20, hero 21 to 30, legendary 31 to 40, monarch 41 to 50, demigod 51 to 60, domain lord 61 to 70, great being 71 to 80, calamity. The lowest value among all attributes is used for judgment. If the lowest value is 11, then it is an extraordinary being. Level LV3, experience required to upgrade 48,000/50,000. Note, your actual level is locked, but your title level can bypass the restriction and temporarily serve as your character level. Special title Behemoth Slayer LV3. When you wear this title, all your damage against behemoths is increased by 10%. Killing behemoths will grant you a large amount of experience points, while killing other creatures will grant you a small amount of experience points. At the same time, it will initially break the character level barrier and open the character level system. Extraordinary sequence, Card Master of all things. Rank 9 Card Seal Master. Occupation none. Life skills Farmer, sword drawing. Bloodline, unawakened. Relatives none. Faction none. Divine blessing. Property. Energy, 90/100. Rationality, 100/100. Chi and blood, 98/100%. Physical condition, 8.4+2. Agility, 10.3+2. Strength, 7.9+2. Perception, 8.0. Spirit, 11.5, 1150 mana. Talent. Unique luck. Luck and misfortune are two sides of the same coin, twins of fate. You are plagued by misfortune, but you never believe in fate. Your maximum luck is increased by 1, your luck value will never fall below 1, and you will never be in a life or death situation. When your luck drops significantly, the reduced luck will radiate into powerful external support. Cooldown time per trigger, 24 hours. A more comprehensive and clear panel of information was presented to Yanli. The attribute values are no longer integers, a decimal point has been added. The more you draw your sword, the stronger it will become. The values after the decimal point should represent the attribute growth gained through one's own experience. Strength was Yanli's weakness, and he started the game even below average. After these days of practice, the improvement was the greatest, and I almost improved my score by a whole point through my own efforts. The status showed as healthy, and the frost and cold disease that had frozen them like grandchildren was automatically removed. Perhaps it's because we left the disease-ridden sea area? I haven't encountered any other professional bloodlines yet, so they're obviously non-existent. Also, why is there an extra sequence inheritance? He couldn't understand what had happened during those 3 days of unconsciousness. Yanli frowned and clicked on the introduction to the extraordinary sequence, puzzled. There once existed a sect obsessed with the essence of the world, banished to the ends of time and space. They firmly believed that everything in the universe was composed of information, and devoted their lives to trying to analyze, quantify, and preserve all existence. Once upon a time, they used their mortal strength to challenge divine authority, until their research touched the world's underlying code and glimpsed the ultimate rules that were unknowable, invisible, and inaudible. They were completely erased from the physical realm, leaving no trace in any historical timeline. Only this sequential path to the realm of the gods drifts like a ghost through the dimensional gaps, awaiting those who can comprehend its wisdom. You have inherited the extraordinary sequence, the card master of all things. Using cards as boundaries, and wielding the imperial edicts. Everything seen is analyzed, everything touched is sealed. With cards as our foundation, we forge the future of China. Name, Sequence 9 Card Sealer. Type, Extraordinary Sequence. Description: this ability can create basic cards from inanimate objects with a unit volume of less than 1 cubic meter. Each sealing requires 100 magic points to construct a spatial cocoon. The sealed object will remain in its pre-sealing state until the card is released. Requirement to advance to Tier 8 0/500, craft 500 original level cards. I inexplicably inherited a transcendent sequence. This is a mess. Upon further reflection, Yanli realized something. Actually, from the very beginning he felt. This collection of cards, capable of accommodating all sorts of random things, is really going too far. It is not only a spatial weapon, but also inextricably linked to the power to enslave all things. Friday and the mammoth in the forest are irrefutable proof. In a world filled with magic and mythical beasts, the existence of cards seems out of place and strange no matter how you look at it. If I had to pinpoint it, it would be the addition of cards. The art style of the whole world has changed. For example, you were originally a paladin of the papacy who practiced swordsmanship diligently from a young age, even wearing out the edge of your great sword, and finally mastered unparalleled killing skills. You thought a fair and evenly matched contest to uphold justice was about to begin. Your knighthood is about to witness one of the many life-or-death battles. But you firmly believe that you will turn the tide in this desperate situation. At that moment, the other party pulled out a card from his pocket and shouted something. "Damn it, don't underestimate the bond of friendship between me and Kun Kun. It's you I've chosen, Kun Kun, go for it." A flash of light, and Kun Kun made a dazzling entrance. "And I gave you a destructive ray. You died with resentment in your heart. Is this right? The truth is now out. All the cards currently used by players come from the All Things Card Master series. The cards were created so that anyone could use them. However, not everyone has the ability to make cards. This system has quite a history." Yanli didn't think anything of it. These things are still too far away for him right now. He turned his attention back to the USS Dave. Seeing that Yanli was engrossed in checking the information, Avro wisely refrained from disturbing him. He went off to the side to study magic on his own. Yanli stepped on a section of the deck that was bare. In the end, I still felt that this was not right. He used the same trick again, spending another 1,000 coins to buy several tons of high-quality soil from the trading channel. These players, like locusts, routinely hold hands wherever they go. Only by raking the ground 3 feet deep can one truly describe the actual scene. In particular, it provided convenient storage space for nautical logs, which were ideal for raiding and plundering. Many players will pack up and take away everything that seems valuable in the wild. Needless to say, all kinds of flowers, plants, grasses, fruits, and the like. They even dug out a few earthworms from the soil, grass, flint, ore, and even under the rocks. In short, just in case you need it. Chapter 59, the Second Alienation Card. On Friday, come with me to spread the soil on the boat. To speed things up, Yanli called over Friday, who was getting into the swing of fishing, to help out as well. Each of them held a shovel and a hoe, and they gradually spread the mound of earth, like a small mountain, onto the deck. The newly grown turf was sparse and unevenly distributed due to the soil, making it neither attractive nor practical. Fortunately, Yanli uprooted it completely and mixed it into the soil, then hoed it out evenly again. They also chose a large open space at the stern of the boat. I bought a large handful of crop seeds and spread them generously on the soil, planting them all. Then, I poured some distilled water on it at the right time. The ship's industrial distillation furnaces produce abundant pure water, enough for daily consumption or irrigation. After all that work, more than half an hour had already passed. After warming up, Yanli, who had just woken up, finally managed to dispel some of the chill through physical labor. If it weren't for wanting to do some exercise in the cold weather. Normally, Fridays should be the sole provider for these kinds of jobs. After finishing all this work, he rarely has any free time. He took out his own fishing rod, sat at the bow of the boat, and started fishing. The location was a bit far from the scorching dragon fruit, and the cold sea breeze whistled against my skin. However, due to the significant enhancement of his attributes, his physical resistance is now far greater than it used to be. A slight chill in the air couldn't stop him from fishing. Cast the fishing rod and sit upright. 15 minutes later, the fishing float swayed on the clear sea surface. Yanli decisively reeled in his line. A long, thin fish with crystal-clear flesh was caught. Yanli could even see the blood vessels and internal organs inside through its transparent skin. Name: ice mint fish. Type: edible organism. Description: a common fish species born beneath the permafrost of frozen seas. Its body is crystal clear like an ice sculpture, with its internal organs and veins clearly visible. The menthol it contains blends seamlessly with the millennia-old ice, creating a unique, stimulating freezing sensation. Consuming it can invigorate the mind. Review: eating this fish is like taking in a whole Arctic breeze. The first bite, the second bite you can hear the crisp sound of glaciers cracking, and the third bite, your taste buds are already writing love letters to penguins. Be careful not to let the neighbor's yeti find out you're eating this, or they'll come after you with their treasured volcanic rocks in exchange. TSK, Yanli's assessment is that it's a miraculous fish for relieving summer heat. The seafood was good, but it wasn't in season. In the dead of winter, I love to slurp up some hot fish soup with white rice. It's so delicious. He was in a bit of a dilemma. After thinking about it, I first tried using the card sealer's ability to seal it, and see if I could seal it away. The result was obvious. Since the mint fish is a living creature, it cannot be made into a card for containment. Yanli had no choice but to cut off the beginning and end of it. It consumed 100 magic points to turn this dead fish into a primitive level food card. Just wait until the temperature gets warmer before taking it out to eat, and it will be the most refreshing and cooling food. He cast his line again, and the line swirled and flew towards the open sea. He was curious whether the special products of this frozen sea area were all ice-related creatures. Wood +1. Stone +1. Wood +1. It's all basic supplies. Yanli sighed and reeled in his fishing rod. He strolled over to Friday, pretending to be casual, and glanced at the bucket full of frozen fish out of the corner of his eye. He narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and stood silently behind Friday, observing. 20 minutes passed. Thump! Thump! Yanli watched as he caught one mint fish after another, filling the wooden bucket to the brim. Yanli walked away silently, leaving the best fishing spot to Friday. He turned and went to the card drawing machine. To his surprise, the card drawing machine, which was originally decorated with a skull, had secretly changed its appearance. It turned into the shape of frozen ice crystals, with a large snowflake symbol on top. The version updates are quite frequent. It belongs to the seasonal skin type. Would you like to spend 100 origin dust for a single gacha pull? Yanli did not rush to draw the card. Instead, he carefully examined the card drawing machine in front of him. Previously, he had only been indifferent to this machine. After Ziqing obtained the sequence inheritance of the all-encompassing card master, he turned his attention to this machine. That would mean something completely different. This is a central hub capable of randomly transforming source dust into various cards. Cards are not created at birth, each card is made by someone else. At the start of the game, all players were penniless and could not possibly have the ability to produce cards in large quantities. Where did all those cards come from? Could it be that at this very moment, in some sea area? Is there a group of people in this world who specialize in making cards and continuously supplying the system with them? Yanli recalled something a player had once said on a player forum. Before this group of players, there were probably countless other groups that also went through a great sea voyage adventure. And they were far ahead of them. They were far from being pioneers, they were latecomers. Yanli took a deep breath, his gaze serious. He silently recited the mantra and began a new round of card draws. A streak of light flashed by. A purple card appeared before them. Name: the Mermaid High Priest Tail Fin. Type: Alienation card. Quality: rare. Description: this magnificent tail fin, shimmering with pearly luster and mysterious magical patterns, originates from the remains of a mermaid high priest. Activating it will seal away the tidal power within, causing your legs to fuse together, transforming into a strong and elegant mermaid tail, guiding you deep into the azure mermaid kingdom. Loading effect: Spirit +2, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Speed +2. Skill effect: Ocean affinity, underwater movement speed is significantly improved, and buoyancy can be freely controlled. Breath of the tides, the ability to breathe freely underwater. Priest whisper, slightly improves the effectiveness of communication with intelligent marine creatures such as dolphins and whales. Bewitching ballad, chants a magical ballad that has a low probability of mentally charming creatures within a small area, making them temporarily your allies. It is more effective against targets with low mental resistance. Water jet, a powerful tail sway propels the vehicle for a short, high-speed dash through the water, offering a good chance of evading one attack. Hiss. The second alienation card. Nice one! Yanli was overjoyed. Of all the cards, the alienation card and the fusion card provide the most direct boost to character attributes. Each variant card will selectively increase a few character attributes to varying degrees, with fusion cards adding even more attribute points. However, fusion cards are too undesirable because they are permanent fusion mutations. Currently, the player base that is willing to accept this is relatively small. Fusion cards occupy an awkward position. In addition to attributes, a small number of these cards also come with the talent skill of grafting limbs. For example, equipping the giant's arm will greatly increase your strength attribute and grant you the ability to unleash a charged attack. Secondly, there are various equipment sets or skill cards. At least every time Yanli sees a mutated card appear in the exchange, it is met with frenzied bidding from countless players, and it is still in a state of having a price but no market. Chapter 60, 30 consecutive draws. Shipped on the very first shipment. Yanli could hardly contain his excitement. I checked the remaining source dust. There are still 3,200 left. The richest ever. He immediately did a 10 pull. Steel +200. Timber +300. Crystal +100. Silver chest +1, may contain tide coins and a small amount of source dust, and possibly other surprises. Using the origin dust obtained from opening chests to open more chests, creating a nested loop, makes perfect sense. Title: End of Life Care RPG. Type: Individual Heavy Weapon, Disposable Consumable. Quality: Excellent. Description: This is a rusty rocket launcher with a line of small characters engraved on its body. Specially designed to deal with all kinds of disobedience and survivors. It is a warm gift left behind in a post-apocalyptic fortress world, containing the philosophical wisdom of simplifying complex interpersonal relationships to physical contact. Equipment effect. When deployed, it forms a single-shot rocket launcher that locks onto targets within 3 kilometers. Upon firing, it causes significant area of effect explosive damage, with greatly increased damage against building targets. Sure, you can be a professional raider, and the kind you can carry around with you. The only downside is that it's a consumable item that runs out after one use. That's the first 10 shots. This shipment volume is a bit unlucky. In fact, at this stage of development, the few hundred resources dropped from the gacha machine are simply not enough. It's like a safety net mechanism. Not being able to send a thank you message is already a sign of conscience. He shook his head helplessly. Anyway, Avril still has 1,500 dust, so there's no need for him to hold back. Let's have a nouveau riche unboxing. What if the money is withdrawn? To date, the highest quality item he has ever produced is only of the rare grade. Forget about legendaries. I've never even seen a shadow of an epic card. Avril got an epic item. He couldn't believe he was always so unlucky. Gritting his teeth, he did another 10 pull. A flash of light. Name, Frost Emblem. Type, Identity Badge, Special Accessory. Quality, Rare. Description: this is an emblem based on the finger bone of an ancient frost behemoth, inlaid with a core of frozen ice. Crafted by the Eternal Frost Kingdom, which rules the frozen seas, it symbolizes the holder's right to roam this eternally frozen land. The emblem will continuously emit a faint fluctuation that resonates with the local ice element. Equipment effect: when worn, it can slightly reduce the impact of the extreme cold environment of the frozen sea on oneself. This badge can be shown when encountering patrols from the Everfrost Kingdom or passing through certain ice barrier checkpoints to avoid hostile conflicts. The aura emanating from the badge will cause most native creatures of the ice field, excluding elites and lords, to perceive you as part of their environment, slightly reducing their desire to attack. This thing contains a lot of information. The Eternal Frost Kingdom? Indigenous forces? They even established a country. Yang Li originally thought this sea area was a chaotic and disorderly place where various parties would take turns performing. The Pirate Grand Stage, come and join us if you dare. In addition, there was rampant black fog. He speculated that the black fog only affected players and had no effect on other local natives. He continued looking at the next equipment card. Name, Title Meditation Pendant. Category, Jewelry. Quality, Rare. Description: a necklace pendant crafted from deep-sea silver and shimmering gemstones, shaped like a closed seashell. It contains a small portion of marine energy, which can subtly interfere with the spiritual energy tides surrounding the wearer, making it easier to gather and replenish. Equipment effect: when worn, the natural recovery speed of mental energy is increased by 15%, 3 points of mental energy are recovered per hour, and the maximum mental attribute limit is increased by 2 points. When mental strength drops below 30%, an emergency meditation is automatically triggered, immediately restoring 15% of maximum mental strength. Cooldown time is 8 hours. Holy crap! It was like a pillow delivered to someone who was sleepy. It solved the immediate crisis. Yang Li had been silently calculating his mental energy reserves. If one's mental energy of 11.5 is completely depleted, the worst consequence is that one falls into a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, just like last time. The mildest consequence is that one feels completely exhausted and listless. It takes most of a day to fully recover one's mental energy. Such a terrifying mental energy consumption is simply not enough to meet the card-making requirements of a card sealer. If you work tirelessly every day to produce 500 original cards, and take into account the time it takes to slowly recover your mental strength, it will take at least 2 months. With this pendant, he can greatly shorten the growth time of the All Things Card Master. They're a perfect match. Yang Li was very satisfied and happily hung the pendant around his neck. Just this one item alone guarantees a profit with a 10 pull. Yang Li then searched for subsequent rewards. They are mostly basic resource cards. There was only one thing that surprised him. Name, Prism Grass Seeds. Type, Fortress Type Special Plant. Rank, First Tier Plant. Maturity Cycle, short, 12 to 16 C days. Description: Its blade structure resembles countless tiny prisms, efficiently capturing, refracting, and storing various forms of light and heat energy. It can empty all its stored energy at once, activating itself into a bioenergy turret. It needs to be recharged after firing. Skill effect: Photothermal energy storage. It automatically absorbs and stores energy under sunlight. It can be actively placed near a heat source to accelerate energy storage. Focus ray. Activated by user command, it instantly converts stored energy into a high-temperature ray that strikes the target. Range and damage are determined by the amount of stored energy. Prism refraction. When attacked by light or fire attribute attacks, there is a high probability that a portion of the damage will be converted into stored energy. Review. It is a collector of sunlight in the plant family, and also a stingy hoarder of energy. It saves every bit of light and heat, just so that when you need it most, it can unleash its entire wealth as a ray that can scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Remember, never sit near it while it's energized. The temptation is too great, and it might just pounce on your roasted meat. There are special plants in the gacha machine. However, the thought that there were 2 special plants for sale in the system shop at the start of the game made him feel better. Whatever appears in the gacha machine is perfectly reasonable. With this in mind, he put all of his last 1200 dust into the game, and did 12 consecutive draws. A blinding light shone brightly. The 12 cards floated in the air in sequence. 9 of them are light-colored, which means they are low-quality equipment, or basic resources of no quality. Among them, the most dazzling is a golden card. Yang Li's breath itched. His fingers trembled as he slowly reached for the golden card.